Chapter 131. 2 days later, Tang Mo and his two companions found a new place to stay and continued to observe the movements of the Black Tower. They did not go out for the past 2 days, and stayed in a safe place to observe the changes of the Black Tower from afar. The number in the center of the Black Tower decreased drastically on the first day. After it dropped sharply to 19 million within an hour, it gradually began to decline steadily. When the number dropped to 13 million, the population reduction tended to stabilize. On the third day, the number stopped steadily at 11 million, with almost no significant changes. In 3 days, some players have returned to Earth. Tang Mo hid in a residential building. He looked down through the second-floor window and saw a young man covered in blood falling out of the air with a bang. The man groaned in pain, but he didn't have time to check his injuries. He struggled to stand up and ran. Not long after, his figure disappeared in the building opposite, obviously looking for a safe place to slowly heal his injuries. Players who had completed the tower attack game appeared one after another. Some of them were seriously injured, while others were unscathed. But without exception, as soon as they appeared on the Earth, their eyes were sharp and they immediately scanned the surroundings. It seemed that something was different from before. Players who came out of the tower attack game were more cautious and alert to all the movements around them. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo waited in this empty house for 5 days. Now it was a forced tower attack game, and they didn't need to attack the tower, but the changes in the Black Tower made them decide to observe for a while before deciding what to do next. For 5 days, only one player who succeeded in attacking the tower passed by them, and no one else. Fu Wensheng drank a lot of mineral water, and Fu Wenduo put it all in the chicken coop. By chance, Tang Mo discovered that Fu Wensheng's mineral water was drinkable. The mineral water in the Nongfu spring bottle was cool and icy, and it didn't taste like water, but it made people feel refreshed after drinking it. No one had ever drunk this kind of water in the Nanjing group before. Tang Mo took another sip, thought for a moment, and said, "The power seems to be a little stronger, and I feel that my eyesight has also improved to a certain extent." All three drank half a bottle of water. Fu Wenduo did a test. Drinking a sip of water has the same effect as drinking a bottle of water, and can improve physical fitness for about an hour. Strength has increased by about 20%. A fist-sized hole was punched in the wall, which was made by Fu Wenduo's experiment just now. Speed increased by 10%, vision and reaction speed also improved to a certain extent. Tang Mo threw the empty bottle into the trash can. "Whisper, when I checked your ability before, it only said that your mineral water has a therapeutic effect." After thinking for a while, Tang Mo suddenly thought, "Did your ability upgrade?" Fu Wensheng scratched his head. "I don't know. Let me see." Without further delay, Tang Mo took the child's hand and tested his ability again. Ability, by Suishan, the aristocrat in the water. Owner, Fu Wensheng. Level 4. It has indeed been upgraded. This is rare good news. Tang Mo has always guessed that the player's ability can be upgraded, otherwise there would be no ability level. This is an explanation. However, once the superpower book collects superpowers, it can no longer be updated, and everything remains the same. So Tang Mo has no way to know the level of superpowers from the superpower book. Tang Mo calmed down and looked at Fu Wenduo. He now wanted to know the status of Fu Wenduo's superpowers. However, after only looking for a while, Tang Mo looked away. He can only detect other people's superpowers once every 3 days. He can't see Fu Wenduo's superpowers within 3 days, so he can only give up. "Take a look at my superpowers in 3 days." Tang Mo was stunned for a moment, then looked up at Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo raised his lips calmly. "Maybe my ability has also been upgraded. Confirming both sides will help us draw a conclusion." Tang Mo looked at him steadily, and after a moment, he smiled and nodded. However, before he opened his mouth to speak, Tang Mo's expression suddenly changed. Fu Wenduo's eyes also froze, and he turned his head and looked behind him. Almost instantly, a black shadow broke through the window, and the glass shattered. The sunlight reflected a dazzling light on the glass shards on the ground. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo squinted their eyes unconsciously. The next moment, the black shadow abducted Fu Wensheng, who was standing next to him and had not yet reacted. "Head, got it!" Before he could completely open his eyes, Fu Wenduo kicked his feet and rushed out like a rocket. His right arm turned into a black weapon as he rushed out. The terrifying cold blade cut the opponent's right leg, revealing the white bones. The man grabbed Fu Wensheng by the collar and threw the kid out of the window. Fu Wen was knife chopped down, and he groaned in pain, flew backwards and hit the wall. Everything happened in just 3 seconds. From the man flying into the room, to him grabbing Fu Wensheng and throwing him out of the window. Things developed too fast. Even Fu Wenduo couldn't save Fu Wensheng, and could only watch him being taken away. He and Tang Mo looked at each other, and they nodded gently. Fu Wenduo quickly rushed to the man who fell in the house, and Tang Mo flew out of the window to chase Fu Wensheng. The moment Tang Mo's body left the window, an emotionless voice sounded coldly, "You are in the air now." Tang Mo was startled. Before he landed, the strong gravity hit him, pressing heavily on his shoulders, and pressing him to the ground. 2 small holes were knocked out of the concrete floor. Tang Mo raised his head and looked forward. Lien Yuzheng attacked him from the left, and Wan Wanshu attacked him from the right. In front of him, the female doctor grabbed Fu Wensheng's arm and smiled at Tang Mo. "Are you ready?" The next moment, she didn't give Tang Mo any time to prepare. She took out a knife and stabbed her right hand. The knife pierced the female doctor's palm and quickly stained her white coat red. She didn't seem to feel any pain, but Tang Mo's right hand was numb. Tang Mo bent down to avoid Lien Yuzheng's attack, and the next second Wan Wanshu attacked again. The former kept attacking Tang Mo's lower body, forcing him to leave the ground. As soon as he left the ground, Wan Wanshu activated his supernatural power and used gravity to oppress Tang Mo. At the same time, there was a female doctor playing self-harm next to her. There was not a drop of blood on Tang Mo, but he had been stabbed 4 times. Tang Mo fought back with trembling fingers, and Fu Wenduo and Chi Hung had not yet decided the winner. Lien Yuzheng seized Tang Mo's mistake, pushed the ground with his left foot, and drew a circular arc in the air with his right leg, and slashed at Tang Mo's head. Tang Mo was about to dodge, but the female doctor pierced her right leg without blinking. Tang Mo stumbled and failed to dodge. Just as Lien Yuzheng was about to kick down with a leg, a sharp gunshot rang out. In an instant, all the pain in Tang Mo's body disappeared, and he quickly dodged the attack. On the other side, the female doctor's head was scratched by the bullet, leaving a hideous wound. She slowly turned her head and looked at the little boy in her hand in horror. Fu Wensheng pursed his lips, raised the gun in one hand, and fired a shot without blinking. "Li Miaomu, you!" Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots. Fu Wensheng almost didn't need to aim, he shot out, and he must aim at Li Miaomu's eyebrows. The moment his bullet was fired from the chamber, a raging fire ignited, and the bullet swept the flames and shot towards Li Miaomu. Li Miaomu could only keep dodging. She wanted to fight back, but the kid relied on his small body to dodge quickly. She wanted to use her superpowers, but Fu Wensheng's bullets never stopped, making her unable to stop. "Damn you naughty kid, if I catch you, I skin you alive." Without Li Miaomu's help, Tang Mo felt much more relaxed. However, when Lien Yuzheng and Wan Wanshu joined forces, Tang Mo was also difficult to deal with. He used his fire power to block the opponent's fatal moves again and again. Suddenly Tang Mo remembered that the last time he fought with Wan Wanshu, the boy's right leg seemed to be very inconvenient and a little lame. It should be that his right leg was seriously injured. Tang Mo waved his small parasol without hesitation and hit Wan Wanshu's right leg. A dull collision sound was heard, and Wan Wanshu was actually knocked to one knee by the umbrella. Lien Yuzheng saw this and wanted to save him. Tang Mo opened the small parasol with a click and greeted him again. The 2 sides fought hard and both of them were injured. Tang Mo quickly pulled out his pistol and pointed it at Wan Wanshu's head. Wan Wanshu could definitely dodge an ordinary bullet, and Lien Yuzheng didn't take it seriously. Tang Mo opened his mouth and prepared to say a spell. At this time, a soft laugh came from the community garden, and at the same time, a black shadow suddenly hit Tang Mo's hand holding the gun. Tang Mo quickly dodged and found that it was an ordinary pebble. "If I were you, I wouldn't take his shot." Wan Wanshu's eyes shone, and he turned his head to look behind him. A strange and weird laugh rang softly in the dense bushes. The man's laugh was so strange that Lien Yuzheng frowned. "If he shoots this shot, you will definitely die. It's a very good prop. Hee, or is it a supernatural power?" Hearing this laugh, Tang Mo's body stiffened. A baby face appeared in his mind. Tang Mo had an ominous premonition in his heart. At this time, Fu Wenduo kicked Chi Hung out of the window, and Chi Hung fell from the 2nd floor. Fu Wenduo was covered in wounds, and Chi Hung was even more covered in wounds. He didn't feel any pain after falling, but looked at his boss and teammates expectantly. Suddenly seeing a strange baby-faced young man, Chi Hung said strangely, "Huh?" Under the bright sunshine, a baby-faced young man wearing a white jacket, with his hands in his pockets, walked out of the bushes with a smile. As he walked, his eyes were fixed on Tang Mo. After walking to the square in the center of the community, He stood under the shade of the tree and tilted his head slightly. Some people imitate my face. Some people imitate my smile, but he is not me. Bai Ruoyao blinked. Tang Tang, I heard something. There is a man named Mr. B, whose voice is similar to mine, and whose personality is similar to mine. That Mr. B did a lot of bad things, and they all said I did it, and beat me up. When saying this, Bai Ruoyao deliberately pulled his right hand out of his pocket. He twisted his wrist, seemingly relaxed, and his sharp eyes vigilantly swept across Fu Wuduo, and also glanced at Wan Wanshu and others, and finally returned to Tang Mo again. Hee Tang Tang, you say, who did this bad thing? Chapter 132. The cold wind blew through the leaves, making a rustling sound, and thick clouds came from the west and gradually blocked the sunlight. Tang Mo stared coldly at the baby-faced young man, and Bai Ruoyao had a funny smile on his face. The 8 people were divided into 3 camps, the atmosphere was frozen, and each of them remained motionless. Bai Ruoyao tilted his head and looked at Tang Mo with a smile. The next moment, Tang Mo suddenly turned his sight, kicked the ground, and rushed towards Wan Washu. Fu Wenduo also rushed out at the same time. The 2 men attacked in tacit agreement. One stopped Ji Hung and Lian Yuzheng, and the other rushed straight to Wan Washu. The sudden change came too fast. After Bai Ruoyao's reminder, Wan Wanshu was no longer careless. His eyes condensed, and when Tang Mo ran, his feet would leave the ground for half a second. He reacted very quickly and pressed his hands on the ground, and a strong pressure pressed down directly. The small parasol stabbed Wan Wanshu fiercely, and a round white shield appeared in Wan Wanshu's hand, blocking the small parasol. Tang Mo narrowed his eyes, and continued to bully the child without hesitation. Wan Washu is 14 years old this year, and is indeed a child compared to Tang Mo. With Fu Wenduo blocking the other 3, Wan Wanshu's right leg was a little inconvenient, and he gradually fell into a disadvantage. Unexpectedly, a black dagger suddenly stabbed at Tang Mo, and Tang Mo rolled back to avoid it. Bai Ruoyao raised the corner of his lips and blinked. Tang Tang, you can't bully children. Tang Mo didn't care about him, and attacked Wan Wanshu again. Bai Ruoyao laughed and joined the battle. When Tang Mo was suppressing Wan Wanshu, he helped Wan Wanshu so that the latter would not be too passive. When Wan Wanshu counterattacked, he helped Tang Mo again. This man was like a shit-stirring stick. Tang Mo and Wan Wanshu were focused on attacking each other, and didn't care about Bai Ruoyao at all. When Bai Ruoyao acted as a shit-stirring stick again, he helped Bai Ruoyao block Tang Mo's big match and laughed. You will die if this fire touches you. Tang Mo's eyes turned cold, and he turned around to attack Bai Ruoyao, but Wan Wanshu sneered first. You go die first. The next moment, Tang Mo and Wan Wanshu joined hands and attacked Bai Ruoyao together. Bai Ruoyao was slightly surprised for a moment, and then his smile became even brighter. The moment the 2 sides really fought, Tang Mo's face sank. Bai Ruoyao's strength was stronger than 4 months ago. His ability was very useless, but his strength was very terrifying. Under the siege of Tang Mo and Wan Wanshu, Bai Ruoyao gradually fell into a disadvantage, but he was never taken down. A black light flashed in Wan Wanshu's hand, and Bai Ruoyao was caught off guard and was stabbed in the arm by him, and his movements were a beat slower. Tang Mo took the opportunity to swing his small parasol to attack, but just when the small parasol was about to hit Bai Ruoyao's head, his figure suddenly disappeared into the air. Wan Wanshu was shocked. Bai Ruoyao looked at Wan Wanshu with a smile, as if he saw something interesting. In the last second, Tang Mo's small parasol was about to hit Bai Ruoyao, and in the next second, the umbrella appeared in front of Wan Wanshu. The round umbrella tip was suspended in front of Wan Wanshu's forehead, only 3 centimeters away. Wan Wanshu subconsciously retreated to avoid the attack, but Tang Mo's speed was much faster than him. This time, Tang Mo's figure appeared behind Wan Wanshu. The sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh and blood sounded, and the small parasol pierced Wan Wanshu's forehead from back to front. The young man opened his eyes wide in surprise, and Lian Yuzheng and Ji Hung, who were not far away, also opened their eyes wide. The female doctor saw this and rushed over, as if she wanted to save people. Bai Ruoyao smiled and said, he has such a strong death aura. I can tell at a glance that Tang Tang is not going to kill me, but to kill him. Tang Tang is reluctant to kill me, right? Whether it is Tang Mo or Wan Wanshu, attacking Bai Ruoyao is not the main purpose, their only target is each other. Wan Wanshu had been on guard against Tang Mo when attacking Bai Ruoyao, but he never expected that Tang Mo had the ability of a very fast man. Tang Mo calmly took out his small parasol, and Lin Yamya was almost there. She put her hand on Wan Wanshu's forehead, which was bleeding. Wan Wanshu opened his eyes wide, but he was already dead. Tang Mo took the small parasol and prepared to help Fu Wen take it. Before he took 2 steps, a crisp sound of gold coins came from behind him. Tang Mo's body froze, and he turned his head quickly to look, and a silver dart rubbed Tang Mo's cheek. The boy held by the female doctor stretched out his hand and caught the dart. Ron Wanshu stared at Tang Mo with cold eyes, and the blood hole on his forehead slowly healed. Seeing this scene, Bai Roya raised his eyebrows, and Tang Mo held the small parasol tightly. Ron Wanshu took out a golden 25-cent coin from his pocket. The coin flashed with golden light, and slowly, it turned into countless golden light spots and disappeared in the air. Tang Mo's eyes narrowed. Ron Wanshu must have died just now, but he is resurrected now. This is an extremely powerful item, even more powerful than the king's gold coins. Ron Wanshu stood up, and the female doctor curled her lips in anger. This time, neither of them took action again. Tang Mo and Ron Wanshu stood 5 meters apart. Tang Mo looked down at the young man, and after a moment, he asked coldly, 4 members died, and such an important item was used, but you still don't give up. What mission did the Black Tower give you that made you come to catch me? After hearing this, Ron Wanshu hadn't answered yet, and the female doctor couldn't help but said, What do you mean by giving up? Mr. Tang, you took our reward, can't we take it back? This answer was beyond Tang Mo's expectation. What props? No one answered Tang Mo's words. Ron Wanshu said, Those 4 people were not sent by us, they eavesdropped on Qi Heng and Lian Yujing's conversation, and wanted to come and kill you, take the props, and then take credit. After a pause, he added, The 4 of them are just marginal members of the organization. Not counting that time, this is the 3rd time. Tang Mo sensed that he seemed to want to say something. The 3rd time. So? The sickly-looking boy looked up at Tang Mo and said indifferently, 3rd time is better than the 3rd time, that's my principle. After he finished speaking, Ron Wanshu looked at Tang Mo seriously, then turned and left. Qi Heng and Li Miaomu both shouted in dissatisfaction, Boss, we still have props to use, and Lao Ji and Aguang are still in the dungeon. When they come out, we will definitely kill this guy. Lian Yuzheng heard what Ron Wanshu said, just snorted, put away his hand, and left. Qi Heng and Li Miaomu were furious, and finally they could only follow their boss and leave. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo watched the 4 people leave together, always on guard against the other party's attack again. The 4 people from the chosen organization seemed to really not want to fight again, and they walked step by step to the gate of the community. Before they left completely, Fu Wenduo suddenly tightened his eyes, and turned to rush out of the community. Tang Mo's speed was 1 step slower than him. The 4 chosen organization were the closest, and they also rushed to the intersection like Fu Wenduo. When everyone arrived at the intersection, they saw a middle-aged woman stabbing a young man in the chest. The man seemed to have just come out of a tower attack game, and he was already injured. The middle-aged woman found Tang Mo and his men coming, and she stared at them numbly, without any fear, but looking at them with the eyes of a prey. The young man died on the spot, and the middle-aged woman grinned, revealing her yellow teeth. She counted hoarsely, 1, 2, 3. 8 pigs. 80 minutes of rest time. The next moment, she kicked the ground with both feet and rushed straight to Ron Wanshu. She actually thought he was the weakest and wanted to start with him first. Ron Wanshu sneered and pressed his hands to the ground. Bang! The middle-aged woman's body fell straight to the ground. She showed a look of horror on her face, raised her head, and asked curiously, Who are you? Ron Wanshu did not answer. Lian Yuzheng's hand flashed with silver light, and he came up directly to take the woman's life. The middle-aged woman saw Lian Yuzheng's face clearly and said in surprise, Lian Yuzheng? How did you get here? Lian Yuzheng's knife was about to fall, and the middle-aged woman was pressed down by gravity, but a faint red light flashed on her body, and her body changed into a red paper, floating in the air, avoiding Lian Yuzheng's attack. She saw that the situation was not good, and turned around and fled in the form of a paper. Bai Royu saw a strange paper man, and suddenly became interested, rushing up to catch the woman. Just when Bai Royu's hand was about to grab the paper, a white light flashed by. Bai Royal grabbed nothing with one hand, and the middle-aged woman disappeared into the air. The smile on Bai Royal's face disappeared. Tang Mo looked at this scene in astonishment, and several images flashed through his mind. At this time, he caught a glimpse of Ron Wanshu's thoughtful expression in his peripheral vision, and he immediately understood. Do you know what's going on? Ron Wanshu looked up at him, said nothing, and left with his teammates. Lian Yuzheng's cold voice sounded, Things never happen more than 3 times. We are incompetent if we can't get the props back. Let's stop here. Information sharing is impossible unless you join Tianxian, and Tianquan's intelligence network can be shared with you. The 4 chosen ones left the scene, and Tang Yimou and Fu Wenduo checked the body of the young man. This man was indeed killed by the middle-aged woman just now, and he was already dead. Tang Yimou said calmly, "The woman just now disappeared out of thin air. If she disappeared earlier, or if we came later, this time it would be equivalent to another invisible person killing people. Fu Wenduo, her ability should be that paper man, which has nothing to do with the disappearance of the body unless she used some props." Tang Yimou nodded. The chosen one should know something. Tianxian has a huge influence in Beijing and has collected a lot of information. They may have discovered something. After a pause, Tang Yimou looked at Fu Wenduo. "They said I stole their props?" Fu Wenduo was about to speak, but suddenly his expression turned cold, and his right hand waved diagonally upward, turning into a black weapon to block the baby-faced young man. Bai Ruoyu was about to come over to see the body, but after being stopped by Fu Wenduo, he raised his hands and said innocently, "Wow, Mr. Fu, I am Tang's friend, and I also know this kid." Tang Yimou said coldly, "I don't know him." Fu Wensheng also hurriedly said, "I don't know this psychopath either." Bai Ruoyu laughed, "You called me a psychopath, kid, and you still say you don't know your big brother?" Fu Wensheng shuddered when he heard his laughter, and shrank back to Tang Yimou. It was obvious that he still had a psychological shadow on Bai Ruoyu. Tang Yimou and Fu Wenduo seemed not to take Bai Ruoyu seriously, but in fact they were always on guard against him. As long as he dared to get close, the two would definitely attack without hesitation. Bai Ruoyu wandered around for a long time, but the two men didn't let him get close. 5 minutes later, he put his hands on his hips, and said loudly in dissatisfaction, "What if I say that I know what's going on with that invisible man?" Tang Yimou didn't even look at him, and Fu Wensheng muttered in a low voice, "You can't even believe a punctuation mark in your words." Bai Ruoyu, who has excellent hearing, The next moment, the baby-faced young man slightly raised his mouth and said in a nonchalant tone, "Time ranking. Killing one person can get 10 minutes of rest time, and there is no end to the Black Tower game. Oh yes, there is also the player ranked first on the time ranking list." "Wow, ranked first. Tang, do you know what that person's name is?" As early as Bai Ruoyu said the strange term time ranking list, Tang Yimou looked up at him vigilantly. Bai Ruoyu looked at him with a smile, and then looked at Fu Wensheng. He laughed and said, "Her name is Mu Huixue." Chapter 133. Mu Huixue. A week ago, the Black Tower made a global announcement for a player and sang for him. When it was about to announce the name of the player, an update error suddenly occurred, and the Black Tower 4.0 version came to an abrupt end, leaving a mystery. The player's name was Mu Hui. At that time, Tang Yimou and the other two thought that the name Mu Hui might not have been finished. The Black Tower's announcement stopped suddenly. It is possible that the player's name had been announced publicly, or it may have only announced half of it. However, Tang Yimou never expected. Mu Hui? Shwe? She is a woman? Bai Ruoyu blinked. Tang, you are still sexist? Why can't she be a cute girl? Do you always assume that she is a man? He looked at Tang Yimou with a look of "I can't believe you are still this kind of person," and smiled. Tang Yimou really didn't think that the other party was a woman subconsciously. The Black Tower suddenly gave a global broadcast, singing for a player. Tang Yimou didn't think about gender at all. He was thinking about what Black Tower 4.0 was, and what the player Mu Hui did to almost trigger the new version of Black Tower. Tang Mo's brain quickly started to work. He vaguely guessed a vague shadow, but some things still couldn't be explained, and Bai Ruoyu needed to explain the information clearly. Fu Xiaodi was also very curious. What is the time ranking? The one called Mu Huixue. She is actually the first on this ranking. Killing one person will give you 10 minutes of rest time. The more people you kill, the more you can be on this list. Then she must have killed a lot of people. These are the questions Tang Yimou wanted to know. He looked up at Bai Ruoyu. Under the bright sunshine, the baby-faced young man grinned, revealing a flattering and ostentatious smile. Want to know? Tang Yimou noticed something wrong, and Fu Wenduo raised his eyebrows. But Fu Wensheng was still too young, so he nodded directly. Then beg me. Fu Wensheng, This guy is really a lunatic. Bai Ruoyu smiled and said, "You treated me like that just now, and you didn't let me get close to you, and you even hit me with weapons." Fu Wenduo's ability and Tang Mo's small parasol didn't touch the baby-faced young man at all, but the man pretended to wipe away his non-existent tears, looking like a bullied young girl. "If you need me now, ask me this and that. I won't tell you." Tang Yimou looked at Fu Wenduo calmly, and Fu Wenduo stood up without changing his expression. The next moment, he flashed, and the fake smile on Bai Ruoya's face disappeared instantly. He dodged backwards at a very fast speed. Fu Wenduo waved his right hand, and the dark shadow attacked Bai Ruoya's neck. Each move was swift and merciless. Bai Ruoya kept dodging, and there was no smile on his face. A short dagger, with a strange shape appeared in his hand. The dagger collided with the black weapon, making a clanging sound of metal collision. Tang Mo pulled out his small parasol, and joined the battle again, and soon Bai Ruoya fell into a disadvantage. His sleeve was cut by the parasol, and he stepped back to distance himself. Fu Wenduo acted decisively, and he had guessed that this person was Bai Ruoya that Tang Mo had mentioned. Fu Wenduo also knew what the other party did in the gem corridor of the Queen of Hearts. Such a person is afraid of chaos in the world. He may not be an enemy, but he is definitely not a friend. There is no need to show mercy. However, Bai Ruoya's skills were beyond Fu Wenduo's expectations, and he was stronger than he imagined. Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo could indeed kill him together, but it was not impossible for him to escape. The three of them were in a stalemate. Suddenly, Bai Ruoya leaned back and dodged a bullet with sparks. He looked down at the kid not far away. Hey, little brother, you are going too far. Your brother and Tang have stopped hitting me, now it's your turn? Have you forgotten the good memories of us going through hardships together in the gem corridor and clearing the level together? Fu Wensheng said coldly. Forgot? Bai Ruoya, He failed to be a person to the point that even Brother Fu despised him. His popularity is so bad that it can't be said. If they continue to fight, Bai Ruoya will probably run away. They really can't kill him with one blow. Tang Mo put away his small parasol and asked, Say it? Bai Ruoya, didn't you ask me? Say it or not. Beg me, Tang. Tang Mo glanced at Bai Ruoya indifferently and turned away. Bai Ruoya, who was waiting to be begged by Tang Mo, was stunned and hurriedly said, Don't you want to know about the Invisible Man? And Mu Huishua time ranking? Fu Wenduo said calmly, It seems that you don't have any teammates. Bai Ruoya didn't understand why this legendary stowaway suddenly said that. He asked cautiously, So? Fu Wenduo raised his lips. You don't have any teammates, no organization, and you can know the news without relying on a powerful information network. We will also know it. It's just a matter of time. Bai Ruoya snorted. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo kept their promises, completely ignoring Bai Ruoya and leaving with Fu Wensheng. Brother Fu originally thought that asking that lunatic for help was not a big deal. He was still a child, so what if he asked an adult for help? It would not be embarrassing at all. Bai Ruoya seemed to really not want to tell the information. He stood at the intersection, watching Tang Mo and the other two gradually walk away. Until they were about to leave the street, a helpless voice sounded. I said it's not okay, wait for me. Tang Mo paused. Just as Fu Wenduo said, Bai Ruoya was not like the chosen one, but a powerful organization with its own intelligence network. They can definitely collect the information that Bai Ruoya can collect. It's just that it's very likely that Bai Ruoya is lucky, so he can collect important information that only large organizations have so early. I killed a person 4 days ago on my way from Shanghai to Beijing. Oh yes, in your words, I killed a transparent person. Bai Ruoya chuckled. He wants to kill me. Do you think I can let him kill me, Tang? Seeing that Tang Mo ignored him, Bai Ruoya lowered his head and asked Fu Wensheng, Little brother, do you think I can be killed by him? Everyone ignored him. Bai Ruoya smiled to himself and continued, At that time, I was walking on the road, eating skewers and drinking beer, and suddenly a man appeared from the side and wanted to kill me. This man's words can only be trusted to a certain extent. Tang Mo listened to him continue to say, This man is quite skilled, at least at the level of the second floor of the Black Tower. He wanted to kill me. I definitely didn't agree, so I caught him instead. I originally wanted to ask him what hatred he had with me, why he attacked an innocent person. As a result, he was caught and asked in surprise. Bai Ruoya sneered. He asked, Aren't you a meat pig? 4 days ago, Tianjin. The smiling baby-faced young man suddenly heard the word meat pig, and his face darkened. In his life, Bai Ruoya had been called a snake-spirited lunatic, a dead pervert, and even a rat in the gutter, and a bedbug, but he had never been called a pig, or a meat pig. Immediately, he cut off the man's upper lip, and the man was directly scared silly. Bai Ruoya was not stupid. The other party had obviously appeared there suddenly, and escaped his detection. The man was frightened and turned pale after having his lip cut. Bai Ruoya patiently waited for his lips to grow back, and easily learned a magical ranking list from the frightened man. Time ranking list. Bai Ruoya still had a careless smile on his face, but his eyes became serious, killing a person can get 10 minutes of rest time. Pigs are people who have no rest time. Killing a pig will get you 10 minutes of rest time. For those who have rest time, there will be a floating golden number next to their neck, with a countdown showing the time they have. Bairuoyu stretched out his hand to Fu Xiaoti's neck, and the latter was frightened at first, but did not dodge. Bairuoyu saw that the kid was so courageous, and looked at him more. He pointed to the right side of Fu Xiaoti's neck. Killing a player with rest time will give you half of the other person's rest time in addition to the original 10 minutes. There are 100 people on the time leaderboard, and the first one is Mu Huishua, who has 260,000 minutes of rest time. Tang Mo's eyes narrowed. She may have killed more than 20,000 people? Bairuoyu, I don't know, maybe she killed a lot, hee. Tang Mo thought for a moment and asked again, what else? No more. Tang Mo didn't react for a moment. After a while he said, no more? Bairuoyu laughed, no more. He was about to disappear just after saying this. Of course, I couldn't let him go. Hee. So I killed him before he disappeared. Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo, Fu Wensheng, The three of them turned around and walked away in tacit agreement, not even looking at the baby-faced young man. You really just used it and ran away. Take some responsibility. Bairuoyu came up to them shamelessly. Tang Mo didn't really understand why Bairuoyu had to follow them all the way to Beijing. Every time Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo tried to chase this guy away, he would run away. When they can't do anything, they will come back after a while. There is a way to kill Bairuoyu. Tang Mo can't use the very fast man ability again today. If they want to kill Bairuoyu, they have to spend some effort. And the other party must have a way to save his life. Every powerful player who can survive to this day has a way to save his life. Even if they die, they may be able to revive like Wan Washu. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo looked at each other. It was getting dark, and Tang Mo walked to a hot pot restaurant. The three of them were ready to go in and rest. Tang Mo suddenly stopped, stood on the steps at the door, and looked down at the baby-faced young man who followed him. He calmly asked, why? The smile on Bairuoyu's face froze for a moment. He put his hands in his pockets, looked at Fu Wenduo beside him warily, and asked with a smile, Tang, why? Since you know that my last name is not Zhao, and you also know Mr. B, you must have met the player who participated in the same assembly copy with me. The Earth is so big, and the Black Tower game is so big. Logically speaking, Bairuoyu shouldn't encounter such a coincidence. But this person is really, as he said, lucky Yao. He just encountered that 1 in 10,000 possibility, met Lao Niao and Wang Yingui, and also met the invisible man in Tianjin, killed him, and obtained information. Tang Mo believes in luck. This psychopath is so lucky. You know who I am, and you know who he is. Tang Mo refers to Fu Wenduo. So, you still want to follow us, why? Tang Mo admitted that without the ability of a very fast man, he was definitely not Bairuoyu's opponent. But with Fu Wenduo here, the two of them joined forces, and the two Bairuoyu couldn't kill them. What was Bairuoyu's purpose? Didn't I say last time when we parted? Tang, you must not be met by me. Tang Mo's expression remained unchanged. Bairuoyu tilted his head and put his hands in his pockets. So I followed you. Looking for a chance to kill you. Chapter 134. The cold evening wind blew from afar, blowing the baby-faced young man's hair into the air. Bairuoyu looked frank and sincere, with his hands in his pockets and a malicious smile on his face. No one could tell that this man had just said he wanted to kill Tang Mo. Tang Mo looked at him coldly, and Bairuoyu blinked at him. Fu Wensheng quickly took out his pistol and prepared to shoot at this psychopath. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo simultaneously stretched out their hands to block the muzzle of the gun. Younger Fu looked at his elder brother, and Tang Mo in confusion. Tang Mo looked calm, with no expression on his face. Fu Wenduo looked at the crazy-looking baby-faced young man with a scrutinizing gaze. He seemed to have thought of something, and raised the corners of his lips slightly. Tang Mo ignored Bairuoyu and turned to enter the restaurant. He had just taken 2 steps, and Bairuoyu followed him immediately. Whoosh! 2 sharp sounds of breaking wind suddenly sounded, and Bairuoyu took 3 steps back. A black metal weapon was pressed against his left chest, and a small pink parasol was pressed against his right chest. If he hadn't run just now, these 2 things would definitely have pierced 2 holes in his chest. Bairuoyu raised his hand innocently. Hey, you guys are bullying me together. The 2 put away their weapons and entered the restaurant. Fu Wensheng was still a little depressed. He didn't understand why his elder brother and brother Tang didn't drive this bastard away. This lunatic just said that he would find an opportunity to kill brother Tang. Such a dangerous guy can't be kept around. But he thought about it, and understood that Tang Imo and Fu Wenduo must have their reasons for making such a choice. The most likely situation is, they really can't drive away/kill this lunatic. Is this guy so strong? Bai Ruoya was the last one to enter the restaurant. When he heard Fu Wenxing's depressed muttering, the smile on his face became even brighter. This psychopath is really strong. Tang Imo was deeply touched by this. Brother Fu didn't fight him much, so he didn't have a deep feeling. Bai Ruoya's strength is definitely not worse than Lian Yuzhen. In fact, just based on his skills, not counting supernatural powers, he might be stronger than Lian Yuzhen. For such an opponent, unless Tang Imo uses a very fast man, he can kill the other party, assuming Bai Ruoya has no means to save his life. Otherwise, even if Tang Imo and Fu Wenduo join forces, they can't kill him. He can run away. He runs for a while, and then runs back. No one can do anything to him. The most terrifying thing in the world is not a strong opponent, nor a pig-like teammate, but a shameless psychopath, who can't be shaken off like a sticky candy. Late at night, Tang Imo and the other two sat down at the round table in the deepest part of the restaurant. Bai Ruoya knew that he was not welcome, so he didn't come to be annoying. He sat on the windowsill with his eyes closed, looking as if he was asleep. However, his body was tense all the time, and he would react immediately as long as Tang Imo and Fu Wenduo made a move. Don't pay attention to him. The more you pay attention to people like him, the more excited he will be. It's better to find a chance to get rid of him. Tang Mo's voice was calm, and his hands tapped lightly on the table. Compared with Bai Ruoya, they had more important things to consider. The invisible man seems to be a player. With Bai Ruoya's information, a layer of fog blocking the invisible man gradually dissipated halfway. Fu Wensheng. The transparent people are not really transparent, but they will suddenly appear and disappear. Because we didn't see them every time we arrived, we thought they were transparent people. They are not actually transparent people, they are players. Mu Huishue is a transparent person. Haida said that Mu Huishue is a player. Speaking of this, Fu Xiaodi paused. Brother Tang, you also think that Mu Huishue is the player Mu Hui mentioned by Haida, right? Tang Imo and Fu Wenduo nodded in unison. The dim moonlight shines in through the window, illuminating Tang Mo's half-hazy face. There is a 90% chance that Mu Hui is Mu Huishue. They are all players, so they belong to the invisible camp for the time being. For every pig player killed, the invisible person can get 10 minutes of rest time. There are invisible people in Beijing. According to Bai Ruoya, there are also invisible people in Tianjin. Mu Huishue belongs to Huaxia District 3, which means there are also invisible people in Guangzhou. So, there are invisible people all over China and the world. Fu Wensheng understood immediately. There are invisible people in Nanjing? As soon as the kid finished speaking, he retorted, that's impossible. Nanjing was protected very well by our Nanjing team before. If such a player was inexplicably killed, Captain Xiao and Captain Chai would not be unaware of it. Our Nanjing team does not have such information. Fu Wenduo. Similar things have never happened in Beijing and Shanghai before. Tang Imo and Fu Wensheng turned their heads and looked at Fu Wenduo. The black-haired man imitated Tang Imo and tapped the table with his fingers. He frowned and pondered. When he and Tang Imo looked into each other's eyes, they knew in an instant that the other party was also guessing the same thing as himself. However, this possibility made both of them feel too bizarre and difficult to accept. Fu Xiaodi's eyes moved back and forth between Tang Imo and Fu Wenduo. He didn't understand why his elder brother and brother Tang started to exchange glances again. What are they talking about? Fu Wensheng held back for a long time and was about to ask honestly. Tang Imo stopped tapping the table with his fingers and gave the answer. There is only one possibility. The players in the invisible camp had never appeared on Earth before the Black Tower announced Mu Huishue's name globally. Fu Wensheng was stunned. Not far away, Bai Ruoya's eyelashes moved and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. There are 3 types of players in this world: official players, reserve players, and stowaways. Black Tower sang a song for her. In that song, the stowaways died, the reserve players were eaten, and the official players were not working hard enough, so Black Tower was very disgusted. In addition to these 3 types of players, there is Mu Huishue and the invisible camp. Fu Wensheng also thought of an answer, but he still didn't dare to believe it. But in addition to these 3 types, there is no other. Yes. Tang Imo looked at the nervous child. At this time, Fu Wenduo's deep voice sounded. At 8 a.m. Beijing time on November 18, 2017, 400 million players entered the game. After a pause, Fu Wenduo said lightly, In addition to these 400 million people, there are more than 6 billion humans. They are the fourth camp. The air froze in an instant. This answer makes people feel extremely absurd, but only this explanation can explain the truth. Mu Huishua is not a regular player, not a reserve, not a stowaway. Who could she be? She is one of the 6 billion people who disappeared from the Earth half a year ago. Among the 6 billion people, there are Fu Wenxing's parents and Tang Mo's friends. There are more than 90% of the world's population, and there are many memories that have been forgotten by the survivors. Half a year has passed, and everyone thought they were dead. Fu Wenxing had long accepted the fact that his relatives were no longer in the world, and he only had one older brother left, but at this time someone told him, "Your parents are not dead at all, they are also alive in another world." However, Fu Wenxing was not happy at all. He lowered his head. He hadn't had his hair cut for a long time, and his long hair blocked the child's expression. Fu Wenxing stood up from the chair and said in a muffled voice, "Brother, I go get some water." Fu Wenduo looked at the child seriously, and nodded gently. Fu Wenxing ran away quickly. Tang Mo sat at the round table, not knowing what he was thinking. Suddenly, an unpleasant song sounded out of tune. Tang Mo turned his head, and looked at the baby-faced young man, who was sitting on the windowsill with his eyes closed. Bai Ruoya still had his eyes closed, but his mouth was open, and he sang the nursery rhyme that Haida had sung for Mu Huishua. 3 stowaways died on the road. 2 reserve players were eaten. 1 official player did not work hard to attack the tower. Only you, only you. Haida likes you, Haida likes you. Bai Ruoya's tune was not off, but this nursery rhyme sounded good with Haida's childish voice. When he sang it, the night was filled with a sense of weirdness. No one paid attention to his singing. His voice echoed over and over in the dark restaurant. When the morning sun passed the horizon and shone on the earth, Fu Wenxing, who had disappeared all night, came out of the restaurant kitchen. The child's face was pale, and after returning to the restaurant, he lay on the table listlessly, not wanting to talk. He lay there for a few minutes, but still couldn't help looking at his eldest brother. "Brother, my father and mother, will they be alive?" "Yes." Fu Wenduo's voice was calm and level, as if he was stating a fact. He only said one word very coldly. Fu Wenxing's eyes slowly lit up. He always believed in his elder brother, and what Fu Wenduo said was never wrong. He must be alive. He must be alive. Seeing the child recover, Tang Mo shook his head helplessly. When he guessed the possibility of the 4th player, Tang Mo was a little hesitant. He once thought that his friend had been dead for half a year, and now he was suddenly told that his friend might still be alive. However, it was obvious that the competition between the invisible players was more cruel, and the possibility of his friend being alive was less than 1 in 10,000. Half a year ago, if I had died in that Earth Online, would it have been better? This is what Fu Wenxing is sad about, and this is also what Tang Mo is tangled up about. Fu Wenxing feels that his parents may have died a long time ago. Even if they did not disappear because of the Black Tower, they are likely to be killed as pigs and die while participating in the Black Tower game. No one knows what the Black Tower game of the transparent player is like, but the Cruel Time ranking list has proved that it is a world more terrifying than that of the Earth players. After being encouraged by Tang Mo and his elder brother, the kid stopped thinking too much. He hoped his parents were alive, but he hoped his parents were not tortured. It was dawn, and the 3 of them were going to leave. But there was something they needed to do. Tang Mo looked warily at the baby-faced young man sitting on the windowsill. Bai Ruoya was still sitting there with his eyes closed, but everyone knew that he was not asleep at all. Tang Mo's eyes moved, and he leaned over to Fu Wenxing's ear and whispered something. The kid's face changed drastically, and he said awkwardly, "Brother Tang." Tang Mo nodded at him. Fu Wenxing, eh? The kid walked over depressed. Fu was thinking about how to talk to this psychopath, but before he could speak, Bai Ruoya's sloppy voice rang out. "Fu Wenxing, you actually used your real name." Bai Ruoya opened his eyes, glanced at the kid who came to him, and then looked at Tang Mo not far away. He felt very wronged. Tang, I trusted you so much, but it turns out that you 2 knew each other in the gym corridor, and you put on a show for me, joining hands to bully me alone. Tang Mo's expression remained unchanged. "We didn't know each other at that time." Bai Ruoya didn't believe it. "Wow, Tang, you lied to me again. You don't know this little brother, he is Fu Wenxing. The one next to you, isn't that your teammate Fu Wenduo, his brother? Don't you tell me that all this is a coincidence, that the cute little brother and the stowaway are not brothers?" Tang Mo raised his eyebrows. "Who told you that his name is Fu Wenduo?" Bai Ruoya giggled. "Mr. A is Fu Wenduo, Mr. B is Tang Mo. His name is Victor." Fu Wenduo heard these 3 words, and his eyes swept over Tangemo. Bai Ruoyu smiled even more brightly. He was about to say, "Although I look cute, you can't lie to me." Fu Xiaodi couldn't help but said, "You are injured." Bai Ruoyu's smile paused. He lowered his head and looked at the child without saying a word. "Fu Wensheng, my brother saw it." Bai Ruoyu stared at Fu Wenduo warily. "Fu Wensheng, I can help you heal your wounds. My special ability is in this area. You told us important information. My brother and Brother Tang said that this is your compensation. Your injury should be quite serious, so your physical condition has not recovered yet. You may have a prop that can heal the wound, but you are reluctant to use it. It would be a waste of talent to use that prop on such an injury." Bai Ruoyu became interested. "Did your brother or Tangemo tell you this?" "I guessed it myself." Bai Ruoyu suddenly laughed. "Fu Wensheng, come with me, I help you. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" Fu Wensheng's body trembled, the little boy swallowed his saliva, his lips trembled like a sieve, but he said, "You won't kill me." Bai Ruoyu did not deny it. He jumped off the windowsill and followed Fu Xiaodi to the kitchen. Just when he was about to enter the kitchen, he stopped, without looking back, and shouted, "Tang Tang, next time you want to send me away, just tell me directly. Look at the poor little brother, he is so scared." Tang Mo was not embarrassed at all by being exposed. He watched Bai Ruoyu go into the kitchen. After this person went in, he could also take out the supernatural book to see if he had obtained Wan Wanshu's supernatural power. Yes, Tang Mo took great pains to send Bai Ruoyu away just to see his supernatural book. His hand stretched into the air. Fu Wenduo saw this scene next to him, and calmly walked out of the restaurant, preparing to leave the space for Tang Mo. Seeing Fu Wenduo's back as he left, Tang Mo's fingers had already touched the spine of the supernatural book, and he suddenly stopped. In the quiet morning, there was the rustling sound of leaves blowing in the wind outside the window. The golden sunlight shone through the half-open door of the restaurant and onto Fu Wenduo's hair. The black hair was dyed a layer of gold, and the man's back was straight and tall. He was very tall, and every step he took was the same length. Tang Mo's lips moved, and somehow, he suddenly opened his mouth and shouted, "Victor." Fu Wenduo's footsteps suddenly stopped. It seemed that 10 seconds had passed, and it seemed that 10 years had passed. Under the golden sunlight, the handsome man slowly turned his head, his dark eyes staring at the young man. The two looked at each other quietly, and in each other's silent but gentle gaze, Tang Mo's heart slowly calmed down. After a long time, Fu Wenduo smiled and asked back, "Grinding sugar?" The world stopped instantly. Tang Mo's eyes widened, looking at the man in front of him in disbelief. Perhaps because he was too shocked, Tang Mo didn't notice that seeing his reaction, Fu Wenduo also breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense waist slowly relaxed. Too many words came to mind at this moment. A strange and astringent feeling spread quickly in my heart, a little sweet and a little astringent. All those words were stuck in my throat. In the end, Tang Mo couldn't help laughing from the bottom of his heart. This time, it was his turn to ask, "Victor?" Fu Wenduo also laughed. In the quiet little restaurant, a magnetic male voice whispered the name like a lover's whisper. As if he had said it countless times in private, his voice was nice and low. Grind sugar. Chapter 135. Bai Ruoyu's injury was more serious than Fu Wensheng had imagined. The two of them struggled in the kitchen for a quarter of an hour before coming out. As they walked, the baby-faced young man raised his right hand and looked at his bandaged wrist. To be honest, the better the healing effect of Fu's special power is, the worse his bandaging skills are. Bai Ruoyu looked at his wrist meaningfully and suddenly laughed. The child immediately blushed and ran to his eldest brother, and Tang Mo in extreme depression. After running a few steps, Fu Wensheng stopped and looked at Tang Mo, and Fu Wenduo standing by the door, quietly waiting for him. The child looked at them strangely for a few more times, and finally ran up again, muttering in his heart, "Why do I feel something is wrong?" The three of them packed up their things and left the restaurant together. They had just taken a few steps when the baby-faced young man caught up. Tang Mo turned his head and looked at Bai Ruoyu, who looked at him with a smile and made a mouth shape. "Want to wait for me?" Tang Mo turned his head and ignored him. Wan Wanshu said that the third time is the limit, and from now on they will not take the initiative to trouble Tang Mo. But Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo did not intend to stop. They would not take the initiative to trouble the chosen organization, but the feud between the two sides has already been formed. If they meet in the dungeon in the future, it will probably be difficult to cooperate. Once they become hostile, it will be the best time to eliminate each other. However, their top priority is not the chosen organization, but the invisible man. The three of them walked quickly towards Fu Wensheng's house. The three of them were tense along the way, Firstly, because they were careful that the chosen organization would go back on its word and launch a sneak attack, and secondly because they were wary of the sticky-looking young man behind them. In the afternoon, the three of them were about to turn into a wide avenue, when suddenly, Fu and Duo stopped and reached out to grab Tang Mo's wrist. Tang Mo was slightly stunned. Fu and Duo, someone. Tang Mo calmed down and looked carefully. There was nothing in the middle of the wide intersection. A few dead leaves were picked up by the small whirlwind, mixed with sand and stones, spinning and floating in the air. It was dead silent, and Tang Mo could not hear a single sound except for his own faint breathing. Fu Wensheng was surprised when he saw this scene, and then he quickly calmed down and looked around vigilantly. With his strength and observation ability, he could not detect that there were people ambushing around, but he understood what his eldest brother and Tang Mo were doing. They were quietly observing in the corner, and Bairuoya was 5 meters away, leaning against the wall, smiling and waiting without moving. 3 minutes later, a rustling sound came from the west. The next second, 2 burly men jumped out of a dark alley and pounced on the man with shifty eyes. The man was startled, and the 3 of them wrestled together. Tang Mo stood in the corner, watching calmly until the big man knocked the man unconscious and took him away. Then he continued on his way. At noon, the sky suddenly darkened and it rained heavily. The 3 of them found a hot pot restaurant to stop. Bairuoya put his hands in his pockets and seemed to not care about the rain hitting his head, and walked slowly into the hot pot restaurant. Soon after he came in, Fu and Duo stood up and walked to the door with Fu Wensheng. Tang Mo stood by the door and talked to them for a while. Not long after, the rain stopped, and Fu and Duo suddenly left the hot pot restaurant with his brother. Seeing this sudden scene, Bairuoya narrowed his eyes and looked at Tang Mo not far away quietly, with a bigger smile on his lips. Tang Mo didn't seem to notice his sight. The rain stopped, and he stood up and planned to leave the hot pot restaurant. Hee, tang tang. As soon as the voice fell, suddenly, a sharp sound of breaking wind came from behind. Tang Mo dodged at a very fast speed. There was no smile on Bairuoya's face. He flipped his right hand, and a slender butterfly knife with a gleaming silver light turned a beautiful pattern between his fingers and brushed against Tang Mo's throat. Tang Mo pulled out a small parasol. He looked up and glanced at Bairuoya coldly, and the two attacked together. Bairuoya's speed, strength, and reaction ability were all slightly higher than Tang Mo's. Each aspect was only slightly higher, and the combination was quite terrifying. Tang Mo was quickly at a disadvantage without using his supernatural power. Tang Mo bent backwards, supported himself with his right hand, and dodged a silver butterfly knife. However, he never expected that Bairuoya would move his left hand slightly, and a black shadow would spin between his left hands. While Tang Mo was unable to dodge, another butterfly knife attacked him. The 2 butterfly knives attacked from both sides, completely blocking Tang Mo's retreat. The thin blade seemed slender, but it was shining with a cold light. Bairuoya smiled slowly, with no intention of stopping, and stabbed Tang Mo's neck with 2 knives. At this time, Tang Mo turned over and squatted on the ground, pressing his hands hard on the ground, whispering, "Gravity suppression." Bang! Bairuoya fell to the ground with a bang. Because of his quick reaction, he rolled on the ground and was not injured. But when he stood up again, he felt as if his whole body was filled with lead, and every movement was extremely difficult. He tried a little, and felt the multiple of gravity he was subjected to. Bairuoya simply sat on the ground and looked at Tang Mo opposite him. Gravity ability? The one from the white-looking kid before? Tang Mo quickly retracted his hand, distanced himself, glanced at Bairuoya indifferently, and stood up and left without saying anything. Bairuoya looked at Tang Mo's back and slowly narrowed his eyes. When Tang Mo was about to walk out of the hot pot restaurant, he suddenly realized, "You were using me just now to try out your new superpower?" Tang Mo walked out of the door without stopping at all. Bairuoya sneered, got up from the ground and followed him. Yes, Tang Mo deliberately let Bairuoya attack him just now. He had known for a long time that Bairuoya was very smart, and had probably guessed that he had multiple powers. This guy was like a dogskin plaster, and he couldn't get rid of him at all. The fact that Tang Mo had multiple powers would be exposed sooner or later, so it was better to use him as a target and test how effective the new power was for powerful players. Power, gravity imbalance. Owner, Wan Shu Stowaway. Type, 4-dimensional. Function, manipulate the power of gravity. Level, level 5. Restrictions, you need to touch the ground with both hands to use the power, and you can use it 3 times a day, with a total usage time of 30 seconds. It is difficult to advance. Note, I am a rare serious superpower, parentheses. Even the notes are extremely serious. Tang Mo version instructions. When using the superpower, you must shout out the 4 words gravity suppression. It can only be used 3 times a day, and the total usage time is 10 seconds. If stepping on dog shit can bring dog shit luck, Tang Mo must have stepped on a whole pit of dog shit in his previous life. When sending Bairuoyu away and checking the superpower just now, Tang Mo did not avoid Fu Wenduo. In fact, many things have been guessed long ago. A sense of déjà vu, a tacit understanding without words, a familiar yet somewhat strange sense of distance. Tang Mo had never thought that with a population of 1.3 billion in China, Victor was still alive and could meet him at the same time. The probability of this happening was so small that an infinite improbability pocket watch could work, but it just happened. Tang Mo seemed very calm on the surface, and everything was just a normal online friend meeting. But he was still a little happy, so he forgot to send Fu Wenduo away. So when he opened the book of supernatural powers, the sentence, stepping on a whole pit of dog shit, it immediately came into view. Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo, Tang Mo threw the supernatural book out of the window with a click, and the supernatural book disappeared into the air. Tang Mo was very entangled. He really wanted to argue that although the book used to be a bad mouth, it was always very clean and civilized. This time it was purely an accident that lowered its own value in order to hurt him. However, before Tang Mo could speak, Fu Wenduo laughed softly. Tang Mo's heart gradually calmed down. He looked up at the man in front of him and smiled slowly. When did you know it was mine? Fu Wenduo. In Nanjing, you once told me about your job. After a pause, he added, well, librarian? Tang Mo recalled strangely. He did tell Fu Wenduo about his previous job, but he remembered that Victor shouldn't know about it. Fu Wenduo. Last June, you once said that someone came to borrow a book, but the book was lost and he refused to pay for it. Tang Mo then remembered that he had said such words. It was impossible not to chat while playing bridge. They would talk occasionally. Tang Mo was really angry that time. He was always cold. The other party was a middle-aged man in his 50s. He said that he had returned the book even though it was missing. When he gave it to Tang Mo's colleague, it was missing. It was rare to see such a weirdo. Tang Mo said this to Victor when they were playing cards at night. Tang Mo suddenly thought, wait, you guessed that I'm a librarian just by this? He remembered that he only mentioned it at that time, saying that something bad happened today. Someone borrowed a book and didn't return it. Fu Wenduo raised his eyebrows. The two stared at each other, and after a moment, they laughed together. It was not easy to confirm each other's identity, but there was not much time to reminisce. Taking advantage of Bairuoyu's absence, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo made plans for the next few days. On the surface, they were going to Fu Xiudi's home to find out if there were any clues about his relatives. In fact, they deliberately took a long detour and approached the Black Tower above the Forbidden City. Here, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo and Fu Wensheng separated. The latter went to challenge the tower attack game together, while Tang Mo decided to go to Peking University to participate in the dangerous reality copy. The three separated at the hot pot restaurant. Tang Mo touched the turkey egg in his pocket. He seemed to be looking forward, but his body was always on guard against Bairuoyu, who might attack from behind at any time. Fu Wenduo and Fu Wensheng had to participate in the tower attack game. If there was no Invisible Man incident, they would not have to be so anxious. Nowadays, the Black Tower 4.0 version is updated at any time. The attitude of the mysterious players in the transparent camp is unclear at present. Judging from their current behavior, they are frantically hunting down Earth players, and may not be easy to get along with. And since it has been proven that Mu Huishua is a transparent player, the reason why she got the Black Tower's unique nursery rhyme is very likely. Because she cleared the 4th floor of the Black Tower. When Tang Mo and Russian player Andre had just cleared the 3rd floor of the Black Tower a few days ago, Mu Huishua had already cleared the 4th floor of the Black Tower. The strength of the transparent camp should not be underestimated. Fu Wenduo and Fu Wensheng could have participated in the tower attack game a long time ago, but they just kept suppressing it and did not participate. Now they left to participate in the tower attack game. Tang Mo's only concern was this lunatic who just said wanted to find a chance to kill him. However, it would be extremely difficult for him to kill Bairuoyu, and it would be extremely difficult for Bairuoyu to kill him. The two kept a suitable distance, guarding against each other, and pretending to be very calm on the surface. Slowly, Tang Mo walked to an ancient street. When Tang Mo turned a corner and was about to enter an alley, Bairuoyu suddenly stopped. He stood at the entrance of the alley and looked for a while, then said, Are you going to the real copy of Peking University? Tang Imo ignored him, and continued to move forward. The real copy of Peking University is somewhat famous in Beijing. This copy has been discovered for half a month. Except for the chosen organization, many other large-scale superpower organizations in Beijing have come here. Without exception, they all died in it. Tang Imo has the king's gold coins. He currently needs to improve his strength, and is not suitable for challenging the new tower attack game. So he chose this place. Tang Imo thought Bai Ruoya would give up, but this dogskin plaster actually followed him. Are you guessing why I followed you? Tang Imo glanced at this person and spoke to him for the first time. Why? Bai Ruoya laughed. His eyes slowly slid down from the top of Tang Mo's head, and then fell on his shoes. Finally, he blinked, because... Tang, you don't seem to die. Hearing this, Tang Imo was stunned, and he immediately remembered something. The next moment, Tang Imo closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a light flashed in his eyes. He stared at the baby-faced young man in front of him. Although he was looking, his sight was not completely focused, as if he didn't see a specific person. The more he looked, the weirder Tang Mo's face became. He looked at him in silence for a long time. After a while, Tang Imo raised his lips, and said with rare pleasure, "Thank you for your good words. It seems that you won't die either." Bai Ruoya keenly noticed something unusual, but he carefully observed Tang Imo, and the other party looked calm. Tang Imo walked towards the gate of Peking University happily, and Bai Ruoya followed him doubtfully, constantly calculating in his mind. When the two walked to a stone lion near the gate of Peking University, a majestic female voice rang out. The two quickly turned their heads to look inside the gate of Peking University, and saw a burly and terrifying shadow running and moving inside the gate at a very fast speed. She held up a rolled-up book and smashed it hard on a little girl who was sleeping lazily on a stone. This burly woman, who was as big as a mountain, roared angrily, "You are lazy and don't read books again, Mosaic." Ding! Players Lu Wansheng, Lin Qian, Tang Imo, and Bai Ruoya triggered the side quest curse of the bad student who didn't study hard after entering school, and officially entered the real copy Everything is Inferior. Please enter the school immediately, and start the game. The dazzling light gradually dimmed. Tang Imo squinted his eyes, and finally saw the terrifying woman standing in the middle of the school gate. Chapter 136. A huge wolf head with sharp fangs. A huge werewolf in a black dress smashed the book in his hand heavily on the short little girl. The little girl in red with two ponytails saw this, and immediately reached behind her, and suddenly pulled out a giant match from the air. When the book fell, Mosaic raised the match to fight back. After a violent collision, the little girl was hit by the book and flew backwards. The werewolf panted heavily, without even shaking his body. The werewolf was furious and said, "You dare to fight back." The little girl holding the big match swallowed her saliva. The face hidden under the thick mosaic was clearly not visible, but Tang Imo and Bai Ruoya knew that the girl must be trembling. When the werewolf rolled up the book and hit again, Mosaic screamed, "Ah, murder!" The next second, she threw the match away and ran away in the yard. One ran in front, and the other chased with a book in his hand. The huge match rolled on the ground for several rounds, and landed at the feet of Tang Imo and Bai Ruoya. Bai Ruoya narrowed his eyes and chuckled. Although he was laughing, his eyes were extremely cold. He recognized the match. He looked at Tang Imo meaningfully, and bent down to pick up the match. The moment his hand touched the match, a weak voice trembled, Don't touch it." Bai Ruoya paused, raised his head, and looked at the corner of the yard. A man and a woman curled up in fear in a corner, looking at the little girl and the werewolf in the yard in horror. Their faces were covered in dust, blood and mud, and they looked extremely miserable, as if they had not slept for several days and nights. The man was the one who spoke, and he explained to Bai Ruoya tremblingly, "Don't touch it, don't look at the werewolf chasing the little girl and seems not to notice you. But as long as someone dares to take this match, the werewolf and the little girl will immediately reconcile and come over to kill him first. Don't take the matches." Tang Imo put his hands in his pockets and calmly looked at the mosaic and werewolf in the yard, as if he didn't hear what the man said. Bai Ruoya's waist was half bent, and his hand was about to touch the big match. The man thought that after hearing what he said, Bai Ruoya would stop. Unexpectedly, the baby-faced young man said softly, "Oh," and said, "So that's how it is," and then reached out again. "Don't take it. In order to gather all the players to open the dungeon, we have been here for 6 days." The man was so anxious that the woman tried to stop him. Bai Ruoya put his hand on the big match, and the couple's eyes turned red. However, they soon asked in surprise, Why didn't the werewolf and the little girl come to kill you? Bairuyo, hee, because I'm cute. Tangmo glanced at him coldly, and then looked at the hand that didn't touch the big match at all. When Bairuyo stood up straight, the couple realized that they had been deceived by this smiling baby-faced young man. This guy didn't even hold the match. From their perspective, Bairuyo seemed to have really held the big match. In fact, his hand was still 1 centimeter away from the big match, and he was just teasing them. The two people's faces kept changing, and there was no good feeling in their eyes when they looked at Bairuyo. At this moment, the werewolf finally caught up with the little girl. She carried this lazy and bad girl, who didn't like to read books, on her shoulders. Mosaic kept hammering her shoulders with both hands. Every punch made a dull impact sound, which sounded very painful. However, the werewolf didn't even blink, and after carrying Mosaic back to the center of the yard, he threw it hard on the ground. She pulled the table and chair next to Mosaic in front of her and pressed Mosaic to sit on it. At this time, a crisp child's voice rang out in the Peking University campus. Ding! The real copy of Everything is Inferior is officially opened. Please invite 4 tutors to enter Mosaic's school. An invisible blue light door suddenly appeared in front of Tangmo and Bairuyo. On the other side, in the corner, the same door appeared in front of the man and woman. The 2 men got up from the ground excitedly, stretched out their hands to open the door, and ran in directly. Seeing their actions, Tangmo imitated them, opened the invisible door, and walked in. By the way, close the door. Hey Tang, I haven't come in yet. Bairuyo took advantage of Tangmo not completely closing the door, and quickly got in. The 4 people finally walked into the yard and stood together. When they came in completely, the werewolf suddenly turned his head and looked at them. As if he had just discovered them, the dark green animal eyes swept over the 4 people one by one. When he swept to Bairuyo, the werewolf's nose moved and a strange smile appeared on his face. Seeing Tangmo again, the werewolf was stunned for a moment, and then his nose moved again. The next second, she looked up at the sky. Can this thing also be Mosaic's tutor? Ding! It is detected that the player Tangmo has Mosaic's contempt, triggering the effect of my least favorite teacher. The priority of the player Tangmo is 4. Ding! It is detected that the player Bairuyo has a wise human, triggering the effect of the parent's favorite teacher. The priority of the player Bairuyo is 1. After this sentence fell, the 4 people present were all stunned. The man and woman looked at Tangmo and Bairuyo in astonishment, their eyes full of fear and scrutiny. Bairuyo smiled brightly, and he looked at Tangmo with a smile. Tangmo's face had already darkened. What the hell? Mosaic's contempt. Half a year has passed. Hasn't this thing disappeared yet? Tangmo's face kept changing, but the werewolf had lost his patience. The huge and terrifying werewolf laughed strangely, and walked towards the 4 players. Every time she stepped down, the ground trembled slightly. The young men and women nervously grasped their weapons, and Tangmo and Bairuyo also calmly grabbed their small parasols and butterfly knives. The wolfman walked in front of the 4 people, and said in a rough voice, I am the mother. The 4 people stared at her warily. Mosaic behind her shouted obediently, Mom. The wolfman said again, I am the mother. The 4 people still stared at her. After half a minute, the wolfman. I said, I am the mother. Tangmo's eyes narrowed, he let go of the small parasol, and tentatively asked, Mom? After hearing what he said, the young man and woman also quickly followed and said, Mom. Bairuyo showed a strange smile on his face, but he didn't call her Mom. The young man and woman stared at him angrily, signaling him to call her Mom quickly with their eyes. Until the werewolf snorted coldly, as if he was going to take action, the baby-faced young man shouted in a very disgusting tone, Mom. The werewolf was satisfied. The werewolf put his hands on his hips, and said calmly, You have also seen that my damn daughter is lazy all day long. She set fire to the elf prairie 2 days ago. I beat her up, and paid a large sum of money to settle the matter. I called you here today just to make her never be lazy again. After saying that, without waiting for Tangmo and the other 4 to speak, the werewolf turned his head and said, Damn Mosaic, get over here. Mosaic, Mom, you made me sit here. The werewolf roared. I told you to roll over here, so roll over here. Mosaic didn't say anything, staring at her mother. Although no one could see her face, Tangmo could fully imagine that this good girl, who killed people and set fire, should be silently despising her mother at this moment. She seemed not to know Tangmo, and moved away from the table and chair step by step in depression. When she walked to the side of the werewolf pulled her over. Today, you guys keep an eye on her. I'm going to attend a friend's funeral. If I find her slacking off again when I come back, The werewolf stomped his foot on the ground, and the floor cracked instantly. The cracks spread in all directions like spider webs. The werewolf licked his sharp teeth and smiled sinisterly. Hey, then I eat you. As he said that, the werewolf grabbed Mosaic's collar and threw her back on the chair. Mosaic was about to move, and the werewolf said, You dare to leave? Mosaic lay on the table aggrieved, not daring to move. This look is not as fierce as when he threatened Tangmo in the library, nor as fierce as when he burned the elf prairie and caused all the monsters in the Black Tower to run away. Everyone was thinking about what the werewolf had just said, but Tangmo's brain was working quickly when he saw this scene. No one except him knew how violent and terrifying this little girl was. Mosaic's strength was not weak, and it should be comparable to that of the big turkey. But facing her mother, she didn't dare to say a word, and she didn't even dare to remove the mosaic on her face to express her contempt. If the werewolf really wanted to eat them, they would definitely not have the power to fight back. Was Bairoyu eaten by the werewolf? Tang Mo turned his head quietly and observed the baby-faced young man beside him. Bairoyu noticed Tang Mo's gaze and smiled. Suddenly found me cute? Tang Mo turned his eyes away. Yes, before entering the real copy of Peking University, Tang Mo used the Mortals Will Die ability and saw a black ball. Bairoyu was shrouded in endless death, and even a strand of hair could not be seen. Tang Mo originally thought that his death aura was so strong because he was courting death by picking up the big match at the door. But Bairoyu hadn't done that yet, so he didn't pick up the big match. After passing this death checkpoint where one touch would kill him, the death aura on Bairoyu didn't decrease, but increased instead. Tang Mo could only use the Mortals Will Eventually Die ability 3 times a day, and the target could only be the same person. He had already seen Bairoyu twice today, and there was one chance left. Bairoyu didn't know that he had the Mortals Will Eventually Die. According to Tang Mo's speculation, Bairoyu was not lying when he said you won't die just now. He should have used his ability to see that there was very little death aura on Tang Mo. Bairoyu has such a strong death aura, but he doesn't. Tang Mo suddenly realized, wait, is this copy going to? Okay, I'm leaving soon. You guys quickly arrange which 2 people will teach Chinese, and which 2 people will teach mathematics. The wolf man looked at the 4 people impatiently, and after looking around, she pointed at Bairoyu. Hey, you teach Chinese. She clearly didn't give people a chance to choose, and said, find someone to teach Chinese with you. The young man and woman were stunned and said in surprise, is this the priority? Yes, this is the priority given by the Black Tower just now. Bairoyu, priority 1. The smile on Bairoyu's lips became brighter. The corners of the young man and woman's mouth twitched. They stood back as far as possible, not wanting this madman who loves to play tricks on people to see them. But both of them felt that the other party would not choose them. The werewolf's statement was obviously about dividing the team. This psychopath knew the pretty boy at first glance, and he would definitely choose him as a teammate. The 2 of them waited for Bairoyu to make a decision without worrying about it, and then they heard Bairoyu say, hey, should I choose you? The young woman's eyes widened in shock. The werewolf slapped her over, and slapped her next to Bairoyu. She said impatiently, it's so troublesome to choose a teammate. You humans are so bored and wasting my time. Watch this damn mosaic, I'm going to attend the funeral. If I see her slacking off when I come back. The voice stretched out, and the werewolf's eyes slowly aimed at Tang Mo. I start with you. Tang Mo's eyes moved, but his expression didn't change much. Soon, the werewolf stomped his feet on the ground and rumbled out of the gate of Peking University. In the yard, a little girl with mosaics on her face knocked her head against the table and kept silent. A cool breeze blew, and the 4 players looked at each other. After a few minutes, the sullen voice of Mosaic sounded, what are you still standing there for? The young men and women were more vigilant, and did not dare to move easily. Bairoyu opened his mouth and prepared to do something. But he didn't expect that Tang Mo, who was always cautious, actually spoke first in front of Mosaic. But he soon understood, Tang Mo had a giant match, so he must know this little girl. However, Tang Mo said, how to start the game. This sentence went straight to the point. Mosaic immediately said, The little girl cried aggrievedly, you don't even comfort me, I want to set a fire, I want to go out and play, I don't want to be here. Tang Mo was very indifferent. We have already divided the team. What is the main game? Mosaic, Is there still a chance for the Black Tower boss to be the queen of the movie these days? Tang Mo may have given face to the wolf mother, after all, he couldn't beat her, but he didn't give face to Mosaic at all. Since Tang Mo didn't want to play along with her anymore, Mosaic stopped talking nonsense. She stood up and stepped on the ground. Boom! Blue light rose from the ground. In the spacious courtyard, a grid map suddenly rose. This is a 5x5, 25 grid blue light grid map. 25 grids divided the space into 25 blocks, and Mosaic stood in the center grid. 8 words floated on the 4 corners of the grid. The 4 words on the left were Chinese, Chinese, and the 4 words on the right were Mathematics, Mathematics. Mosaic said listlessly, "You stand in." The 4 players present were obviously sure that they had at least cleared the first floor of the Black Tower. The 4 of them did not need Mosaic's explanation, and stood directly in the grid where they stood. Tang Mo chose the mathematics grid in the upper right corner, and Bai Ruoyu chose the Chinese grid in the upper left corner. The 2 stood opposite each other. Bai Ruoyu chuckled, and Tang Mo looked at Mosaic again. What then? Mosaic was in a terrible mood. How come these 4 players don't have the spirit of caring for children? They just want to start the game quickly and exploit her. Very angry, Mosaic could only sit down honestly and lie on the table again, not wanting to talk. The young man and woman were very anxious and wanted Mosaic to explain the rules of the game again. But before they spoke, Mosaic buried her face in her arms. At the moment when she buried her head completely, the loud voice of the Black Tower rang out. Ding! Trigger the main quest. Everything is inferior. Mosaic is superior. Game rules. First, Mosaic must sit in the central grid and cannot move. Second, before each round of the game starts, the player must stand back in the grid that matches his teacher status. Third, every 10 minutes, 20 items will appear on the grid map. These items are treasures collected by Mosaic. 1 appears in each grid, and no items will appear in the grid where Mosaic and the player stand. Fourth, the Mosaic is wrapped in a light film, and the items are wrapped in a blue light film. When the item appears, the light film, including the Mosaic light film, is completely random. The light film has 2 states. The first is to turn on the light, and the second is to turn off the light. Fifth, once the player enters a grid with a light film, the state of all the light films in the same vertical and horizontal columns of the grid will be changed. The light film that was originally on will turn off the light immediately, and the light film that was originally off will turn on the light immediately. Sixth, players move in order of priority. The player with priority 1 moves first, and the player with priority 4 moves last. Each move can only move 1 square, and can choose to enter any square in front, behind, left, or right. Seventh, before each round of the game starts, announce the number of steps each player can take in this round. Eighth, when all steps are completed, if the light film of the item in the square where the player is located is lit, the item can be handed over to Mosaic. If the light film of Mosaic is off, the item cannot be handed over to Mosaic. Ninth, before each round of the game begins, players of the same subject have 5 minutes of free time to discuss the teaching content. This conversation cannot be heard by others. 10th, at least 1 grid in each round of the game must contain a book. After the game rules were explained, circular light films slowly emerged on the spacious blue grid map, floating in the air. The largest light film was in the center of the map, and it wrapped the silent little girl in red. In addition, the other 20 light films were empty. It was obvious that the game had not started and the items inside had not appeared. Because Tang Mo explained it simply and clearly, the rules of the game in this real-life dungeon were introduced very quickly. Tang Mo frowned and pondered, slowly figuring out the rules of the game. On the side, the young man and woman thought for a long time and finally figured out the content of the game. Tang Mo looked up and found that Bai Ruoyu blinked at him, smiling on his face, but his eyes were full of malice. Unlike the past, at this time, Haida slowly said the last sentence, survival or lowly. This is a question. Everything is inferior, Mosaic is high. The first round of the game officially begins. Chapter 137. The Black Tower's prompt ended, and blue light flickered in the spacious courtyard. The blue light became brighter and brighter, and more dazzling. There were a total of 20 blue light films, empty, and without anything placed inside. When Tang Mo opened his eyes again, he saw 20 blue light films floating with objects of different styles. There were a few colored stones that seemed to be useless, some hammers, long nails, nails with blood on them, and a small red skirt. The mechanical voice of a child in the Black Tower sounded, ding. In the first round, the number of steps a player can take, 7. Tang Mo carefully observed the 20 items and stopped at the second row. There are 2 books. This is a 5x5 grid chessboard. Tang Mo and the young man are standing in the rightmost row. From their perspective, the entire chessboard is divided into 5 rows and 5 columns. In the second row near Bai Ruoyu and the other person, there are 2 grids with 2 books. Because the treasures in the mosaic are large and small, as the items appear, the blue light film also becomes large and small. There were 20 items in total, but only the light films in the third column of the second row and the fifth column of the second row contained books. Tang Mo heard a short low cry, and he turned to look at his companions. The young man had obviously seen the 2 books, and he was surprised for a moment, but then he remained calm. He looked at Tang Mo cautiously, and found that Tang Mo was also staring at him. The young man's face changed, and his eyes wandered between Tang Mo and Bai Royale, with a suspicious look. All 4 players saw the books, and Mosaic, who was sitting in the center of the grid, lay depressed on the table. Seeing that the 4 players were very alert and no one took the first move, Mosaic said unhappily, "I have never seen such boring humans as you. Boring, boring, too boring. Hurry up and finish this boring copy. I want to set a fire. I want to go play." Mosaic said so, and no player paid attention to her. Everyone was carefully observing each item on the chessboard, and the light and dark mode of the outer film of the items. 3 minutes later, Tang Mo was still thinking about how to move 7 steps in his mind. The 2 books were obviously close to Bai Royu's side. If they wanted to go over, they would have to waste at least 3 steps and walk to the grid with the books. Suddenly, a rumbling sound was heard, and Tang Mo immediately clenched the small parasol, and saw a blue light film slowly appearing in front of him and the young man. On the other hand, a layer of blue light film also appeared on Bai Royu's side, blocking them and Tang Mo. The young man was surprised and said, "This is the 9th rule of the game. Teammates can discuss countermeasures privately." The young man didn't react at once. It seemed that he had seen the Black Tower simple and crude isolation for the first time. Method. Tang Mo had experience, and there was a similar rule in Pinocchio's honest card game. Now we talk, they should not be able to hear us. Similarly, we can't hear them talking. The young man looked at Tang Mo carefully after hearing this. Tang Mo and the young man stood in the corner of the grid, with 3 grids between them. There was only 5 minutes of free discussion time in total. The young man hesitated for a moment and decided not to waste time. "My name is Lu Wansheng. You should have heard my name when you entered the dungeon. Now I just want to confirm one thing with you." Lu Wansheng looked serious, and he pointed directly at Bai Royale at the other end of the grid. "Are you teammates with that person?" Tang Mo, "No." Lu Wansheng was a little unconvinced. "You came in together, and from your conversation, you seem to know each other? Those who can enter this copy must be players who have at least cleared the first level of the Black Tower." Faced with the Black Tower game that is not yet completely clear, and the game countermeasures that need to be solved, the first thing this man thought of was not to blindly solve the game, but to confirm the identity of his teammates first. If it were Tang Mo, he would also ask the other party this question first. He asked back, "Then are you and that woman teammates?" Lu Wansheng immediately denied, "Of course not. I accidentally entered this dungeon last week." The next day, this woman and her teammates came in. There were 4 of them in total. As soon as they came in, they were beaten to death by werewolves and the little girl because they picked up the little girl's matches. I didn't know her at all. I was just trapped in this dungeon for several days together. Judging from Lu Wansheng's expression and tone, Tang Mo didn't think he was lying. He turned his gaze and looked at the young woman on the other side of the grid. The latter looked pale and kept opening her mouth to say something, looking very anxious. Lu Wansheng also followed Tang Mo's gaze, and was slightly stunned when he saw Bai Royu. The baby-faced young man in a white jacket stood obediently in his own grid, looking at Tang Mo with a smile. His female teammates kept talking to him, but he never responded. On the contrary, when Tang Mo and Lu Wansheng looked at him, Bai Royu blinked and said something. Lu Wansheng scowled numbed. "He said you and him are teammates." Tang Mo, Yes, Bai Royale deliberately opened his mouth and said a sentence, "We are teammates." Although he could not hear the conversation from Tang Mo, Bai Royu suddenly said this sentence, which almost made Lu Wansheng explode and doubt his teammates. But he soon calmed down and realized that this psychotic baby-faced guy might be lying to him. If Bai Royale and Tang Mo were really teammates, when Bai Royale was choosing teammates, he should not have chosen the young woman, but Tang Mo, of course. It is not ruled out that he deliberately put his teammates on the enemy side to cooperate with the outside. In any case, he is more inclined to believe that these 2 strange players are really not teammates, but may have some special relationship. Lu Wansheng, "Okay, I believe that you and that person are not teammates, and now the 2 of us are teammates." To be honest, this game is a bit similar to reversing chess, but it is different. I've played a little bit of reversey. In this kind of chess game, it doesn't matter how you play in the middle. The most important thing is the ending. The rules of the game say that what we have to do is to hand over the items in the light film to Mosaic. The man spoke with reason and evidence. Although his forehead was covered with sweat, his mood was relatively calm. What the other party wanted to say was also what Tang Mo was thinking. He said, at the end of the game, no matter which grid we stand in, as long as the light film of the grid is bright, and the light film covering Mosaic is also bright, the items in the grid can be handed over to Mosaic. Now, there are 2 books in total. Lu Wansheng nodded. It takes 5 steps for me to get to the nearest book from my position. You are in a better position, and you only need 3 steps to get to the grid of a book. Each of us can take 7 steps in this round of the game. I think it is better for you to get to the grid with the book. Then, there is the problem of switching the light film on and off. I will solve this. I will help to watch the situation from the side to ensure that the grid of the Mosaic is bright, and the grid you are in is also bright. Of course, I can't guarantee it completely. We should play by ear in the first round of the game. Tang Mo raised his eyebrows, and did not veto the other party's decision. This Lu Wansheng is definitely at the same level among all the players Tang Mo has seen. Indeed, Tang Mo is closer to the grid with books, so it is more reasonable for him to seize the grid with books. But it is not an easy task to ensure the brightness of the light film. Lu Wansheng touched his chin, staring at all the grids on the field without blinking, remembering their current brightness and darkness, muttering something in his mouth, as if calculating something. Tang Mo couldn't hear what he said, but from his expression, he could probably guess that he was calculating how the opponent would move the grid, how the grid would darken and lighten after the move, and how the situation would change. How should he control it so that Tang Mo could enter the illuminated Honshu grid in the last step, and the Mosaic grid was also illuminated? This game is actually very simple. The player moves forward a certain number of grids, left and right. Every time he enters a grid, the vertical and horizontal rows of this grid will change color. The originally bright film became darker, and the originally dark film became brighter. However, the simpler the game, the more complicated it is to play. This kind of game is simpler when played by only one person, because one person can control his own direction. Once there is a second person, the possibility of changing the grid increases exponentially. Tang Mo saw Lu Wansheng sweating profusely and looking serious while calculating. He thought about it and did not interrupt the other party's reasoning. As long as Bairuya's team does not act casually, the 2 sides can easily hand over the book to Mosaic if they cooperate. However, both Tang Mo and Bairuya knew that this was impossible. If the game could be solved by players' cooperation, so many people would not have died in the game before, and the players would not have been deliberately divided into 2 camps. There must be a reason for the existence of the 2 camps. The 5-minute free discussion time ended, and the blue light film gradually dissipated. At one end of the grid, Bairuya didn't know what he said to the young woman. The latter closed her mouth and stopped talking, angry and furious, with red eyes. At this end of the grid, Lu Wansheng was ready to fight. He also knew that the possibility of ending the game in the first round was very low. This time, the game was most likely to test the waters for both sides, and there would be no specific punishment. The Black Tower prompt sounded. The first game officially begins. Players, please advance the grids in order according to priority. As the voice fell, a huge blue number appeared above the heads of the 4 players. Bairuya's head was 1, Lu Wansheng's head was 2, the young woman Lin Qian's head was 3, and Tang Mo's head was 4. Player number 1, please choose the direction to move forward. Bairuya, with a big number 1 on his head, took a step forward with a smile. He took this step and stood on the grid with the book. When he walked into this grid, the light film that was originally on in this grid immediately turned off, and all the light films in the vertical and horizontal rows also changed color. This is just the beginning. Seeing this change, Tang Mo and Lu Wansheng did not change their expressions, and did not feel any pressure. It was Lu Wansheng's turn to move forward. He moved forward 1 grid, and changed the color of all the light films in the vertical and horizontal rows again. The young woman bit her lip in silence, and also walked forward 1 square. Finally, it was Tang Mo's turn. On the huge grid network, all 3 players stood in position, and turned their heads to look at Tang Mo. Tang Mo had a small pink parasol hanging on his waist, and his eyes were calmly looking in front of him and on the left. He could only choose to go in these 2 directions in the first step. No matter which direction he chose, it seemed that it didn't matter, because the game had just begun. Tang Mo's eyes swept over the 3 players one by one, and then looked at the 2 books wrapped in the light film. Finally, he aimed his eyes at the little girl sitting in the middle of the grid, and suddenly spoke in a calm voice. If I take the last step and he and I stand in the same grid, will the things in the grid be his or mine? He was referring to Bairuyo. Bairuyo was stunned at first, and then he started to laugh. It was rare for someone to pay attention to him, and Mosaic also became excited. Of course it's his. First come first served, you bad human, you don't even understand this, I despise you. Others didn't understand what Mosaic's contempt meant, and Tangemo, the only one who understood, ignored her. He said oh softly, still without moving forward, and asked the second question, if I give you the book, will I pass the game? Mosaic's face sank. I don't want to read the book. I don't want it. I want to go play. Tangemo, what if this happens? For example, in this round, there are 2 books in the game. At the end of the game, suppose both of our teams successfully handed the book to you. In this case, who wins? What are the benefits of winning, and what are the penalties for losing? The young woman was stunned and said, no, it can be like this? Can this rule be asked directly? Lu Wansheng did not expect Tangemo to ask such a question so directly. He looked at Tangemo in astonishment, with a little scrutiny in his eyes. Tangemo calmly waited for Mosaic's answer. However, after hearing Tangemo's question, the little girl looked at him strangely. After a while, Mosaic put his hands on his hips and laughed. Yes, you can ask, you ask, I can answer, I know all the answers. But, why should I tell you, you big bad guy, you didn't let me talk before, refused to play with me, and only knew how to play games. Now the game is open, you got what you wanted, and you want to ask me how to pass the game? Beg me, you beg me. Well, I beg you. Mosaic, Lu Wansheng, Lin Qian, Even Bairuyo didn't expect Tangemo to beg so easily. He was stunned for a moment, and then said dissatisfiedly, Hey, Tang, I asked you to beg me before, and you didn't beg me, and you beat me. Don't treat people differently like this. Tangemo ignored Bairuyo. He looked at the confused girl sincerely. I beg you, tell me how to pass the level. If 2 teams pass the level together, who wins? What are the rewards for the winning team, and what are the penalties for the losing team? And, after a pause, Tangemo's eyes were firm. Is violence prohibited in this game? Chapter 138. Tangemo did not ask Mosaic these questions casually. First, the rules of the game mentioned that Mosaic could not come out if he was trapped in the middle grid. Second, Mosaic's most reliable weapon was the big match. Now that she did not have the big match, she was definitely not Tangemo's opponent. Therefore, for Tangemo, Mosaic was a weaker Black Tower boss who could be bullied to his heart's content. With the experience of bargaining with Mr. Rabbit, Tangemo would not miss the opportunity to bully the weak boss. Besides, Tangemo and Mosaic are old acquaintances. He also has some understanding of the temper of this little girl. Mosaic is not like Mario and Pinocchio. She likes to kill and set fire, and does not like to play tricks on humans. She abides by the rules of the Black Tower game very much, and most of the time, she will not deliberately conceal the rules of the game. As long as you ask, she should answer. Tangemo looked at Mosaic sincerely. Because he himself looks pretty good, under such a sincere look, Tangemo thinks so, Mosaic turned away awkwardly. The little girl coughed twice, propped her hands on the table, held her chin, and said unhappily, Since you begged me so sincerely, then I will be merciful and tell you. Lu Wansheng and Lin Qi's faces suddenly showed a big fuck, and even Bairuyo's smile froze for a moment. The 3 of them reached a consensus in their hearts at this moment. This is also possible? This is really possible. Mosaic said lazily. The rules of the game. Well, of course you can pass it if you give me the book. My mother likes me to read. She doesn't want to give me a happy childhood. If she sees me reading when she comes back, she will definitely not eat you. Of course, if I read Chinese books, my mother will pay the Chinese teacher and eat the useless math teacher. On the field, only Tangemo was still standing in the starting grid. Mosaic raised his head. Through the thick mosaic, Tangemo felt the little girl's eyes on the math behind him. Mosaic snorted at the 2 big words. I like Chinese more than math, so I don't want to read your math book. Hee, what if I give you both the Chinese and math books? Mosaic turned her head, and the baby-faced young man blinked at her. Mosaic said proudly, You didn't beg me, why should I answer you? I beg you. Bairuyo said without saying anything. Mosaic, Are all humans so shameless nowadays? The little girl rubbed her head, and began to doubt whether the human players she had seen before were mutant human players. Are all humans so shameless? After being depressed, Mosaic answered obediently, If you give it to me at the same time, it shows that you teachers are all average. This is my own love of reading. What does it have to do with you? Of course Mom won't pay you. She will bring me delicious little rabbits and kangaroos, so she won't pay attention to you. Maybe she will think you are useless. I eat you. Tang Mo and Bai Ruoya narrowed their eyes at the same time. If one team clears the level, they can get a reward, and the other team will definitely die. If both teams clear the level at the same time, there will definitely be no reward, and they may all die. Is this why so many people died before? Tang Mo thought to himself. This real copy of Peking University has not been open for long, and only a few dozen Beijing players have entered it. But they came to explore the real copy in an organized manner, and not many people died, but each of them was the best among Beijing players. Among them, there are 4 players, who are teammates of the same organization. However, faced with this life or death option, they will definitely not choose to cooperate, which will eventually lead to the death of all of them. Yes, the real fatality of this game is not the location of the books, nor the number of grids that players can move. It is whether the 2 teams are willing to cooperate. Tang Mo stood in the grid for a long time, and did not move. The young woman opposite could not help but said, "Hey, are you going to leave or not? Who knows when the werewolf will come back? Now all the questions have been asked, so you should leave quickly." "Have you finished asking?" Bai Ruoya asked in a strange tone. The young woman didn't understand for a moment. Tang Mo looked at the little girl in the middle of the grid and said lightly, "Is violence prohibited in this game?" Mosaic suddenly made a sharp and piercing whistle. The sound was like nails scratching on glass, which was unpleasant. Lin Shi and Lu Wansheng covered their ears, and Tang Mo also frowned. After shouting for 3 seconds, Mosaic stopped and asked in a very exaggerated way, "Are all of you humans so bad, still thinking about killing your own people? So bad, you are all bad guys." Speaking of this, she suddenly stopped and changed the subject, "But, hee, I like it. It's a pity that this game does not allow violence." "What do you mean?" Faced with the question of killing, Mosaic was quite patient. When a player enters the grid, "Hey, just like you step on this grid, right?" She was referring to Bai Ruoya. Bai Ruoya pointed at herself, "Me?" "Yes, you are now standing in this grid with books, and the grid's light film is on. Try to see if you can walk out of this grid." Bai Ruoya stretched out his foot, and when his toes touched the edge of the grid, he was blocked by an invisible wall. Mosaic, "Well, you can't walk out. Because it's not your turn, you can't walk out. A grid can accommodate an infinite number of people, but only the first player to enter the grid has ownership of the items in the grid light film." After a pause, Mosaic scratched his hair. "Hey, this is not easy to explain. Even if Tang Mo walks into this grid now, the ownership of this book still belongs to this pretty boy, not Tang Mo. Do you understand?" Bai Ruoya, Tang Mo suddenly thought Mosaic was pretty cute. Lu Wansheng, "I understand. But what do you mean by not allowing violence? Is it allowed or not?" "Yes," Mosaic said, "even if Tang Mo walks into this grid, you can kill this pretty boy if you want. But after he dies, his body will always exist in this grid. Because his turn has been forced to end, he will never leave this grid. Even if you want to throw his body out, you can't. The items in this grid will always belong to him." "Well, his body?" "Lin Shi, doesn't this mean that violence is prohibited? Killing him can't change the ownership of the items in the grid, so why kill him?" However, as soon as Lin Shi finished this sentence, her face changed drastically. She suddenly understood what Mosaic meant. She looked across warily, at Lu Wansheng and Tang Mo. Bai Ruoya's focus was different. "You call him Tang Mo, but call me a pretty boy. Don't you think he is a prettier pretty boy than me? The reason you call him that is. You know him?" Mosaic did not shy away. "Of course I know him. I despise him." Bai Ruoya became interested. "Despise Tang Tang? Hee, why do you?" "It's your turn." Tang Mo's cold voice sounded. Bai Ruoya raised his head, and found that Tang Mo had moved forward 1 square. Now it was his turn. Bai Ruoya shrugged, looked at the square in front, and then looked at the square behind. Finally, he stepped to the right, and reached a diagonal square. If the entire grid is divided into vertical coordinates 1 to 5, and horizontal coordinates A to E. At this moment, Bai Ruoya stood in D2, Lin Shi stood in A2, Lu Wansheng stood in A4, and Tang Mo stood in E4. Each person can take 7 steps, and now they have only taken the 2nd step. Lu Wansheng winked at Tang Mo, and Tang Mo nodded. The 2 acted according to the plan. Tang Mo walked into the grid with books, and Lu Wansheng helped him ensure that the light film in the grid was bright. Bai Ruoya was a cunning person who did not play by the rules. It was easy to get into an accident if you got too close to him. Tang Mo guessed the direction of Bai Ruoya's grid and chose the book on the other side. However, wherever he went, Bairuya went there. When the sixth step was over, Tang Emo stood in the E3 grid, Bairuya stood in the D2 grid, Lu Wansheng stood in the B2 grid, and Lin Qian stood in the B4 grid. The books are in grids B2 and E2. It was Bairuya's turn to walk. He smiled and stepped forward, entered grid E2, and lit up the light film of this grid. The second person to walk was Lu Wansheng. He walked into grid C2 without hesitation and turned off the grids of Bairuya and Mosaic. The third person was Lin Qi. Her face was not very good. She walked into grid C4. The grid of Mosaic lit up again. Finally, it was Tang Emo. Just as everyone thought, Tang Emo walked horizontally one grid, did not light up the grid where Bairuya was, and turned off the grid of Mosaic. The first round of the game ended quickly. There is no doubt that none of the four people passed the level. The mechanical voice of the Black Tower sounded, "The first round of the game is over, and the players did not pass the level. Please return to your grid, and wait for the second round of the game to begin. Do you want to beg us?" Bairuya and Lin Qian were walking back when suddenly a calm male voice sounded. They turned their heads together, and looked at the ordinary-looking young man. Lu Wansheng stood in grid C2, pushed his eyes on the bridge of his nose, and said calmly, "You all know that in this game, the first person to go has no advantage. Whoever goes last is the most important. Now, the last player to leave is in our team. As long as he disagrees, no one can pass the level. If two teams pass the level together, there is only a chance of death. If one team passes the level, the other team will definitely die. At present, none of us knows when the werewolf will come back. If we haven't passed the level before she comes back, the consequence will be a team annihilation. So do you want to cooperate?" At this point, he smiled and said, "This sentence is a bit inaccurate, it should be. Do you want to beg us to cooperate with you?" Lin Qian was stunned, and then became angry. Bairuya looked at the young man with a smile. Since entering this copy, the baby-faced young man has been laughing. Lu Wansheng just thought he was a laughing psychopath, and didn't understand what each of his smiles meant. However, Tang Emo stood by and never said a word. Lu Wansheng thought that Bairuya and Lin Qian didn't hear clearly, and said, "What I meant just now is that as long as we make trouble, you will never be able to pass the level in your life. Only by asking us to cooperate, there is a chance that we can pass the level together. So you have to beg." I heard it clearly. Bairuya suddenly spoke. He stretched out his right hand and made a pistol gesture, pointed at Lu Wansheng, and fired a shot. Lu Wansheng's face sank. "But I heard it clearly. So what? First of all, the Black Tower game has always been fair, and it is impossible for such unequal game rules to appear. There must be something that can make us win, but it hasn't appeared yet, or we haven't discovered it yet." Secondly, the smile on Bairuya's face slowly disappeared. He looked at the young man standing 2 blocks away from him with a look of indifference, as if he were looking at a dead person. Secondly, "Who do you think you are? The last one to leave was Tang Emo, not you. He didn't even negotiate with me, and you told me to ask me to beg you?" Bairuya laughed again. "Hee, I declare that you are dead." Chapter 139. Tang Emo had already thought of what Lu Wansheng had thought of. If the players really advance according to the priority order, the only one who truly controls the ending of the game is Tang Emo. Before this, no matter which grid Bairuya and Lin Qian go to, even if they occupy all the grids containing books, as long as Tang Emo extinguishes the grid of mosaics in the end, they will not be able to pass the level. There is no fairness at all in such a game. Lu Wansheng is not happy with this unfair game. The view is that the Black Tower wants the two teams to cooperate, so it sets up such unfair game rules that are visible to the naked eye. His guess is not unreasonable. No one knows when the werewolf will come back, and both teams want to pass the level as quickly as possible. Although Tang Emo is the key to the game, if Bairuya and Lin Qian want to make trouble, they can completely occupy all the grids of Honshu, or do other disruptive things to prevent Tang Emo and the others from passing the level. So what Lu Wansheng said is, "You have to beg us to cooperate with you." Under the current game rules, Bairuya's team has no chance to clear the level alone, and the initiative is in Tang Mo's hands. If Tang Emo doesn't want to cooperate with them, they will definitely be eaten by the werewolves. Once Tang Emo and Lu Wansheng have the opportunity to clear the level alone, they will certainly not care about Bairuya and Lin Qian, and just clear the level directly. However, Tang Emo does not think that the Black Tower will set up such an unfair game. He raised his head, and his eyes met with Bairuya's. The sneer on the corner of the baby-faced young man's mouth has not yet subsided. When he found that Tang Emo was looking at him, he blinked at Tang Emo. Then Bai Ruoya glanced at Lu Wansheng, uttered an ambiguous sneer, and turned back to his own cubicle. Lin Qian seemed to listen to Bai Ruoya, and returned to her cubicle. Lu Wansheng's face looked very ugly. His whole body was stiff, and his hair stood up. It was clearly a hot day, but he felt like he was on edge. After a while, he recovered and turned around to find Tang Yimou looking at him calmly. Lu Wansheng couldn't hold back his face, and threw a sentence to Bai Ruoya. "Don't regret it," and then walked back to his cubicle. When the two walked back to the grid, the black tower prompt sounded, and a light film wall blocked the two teams, and they could not hear each other again. As soon as the sound was separated, Lu Wansheng quickly said, "We don't need to cooperate with them to win. The rules of the game say that at least one book will appear in each round. 2 books appeared just now, and it is very likely that 3 or 4 books will appear below. As long as more than 3 books appear, we have a chance to win. There are only 2 of them, and they can occupy at most 2 books. We can occupy the 3rd book, and you decide the light and dark of the last grid. In this way, we can pass the level." Lu Wansheng's eyes shook quickly, as if he was calculating something silently. He suddenly looked up. 3 books are not enough to ensure safety. The location of the books is still important. But in short, we have a chance to pass the level, and they definitely have no chance to pass the level. Lu Wansheng said a lot, and when he looked up, he found that Tang Mo's sight must be fixed on the opposite side. He looked in the direction of Tang Mo's sight, and his face immediately turned green. He understood that Tang Yimou and the arrogant psychopath were not teammates, but the two obviously knew each other. Lu Wansheng gritted his teeth and said, "You want to cooperate with him? He just said that you are going to die." Lu Wansheng's face suddenly darkened. That psychopath. Tang Yimou turned his head and looked at Lu Wansheng steadily. "Lu Wansheng, what's wrong?" Tang Yimou raised the corner of his lips. "Although I don't like that psychopath either, but he said you are going to die, and you are really going to die in 9 out of 10 cases." Lu Wansheng's expression became extremely ugly as Tang Yimou said this. Before he spoke, Tang Yimou said again, "Besides, I don't plan to ask them to cooperate with us. This game is not as simple as you think. It is not a simple math game. Bai Ruoya is not as kind as you think. If he really wants to kill you, it may be easier than a werewolf eating you. If a werewolf wants to eat you, it will take at least 10 seconds to swallow you bit by bit. It only takes 3 seconds for Bai Ruoya to kill you." The voice stopped. Tang Yimou stopped smiling, and said coldly, "Don't provoke a stranger before you are not sure whether you can afford to provoke him. In addition, in the next round of the game, I will control the light and darkness of the grid, and you will take the book." This is what Lu Wansheng wanted to say. They want to change the person who takes the book. However, Tang Mo's tone made him very dissatisfied. He said, "I know, but he may not be able to kill me." Then put it another way. Lu Wansheng was stunned when he heard it. He raised his head, and saw this handsome young man tilting his head in the bright sunshine, and smiling at him. "It only takes me 1 second to kill you." Lu Wansheng's heart sank suddenly, and the whole person felt like falling into an ice cellar. Before the second round of the game began, Tang Yimou stood in the grid and thought intently, while Lu Wansheng bowed his head and said nothing. The 5-minute discussion time passed quickly, and Mosaic became impatient, and called the Black Tower's name when the time was up, asking it to start the game quickly. The blue light film gradually dissipated, and the two teams were about to hear the voices from the other side. At this time, a timid male voice sounded, "I remember. Your name is Tang Yimou?" Tang Mo's thoughts were interrupted, and he turned his head to look at Lu Wansheng, who spoke. There was no admission, nor was there any denial. "Are you that Tang Yimou?" Tang Yimou looked at the cautious Lu Wansheng calmly, and 2 seconds later, he looked away. Lu Wansheng pursed his lips, and didn't speak. He is really Tang Yimou. If he is that Tang Yimou, then what he said is 70% credible. Tang Yimou, the first player in China to clear the 3rd floor of the Black Tower, can indeed kill him, a player who has just cleared the 1st floor of the Black Tower within 1 second, and the psychopath on the opposite side is likely to kill him within 3 seconds. Lu Wansheng cursed in his heart, and overturned all the previous strategies. 1 force can defeat 10 skills, and it is the same in this situation. No wonder the woman did not dare to question the words of the lunatic. It turned out that she had guessed that this Tang Yimou was the Tang Yimou. The one who could know Tang Yimou and pester Tang Yimou, making Tang Yimou helpless, must be a pervert. Why do these perverts want to participate in this real copy together? This copy is not important enough for these people to enter. Lu Wansheng had 100 thoughts in his mind. Soon, the light film completely dissipated, and the Black Tower prompted the start of the second round of the game. 20 items slowly appeared in the light film. The light disappeared, and Tang Mo looked carefully. This time there was only one book. The location of this book was very coincidental, in the A4 grid, right in front of Lu Wansheng. Ding! In the second round, the number of steps that players can move forward, 7. Please move forward in order according to the priority. Bai Ruoyu laughed, 7 steps. As he said that, he took a big step and walked into the grid in front of him. Lu Wansheng's face lit up with joy. He looked at Tang Mo, nodded, and then strode forward and walked into grid A4. Lin Shi was the third one, and she walked into grid A2. This was a good opportunity that even Lu Wansheng had not expected. As long as he guarded grid A4 and kept walking back and forth between grid A4 and the grids next to it, he would most likely keep the priority right to occupy grid A4. Lin Shi would always be one step behind him. It took Bai Ruoyu 7 steps to get here. Bai Ruoyu can only occupy this grid first if he keeps moving forward. But they still won't win, but Lu Wansheng has a chance to win. Once Bai Ruoyu doesn't notice this, they will win. Lu Wansheng hid his joy and kept wandering around the A4 grid. As he guessed, Bai Ruoyu discovered this and kept moving towards the A4 grid. Lu Wansheng was a little disappointed. This psychopath is really smart. Bai Ruoyu approached step by step, and Lin Qian also kept wandering around the A4 grid. At the end of the 5th step, Bai Ruoyu stood at B3, Lu Wansheng, Lin Shi and Tang Mo all stood at A4. The 4 of them almost stood together. It was Bai Ruoyu's turn to take the 6th step. He moved forward 1 square and walked to A3. Lu Wansheng sighed in his heart and walked to A5. The 6th step, Bai Ruoyu A3, Lu Wansheng A5, Lin Shi A3, Tang Mo B4. The 7th step, Bai Ruoyu naturally walked into A4, occupying the priority of A4. Lu Wansheng didn't think about it, and prepared to walk into A4. Suddenly Tang Mo said, "You go to B5? Lu Wansheng was stunned. Seeing Tang Mo's calm eyes, he quickly understood, looked at the still laughing baby face with fear, and hurried to B5. The second round of the game ended, and no one from either team won. Black Tower announced the end of the game, and all players returned to their original grids. Lu Wansheng took a step and prepared to go back to A5, and Lin Qian also turned and walked towards A1. Just as the two of them took a step, a white shadow suddenly moved, stepped on the ground, and rushed towards Lu Wansheng. At the same time, a black shadow also rushed towards Lin Qian. Tang Mo and Bai Ruoyu grabbed each other's teammates almost at the same time and stopped their actions. Lu Wansheng reacted quickly and took out a strange red apron to block in front of him. The red apron immediately became as hard as iron when it touched the air, turning into an unexpected shield. However, Bai Ruoyu's butterfly knife drew silver light in the air, and the apron was directly cut into 3 pieces and fell to the ground. At the same time that the butterfly knife was against Lu Wansheng's neck, Tang Mo's small parasol was against Lin Qian's throat. The 2 players who had just cleared the first floor of the Black Tower were all frozen in place, not daring to move. Bai Ruoyu heard the sound behind him and slowly turned around, just in time to see Tang Mo raising his small parasol and strangling Lin Qian's neck with the tip of the umbrella. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he deliberately said, "Ah, Tang Tang, what are you doing? You actually bully a girl." His face was full of disbelief. Tang Mo held the umbrella handle with his right hand and said lightly, "Whatever you do, I am doing it." Bai Ruoyu said, "I'm just chatting with this kid, right?" But she didn't let go of the butterfly knife in her hand. The sharp blade slid slightly, leaving a shallow bloody wound on Lu Wansheng's neck. Lu Wansheng was stiff all over. He was too scared to speak. His last bit of rationality made him stay calm and not fall into a disadvantage. Tang Mo smiled after hearing this. "Then I'm also chatting with your teammates." "Right, Miss Lin." Although he was asking Lin Qian, Tang Mo didn't even turn his head, still looking at Bai Ruoyu with a sneer. On the crisscross grid, Mosaic looked at the scene of human slaughter excitedly, muttering "Fight, fight." Amid the excited cheers of the little girl, Tang Mo and Bai Ruoyu looked at each other silently. Strangely, as the stare lasted for a long time, the smile on Bai Ruoyu's face became fainter, while Tang Mo's smile became brighter. After a long time, Bai Ruoyu said, "Tang Tang, you won't kill her. I know you are not the kind of person who kills innocent people indiscriminately. Tang Mo, you can try." Bai Ruoyu raised his eyebrows. His answer was that he had cut a wound on Lu Wansheng's neck. His blood spurted out immediately. This kind of wound would be absolutely fatal if it happened on Earth. He had to be sent to the hospital immediately. But now, Lu Wansheng just turned pale. The wound will heal soon. When Lu Wansheng's wound healed, Bai Ruoya smiled provocatively at Tang Mo unexpectedly. The next second, Tang Mo moved his right hand, and the small parasol slid down, piercing Lin Qian's chest. The blood instantly dyed the clothes red. Bai Ruoya's smile suddenly stopped. Tang Mo pulled out his small parasol and pressed it against Lin Qi's throat again. After the wound that pierced his chest healed, Tang Mo smiled and said, "I told you that you can try." Bai Ruoya stared at Tang Mo quietly. After a moment, he said again, "You won't kill." The voice suddenly stopped, and what answered Bai Ruoya was that Tang Mo threw out his small parasol without hesitation, leaving a shallow bloody wound on Lin Qi's neck. Neither of them spoke, just staring at each other quietly. 3 minutes later, the Black Tower sounded, asking the players to return to their respective grids and prepare for the third round of the game. None of the 4 people made any move. 10 seconds later, when the Black Tower was about to give the second reminder, Bai Ruoya suddenly withdrew his hand, and the beautiful butterfly knife spun in the air and was put back into his sleeve. He put his hands in his pockets and walked back to his grid. He said innocently as he walked, "Tang Tang, you are so boring. You don't even allow people to make a joke." After Bai Ruoya returned to grid E1, Tang Mo also put away his small parasol and returned to his grid. After he stood firm, he looked up at Bai Ruoya and said calmly, "If you want to kill him, I will definitely kill her." Bai Ruoya's smile froze for a moment. He shrugged and said nothing more. The light film slowly appeared, blocking the sounds on both sides. At this moment, Lu Wanqing's scalp, which was so tense that it was about to explode, completely relaxed. He gasped for breath, as if he was about to drown. After finally recovering, he looked at Tang Mo gratefully. Tang Mo, thank you for saving me." Tang Mo put the small parasol back to his waist. "I didn't save you." Lu Wansheng was stunned. "Tang Mo, I won't kill her. If you die, I will be 1v2. The situation is not favorable for me. It is almost impossible for me to win." Lu Wanqing's expression suddenly became very interesting, but he knew that Tang Mo was telling the truth. There was a 90% chance that his teammates didn't want to save him at all. Saving him was just a side job. Passing the game was what Tang Mo really wanted. On the other side of the light film, Bai Ruoya mouthed to Tang Mo, "You are so bad." Tang Mo ignored him. Bai Ruoya said to Lu Wansheng again, "You are so stupid." Lu Wansheng clenched his fingers and looked away. Bai Ruoya laughed. Ever since Bai Ruoya said to Lu Wansheng, "I declare that you are dead," Tang Mo has been thinking whether Bai Ruoya saw the death aura on Lu Wansheng, or whether he would definitely kill Lu Wansheng. In fact, Lu Wansheng was wrong about one thing. It is not impossible for the party that left first to pass the game. They don't need to beg the team that left later to cooperate. They only need to kill the opposing team, and only their own team will win. After the game starts, each player is trapped in a grid and cannot move around. As long as you pay attention to your position and don't walk into the same grid, you can avoid the opponent's murderous hands. The only difference is that between 2 rounds of games, the players return to their own grids for a few minutes, and the grids are not confined. Many people will ignore this point and think that players need to return to their own grids, and there must be no confinement between grids. Take it for granted. However, this is the only chance to kill. Bai Ruoya wants to kill Lu Wansheng, so he has to seize this opportunity. So Tang Mo didn't even think about it. As soon as the grid restraint was lifted, he immediately grabbed Lin Qian. "You want to kill my teammates? Okay, then I will kill your teammates too." Tang Mo put this choice in front of Bai Ruoya, and in the end Bai Ruoya chose to let Lu Wansheng go. Fu Wenduo would never kill an innocent person, but Bai Ruoya didn't dare to bet whether Tang Mo would kill an innocent person. He thought Tang Mo would not do it, but as long as there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, he would not dare to do it, and could only choose to give up. Lu Wansheng was thinking about the next strategy. The most important point in front of him was not to walk into the same grid with the babyface psychopath. If they were in the same grid, it would be easy for the psychopath to kill him, and Tang Mo could not save him, and he would not kill Lin Qian at all. A thin layer of sweat gradually appeared on Lu Wanqing's forehead. At this moment, the light film dissipated, and the Black Tower prompt sounded, "Ding!" In the third round, player 1 can move forward 4 steps, player 2 can move forward 3 steps, player 3 can move forward 3 steps, and player 4 can move forward 2 steps. Lu Wansheng raised his head, and looked at the little girl in the middle of the grid in astonishment. He saw from the corner of his eye that Tang Mo also opened his eyes wide, as if he did not expect this result. On the other side of the grid, Bai Ruoya was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "Ah, so that's how it is. This is the fairness of the game." Lu Wansheng was furious. Didn't you say that each player can take a different number of steps? Mosaic was even angrier than him. You didn't ask me, Besides, did you beg me? It was Tangemo, and that pretty boy who begged me. Who are you? I don't know you. You? Ding. Because the number of squares that players can advance is different. Except for the player with the most squares, the rest of the players can choose to advance in any round. For example, player number 2 can advance a total of 3 squares. After player number 1 advances the first square, player number 2 can choose to give up this opportunity to advance and continue to advance 3 times. The clear voice of the child in the black tower ended, and the 4 players were silent for a moment, and everyone was thinking about the meaning of this sentence. This is what is called a sudden turn of events. Looking at the funny appearance of the 4 humans concentrating on thinking, Mosaic held his chin, imitated by Ruya's tone, shook his head and said, "Oh, this is the fairness of the game." Chapter 140. New rules appeared, and the Black Tower did not give players time to understand the rules, and started the game directly. In the center of the grid, Mosaic was wrapped in a light film, happily humming a tuneless little song. This group of humans finally stopped making noise. Time was running out. They were all thinking about the number of steps they could take in this round of the game, and what impact it would have on when to take the steps. Tangemo participated in so many Black Tower games, and this was the first time he encountered new game rules. Every time a game is played, the Black Tower will explain all the rules clearly at the beginning, and most setting up a seemingly plausible trap, and never adding new rules. However, if you think about it carefully, the Black Tower has never said that the number of steps taken by each player is the same. It just said that it will announce the number of steps that players can take before the game starts. This is what Tangemo and Bairoyo have been thinking about, the key to balancing the game. In fact, this is not a new rule at all, but the players have fallen into the language trap of the Black Tower again. First, the number of steps taken by the players is inconsistent. In this round of the game, Bairoyo can move 4 squares, Lu Wansheng and Lin Shi can move 3 squares, and Tangemo can only move 2 squares. The book is located in square A2, which has only 2 squares. Tangemo cannot move to A2, and even Bairoyo cannot move into A2. This time, only Lu Wansheng and Lin Shi can step into the square containing the book. Bairoyo and Tangemo's task is to control the brightness of the square. Second, except for the player with the most steps, Bairoyo, the rest of the players can choose when to move their squares. For example, if Bairoyo takes the first step, the other 3 can give up this round. They wait for Bairoyo to take the second square, then they can take the next step. This rule seems meaningless, but in fact it determines who will be the last to take the square. There is no doubt that Tangemo must leave a square to ensure that he will be the last to take the square. The third round of the game went very quickly, and Lin Qian and Lu Wansheng both stood near the A2 square. Bairoyo didn't know what was wrong with him. He didn't approach the A2 square, but walked to the E4 square step by step and stood in front of Tangemo. He smiled at Tangemo, who finally took his first step after stopping for 2 rounds and entered the D5 grid. Seeing him like this, Bairoyo took his last step without hesitation and entered the E5 grid. Lu Wansheng raised his head carefully and looked at the young woman in front of him. He stepped in and entered the A2 grid. With a click, the light in the A2 grid went out. At this moment, as long as Lin Qian did not find anything unusual and walked into the A2 grid, the light in this grid would light up. Bairoyo could no longer control the brightness of the light film. As long as Tangemo ensured that the light film of the mosaic was on, Lu Wansheng and Tangemo could win. However, Lin Qian glanced at Lu Wansheng, turned her head, and walked into the B1 grid without lighting the light of the A2 grid. Although Lu Wansheng had guessed it in his heart, he still clenched his fingers in disappointment when he saw this result. "Am I so stupid in your eyes?" A clear female voice sounded. Lu Wansheng raised his head and looked at this young woman who had always behaved very mediocrely. Lin Qian's clothes were stained with blood. These were the wounds that Tangemo had stabbed to save Lu Wansheng's life. When Tangemo threatened Lin Qian with a small parasol, the woman did not dare to move or resist. She was very cowardly. However, at this moment, she sneered, "I am also a player who has cleared the first floor of the Black Tower. Lu Wansheng, 10 minutes ago, you could still dream and think that we need to beg you. Now is your turn to pray. If your teammate can only have 1 grid in the next round, and the book is far away from him, then he can't control the outcome of the game at all." Lu Wansheng immediately retorted, "Then it doesn't matter whether he leaves or not. Would the Black Tower give such an unfair game?" Lin Qian asked back. Before these 2 new rules appeared, Was the game that the Black Tower gave our team fair? Lu Wansheng was speechless. The third round of the game ended, and both teams failed to pass the level again. Lu Wansheng's face became quite ugly. He thought about the whole round of the game, considering what changes the two new rules brought to the game. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. Lin Shi was right. It was obvious that this newly added rule was to check and balance Tang Mo, and reduce the imbalance of the game caused by the advantage of the second hand. With these two rules, the number of squares that Tang Mo can move is limited. Secondly, if the situation that Lin Shi said really happened, Tang Mo can only move one square, then Tang Mo would not be able to change the light film of that square of the mosaic. In case of a worse situation, the location of the book is in the 3x3 square grid from A1 to C3, then Tang Mo will be useless. There is no difference between having Tang Mo and not having Tang Mo. No, Black Tower will not give such an unfair game. It is too unfair to us. Lu Wansheng kept convincing himself, but gradually, he recalled Lin Shi's words in his mind. Is the game that Black Tower gave our team fair? Lu Wansheng's heart sank. Yes, the rules of the game are unfair. Before, it was very unfair to Bai Ruoyao and Lin Shi, and now there is a possibility that it is very unfair to Tang Mo and Lu Wansheng. Both teams endured unfair game rules. From a certain perspective, negatives equal positives, which makes it a fair game. After eliminating all external factors, does it mean? Whose luck is better? Lu Wansheng was very depressed. We are lucky. The location of the books and the number of grids we can move are favorable to us, so we can win first. They are lucky, so they can win. The Black Tower will not simply look at the player's luck. At the end of the words, Lu Wansheng himself felt unconvinced. Black Tower doesn't consider the player's luck. Black Tower has always believed that luck is also a kind of strength, and every player who successfully loads the game is a lucky person. Lu Wansheng pondered for a long time and prepared to talk to Tang Mo about his thoughts. Who knew that when he turned around, he found that his teammates had been staring at the opposite side. He followed Tang Mo's line of sight. Are you looking at that psychopath again? Lu Wansheng muttered in his heart. Why are you always looking at that person? What's the relationship? Then he said, Tang Mo, we don't have any other way, let's follow the old plan, I take the position of the book. Tang Mo, okay. Lu Wansheng talked for a long time, but Tang Mo didn't even look at him. He was still staring at Bai Ruoyao opposite him. He just responded perfunctorily, and that was it. Lu Wansheng gritted his teeth and couldn't help asking, what are you looking at? Is that psychopath so good looking? Lu Wansheng thought Tang Mo wouldn't answer. He was just angry that Tang Mo ignored him, so he asked casually. Unexpectedly, Tang Mo turned his head to look at him and asked, what is he looking at? Lu Wansheng was stunned. What is he looking at? Aren't you looking at him? Since the last round of the game ended, and the soundproof film was lowered, he has been staring at me, and you with this weird smile. Lu Wansheng carefully observed the psychopath, not far away. Bai Ruoyao noticed Lu Wansheng's sight, and took out a silver butterfly knife from his pocket. His fingers held the thin handle, and the beautiful silver knife flower turned quickly in the air. Seeing the knife, Lu Wansheng felt a pain in his neck, and quickly looked away. Is his smile strange? He has always smiled like this, Lu Wansheng said. Tang Mo glanced at Lu Wansheng, and said nothing more. Bai Ruoyao didn't smile like this. This time, this psychopath smiled strangely. He must have discovered something. Did he find the game's clearance strategy, or did he see something interesting? So he was so happy, and looked at himself, and Lu Wansheng with such eyes. A flash of inspiration suddenly flashed through Tang Mo's mind. Did he see the death energy? Tang Mo's heart suddenly sank. He closed his eyes, and prepared to see the death energy on Bai Ruoyao, but just as he was about to open his eyes, he stopped. Various complicated thoughts flashed through his mind, and finally Tang Mo sighed softly, slowly opened his eyes, and did not use the mortal death ability. He had seen Bai Ruoyao's death twice today, and he could only see it one last time. It's not time yet, and we can wait until a more critical moment. Each of the 4 players has his own calculations in his mind, and they are all planning how to win this game. The 5-minute discussion time is over, and the clear child's voice of the Black Tower sounded again, ting. In the 4th round, the number of steps that player 1 can take, 4, the number of steps that player 2 can take, 4, the number of steps that player 3 can take, 3, and the number of steps that player 4 can take, 2. As soon as the words fell, a blue light flickered in the center of the yard. The dazzling light dissipated, and 20 items slowly appeared in the light film. Tang Mo looked closely, and was suddenly stunned. In the 20 grids, in addition to a few small skirts, a few strange dolls, and a big match, there were 4 books. From E1 to C2, the 4 grids were filled with books. Lu Wansheng was delighted when he saw this. As long as there were 3 books, the possibility of him and Tang Mo winning would be greatly increased. And now there were 4 books. However, Lu Wansheng was just happy for a second before he was poured cold water. These 4 books were too far away from Tang Mo. Tang Mo could only move 2 grids, and he could not affect the brightness of the grids of these 4 books at all, but could only affect the brightness of the mosaic grids. And these 4 books were too close. Even if Lu Wansheng stepped into a grid and obtained the ownership of the book in this grid, and the grid was lit. As long as Lin Qian walked behind him and directly stepped on the grid to turn off the light, his work was in vain. Damn the grid limit. The Black Tower prompt sounded, and the 4th round of the game officially began. The 4 people began to move the grids in turn. This time, Tang Mo still chose to move the grids in the last 2 rounds. He stepped on the E3 grid and turned off the mosaic grid, causing the 4 people to fail again. The game failed again. At this time, Bai Ruoya stood in the D2 grid. Seeing this, he shrugged with a smile, looking indifferent, and turned to walk back to his grid. From just now. What are you looking at? Bai Ruoya's steps suddenly stopped. He turned his head and looked at Tang Mo. After a moment, he smiled innocently. Tang, did I look at anything? How come I don't know? There was a sound of breaking wind, and the pink parasol was against Bai Ruoya's neck. Bai Ruoya didn't blink, still looking at Tang Mo with a smile. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his tone became a little strange. So you want to duel with me? Ah, if you die, you will definitely not be able to protect that idiot. So that's it. Bai Ruoya's words were incoherent, and Lu Wansheng and Lin Qian were confused. Tang Mo paused in his heart, and he felt like he had grasped something. This was not the first time he confronted Bai Ruoya. The two had fought once before entering this reality copy, and neither of them got the advantage. Tang Mo raised his small parasol to threaten Bai Ruoya, but it was just a threat, to know what the strange look in his eyes meant. However, before he could put down the small parasol, Bai Ruoya suddenly took out a butterfly knife and rushed towards Tang Mo. He took out both butterfly knives at once, not as casually as he did to Lu Wansheng. Tang Mo's eyes were stern, and he bent back to avoid the 2 spinning silver knives. He supported himself with one hand and took a step back. Bai Ruoya seized the opportunity to attack again. The butterfly knife hit the small parasol that opened with a click. Bai Ruoya took 2 steps back and knelt on one knee to steady himself. Tang Mo waved the small parasol and put it on his shoulder. Bai Ruoya, Tang? Tang Mo narrowed his eyes. The two looked at each other, and the next moment, they moved together. Bang 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 sounded in the yard. Lu Wansheng and Lin Qian looked at each other, and decided not to do it at the same time. Find a safe place to avoid being affected by the battle. Mosaic had to sit in the central grid, and could not move. The little girl was not afraid of being accidentally injured. Watching the fight between Tang Mo and Bai Ruoya, she excitedly slapped the table and dubbed, "Fight, fight." Tang Mo dodged the attack by leaning sideways, and at the same time threw out a small parasol with his backhand. Bai Ruoya's fighting skills were much stronger than his. While Tang Mo threw out the small parasol, he swung his right hand, and a ball of blazing flame rushed towards Bai Ruoya. Bai Ruoya turned over to avoid it, and then swung the butterfly knife to attack. This time, he seemed to be determined to kill Tang Mo, and his moves were merciless and hit the deadly point directly. The two of them fought together, and the Black Tower did not prompt the start of a new game, as if tacitly allowing them to kill each other. Bai Ruoya squatted and kicked. Tang Mo couldn't avoid it, and was forced to fall backwards. Bai Ruoya attacked. Tang Mo's eyes were cold, and he turned his hand to take out the big match. But at this moment, 2 voices sounded in Tang Mo's ears at the same time. One was a rough and manic female voice. "Mosaic, get out of here. Where did you put my turkey? I want to bring it to your Uncle Mole as a sacrifice. Did you steal it and eat it again?" When this voice sounded, everyone present, including Lin Shi and Lu Wansheng who were hiding on the side, shouted excitedly, "Fight!" The Mosaic, and Bai Ruoya, who was about to attack Tang Mo, all stood there in shock. Various strange colors flashed across Bai Ruoya's face, as if he suddenly realized his mistake. He immediately retracted his hand, and looked at the gate vigilantly. Boom! The gate of Peking University was violently kicked down by the giant werewolf. The werewolf roared and ran into the yard. As soon as she came in, she saw that the little girl's desk was empty, without a single book. The werewolf was stunned, and then angrily said, "You 4 stupid humans, You still can't let this bastard read a book. Lu Wansheng and Lin Qian were shocked. Bai Ruoyao took 2 steps back calmly and held the handle of the butterfly knife tightly. Tang Yimou, who only had one hand to support the ground, seemed not to notice that the werewolf had returned. He concentrated on listening to the deep male voice beside his ear. Fu Wenwu's voice came steadily into his ears. He only said a few simple words, and his tone was not hurried, but Tang Yimou knew that if there was no emergency, the other party would not interrupt his game, nor would he say any extra greetings. He just said, "Tang Yimou, help me open the archiver." Tang Yimou didn't have time to respond. He reached out and put his hand in his pocket, ready to draw an S on the turkey egg. But just as his hand touched the eggshell, the werewolf stepped on the ground. Like an earthquake, the ground shook violently, and a deep crack split under the werewolf's feet, splitting the earth into 2. "You useless tutors." Tang Yimou rolled outward twice, and stabilized his body. He reached into his pocket again, intending to draw another S. Unexpectedly, the werewolf looked up and stared at him, and rushed directly at him. "Humph, let's start with you. Tell me, why didn't you let this damn little girl study?" Tang Yimou, Shit! Chapter 141. The werewolf kicked the ground with its hind legs and leaped into the air, like a bomb, smashing a huge hole in the ground with a bang. She was huge, and rushed around like a giant, but she was not clumsy and her speed was amazing. In the spacious yard, the werewolf mother ran with a bang, and her sharp claws kept stabbing at Tang Yimou. A man and a wolf chased each other in the yard, forming 2 black shadows. The werewolf's target was Tang Yimou, and the other 3 players naturally avoided him, and did not intend to help. Tang Yimou had long guessed that the werewolf was strong, and it would be easy for him to kill the player, but he never expected that the werewolf would be so strong. Although he didn't have the terrifying oppression of the wolf grandmother and Santa Claus, he was not much worse than them. While dodging, Tang Yimou reached into his pocket and tried to draw an S. However, the werewolf didn't give him a chance to breathe. At first, he could still put his hand into his pocket, but later he couldn't even put his hand into his pocket, so he could only seize every moment to escape. The werewolf leaped into the air, its black body blocking the sunlight, roaring and attacking Tang Yimou. Tang Yimou rolled on the ground to avoid it, and the werewolf attacked again with a claw. Tang Mo's eyes turned cold, and he put his hands on his waist. "Give me back my grandfather." Blazing flames spewed out of his mouth, catching the werewolf off guard. The raging fire came all over the sky, and the werewolf kept avoiding it at first. When she noticed the temperature of the flames, she sneered and pulled out a mace from her waist. "You human teachers only know these crooked ways, and you don't know how to teach properly." The werewolf held the mace in both hands and swung it around. The black mace swung very fast, forming a circular shield. The werewolf laughed sinisterly, waving the mace while approaching Tang Yimou. On the surface, it seemed that the werewolf had found a way to resist the flames. As long as she approached Tang Yimou step by step, she could catch him. However, just as the werewolf relaxed her vigilance and approached Tang Yimou suddenly ran away, and the flames disappeared. The werewolf was still waving the mace, and the flames suddenly dissipated. She was slightly stunned and had a 3-second gap. Taking this opportunity, Tang Yimou reached into his pocket while running and drew a crooked S on the violently shaking turkey egg. Instantly, white light flickered on the turkey egg. Tang Yimou breathed a sigh of relief and turned around to face the werewolf's attack again. Unexpectedly, the werewolf stared at him blankly with the mace in his hand. After a second, he suddenly turned his head to look at Lin Shi, and a few drops of wet saliva flowed from his sharp teeth. "He, you were watching from the side. Did you think I wouldn't eat you? You are a human woman with delicate skin and tender flesh. Why don't you teach that damn little girl to study hard?" Lin Qian opened her eyes wide in astonishment. When she reacted, the werewolf had already smashed down with a mace. Lin Qian dodged in a panic, but her arm was chopped off, and her entire right hand was twisted outward. "You useless tutor, I'm going to eat you." The situation suddenly changed. The werewolf no longer chased Tang Yimou, but chased the young woman, and kept attacking her with a mace. Lin Shi's strength was the weakest among the 4. 2 minutes later, she was covered in wounds. The werewolf seized her mistake, and swung the mace to hit her head. Lin Shi's face turned pale, as she threw a small white porcelain toy from her pocket. The mace hit Lin Shi's head, making a horrible bone-breaking sound. She spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Lin Shi's head was bleeding profusely, but she was not dead. She immediately got up and ran away after falling to the ground. The small porcelain toy shattered. The werewolf was not surprised to see this. She opened her mouth cruelly and crushed the fragments of the little porcelain man into powder. When Lin Qian ran to the vicinity of Lu Wansheng and Bai Ruoyao, the werewolf turned around and attacked Lu Wansheng again. In the yard, the little girl was trapped in the middle of the grid, staring pitifully, watching her mother playing tricks on the 4 humans. After teasing Lu Wansheng again, the werewolf attacked Bai Ruoyao again. Among the 4 players, only Tang Imo and Bai Ruoyao had the strength to deal with the werewolf. She attacked Bai Ruoyao for the shortest time. After only 1 minute, the werewolf suddenly stopped. Her huge wolf mouth moved, and her voice was hoarse. This smell. Mosaic also sniffed. Tang Imo stood in the corner of the yard, staring at the werewolf, who suddenly stopped vigilantly. After a while, he finally smelled the very faint smell in the air. The smell of roast turkey? The werewolf's green eyes moved, and he laughed softly twice. It's too late, the funeral is about to begin. No matter who it is, his turkey is mine now, ha ha ha. After saying that, the werewolf put the mace behind his waist, turned around and jumped out of the Peking University gate. As soon as she left, the Black Tower's silent reminder sounded immediately. Ding! The 5th round, the player can move forward 5 steps. Please return to your grid and prepare to start the game. Everything was no different from before, as if the werewolf had never appeared at all, and the Black Tower coldly asked the player to start the game again. Tang Imo and Bai Ruoyao were fine, without any injuries. They were only slightly bruised when they were chased by the werewolves, but now they have fully recovered. Lu Wansheng and Lin Qian were in a bad situation, with many wounds on their bodies, and the bluestone brick floor was covered with their blood. Especially Lin Qian, the woman's right arm was completely broken, and at this moment her hand was completely tied up by a layer of skin so that it did not fall off, and it was shaking weakly in the air. But no one had time to take care of their injuries. I don't know when the werewolf will come back. According to common sense, she went to attend a friend's funeral, and she should come back after the funeral. But now she suddenly came back, saying that she forgot to bring a sacrifice. Maybe next time she will forget to bring something, come back suddenly, and leave suddenly again. After the blue light film rose, Lu Wansheng quickly analyzed to Tang Imo. He was about to talk about his speculation again, but heard a calm male voice. She will definitely come back a second time. The ending of this game is that the player passes the level, or the player is killed by the werewolf. Tang Imo spoke a little fast. He did not give Lu Wansheng a chance to speak, and said directly, forgetting to bring a sacrifice is just an excuse. Her purpose of coming back is to consume the player's physical strength, and at the same time give the player a sense of time pressure. If the 4 players participating in the game have been deadlocked and refuse to make a quick decision, and choose a way to pass the game, her arrival forced the players to face this problem, and even take radical actions. Lu Wansheng was stunned. Radical actions? If the 4 players participating in the game knew each other, they wanted to eliminate their opponents and pass the game in the previous 4 games, but they were embarrassed to say harsh words directly. But this time the werewolf came, making them clearly understand that if they did not pass the game, they might be killed by the werewolf at any time. Many things that I wanted to do, but didn't do before can now be done. If it was a normal game, someone would die after the next game. Lu Wansheng's heart trembled. You mean he? That psychopath Bai Ruoyao wants to kill someone? Tang Imo looked at him coldly and spoke quickly. He wanted to kill you a long time ago. Lu Wansheng fell silent. Indeed, Bai Ruoyao wanted to kill him a long time ago. If Tang Imo hadn't stopped him, Lu Wansheng would have died a long time ago. The easiest way to pass this game is to eliminate the opponent. Kill the opponent, and only yourself and your teammates are left on the field. Then you can easily win a game. However, Tang Imo can't do this, and he won't allow Bai Ruoyao to do this. Tang Imo raised his head, and found that Bai Ruoyao was squinting at him, and Lu Wansheng. When their eyes met, Bai Ruoyao waved at him, and Tang Imo turned his head away with a somewhat ugly expression. Lu Wansheng thought that Tang Imo felt that the situation was not good, and he was worried about the werewolf coming back again like him. He said, if it doesn't work, the 4 of us can cooperate. This is the best way to pass the level. Tang Imo looked at him steadily. Impossible. Lu Wansheng was surprised. You don't agree to cooperate? He thought Tang Imo would definitely agree to cooperate. Tang Imo, before the werewolf appears, we still have a chance to cooperate. After the werewolf appears, he will not agree to cooperate. Tang Imo pointed his finger at the baby-faced young man standing opposite him. Bai Ruoyao didn't know what they were talking about, but he smiled slightly in the bright sunshine, revealing a bad smile, as if confirming what Tang Imo said. I don't agree to cooperate. Lu Wansheng was puzzled. Why? Why? Lu Wansheng did not notice that Tang Imo, who had been calm and thinking and rarely spoke before, suddenly became a little talkative. Tang Imo quickly said, "Because the next time the werewolf comes out, the most likely person to die is that woman, followed by you. Then I. Only he can't die." Tang Mo's words kept echoing in Lu Wanqing's mind. He kept thinking about the meaning of this sentence. Suddenly, he widened his eyes. "Wait, Priority?" Tang Imo did not speak. "Yes, Priority. Just now, the werewolf came back for more than 10 minutes. Except for the time when she scolded the little girl for not reading the book at the beginning and left suddenly at the end. In the 10 minutes in between, she attacked Tang Imo, Lin Qian, Lu Wansheng and Bai Ruoya in turn. When a normal person is being chased by a werewolf, he certainly would not be in the mood to calculate how long he is being chased, let alone how long others are being chased. But Tang Imo has been calculating the time in his mind. The werewolf chased him for a full 4 minutes, and when the time was up, he immediately changed his target. Lin Qian's time is 3 minutes, Lu Wanqing's time is 2 minutes, and Bai Ruoya's time is 1 minute. Because of the priority rule, Bai Ruoya is the first to move the grid, and Tang Imo is the last. This priority is obviously more friendly to Tang Imo, and Bai Ruoya, who has a higher priority, is at a great disadvantage. However, until now, the priority order has revealed its true face, not the priority of moving the grid, but the priority of being chased by the werewolf. In this game, Bai Ruoya is the hardest to die, and Tang Imo is the easiest to die. If the 4 players have the same strength, the order of death must be the same as the priority order, which means Bai Ruoya will definitely survive to the end. Tang Imo put his hands in his pockets and gently stroked the glowing turkey egg with his right hand. No one knew that the voice from the other side kept ringing in his mind. The violent collision and fighting sounds kept ringing in Tang Mo's ears, the voice of Fu Xiaodi, a strange middle-aged male voice, and the occasional response from Fu Wenduo. This was all Tang Imo could hear. After he opened the archiver, Fu Wenduo had not spoken to him again. It seemed that a very tense battle was going on over there. Tang Imo listened to the voice in his mind silently, and his fingers touching the turkey egg gradually tightened. Finally, he clenched the turkey egg tightly, closed his eyes, exhaled gently, and slowly opened his eyes. He was almost affected by the situation over there. That was his teammate, Fu Wenduo. It was Victor. After the Earth went online, with the improvement of physical and mental qualities, Tang Imo almost forgot what panic felt like. This time, he was nervous for the first time in a long time. Not because of himself, but because of Fu Wenduo's tower attack game. However, the only thing he could do for the other party here was to open the archiver. He had to finish this real copy quickly, and make time to understand the situation over there. Tang Mo's eyes gradually became firm. According to the habit of the Black Tower, if the werewolf comes back once, it will definitely come back a second time. And the second time will definitely be more difficult than the first time, and it is very likely that the time she spends chasing the player will double. The blue light film dissipated in the air, and 20 items slowly appeared on the grid. Tang Imo suddenly said, "Bai Ruoya, will you cooperate?" Lu Wansheng looked at Tang Imo strangely. Tang Imo just said that the psychopath would definitely not agree to cooperate. Why is he asking again now? Bai Ruoya laughed. "Cooperation? Tang, are you begging me?" Sure enough, he refused to cooperate. After Lu Wansheng understood the real priority order, he looked at the indifferent smile of the baby-faced young man, and his heart gradually became cold. Among the 4 players, Bai Ruoya would definitely die last, so he would not cooperate with anyone. Instead, they had to beg Bai Ruoya to cooperate. Tang Imo did not reply to Bai Ruoya's nonsense. Lu Wansheng thought Tang Imo would tell the young woman that if the werewolf came again next time, she would definitely be the first to die. But Tang Imo did not say it. Lu Wansheng felt strange in his heart. Tang Imo winked at him, and he immediately shut up, and did not dare to say more. The atmosphere between the players was a little strange. Mosaic lay on the table, and looked at the 4 humans. She pouted and said huh and whispered, "Why are they different from the previous humans?" No one answered her question. All 20 items were revealed. This time, there was only one book in the grid. The Black Tower prompt sounded, and the players continued to move the grid in silence, but still failed. When this round of the game ended, and the Black Tower asked the players to return to the grid, Mosaic sat up excitedly, and the 5 words seeking to kill each other were almost written on her face. But these humans didn't fight, and stood back in their own grids obediently. Mosaic's expectant smile froze on her face. After waiting for a few seconds, she buried her face in the table in frustration after confirming that these players really wouldn't kill each other. Tang Imo glanced at her, listening to the voice in his mind while thinking quickly. Generally speaking, players won't kill each other so quickly. Normal players will decide to kill the enemy only after the werewolf appears. Bairoyo is an outlier. He wants to kill Lu Wansheng in advance. Because Bairoyo brought this time forward, they didn't kill each other now. Also because Bairoyo has the highest priority, even if Tang Mo dies, he will definitely be alive, so he won't do boring things like killing each other again. As long as he doesn't make trouble, others won't make trouble. After the light film rose, Lu Wansheng was in a bad mood. Damn it, are we going to continue like this and wait for the next werewolf to appear? Lin Qian's strength is the weakest, but Lu Wansheng's strength is not high either. He had a feeling that he and Lin Qi might still survive the next werewolf attack. But when the werewolves come for the third time, Lin Qi will definitely die. And he will die too. What should he do? How to break the deadlock? Lu Wansheng regretted for the first time why he had said, "Please beg me to let us cooperate with you." If he had thought about cooperation from the beginning, perhaps they would have cooperated to pass the game. I have also played the Black Tower game several times, and Black Tower still tends to let players cooperate, not kill each other. After all, Lu Wansheng had cleared the first level of the Black Tower, and had a certain understanding of the game. Tang Mo, we really can only clear the game by cooperating. You seem to be quite familiar with that psychopath. What do you think? We'll make him cooperate? The answer to him was silence. Lu Wansheng turned his head and looked over. Tang Mo? Tang Mo closed his eyes, and he heard the fighting sound in his mind suddenly stop. Tang Mo held his breath and waited patiently for the sound from the other side. After half a minute, a deep male voice with a smile sounded softly in his ears. "It's okay, Tang Mo." Tang Mo breathed a sigh of relief. What happened? In front of a huge glass mountain, Fu Wenduo and a middle-aged man sat down against the mountain wall. Fu Wensheng directly covered Fu Wenduo's arms with both hands, and spring water gushed out of his palms, moistening the bloody wound. Hearing only Fu Wenduo's faint voice, Tang Mo would never have thought that at this moment, Fu Wenduo's right arm was bitten off at the root, and the wound was shocking. There were also traces of beast bites on his neck, and his throat was almost bitten off. With Fu Wensheng's healing ability, Fu Wenduo's genetic recombination ability, and strong recovery ability, his pale face gradually returned to normal. After the wound on his throat was completely healed, Fu Wenduo said a long sentence. "I just encountered a few very powerful Black Tower monsters, but now it's okay. How is the situation over there?" Tang Mo, Bairoyo followed me into this reality copy. Fu Wenduo frowned slightly. He also went in. It doesn't matter, he and I are not in the same team. Even if he makes trouble, it won't cause too much trouble. What's wrong with you? The third floor of the Black Tower shouldn't be that difficult. With Fu Wenduo's strength, he could have cleared the third floor of the Black Tower long ago. So when he and Fu Wensheng went to challenge the tower attack game, Tang Mo was not too worried, and he didn't want to give them the king's gold coins. How could it be so serious that he had to open the archiver? The flesh on his arm grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. The feeling of the new limb was not good. Fu Wenduo frowned and leaned against the wall of the glass mountain without saying a word. He calculated the time in his mind, and before Tang Mo was about to ask again, he said, "I think Xiaosheng accidentally turned on the difficult mode." Tang Mo was shocked. The difficult mode of the third floor of the Black Tower? The introduction of the way to pass the tower attack game this time is very vague. We have 2 teammates, a total of 4 people attacking the tower. I am attacking the third floor, and they are attacking the second floor like Xiaosheng. After the game started, we encountered some troubles and 1 person died. Xiaosheng killed an underground man to save his life. Fu Wenduo's arms grew out completely. He moved his fingers and continued. "A minute ago, Xiaosheng used a prop he got after he and you cleared the gem corridor together." Tang Mo, Moonflower? Yes. He used this prop to see how we could clear the level. Then he found that to clear the level, he needed the help of the dead underground man to open a cave. Although he encountered a dilemma he had never seen before, Fu Wenduo's voice was not too nervous. He said word by word, "Now it seems that the normal way to pass the level is definitely not a solution. We can only choose the second way to pass the level. I haven't found any other way to pass the level yet, but any Black Tower game must have more than one way to pass the level. Using the simple method to pass the level is the normal mode. Using the difficult method to pass the level is the difficult mode." So Fu Wenduo said that they should have accidentally started the difficult mode of the tower attack game. However, after he said this, Tang Mo suddenly fell silent. Fu Wenduo was keenly aware of Tang Mo's strangeness, and he whispered, "Tang Mo? Any Black Tower game must have more than one way to pass it." Fu Wenduo raised his eyebrows. Tang Mo sighed and smiled helplessly. The real copy I encountered this time was not difficult, but it was very torturous. When you come back, I will tell you about it. It's actually very simple. Okay. The archiver is still open, and only 20 minutes have passed, and there are still 40 minutes to save. Neither of them had the intention to close the archiver. First, it was to avoid any more accidents with Fu Wenduo, and second, Tang Mo didn't want to close the turkey egg. He didn't know what Fu Wenduo was thinking, but he didn't want to close it. If Fu Wenduo didn't mention it, he wouldn't mention it. In that case, it seems that I can say it in advance. The man laughed in a low voice. His voice was pleasant and magnetic. Tang Mo didn't react. What? Fu Wenduo read word by word. Grind sugar, good job. My heart skipped a beat. This sentence, which I had seen countless times on the computer, was read out by this person for the first time. Tang Mo opened his eyes slightly, and an indescribable feeling filled his chest like a tide. After a long time, he also smiled and said softly, "Then you have to do a good job too, Victor." Under the towering glass mountain, the handsome and tall man couldn't help but curl his lips and laughed. Fu Wensheng said in horror, "Brother, why are you laughing?" Fu Wenduo immediately stopped smiling and glanced at his silly brother. "You're seeing things." Fu Wensheng? ? No, you're so happy that your eyes are bit with laughter. This is not convincing at all. Besides, your legs haven't grown out yet. It's scary to suddenly laugh like this. Is there a problem? Fu Wenduo said lightly. Fu Xiaodi immediately straightened his body. No. A passerby teammate on the side. Is this person really Fu Wenduo? Tang Mo didn't know the situation on the other side of the turkey egg. The light film slowly dissipated, and 20 items glowed with blue light and appeared in the grid. The tacit understanding between Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo is already difficult to describe in words. For example, Tang Mo just said a very short sentence, saying that this game is actually very simple, and Fu Wenduo immediately heard that Tang Mo already knew how to pass the game. Yes, he realized the real way to pass the game. In fact, everything is very simple. When he realized the truth and looked back, he found that everything was reasonable, but they were blinded by something. Although Tang Mo was 90% sure that he could pass the level. But for the sake of safety, he would not act rashly. The sixth game started. Tang Mo did not say much. As before, the two teams moved the grids together. In the end, Tang Mo changed the light and dark of the mosaic grids, making it impossible for both teams to pass the level. The same situation continued for 2 more rounds. In the 9th round, another 20 items appeared. Bai Ruoya looked at the grid where the 2 books were. He raised his head, was stunned at first, then blinked, and said in an ambiguous tone, Tang, you seem to have been staring at me these few rounds. Hee. Am I that good looking? Tang Mo, yeah, you are very good looking. Bai Ruoya, Bai Ruoya deliberately provoked the conversation, but when Tang Mo really said that, he couldn't laugh anymore. He observed Tang Mo carefully, as if he wanted to find out the reason why he suddenly said that from Tang Mo's expression. Suddenly Tang Mo asked, Do you think I am good looking? Bai Ruoya, This is definitely not the Tang Mo I know. Tang Mo smiled slightly. Then do you think he is good looking? Bai Ruoya subconsciously looked at Lu Wansheng. Lu Wansheng was confused. Bai Ruoya said without hesitation, Ugly. Lu Wansheng, Tang Mo, it's okay. If he takes off these black frame glasses, he's not bad. Bai Ruoya raised the corner of his lips. It depends on who he's compared with. Tang, compared to you, he's very ugly. Tang Mo raised his eyebrows and said nothing. The clear voice of a child from the Black Tower sounded at the right time. Ding! In the 9th game, the number of steps that player number 1 can take forward. 6. The number of steps that player number 2 can take forward. 6. The number of steps that player number 3 can take forward. 4. And the number of steps that player number 4 can take forward. 3. In this round, the 2 books are in the B2 and C1 grids. Bai Ruoyao, Lu Wansheng, and Lin Qian can all enter the grids with books, but Tang Mo definitely cannot. As before, Lin Qian and Tang Mo have fewer steps. When Bai Ruoya and Lu Wansheng took the first 2 steps, they did not move. In the 3rd round, Lin Qian took 1 step forward and entered the A2 grid. Bai Ruoya and Lu Wansheng can both go to the grids where the 2 books are. Now what Lu Wansheng has to do is to grab at least 1 grid, and not let the other side grab all the grids with books. In the last step, Bai Ruoya stopped at C1 and Lu Wansheng stopped at B2. Bai Ruoya's light film was bright, Lu Wansheng's light film was dark, and Mosaic's light film was bright. Lin Qian looked at this situation without changing her expression. She was a B3. As long as she didn't walk into B4 to light up Lu Wanqing's grid, Tang Mo couldn't win this round. Tang Mo couldn't affect Lu Wanqing's grid. Lin Qian didn't think about it and planned to walk to A3. As long as she didn't walk into B4, nothing else mattered. However, just as she raised her foot, a calm male voice sounded. Did Bai Ruoyou tell you that when the werewolf appears again, you will definitely be the first to die? Lin Qian suddenly stopped and turned to look at Tang Mo. In the spacious blue light grid, the handsome young man put his hands in his pockets and quietly stated a fact. The werewolf hunts players in order of priority. The last time she appeared, she hunted you for 3 minutes. Your right arm seems to be still broken. Has it not recovered yet? Bai Ruoyou suddenly said, hee Tang Tang. Tang Mo ignored him and continued to look at Lin Qi steadily. My intuition has always been accurate, and your teammates know this. My intuition is that she will appear again soon. And the next time she appears, she will not chase you for only 3 minutes. Maybe 6 minutes, maybe 10 minutes. After a pause, Tang Mo said calmly, Lin Qi, can you still hold on for 6 minutes? Lin Qi said calmly, priority? I know, my teammates told me. We discussed this issue. Bai Ruoyou blinked. Tang Tang, in your mind I am a person who betrayed teammates. Why didn't you even tell her this? Then did he also tell you that the next time a werewolf appears, he will not let you die, he will help you? Because if you die, he will be alone against the two of us, and the situation will be more disadvantageous to him. The smile on Bai Ruoyou's face froze for a moment, and Lin Qian opened her eyes wide. Tang Mo, if I tell you that the next time a werewolf appears, not only you, my teammates will also die. Lu Wanqing's body froze. If you die alone, the situation will certainly be unfavorable to Bai Ruoyou. He will not allow this situation to exist. He will definitely help you. However, next time, my teammates will not be able to resist the werewolf, because no one knows what will happen after helping him. Maybe the werewolf will become more brutal and kill both of them. Even I won't help Lu Wanqing. Why do you think? Bai Ruoyou will help you. Lin Qian's lips moved, but she didn't speak. Bai Ruoyou's eyes slowly turned cold. But he couldn't refute Tang Mo's words. In terms of character, everyone saw that Tang Mo was much more trustworthy than him after entering this reality copy. If Tang Mo was a qualified teammate with 60 points, Bai Ruoyou didn't even have 0 points, so he was a negative teammate. Even Tang Mo wouldn't help Lu Wanqing resist the werewolf, so how could Bai Ruoyou help Lin Qi? Lin Qi's voice was hoarse. But if I die, he will be alone against the two of you. Ms. Lin. Tang Mo interrupted Lin Qian, you may not understand what I meant just now. I mean, when you die, my teammate Lu Wanqing will also die. When both of you die, only Bai Ruoyou and I will be left on the field. 1v2 is very disadvantageous to him, but 1v1 will not matter to him. Besides, I will definitely die before him. When I die, he will definitely win. Don't you understand until now? Tang Mo raised his head and smiled. Ms. Lin, your life is nothing in Bai Ruoyou's eyes. The loud voice spread throughout the yard and echoed for a long time. Mosaic held his chin with both hands, blinked his eyes, and looked at Tang Mo, then at Lin Qi. The next second, Lin Qi turned her head and looked at Bai Ruoyou. Bai Ruoyou shrugged and said with a grin, don't look at me, I didn't say anything, it was all he said. Lin Qi felt like she was falling into an ice cellar. How could she believe what this person said? Tang Mo said, Ms. Lin, go to the B4 grid and help my teammates light up the grid. Bai Ruoyou's smile faded, and he looked at Tang Mo with a strange look. Lin Qian's body trembled. She looked at Tang Mo and moved her lips, but she couldn't say a word. Now, only you and I have not moved the grid, and we each have 1 step left. Whether our two teams cooperate or not has nothing to do with Bai Ruoyou and Lu Wanqing, but only with you and me. As long as you walk into the B4 grid and help my companion light up the grid, I will walk into the E4 grid and not extinguish the grid of Mosaic. In this way, the grids of Bai Ruoyou and Lu Wanqing are both bright, and they can hand the book to Mosaic together. This is our cooperation. Bai Ruoyou's voice suddenly sounded. Both teams hand the book to Mosaic together. There is a chance that all 4 people will be killed by werewolves. Lin Qian turned her head stiffly and looked at him again. Tang Mo laughed, then continued to stalemate. Both of them died. Only me and you are left. This choice doesn't matter to me. Maybe you will die before me, Bai Ruoyou? After speaking, Tang Mo looked at Lin Qian again. Ms. Lin, it's up to you. Your choice doesn't really matter to me. You just need to know that you will never be able to withstand the next attack of the werewolf. But Bai Ruoyou and I can survive. Bai Ruoyou, Xiao Lin Qian. Lu Wanqing gritted his teeth and helped Tang Mo to say, Miss Lin, The two of us have also been in this dungeon together for several days. If possible, I hope I have never entered this dungeon. Now Tang Mo is right. He is the first player in China to pass the 3rd floor of the Black Tower, and his strength is beyond doubt. The method he gave is definitely the best way for all 4 of us to survive. I choose to believe him. Bai Ruoya fanned the flames again. Let's die together. Lu Wansheng was so angry that he wanted to shut up this psychopath, but he didn't dare. Time passed by, and Lin Chi stood on the B3 grid, and did not move. The cold voice of the Black Tower sounded, "Ding, player number 3, please move forward." Bai Ruoya, it feels good to die with Tang Tang. Lu Wansheng, MS. Lin, I believe in Tang Mo. Tang Mo smiled and said, well, what should I say, I also believe in myself. Lin Qian's chest was heaving up and down, and she kept taking deep breaths. Her forehead was covered with sweat, and her clothes were also wet with sweat. Bai Ruoya's gloating voice, Lu Wansheng's expectant and pleading voice, and Tang Mo's voice that was indifferent and seemed to be just making a random suggestion, formed a stereo sound in her mind, making her tremble all over. Enough. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. Her eyes were red. She took a step forward and stepped on the B4 grid. In an instant, Lu Wansheng's grid lit up, and a thin book was wrapped in a light film, emitting a faint blue light. Bai Ruoya's face didn't show much emotion, and he still looked smiling. He didn't seem angry or happy. Everything was hidden in that weird smile, making it hard to figure out. Lu Wansheng almost fainted. He also wanted to survive. If Tang Mo didn't save him, he really couldn't survive the werewolf's second attack. Now, as long as Tang Mo moved a grid randomly, without affecting the brightness of the mosaic grid, they could pass the level. When Tang Mo saw Lin Qi's choice, a barely perceptible smile flashed across his eyes. He stepped into the E4 grid without affecting the brightness of the mosaic grid. The next moment he stepped into this grid, a cheerful music sounded in the Peking University campus. Dozens of children sang in unison, and the happy nursery rhymes entered the ears of every player present, and also entered the ears of Mosaic, making her depressed and blocked her ears. Mosaic, I don't want to listen to this. The sun is shining in the sky, the flowers are smiling at me, the birds are saying good morning. Why are you carrying a small school bag? After the school song was over, Mosaic was lying on the table, crying. I don't want to study, I don't want to study, I don't want to study at all, sob 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 sob. On the 5x5 grid network, all 21 light films disappeared, and other useless objects disappeared with the light films. In the grid where Bai Ruoya and Lu Wansheng were, 2 books floated in the air. Lu Wansheng reached out and took the book. Bai Ruoya shook his head and muttered, "It's so boring," while picking up the book. The game was over, and the two were ready to hand the book to Mosaic. But just as they were about to walk to Mosaic's grid, the music ended completely, and the clear voice of a child from the Black Tower sounded, "Ding! Player Tang Mo completed the main quest Everything is Inferior, Mosaic Saigao, cleared the real-life dungeon Everything is Inferior, and was rewarded with the prop Mosaic's Magic Match." It was detected that player Tang Mo cleared the real-life dungeon Everything is Inferior alone, and was rewarded with the extra item Mosaic's Kiss. The sound of the Black Tower suddenly stopped. The next moment, Bai Ruoya, Lu Wansheng, Lin Qian, and even Mosaic all raised their heads and looked at Tang Mo in astonishment. Bai Ruoya's hand tightly grasped the thin book, squeezing it tighter and tighter. This was the first time. No, the second time he looked at Tang Mo with such eyes. He stared at the calm young man, and the next moment, he exerted force with his fingers, and the book turned into pieces in his hands. Bai Ruoya laughed in anger. "Tang, you are fucking playing tricks on me again." Chapter 142. Tang Mo dodged the silver butterfly knife sideways, and the beautiful knife turned in the air, and returned to the baby-faced young man's hand. Bai Ruoya kicked his feet and flew out. 2 slender butterfly knives flew between his hands. The silver light was like the sharp blade of the god of death. The speed was very fast. Tang Mo kept dodging. Tang Mo took the opportunity to pull out the small parasol from his waist, and opened it with a click. The butterfly knife hit the umbrella, making a sound of metal collision. The 2 people each took 3 steps back. There was no smile on Bai Ruoya's face. He stared coldly at Tang Mo, and Tang Mo also stared at him. After staring at each other for a while, Bai Ruoya slowly raised the corners of his lips. He turned his eyes, and looked at the grid behind Tang Mo. In that grid, a giant match was quietly floating in the air, not disappearing. When Tang Mo walked into the E4 grid, the Black Tower suddenly announced that the game was over, and the light film in the grid dissipated, and the items also disappeared one after another. Except for 2 books in this match. Bairuo's eyes scanned Tang Mo's body, as if he was looking at something. After a while, he turned his fingers, and put 2 butterfly knives into his sleeves. Seeing that this psychopath had no intention of attacking again, Tang Mo also put away his small parasol, and looked at him vigilantly. Bairuo raised his feet, and walked in the grid. He put his hands behind his back, and jumped forward 1 grid at a time. Each of these grids was 1 meter long, and Bairuo had to take a big step to step into a new grid every time. He just jumped forward in the grid in such a strange way. As he walked, he suddenly laughed. His laughter became louder and louder, and he seemed a little crazy. When he reached the edge of the grid, he turned his head suddenly, and looked at Tang Mo. "Is it that match?" Tang Mo ignored him. Tang Mo picked up the match floating in the air, and walked to Mosaic. The little girl in the red skirt has not reacted yet, sitting in front of the desk in a daze. When Tang Mo walked in front of her and handed her the huge match, Mosaic took the match blankly, and looked up at Tang Mo. The thick mosaic blocked her face, so Tang Mo couldn't see the little girl's expression. But it was obvious that Mosaic was very excited. She hugged the big match and jumped up from the stool happily. "I don't want to read those damn books, those evil books. Books should be burned, all of them should be burned." A strange voice sounded. That match is very important to her. Tang Mo raised his eyes, and glanced at Bairuo. Bairuo stood far away from Tang Mo and the other 2, laughing and saying, "Yes, that match is very important to her, you know this, hee, Tang, you knew it from the beginning, you know." The voice stopped abruptly, and Bairuo's eyes changed. He was obviously laughing, but his eyes were extremely cold. "Go to E4, and wait until now to suddenly say that I don't plan to save that woman. These things, Tang, when did you start to plot against me?" Tang Mo didn't intend to answer any of Bairuo's questions, but after hearing this, he raised his eyebrows and said, "I plotted against you?" As if he heard something funny, Bairuo laughed out loud. Tang Mo said calmly, "I'm just completing the game." Lu Wansheng and Lin Qian on the side still don't understand what happened. They suddenly saw Bairuo attacking Tang Mo, and suddenly saw Bairuo stop. Now they suddenly saw Tang Mo and Bairuo confronting each other, saying something they couldn't understand. They didn't understand these words. Bairuo closed his eyes, and countless images flashed in his mind. The smile on his lips became brighter and brighter. Finally, he opened his eyes. Everything is inferior, Mosaic is superior. E4 grid, big match, light film light and dark, you let that woman go to B4 grid. The voice suddenly stopped, and Bairuo's eyes stopped on Lu Wansheng. Lu Wansheng was startled and subconsciously held his weapon, worried that this psychopath would suddenly attack and hurt people after the game. However, Bairuo just stared at his face, or more precisely, at his eyes. He stared at Lu Wansheng's eyes for a long time before smiling and saying, "Black frame glasses? Tang, I really trust you too much." Tang Mo said lightly, "Thank you for trusting me." "Hee, Tang, I really want to kill you now, what should I do?" Tang Mo, "Then why don't you do it?" Bairuo pretended to be surprised. "Don't you know the reason? Ah, Tang, you are still acting with me now? You really hurt my heart. You clearly know what I saw and that you will not die, but you still force me to fight with you. If I am not mistaken, what do you think of me now? Hey, I am not going to die, am I? Die in your hands?" The cold wind blew through the empty yard. Mosaic ran into the house after getting the big match, and no one knew what he was doing. The 4 players stood in the cold wind, and no one answered Bairuo's words. Lu Wansheng and Lin Qian didn't understand what Bairuo was saying at all, but Tang Mo knew why this psychopath suddenly stopped attacking him. He saw the death in himself. Bairuo looked like a psychopath who was courting death and making trouble every day, but in fact, he was not really that crazy. Everything he did was based on not affecting the game mission and ensuring his survival. Under his annoying appearance like a psychopath, he is actually a smart and advanced player. 2 teams cleared the game together, which is what Bairuo, Lu Wansheng, and Lin Qian originally thought. Suddenly Tang Mo cleared the game alone, and the 3 of them were left out. It was impossible for the 3 of them to have no emotions. Lu Wansheng and Lin Qian did not dare to express their opinions, on the one hand because they did not know the specific situation, and on the other hand, they could not beat Tang Mo at all. Bairuo was different. His strength was comparable to Tang Mo's, and he was extremely conceited. Tang Mo saw the fire starting from the house, and soon, the blazing flames engulfed the entire house. A little girl with twin ponytails ran out of the house, happily holding a huge match. While running, Mosaic hummed a little tune, jumped back to the yard, and then ran into the second house to continue setting fire. The players stood in the yard, not knowing what to do next. Lu Wansheng struggled internally. Between Bai Ruoyao, who was obviously insane and could kill anyone at any time, and Tang Mo, who completed the game by himself, which meant he fooled all of them, he chose the latter and walked towards Tang Mo. Seeing this, Lin Qian hesitated for a moment and followed him. In the sky full of fire, Lu Wansheng couldn't help asking, Tang Mo, although I don't know what happened, I hope you can give us an explanation. Lin Qian also plucked up the courage. Lu Wansheng and I have been in this dungeon for several days. We have seen too many players killed by werewolves and little girls. We actually don't expect to get rewards anymore. We just want to leave the dungeon and survive. I don't mind you clearing the game alone. I'm not as good as you. I didn't win the game. But I also want to know. If you win alone, does it mean that the rest of us will die? Hearing the young woman's friendly words, the baby-faced young man in the distance sneered contemptuously. Bai Ruoyao sat on the ground, propped up his chin, and watched Mosaic set fire everywhere with a smile. Lu Wansheng and Lin Qian looked at Tang Mo cautiously. They were very nervous. They were afraid that if Tang Mo was the only one who cleared the game, would it mean that they were all eliminated and would all be eaten by the werewolves? Tang Mo, do you think he is nervous? Lu Wansheng and Lin Qian looked in the direction of Tang Mo's finger. Bai Ruoyao tilted his head towards them and laughed. Although I don't know how to do this, you won't die. You have participated in many Black Tower games before, right? Have you heard that after clearing the game with the right method, the Black Tower boss will kill people? Lu Wansheng was the first to react. He said happily, you mean, all of us can survive. If 4 people clear the level together, there will definitely be no reward, and there is a chance of being eaten by werewolves. Now all of us can survive? If you don't believe me, you can believe him. Tang Mo pointed at Bai Ruoyao. He probably won't pay attention to you now, but he can see that the 4 of us can't die now. This copy has officially ended. Lin Qian touched the invisible wall that didn't exist in the air, but we still can't get out now. Tang Mo, when Mosaic comes back, we should be able to get out. Tang Mo's voice was very calm, and there was not much expression on his face. He didn't intend to take extra care of these 2 players. But when he finished speaking, Lu Wansheng and Lin Qian's hearts calmed down. For some reason, they felt that what Tang Mo said must be right. They would not die, and they could all leave here. But Lu Wansheng looked at Tang Mo curiously, and after a long while, he couldn't help but say, Tang Mo, I still want to know what happened to that match. How did you win suddenly? Lu Wansheng had just finished speaking when a red shadow rushed out of a building. With a bang, the building was engulfed in flames. Mosaic laughed and held his matches, and continued to rush to the next place. Tang Mo looked at the innocent and happy back of the little girl and said, although she likes to kill and set fire, she is still a good girl. Lu Wansheng and Lin Qian, ah! The voice stopped. Tang Mo turned around and looked at the 2 confused players, and smiled slightly. I said, Mosaic is a good girl who likes to kill and set fire. The Black Tower boss Mosaic is not very strong, and often uses the props. Giant matches to kill and set fire everywhere. Hobbies: killing and setting fires. Dislikes: reading. After entering this game, the first thing Tang Mo did was to ask Mosaic what the method of passing the game was. Mosaic gave an answer. Give her the book and let her read it. Then the werewolf mother will not eat the player, and the player can pass the game. However, Mosaic never said from beginning to end that this was the only way to pass the game. The name of this copy is Everything is Inferior, and the main game is Everything is Inferior, Mosaic is Superior. Tang Mo looked at the little girl busy setting fires everywhere, and put his hands in his pockets. In this game, everyone and everything are unimportant. Black Tower said from the beginning that Mosaic is superior. Lu Wansheng suddenly had an idea. Wait, but Haida also said that survival or lowly, this is a question. Tang Mo looked down at him. What's the problem? Lu Wansheng. This sentence is from Shakespeare. Survival or death, this is a question. Doesn't Haida mean that we must choose one of the 2, either choose survival or choose lowly? Choose Mosaic, help Mosaic not let her study, and we will be eaten by werewolves? Hee. Did Haida say that we have to choose one of the 2? Everyone turned their heads and looked at Bai Ruoyao in the distance. Lin Qian murmured, Black Tower never said that. Yes, from the beginning, all players fell into a misunderstanding and misunderstood the real way to pass this game. Who said that every Black Tower game has only one way to pass? In the whack-a-mole game that Tang Mo passed, he could pass the level by hitting enough moles and accumulating points, and he could also pass the level by catching the golden-haired mole. There are 2 ways to pass the level. Later, He and Fu Wenduo participated in the honest card game together. They could pass the level by eliminating the opponent or by cooperating with the two teams, but they chose to eliminate the boss Pinocchio to pass the level. There are 3 ways to pass the level. Mosaic just said that if you give her the book, you can pass the level. Black Tower made it clear at the beginning, Mosaic is better. Between Survival and Lolita, the player should choose Lolita. So the question is, how to choose Mosaic? Lu Wansheng analyzed. She doesn't like reading books. If we don't let her read books, we should choose her instead of the werewolf, right? But in the previous 8 rounds of the game, we didn't let her read books in every round, but we didn't win. So, choosing her means giving her the big matchstick she likes and letting her set the fire? The players who can pass the first level of the Black Tower are all of high level. Lu Wansheng's words were recognized by Lin Qian, but she felt, this is too bad. The Black Tower rules say that at least 1 book will appear in each round, but it does not say that the big matchstick will appear in each round. If the big matchstick never appears, won't we never be able to pass the level in the right way, and can only kill each other, pass the level by other means, or even never pass the level? Lu Wansheng suddenly said, wait, this match didn't appear only once. Lin Qian was stunned. What? Lu Wansheng looked up at Tang Mo. Mr. Tang, I remember this match appeared before? I think I saw it in a round of the game. It appeared once. Tang Mo nodded and gave the answer. The 4th round. Lu Wansheng and Lin Qian didn't think too much when they heard this. On the contrary, Bai Ruoyao, who was sitting far away, froze, as if he understood something. He looked at Tang Mo, and Tang Mo noticed his gaze. Their eyes met in the air. Bai Ruoyao blinked and lip synced. Tang, have you been plotting against me since then? Tang Mo turned his head away. This psychopath takes himself too seriously. Tang Mo didn't really start plotting against Bai Ruoyao at that time, but after the 5th round of the game, when Fu Wenduo reminded him that each Black Tower game must have more than 1 way to pass the level, he realized what Bai Ruoyao was looking at when she looked at him, and Lu Wansheng during the 4th round of the game. He was looking at the death aura. At the beginning of the 4th round of the game, Bai Ruoyao stared at Tang Mo and Lu Wansheng with strange eyes. At that time, Tang Mo guessed that this guy might be thinking of some bad ideas, or he might be looking at the death aura. Now thinking back, he was indeed looking at the death aura. Because when all the items in the 4th round of the game appeared, the death aura on Tang Mo and Lu Wansheng suddenly increased to a higher level. This change came too suddenly, so Bai Ruoyao didn't react, and Tang Mo discovered his abnormality. He thought that this death energy meant that Tang Mo is likely to be killed by him, so he attacked Tang Mo. As a result, a werewolf suddenly appeared, and Bai Ruoyao realized that this death energy came from the werewolf. The Black Tower never leaves people with dead ends. Tang Mo looked at Lu Wansheng and Lin Qian thinking hard, and thought to himself, the Black Tower will definitely give players hints and clues in various places. Just like in the whack-a-mole game, Tang Mo on the 6th day used Mario's hat to knock out the Invisible Man's pocket watch. This is not a coincidence, it is inevitable. The Black Tower gave him a chance to discover the truth of the overlap of time and space. In the 4th round, the death energy on the player suddenly increased, not because a werewolf was about to appear, but because one thing appeared among the 20 items on the field, the big match. Lu Wansheng and Lin Qian were still thinking about the reason for the appearance of the big match, and Tang Mo's calm voice sounded, after the big match appears, the werewolf will appear. This is the Black Tower's hint to the players. Lu Wansheng was stunned, and Lin Qian also looked at Tang Mo blankly. After a moment, Lu Wansheng's eyes lit up. Is that so? Yes, in the 4th round of the game, the werewolf did appear after the big matchstick appeared. As long as we use the big matchstick to pass the level in advance, the werewolf will not appear, and we can save our lives. Why didn't I think of it before? The Black Tower is giving us a hint that the werewolf will only appear when the big matchstick appears. Vice versa. Bai Ruoyao, even I didn't think of it, don't you think it's strange? Lu Wansheng's face changed, and he didn't dare to refute Bai Ruoyao's words. In fact, Tang Mo shouldn't have thought of this. If Fu Wenduo hadn't given a hint, Tang Mo would have to wait until the 2nd round when the werewolf appeared before he could discover the connection between the big matchstick and the werewolf. By then, Bai Ruoyao might have discovered this secret as well, and the game would be deadlocked again. But the fact is that Tang Mo discovered this secret first, and deliberately guided Lin Qian to let her walk into the B4 grid. On the one hand, he was asking Lin Qian to help light up the grid where Lu Wansheng was, and the two teams were cooperating, which was very justified. On the other hand, Lin Qi's move also extinguished the grid where the big match was, causing Tang Mo to light the match when he stepped in again. At that time, Lin Shi could actually choose to walk into grid B2 or grid B4, which would both light up Lu Wanqing's grid. Tang Mo directly abandoned the option of grid B2 and deliberately hinted that Lin Shi should go to grid B4. He skipped the first step and went straight to the end. Even Bai Ruoyu didn't react to this move, and Lin Shi entered grid B4 without thinking. Now, Bai Ruoyu deliberately said that he couldn't guess the secret of the big matchstick in order to get Tang Mo to talk, to know how he suddenly thought of this. But Tang Mo ignored him completely. He put his hands in his pockets and waited patiently. When the Peking University campus was completely turned into a sea of fire, the excited Mosaic returned to the yard, panting with joy. "Hey Tang Mo, I like you very much now, very, very much. You are a good person." Tang Mo walked up to the little girl and stretched out his hand directly. "Reward." Mosaic, After a while, "You are too much. I am praising you seriously, and you are not happy at all." The thick Mosaic could not hide the depressed mood of the little girl. Mosaic carried the big match on her back, put her hands on her hips, and ran to Lu Wansheng. "Tell me, if I praise you, are you happy or not?" Lu Wansheng did not want to offend a Black Tower boss for nothing. "Happy." Mosaic nodded with satisfaction, and ran to Lin Shi again. "I praise you, are you happy or not?" Lin Qian, "Happy." The last one was Bai Ruoyu. Mosaic took a step towards him, then silently retracted her foot and turned to run towards Tang Mo. Bai Ruoyu chuckled. "I am also very happy, but Tang is not happy, so don't praise him." Mosaic turned around and made a face. "You annoying guy, I don't want to praise you, hum." Bai Ruoyu's smile became even brighter. Mosaic went back and saw that Tang Mo didn't even blink, still making the gesture of reaching out for a reward, looking at her indifferently. The little girl felt very aggrieved, even though Tang Mo saved her this time, helped her get the big matches, and allowed her to set fires at will, which made the little girl very happy. But this stinky human didn't understand the minds of girls at all. Couldn't he just play along with me? "You bad guys, I'm just a little bit weaker than my mother, a little bit. You all refused to play along with me. You only knew about games, you only knew about rewards." Mosaic complained for a long time. "When I grow up, I kill you all of you, hum." Tang Mo stretched out his hand. "Reward?" Mosaic, This life is unbearable." Mosaic took out a small and exquisite matchbox from her pocket depressively and stuffed it into Tang Mo's hand. Tang Mo thought she would give him another big match, and he was slightly stunned when he saw this matchbox. He opened the matchbox and saw only 3 small matches in the empty matchbox. These matches are different from ordinary matches. Its match head is golden, and the match handle is a beautiful transparent color. Mosaic said in a muffled voice, "This is my magic match. I only have 3 left. I give them all to you. I don't have any extra. Not one at a time." Lin Shi muttered, "It looks like it's there." Mosaic glared at her and said with a guilty conscience, "I said there is no. You don't have the matches, but you have your life. If you dare to touch me, Mom will definitely eat you, all of you." Lin Shi retracted her neck and stopped talking. Mosaic, "Humph. As the saying goes, you have to look at the owner before you beat the dog." Tang Mo originally planned to bargain to see if he could trick Mosaic into giving him more magical matches. Now it seems that the little girl really can't give them anymore. Although he can beat Mosaic, once Mosaic complains to the werewolf and asks the werewolf to kill them, it will be a loss. After thinking about it, Tang Mo put the matchbox back into his pocket. The first reward was obtained, and the next one is the second one. Tang Mo's eyelids twitched, and he saw the little girl stretched out her hand and wiped her mouth vigorously with the back of her hand. After wiping for a long time, she put down her hand. "The kangaroo hair I ate this morning has been stuck to my mouth." "Never mind, Tang Mo, come here and let me kiss you." Tang Mo wouldn't think there was anything wrong. Even Lu Wansheng and Lin Qian didn't comment. This is an extra reward given to Tang Mo by the Black Tower. Although they don't understand why the Black Tower gave such a weird reward, since it was given, it must have a special effect. It's just a kiss, not something you shouldn't do, it's no big deal. However, Tang Mo's expression was a little strange. Mosaic wiped his mouth and said impatiently, "Tang Mo, what are you doing? Come here and let me kiss you." Tang Mo, Mosaic, Tang Mo? Lu Wansheng and Lin Shi looked at Tang Mo strangely. Bai Ruoyu opened his eyes wide and watched this scene with a smile. They will never know that after Mosaic said that, a deep male voice sounded in Tang Mo's mind. "Did I hear it wrong? Tang Mo, a woman wants to kiss you." After a pause, As if he felt that what he said was a little inappropriate, Fuwaduo said calmly, "Is this a Black Tower game?" Tangmo, "This is a Black Tower reward." Fuwaduo, "Will Black Tower give such a reward? Let a woman kiss a player?" Tangmo, "He also thinks that Black Tower will not give such a reward. Mosaic's contempt is already very strange. And now there is a Mosaic kiss. Being kissed by a little girl is actually nothing. Mosaic is still young, and no one would think wrongly. But he is still on the phone with Fuwaduo." When Fuwaduo said this, even Tangmo felt that something was wrong. Why did he seem to be taking advantage of the Black Tower boss? Wait, Mosaic is not a woman, just a little girl, Tangmo hurriedly explained. She is actually very young. Hee Tang, this is not your first kiss, is it? His words were interrupted, and Tangmo looked up at Bairuoyao not far away. Mosaic was also stunned. "Ah, first kiss?" The little girl looked at Tangmo's lips. Obviously no one could see her expression, but Tangmo inexplicably felt that the little girl was looking at him with contempt. Sure enough, the next moment, Mosaic complained, "How old are you? And you still have a first kiss? Even I don't have a first kiss, okay." Tangmo, "You are not still a virgin, right?" "Old virgin Tangmo, Old virgin Fuwaduo on the other side of the turkey egg, Bairuoya's eyes lit up. "Wow, Tang, this isn't really your first kiss, is it?" Tangmo, who had never been kissed by his parents since he was a child, suddenly didn't know how to answer. He remained calm, his face unchanged. "No." At the foot of Glass Mountain, Fuwaduo paused. But the next second, Bairuoya's gritting voice sounded, "Hee, look at your expression now. Even Lin Shi won't believe what you said." So it was really a first kiss. Lin Shi, who was caught in the crossfire for no reason. Tangmo, What the hell, what's wrong with a first kiss? Just a kiss from a little girl. So what? Bairuoya shook his head and said, "Then you can't let this kid take advantage of you. This kid didn't have a first kiss, and our Tang is still a virgin. I have to solve it for you first. Ah, Tang, what do you think of Lin Shi?" Lin Shi was suddenly called and stayed where she was. "Ah, me?" Bairuoya shook his head. "Well, no, she has a boyfriend. It's definitely not a first kiss." Lin Shi's tone was strange. "How did he know I have a boyfriend?" Bairuoyao, "Hee, do you think I'm blind?" Tangmo glanced at the engagement ring on Lin Shi's middle finger and said nothing. Bairuoyu, "If Lin Shi doesn't work, Lu Wansheng. Hey, he's so ugly, and he wears these ugly yellow-framed glasses. Normal people wear black-framed glasses. If he wasn't so ugly and wore weird glasses, how could I be deceived by you, Tang, and be found out by you, and I would be dead angry. You can't kiss him, that's definitely not possible. Lin Shi can't, Lu Wansheng can't either." The voice paused. Bairuoyao blinked in surprise. "Hey, Tang, you actually want to kiss me?" Tangmo couldn't help it anymore. "I kiss your sister." After the voice fell, Tangmo stopped talking. He strode to Mosaic and picked up the little girl. Mosaic, "Hey, what do you want to do? Tangmo, don't mess around." Tangmo turned his face without hesitation, pointed his right half of his cheek at Mosaic's mouth, and stuck it straight up. Mosaic was so scared that he said, "Wait a minute, I haven't removed the mosaic yet." But Tangmo moved too fast. Mosaic had just removed the mosaic near his mouth when Tangmo's face pressed against it. With a loud smack, Mosaic rubbed it and whispered, "Hey, it's quite slippery." As he said that, he smacked her again. Tangmo, who was taken advantage of by the little girl, said, Putting Mosaic back on the ground, Tangmo calmly walked back to where he was, keeping a distance of 3 meters from Mosaic. All this happened so suddenly that even Bairuoyao was stunned to see Tangmo approaching and being kissed by Mosaic. After a while, he said disappointedly, "It's not a kiss." After a while, he laughed and said, Tang, do you want to keep your first kiss and kiss me? I don't like men, but for you, it's not impossible to be kissed by you." "Shut up." Tangmo swung his right hand, and a knife turned into a black shadow and flew out. Bairuoyao twisted his body to avoid the attack. On the other side of the turkey egg, Brother Fu stopped and turned to look at his elder brother blankly. "Brother?" Bang! Brother Fu was shocked, and the middle-aged man accompanying him was also shocked. Fuwaduo withdrew his hand calmly, saying, "Let's go." Brother Fu stared at a hole, as deep as an arm, on the glass mountain in amazement. He swallowed and chased after it after a long time. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the glass mountain wall, and the 3 players continued to move forward. Mosaic's magic matches and mosaic kisses were all in hand. Tangmo wiped his cheeks vigorously and asked, "What effect does your kiss have?" The little girl tilted her head. I don't know either. This was an answer Tang Mo didn't expect. You don't know either? Mosaic, the Black Tower asked me to kiss you, so I kissed you. How would I know what the effect would be? Last time I gave you my contempt just because I wanted to give it to you. Who knew that this time I would make you the person with the lowest priority? No, I'm not harming you. I'm obviously helping you. Mosaic actually didn't know that her contempt had helped Tang Mo more than once. Half a year ago, Tang Mo entered the dungeon of the Big Mole, and the Big Mole smelled the contempt of Mosaic on him, so he didn't kill him directly. The effect of Mosaic's kiss has not yet appeared, but since the Black Tower has set this reward, it must have its effect. Mosaic held a big match, looked up, and saw the time on the clock tower. She said anxiously, "Oh no, it's almost time. I have to go to the prairie. Everyone on the grassland must miss me. I have to go and light some fires to keep in touch with everyone." As if he remembered something, he slurped his saliva. Mosaic showed a greedy look and ran away. The little kangaroo must miss me very, very much. I know it. The little girl in a red dress held a giant match that was very inconsistent with her body, and ran towards the gate of Peking University, and then disappeared at the door. The Black Tower boss left, and the copy was completely over. However, Lin Qian stretched out her hand. Her face changed drastically. "What's going on? We still can't get out." Tang Mo also reached out his hand, and found that the 4 people were still trapped in the invisible wall. He felt something was wrong, but before he could speak, he heard a lazy voice coming from outside the door. "I'm back. Mosaic, you damn little girl who doesn't like to study, have you studied hard?" The voice stopped abruptly, and the huge werewolf stood at the school gate, looking at the empty yard in shock. The next second, the werewolf's rough roar sounded. "Ah, where's that damn little girl?" She turned her head and glared at Tang Mo. "It's you." As she said that, she kicked the ground with her hind legs and rushed forward. Tang Mo immediately opened her small parasol to block the werewolf's sharp claws. Everyone thought that the werewolf was going to attack them in order of priority. Unexpectedly, after Tang Mo blocked the attack, the werewolf turned around again and rushed towards Lu Wansheng, who was closest to her. "It's you? Let that damn little girl go." Lu Wansheng dodged the attack in a panic, and his arm was cut with 3 bloody cuts. Lin Qi was chased by the werewolf. She screamed in pain, and a piece of flesh was cut off her back by the werewolf. "Tang Mo, you said the werewolf would not kill us." "She would not kill us." The werewolf finally attacked by Ruoyao. "I thought you were a good teacher. I was wrong, you stupid human. You let her go." Bai Ruoyao rolled on the ground, avoiding the 3 consecutive claw attacks of the werewolf. He swung out the butterfly knife, moved his wrist, and shot it at the werewolf's neck. The werewolf swung the mace, and knocked his butterfly knife away, and smashed it into the ground. The angry werewolf roared, "I'm going to eat you." 4 players and a werewolf started a chase in the burning Peking University campus. Seeing that Lu Wansheng and Lin Qi were almost unable to hold on, the werewolf raised his mace, and was about to hit Lin Qi on the head. Suddenly, a terrified voice sounded from outside the campus. "No, no, Miss Wolf, your mosaic has set fire to the elf prairie again." The werewolf's movement suddenly stopped. Her face turned pale and blue, and the next moment, she roared, "That damn little girl." As she said that, she turned and ran, shouting, I must kill her this time," and ran out of Peking University campus quickly. The 4 people were still sitting on the ground with lingering fear, watching the gate vigilantly to prevent the werewolf from coming back. After half a minute, the fire burned the campus to pieces, and the werewolf did not come back. Tang Mo whispered, "So that's how it is. So the players were not eaten by the werewolves." The 4 people got up again, and found that the invisible wall that trapped them suddenly disappeared. They can finally leave here. Lu Wansheng and Lin Qian had mixed emotions in their hearts. They avoided Bai Ruoyao. They also had mixed feelings towards Tang Mo, and they didn't feel any gratitude. After all, Tang Mo was the only winner of this game. They could accept the fact that they lost to him, but acceptance was one thing, and they also felt deep jealousy and injustice towards Tang Mo. Lu Wansheng said first, "Then I leave first." Lin Qian also said, "I leave too." After the words fell, the 2 left quickly. On the one hand, they didn't want to stay here, in case the werewolf came back and caused trouble again. On the other hand, they wanted to avoid Bai Ruoyao and Tang Mo. The game was over, and neither Tang Mo nor Bai Ruoyao were teammates or enemies with them anymore. They were just powerful players. No one knew whether Tang Mo and Bai Ruoyao would kill them and take away their props. For a while, only Tang Mo and Bai Ruoyao were left in the huge campus. The fire was crackling, and Bai Ruoyao sat on the ground, supporting his chin with his hands, watching this grand fire show with interest. Tang Mo ignored him and walked away. Just as Tang Mo was about to step out of Peking University, Bai Ruoyu's smiling voice sounded from behind him. Tang Mo, when did you get my superpower? Although he was laughing, his tone was extremely cold. Tang Mo paused. He didn't need to answer this question, but this time the psychopath didn't call him Tang Tang in a disgusting way, and he didn't mind irritating him. The moment you fell into the bottomless pit of the gym corridor. Bai Ruoyu stopped laughing for a moment. Ah, so early. You got my ability so early. Hee, Tang Tang, is my ability useful? Tang Mo ignored him this time, and left the Peking University campus. He took a step forward and suddenly remembered something. Without looking back, he said lightly, "You didn't follow me this time?" Bai Ruoyu's tone was very surprised and full of surprise. "So Tang Tang, you want me to follow you?" Tang Mo didn't answer. "Ah, I really want to kill you now. But I know Tang Tang, you won't die recently. So I won't follow you. When I feel a little relief from wanting to kill you, I will come to find you, Tang Tang. Don't be lonely. No, next time. I will kill him next time." This voice suddenly rang in his mind. Tang Mo was stunned for a moment, and then he said, "No, next time, I will kill him." Some things really need to be ended. Tang Mo didn't look back at the psychopath. He strode away from the Peking University campus. It was already evening, and the sky was getting darker. More and more players had completed the tower attack game and appeared in Beijing. Tang Mo moved swiftly through the alleys. He had to leave the Peking University dungeon as soon as possible. This real dungeon attracted the attention of many powerful players, and he had to find a place to stay. The turkey egg had 10 minutes left to save, and he wanted to hear as much as possible about Fu Wenduo's situation. Turning around an alley, Tang Mo's body pressed against the bluestone brick wall, walking carefully. When he was about to turn into a tree-lined path, Tang Mo suddenly stopped. He pulled out his small parasol at a very fast speed, opened it with a click, and then stabbed behind him without looking back. A surprised male voice sounded in the air. Tang Mo put away the small parasol and attacked the throat of the person who came. That psychopath really caught up with him. After a loud collision, Tang Mo supported himself with his right hand, moved his wrist, and prepared to hit the other person's ankle with a small parasol. It is one of the more vulnerable parts of humans. If the tendon of the other person's foot can be cut, things will go more smoothly. Just when the small parasol was about to pierce the other's ankle, a cry of surprise rang out. "Tang, stop! Don't do it! It's me!" The tip of the umbrella stopped 5 centimeters away from the other's ankle, and Tang Mo looked up in surprise. A huge figure blocked the light, like a mountain, blocking Tang Mo in front of him. The moon rose in the east, and the dim moonlight covered Jack's face, finally allowing Tang Mo to see who he was. "Jax?" He paused in his heart, and Tang Mo immediately thought, "You came to Beijing? Are you alone?" A voice that could not hide the joy sounded from behind Jax. "Brother Tang." Chapter 143. The setting sun completely sank into the earth, and the last ray of afterglow disappeared on the distant horizon. The moment Jax opened his mouth, Tang Mo stopped moving. After seeing who was coming, he put away his small parasol. Tang Mo never thought that he would see Jax and Chen Shanshan in Beijing. After being shocked, he looked down at the short and thin girl. He was thinking that the three of them needed to find a place to stay first. Before he opened his mouth, he heard Chen Shanshan say, "Let's leave here first. This is close to the real copy of Peking University. It's dark, not safe enough." Jax nodded. Tang Mo was slightly stunned. After a while, 3 figures disappeared in the crisscrossing alleys. Tang Mo found an empty courtyard, and the 3 of them entered the main house. Jax took out a low-wattage energy-saving flashlight from his backpack. Turning on the flashlight, the dim light immediately illuminated the room. This brightness allowed Tang Mo to see their faces clearly without being discovered by people outside the house. Tang Mo looked at the muscular foreign man, then looked at the little girl. He fixed his eyes on Chen Shanshan, thought for a long time, and finally asked, "Why are you here?" The moment he saw Jax and Chen Shanshan, Tang Mo even thought whether this was some special ability that could change his face and let the enemy relax their vigilance. For example, if someone wanted to attack Tang Mo would definitely fight back, but when he saw that it was Jax and Chen Shanshan, of course he would not attack, but might be seized by the other party and killed in one blow. But he quickly denied this speculation. Whose face could it be? Why did it have to be Jax and Chen Shanshan's? Tang Mo is most familiar with Fu Wenduo, Fu Wensheng, and at most Bai Ruoyu. If it was a supernatural power, it should be their faces. Because Tang Mo didn't understand why these 2 people who should have been in Shanghai appeared here, He thought of so many messed up things. Jack scratched his head and replied, "Actually, this is not what I thought of. It was Shanshan who said that maybe I could find you here at Peking University." Shanshan said, "Tang, you attacked the tower in January, and the Black Tower will not force you to attack the tower. And you just cleared the 3rd floor of the Black Tower last month, and you will not take the initiative to attack the tower in a short time, so you must stay in Beijing. But there are a lot of things happening recently. You will not sit and wait for death, and you may take the initiative to enter the dungeon to improve your strength. The most famous dungeon in Beijing now is the real dungeon of Peking University. Shanshan thinks you have a 30% chance of challenging this dungeon. We just need to wait here, and it is very likely that we will wait for you." After a pause, Jax turned to look at the little girl. "Shanshan, are you talking about a 30% chance?" Qin Shanshan said helplessly, "I did say 30%, but Jax, Brother Tang didn't ask that." Jax was confused and said, "Didn't Tang ask why we were here?" "He asked why we were here, and here he was referring to Beijing." Jax suddenly realized. After not seeing each other for several months, Tang Mo looked at Qin Shanshan pointing out Jax's mistake, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he smiled. He smiled, and both of them turned their eyes to look at him. Tang Mo explained, "You seem to have changed." Jax, "Yes, Tang, you actually noticed? I have become stronger. I cleared the 2nd floor of the Black Tower last month, and received some rewards for physical fitness improvement. But Shanshan has not changed. It's strange. She has participated in many dungeon games, and cleared the 2nd floor of the Black Tower, but her physical fitness has not improved." Tang Mo knew the reason, but he didn't say it. "Are you saying that Shanshan's hair has grown longer?" Even Qin Shanshan didn't notice this change. She touched her shoulder-length hair and murmured, "It seems to have grown longer." The 3 of them laughed together. After the Earth went online, every day felt like a year for the players. 3 months didn't seem like 3 months to everyone, but rather like 3 years. Tang Mo had only been separated from Jax and Qin Shanshan for 3 months, but it felt like a long time. But after Jax made this joke, the 3 of them quickly became familiar with each other, and there was no estrangement. Qin Shanshan explained, "It was the teacher who asked Jax to bring me here to find you, Brother Tang." Tang Mo frowned. "Luofeng City?" The little girl nodded. "Yes, it was the teacher. Jax and I set out from Shanghai last month. We accidentally entered a dungeon in Tianjin and wasted some time. When we arrived in Beijing, we heard that the Chosen Organization seemed to be hunting down Major Fu. The Chosen Organization is very powerful. Jax and I are only 2 people, weak and alone. We will start looking for you after they have finished hunting you." Tang Mo didn't expect the little girl to arrive in Beijing so early. He said, "The matter of the Chosen Organization is more complicated. I can't say it now. What does Luo Fengcheng want you to come over for?" There was only Qin Shanshan, not Jax. Tang Mo could tell who Luo Fengcheng really wanted to send to Beijing. Qin Shanshan tightened her fingers. She looked at Tang Mo seriously, and said those 3 words, "Invisible Man." Tang Mo opened his eyes slightly, and soon, he calmed down. "What information did Luo Fengcheng ask you to bring?" "No nonsense. Just get straight to the point and ask for information, because Tang Mo now understands Luo Fengcheng's idea. Luo Fengcheng must have discovered some important information about the Invisible Man, so Qin Shanshan came all the way here. This information must be very important, and the situation is quite urgent. The attack organization can't handle it, so it will be handed over to Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo." Jax was confused listening to it. He didn't understand why Tang Mo and Qin Shanshan were just talking about the problem of hair growing longer, but now they suddenly got to the point. Qin Shanshan followed Tang Mo's pace. She took out a thick stack of folders from the small bag she carried with her. Tang Mo then realized that the bag Qin Shanshan was carrying looked small, but it contained 5 centimeters of documents. Because the bag was only filled with documents, it was relatively small. Qin Shanshan handed the things to Tang Mo. "These are what the teacher asked me to bring. But these things are only on paper. What he really wants to give you, Brother Tang, is me. I know twice as much as what is written here." Tang Mo took the folder and was about to open it to read it. He paused when he heard it. Looking at the girl's serious and focused expression, Tang Mo slowly smiled. He simply put all the files aside and said, "What did Luofeng City discover?" Qin Shanshan said affirmatively, "The invisible people are the more than 6 billion people who disappeared half a year ago." Next, Qin Shanshan quickly told all the intelligence collected by the attack organization and exchanged information with Tang Mo. She thought Tang Mo definitely didn't know these things, so she told him every little bit of information. But after she really told him, she found that Tang Emo actually knew a lot. The invisible people are humans who once disappeared. They have a ranking list called the Time Ranking List. Tang Emo found a piece of paper from the room and wrote all the information on it. I already know these. But I only know that the player ranked first is called Mu Huishua, and I haven't heard of the players you mentioned. Mu Huishua, Alex Johnard, Richard Manson. Qin Shanshan dictated, and Tang Emo wrote the names one by one. When he finished writing all the names, he found that he had written more than 40 names in total. Among them, there were 11 Chinese, 20 Europeans and Americans, and a very small number of Southeast Asian and East Asian names. Tang Emo held a fountain pen, turned his fingers, and the end of the pen pointed down, gently hitting the table, making a regular tapping sound. His eyes swept over these 11 unfamiliar Chinese names one by one, and finally stopped at the front one. Mu Huishua. At these 3 words, Tang Emo raised his head and looked at Qin Shanshan. Do you think there is anything strange about this ranking list? Qin Shanshan. There are too many Chinese people. Tang Emo raised his mouth. Yes, there are too many Chinese people. According to Bai Royale, there are a total of 100 people in the Time Ranking List. The attack organization got the top 50 list, and there are 11 Chinese people among them. These names are obviously Chinese names. Even if a few are Korean or other countries' names, there are still too many Chinese people. China accounts for a quarter of the total proportion. Tang Mo's brain was working at high speed. In an instant, he thought of countless possibilities. Suddenly, he said, is this ratio the same as the proportion of China's population to the world's total population? Jax was already confused when he heard it. Qin Shanshan's eyes lit up. She continued Tang Mo's words and said, it is indeed very close. And brother Tang Emo, the time ranking is a killing ranking. Killing one person alone can get 10 minutes of time. Killing a player with time, in addition to the fixed 10 minutes, you could also get half of his time. But this actually has no effect. Qin Shanshan drew a circle on the paper, and then drew 2 small circles inside the circle. In one small circle, it was written 10 minutes, and in another small circle, it was written 10 minutes plus X minutes. Killing one person can get 10 minutes. Killing a person with time can get 10 minutes plus half of X minutes. However, the reason why the latter person got those X minutes was because he killed many people. In the final analysis, the time each person gets means how many people he kills, and there is a positive proportional relationship between the two. After a pause, Qin Shanshan said, what kind of people can get more time? Jax understood this. People with strong strength. Only when you are strong can you kill other players. Unexpectedly, the next second, Tang Emo said, strong strength is not the most important factor. Jax was stunned. What? Then what is the main factor? Tang Emo looked up at Qin Shanshan, and the little girl also looked at him steadily. Qin Shanshan slowly clenched her fingers, sighed, and said word by word, there are enough people around to kill. This is the most important factor to become a leaderboard player. With Jack's brain, he didn't understand what Qin Shanshan meant. But it doesn't matter, because Tang Emo and Qin Shanshan have reached a consensus. Tang Emo, the humans who disappeared half a year ago, accounted for almost 90% of the total human population. Compared to them, those of us who survive can be ignored. There are so many Chinese players on the leaderboard, which means that just like before Earth went online, these people have a lot of points, which means... The voice stopped, and Tang Emo still said the term, the culpable population. According to this 1/4 ratio, I can even think that they may still be alive in China. Wait, live in China? Jack said in surprise. Tang Emo, yes, they are still alive in China. Half a month ago, we began to gradually see the so-called invisible people. There are some in Shanghai, Beijing, Tianjin. It can be speculated that such invisible people are beginning to appear all over the world. One thing is certain, no surviving players were killed by invisible people half a month ago. Otherwise, both the attack organization and Fu Duo must have discovered this anomaly long ago. Qin Shanshan added, the appearance of invisible people is related to the update of the Black Tower version caused by Mu Huishua. Before that, the people they killed to gain time should not be the 400 million surviving players like us. They killed the more than 6 billion people who disappeared with them. Jax was confused by them, but he also vaguely realized that Tang Emo and Qin Shanshan seemed to have discovered something very important. So, what is going on now? The heated discussion came to an abrupt end, and the little girl closed her mouth and stopped talking. She frowned, as if she was thinking about something very serious. Qin Shanshan moved her lips, but finally closed them. She didn't know how to say this, and she didn't even want to say it out loud, because she was very worried, Her and Tang Mo's speculation was correct. A calm male voice sounded in the room. Luo Fengcheng also guessed this, right? Qin Shanshan quickly turned her head and looked at Tang Mo. Tang Mo stretched out his hand and pinched his temple. If some things are true, they must face them. There is no use in escaping. The situation is very serious. The world of the invisible people is merging with our world, so they appear from time to time and disappear from time to time. But one day, the two worlds will definitely merge. And this fusion, maybe it can be called the 4.0 version of the Black Tower. With a rumble, silver lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the entire city of Beijing. Spring thunder thundered down, and spring rain followed. In the courtyard, Jax walked over and closed the window. Tang Mo and Qin Shanshan continued to discuss new topics, and they combined the information they found. At the end of the conversation, the little girl looked at the dense text and data written on the paper by Tang Mo, and couldn't help asking, "Brother Tang Mo, what do you think is the possibility of that guess?" Tang Mo raised his head, and saw that in the dim light and the sound of the rain, the ordinary-looking girl was looking at him seriously with her dark eyes. Her clean pupils trembled slightly. The girl had confirmed the tacit conclusion of the two, but she was still unwilling to accept the cruel reality that might come soon. Not only because her father and mother were in that world, and they might have been killed long ago, but also because if the 6 billion invisible people appeared, it would be an unprecedented disaster for the current official players, reserve forces, and stowaways. Yes, 9 times out of 10, it is a disaster, not the joy of reunion. Tang Mo looked at Qin Shanshan, and after a moment, he said, "This question should be asked to you, not me. The superintelligent thinking ability can be up to 50% correct for any unfounded guess. When Tang Mo uses this ability, the highest accuracy is 10%, and Qin Shanshan has a 50% accuracy rate. Moreover, after half a year, her ability level must have improved, and this accuracy rate may have become even more terrifying. As long as she says a number, this number may be the correct answer." Qin Shanshan's lips moved, and after hesitating for a long time, she said, "I think it's 100%. As soon as the voice fell, another thunder fell. Tang Mo opened his lips, then closed them again, without saying anything. Tang Mo had just finished a copy, and Qin Shanshan and Jax also traveled all the way from Shanghai, and after arriving in Beijing, they kept looking for Tang Mo. The three of them felt tired. Tang Mo and Jax took turns to keep watch, and everyone had a good rest for the night. The next morning, the rain had stopped. Tang Mo walked into the yard and looked around. After making sure that no one was around, he returned to the house. "You can go now." Qin Shanshan nodded and began to tidy up the messy documents and papers on the table. Tang Mo walked over to help clean up. He took out some of the less important documents and put them aside, ready to burn them directly to save space. The table was quickly cleaned up. Tang Mo reached out and picked up a piece of paper. He was about to put this paper in the garbage pile. Suddenly, he stopped moving, his eyes widened, and looked at the top line of words on the document in surprise. "Name, Bai Ruoyao." Tang Mo immediately picked up the paper and looked at the information on it carefully. He quickly read through the contents and looked up and asked, "What is this?" Qin Shanshan was about to light a fire to burn the paper. When she heard this, she came over blankly. After reading the text on the information clearly, she asked curiously, "Hey, how come this thing is here? The information the teacher gave me is about the Invisible Man incident, and it has nothing to do with this person." Tang Mo grasped the key point. "Do you know Bai Ruoyao?" Qin Shanshan shook her head first, then nodded. "I don't know him, but I heard from the teacher Jax and others several times, and I know him." "Brother Tang, do you know him? Then you can ask Jax, he knows more about this person." Jax happened to come over, and when Tang Mo finished asking the question, his face suddenly became strange. This honest foreign strongman rarely showed such a complicated expression, angry and furious, but in the end, he was somewhat helpless. Under the gaze of Tang Mo and Qin Shanshan, Jax exhaled depressedly and said, "I really hate this hateful guy very, very, very much. I have met so many friends in China, and he is really the most annoying Chinese person I have ever met." From Jax's narration, Tang Mo learned that Bai Ruoyao had caused so many troubles in Shanghai. 2 months ago, when Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo had just left Shanghai and arrived in Nanjing, this psychopath, who caused a bloody storm, arrived in Shanghai. The next day, the Black Tower released a new assembly copy, and no one noticed that a strange baby-faced young man also entered this assembly copy. Then in that copy, they saw this psychopath who harmed others and did not benefit himself for the first time. "He's really sick. When we were about to clear the game, It was obvious that at least a dozen players could clear it, including him. He had to attack the boss and provoke the boss, causing 6 people to fail to clear the game. Although he cleared the game, he didn't get any extra benefits. 2 of the 6 players belonged to a very powerful reserve organization in Shanghai. After the assembly dungeon was over, the organization began to hunt him down frantically. Jax was still very angry when talking about this. Bairuya's behavior did not affect Jax. He successfully cleared the assembly dungeon, but he really couldn't understand this kind of behavior that hurt others, but did not benefit himself. He just thought that the other party was sick. Jax said indignantly. The players in Shanghai gave him a nickname, called the baby-faced lunatic. He is really sick. Tang Mo deeply understood Bairuya's lunatic state, but he was not interested in knowing what the other party did in Shanghai. What he wanted to know more was, is everything written in this information true? Jax took the document and started reading it. Yes, it's all true. Dr. Luo didn't mention the baby-faced madman to Shanshan, but he told me and Tang Qiao a lot. As long as it's a person, there must be traces of survival. Dr. Luo asked Tang Qiao, and I to find this information somewhere in Shanghai. He told me that this kind of person is different from you, Tang. The baby-faced madman's personality and behavior are very strange, and his strength is so strong that it makes people feel very strange. He didn't just become strong with the help of the Black Tower. He should have been very strong before the Earth went online, and his fighting skills were very strong. For such a powerful person, he does not belong to the military, but as long as he lives in China, the country must have investigated him. There is a place in Shanghai that specializes in storing such secret information. Tang Qiao and I searched there for a day and found this thing. Looking at the few pieces of information on the file, Jax felt a little guilty. Only these, still don't know who he is. Bairuya was born in Chongqing, China in 1993 and settled in Chongqing before the Earth went online. The information did not contain any biography of Bairuya. No one knew where he went to primary school or junior high school, nor where he went to college. It only said that this person suddenly returned to Chongqing from abroad 2 years ago, and since then, he has been idle and unemployed. The result should not be like this when the country wants to investigate a person. If there really is such a person that even the country cannot understand, he should not live peacefully in the country, and should have been deported long ago. Unless... Tang Mo's body stiffened. He thought of an incredible answer. He didn't quite believe the answer, because it was too incredible. How could a psychopath like Bairuya have that identity? He didn't look like that at all. Did he guess wrong? Yes, he must have guessed wrong. Tang Mo calmed down, crumpled the paper into a ball, and threw it into the garbage. Jin Shanshan looked at the small ball of paper thoughtfully, and seemed to have thought of something. But she didn't say much. She lit the pile of paper, watching these useless documents. The information burned to ashes in the flames. The 3 of them were ready to leave. Jax looked at the burned documents, scratched his head, and couldn't help saying, how could Dr. Luo accidentally put the information of that baby-faced lunatic in? Tang Mo paused, and soon he continued to move forward. Was Luo Fengcheng accidental or intentional? The answer to all this is unknown. Perhaps he guessed from Bairuya's behavior that he might know Tang Mo, so he accidentally put Bairuya's information in the transparent man's information and sent it to Tang Mo from afar. Tang Mo took Jax and Qin Shanshan and carefully left the courtyard and headed for Chaoyang district. Last night, when Tang Mo and Qin Shanshan were reading the information, he and Fu Wenduo talked in their minds and confirmed that they had found a breakthrough in the tower attack game. The difficult mode of the 3rd floor of the Black Tower was somewhat challenging for Fu Wenduo, but it was just challenging. The presence of Fu Wenxing and another middle-aged player reduced the difficulty of Fu Wenduo's tower attack game this time. According to Fu Wenduo's prediction, they can complete this tower attack game in 3 days at most. He and Tang Mo agreed to meet at Fu Wenxing's house. He had already drawn the specific location on the map and handed it to Tang Mo. No one knew whether the so-called no more than 3 times of the chosen organization was true or false. Tang Mo was cautious along the way to avoid possible spying from the chosen organization. At the same time, they also had to avoid those players who had just come out of the tower attack game. Most of these players were injured and had experienced a tragic war. They might behave in a radical way in a short period of time and be hostile to everyone. 2 days later, Tang Mo found this high-end villa area based on the information on the map. There are few such dense green vegetation in the city. A patch of green grass covered the ground, and dense trees separated the villas, hiding in a deep and quiet place. The 3 of them walked along the road to the depths of the villa area, and Tang Mo saw a 3-story villa in the distance. According to Fu Fushuti's house is one of the few three-story villas in the villa area, and there is a century-old peach tree outside the house. After several days of spring rain, pink flowers bloomed on the tall trees. Is it there? Jax asked. Tang Mo nodded. It should be here. As he said that, he walked forward, ready to look at the name on the door of the villa. Just as Tang Mo walked to the big iron gate of the villa and looked up at the nameplate beside the door, suddenly, his eyes paused, and he quickly pulled out a small parasol from his waist, opened it with a click, and blocked it in front of himself. Bang bang bang. The dense metal collision sound hit the small parasol, and the huge force made Tang Mo take a step back. He lowered his head, and found that all the 10-centimeter-long steel needles were smashed into the ground. Each steel needle was almost buried in the ground, deep into the wood. Tang Mo's heart tightened. Without time to hesitate, he took out a dart from his pocket, moved his wrist, and threw it forward. The small dart passed through the gap of the big iron door, and shot into the door with a whoosh. The next moment, a black shadow flashed through the yard. Jax's eyes widened, and he threw 2 bags to Qin Shanshan. Hide, Shanshan. Qin Shanshan took the bag very skillfully, turned around and ran, and soon disappeared on the path. On the other side, Jax roared, crushed the ground with 1 foot, jumped over the tall iron gate, and rushed into the yard. He grabbed the black shadow's shoulders with both hands, and Tang Mo also crawled into the door in 2 steps. The man was caught by Jax, turned around and looked at Jax, without a trace of panic. Tang Mo saw the other person's face clearly. This was a middle-aged strong man, with a rough look. His face was full of flesh, and an ugly and hideous scar ran from his forehead to the corner of his mouth, like a centipede crawling on his face. He looked at Jax with violent eyes. Tang Mo lowered his gaze, and stopped at the middle-aged man's neck. At this time, the middle-aged man sneered. Tang Mo widened his eyes, and said anxiously, "Be careful, Jax." The middle-aged man shouted, raised his hands, and in an instant, dozens of silver steel needles appeared in the air, and all hit Jax. Jax dodged in horror, but he was too close, and his left arm was still pierced by 2 steel needles, and blood immediately flowed down. The middle-aged man looked at Tang Mo's neck, then at Jax's neck, and taunted, 20 minutes? As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hands, and another 20 steel needles appeared. 10 steel needles aimed at Tang Mo, and shot straight at him, and 10 steel needles aimed at the injured Jax, who fell to the ground, shot through the air, making a whistling sound. Tang Mo's face sank, and he ran forward without hesitation, grabbed Jax and pulled him away. The next second after he pulled Jax away, 10 steel needles shot through the position where Jax had just been. Jax said anxiously, "Tang, he has 1,462 minutes." Tang Mo pulled Jax while running to avoid the steel needles, and said, "I saw it." The man's steel needles seemed endless. He kept raising his hand, and waving them out. The overwhelming steel needles were like arrows, forcing Tang Mo and Jax to flee and unable to fight back. In the spacious courtyard, the man's laughter was ironic. 20 minutes, how come your escape speed has slowed down? Just now, Jax's calf was shot through by a steel needle, and Tang Mo's right hand was also scratched by a steel needle, and his right index finger was almost shot off. They also had to predict the direction from which the steel needle would shoot next time, and the speed of the 2 people inevitably became slower and slower. The man didn't seem to take them seriously at all, and his arrogant laughter never stopped. This one-sided suppression lasted for 5 minutes. Suddenly, Tang Mo seized an opportunity and stopped. The man didn't expect him to stop, and the steel needle shot through the ground in front of Tang Mo. The middle-aged man suddenly felt something was wrong, but Tang Mo and Jax looked at each other, and the 2 of them attacked the man from the left and the right. The middle-aged man raised his hands and said angrily, "You 2 pigs who don't know how to live or die." As soon as he finished speaking, he dropped both of his hands. In an instant, dozens of steel needles appeared. 5 steel needles stabbed at Jax, and 19 steel needles stabbed at Tang Mo. Tang Mo raised his small parasol, and the steel needles hit the umbrella heavily, forcing him to fall back 2 steps under the impact of this force. On the other side, Jax had already dodged the steel needles, and punched the man with a roar. The man rolled on the ground in a panic to avoid Jax's fist. Jax's fist came very fast, and before the man could stand firm, another punch came down. Every time this man raised his hand, and had not had time to shoot the steel needle, Jax's fist hit him. Gradually, his face changed slightly, and he said, "I kill you next time," and turned around and wanted to run. But he stopped immediately after just taking a step. The middle-aged man turned his head slowly, and looked at the handsome young man in horror. Under the bright sunshine, A small pink parasol blocked the middle-aged man's throat. Tang Mo raised the small parasol, and with his right hand, blocked the middle-aged man's way. The middle-aged man rolled his eyes. Still thinking about how to escape, Tang Mo turned his palm up, and a rubber rope shot out from his palm, entangled the man's hands. The middle-aged man was shocked. What is this? The rubber rope quickly tied up the man, and the man struggled with all his strength, but he couldn't get rid of the rope. Qin Shanshan walked in from outside the door. The three looked at the tied middle-aged man, and finally looked at the 4-digit number flashing on the man's neck. Qin Shanshan read out the number in a serious tone. 1456. Yes, when Tang Mo just saw this man, the number flashing next to his neck was 1462. Now 6 minutes have passed, and the time is only 1456. Tang Mo had seen a middle-aged woman before, and she also had a number floating next to her neck, but the number was far less. Qin Shanshan, in the information collected by the attack organization, the most people with a number next to their neck is 312, not so many. As the voice fell, the three people's eyes fell on the middle-aged man. Tang Mo's eyes narrowed, and he said coldly, "Who are you?" The middle-aged man's face turned pale. He found that he could not break free from the rope, and the strength of this young man and this foreign man was far beyond his imagination. After hearing Tang Mo's words, various complex expressions flashed across his face, and finally he gritted his teeth and said, "I am Li Chaocheng." After saying this, the middle-aged man closed his eyes resignedly, and waited for Tang Mo and the other two to answer. However, he waited for 10 seconds, and did not hear any sound. He opened his eyes strangely, only to see that the three pigs were still staring at him vigilantly, as if they had not heard what he had just said. The middle-aged man was surprised and said, "I am Li Chaocheng." Jax asked back, "Who is Li Chaocheng?" "You don't know me?" the middle-aged man asked in disbelief. Jax was about to say, "Are you famous? Why should we know you?" Tang Mo stopped him. Tang Mo looked at the surprised look on the middle-aged man's face, and said calmly, "I remember this name." "What's your rank?" Li Chaocheng gritted his teeth and said, "Number 89. Even Jax understood now. Number 89 on the time ranking list, Li Chaocheng. No wonder he was so surprised that Tang Mo and the other two didn't know him. He was on the time ranking list. Tang Mo only knew the names of the top 50, and didn't have the information of the players behind. Among the three, only Jax was shocked by Li Chaocheng's identity. Tang Mo and Qin Shanshan didn't change their expressions, as if they had known who Li Chaocheng was. However, Li Chaocheng looked at the expressions of the three of them, and his face suddenly changed. He said in horror, "No, you are not pigs. Pigs can't be that strong. And you are just deceiving me. You don't know me at all." He looked at Tang Mo, his voice trembling. "No, who are you? Who are you?" Chapter 144. Who are you? The roar echoed in the yard, full of suspicion and panic. Li Chaocheng stared at the three people in front of him with wide eyes, as if he wanted to see through them. However, after hearing his words, Tang Mo and Qin Shanshan looked calm and did not change a bit. Jax had not yet reacted to the meaning of the other party's words, and did not give any special reaction. Tang Mo looked coldly at this terrified, invisible man. Players, seemingly calm, but countless thoughts have flashed through their minds. The invisible man doesn't know the world is merging. Tang Mo was a little strange from the beginning. The Black Tower has always been fair. This time the two worlds suddenly merged, and the Black Tower did not notify them, but the invisible man can come and go freely in the two worlds. This is too unfair to the surviving players. Even Tang Mo took half a month to learn about the time rankings, and the truth about the missing players from Bai Ruoyu. It will take longer for ordinary players without organizations to find out the truth. These players know nothing. Even when they encounter invisible people, they are called pigs and killed by them. They don't understand who killed them, and why they killed them. Tang Mo originally thought that Black Tower deliberately created such unfairness. More than 6 billion humans disappeared half a year ago. Tang Mo didn't know what these humans encountered after they disappeared. Whether they also have to continue to challenge the Black Tower game and attack the tower. However, just from a time ranking list, it can be seen that the world these 6 billion people face must be much more cruel than the survivors. They have survived in a cruel and terrifying world for half a year. Now the Black Tower 4.0 version is about to be updated. The two worlds merge, and the invisible people seem to be able to return to Earth. They have already suffered great injustice because of bad luck and failed to load the game successfully, and now the Black Tower gives them another kind of fairness. The surviving players don't know their existence, which is considered compensation. It turns out that the Black Tower is still fair. Tang Mo put his hands in his pockets and whispered, "Luck is still a kind of strength. There has never been unfairness." Hearing this, the middle-aged man quickly turned his head and looked at Tang Mo. The bright sunshine shone on the young man's face. There was no number on his neck, but Li Chaocheng felt a long-lost sense of oppression. He had experienced this feeling in a copy before, when he met the madman who was ranked 36th on the time ranking list. Li Chaocheng's brain worked quickly. He was able to enter the time ranking list. Not only did he kill a lot of people, but he was not a fool. Almost in an instant, he understood what Tang Mo said, but the truth shocked him and trembled all over. There was surprise and panic in his eyes. He blurted out, You are not returners. You are the 400 million lucky ones, damned ones." "Jacks, returnees?" Li Chaocheng immediately shut up. He looked at Tang Mo with a strange look, then at Qin Shanshan and Jacks. The middle-aged man suddenly laughed crazily. His facial muscles twitched. Because of this crazy laugh, the scar on his eyes seemed to come alive, twisting and wriggling on his face. He smiled and said, "We are back, we are back?" Before Tang Mo and the others could answer, Li Chaocheng's laughter stopped abruptly. He suddenly said, "No, she must not have come back yet. If she comes back, the Black Tower will notify us. There will definitely be a notification. There is no notification now, could it be?" Li Chaocheng opened his mouth wide. Is it because of Mu Huishue? Without Tang Mo and the others giving an answer, Li Chaocheng repeated to himself, "Yes, it must be because of Mu Huishue. Half a month ago, the Black Tower notified her that she had gone to clear the 4th floor of the Black Tower. It turned out to be the 4th floor of the Black Tower, and the 4th floor is the key to return. But that clearance was not completely successful, so we have not yet fully returned." After saying this, Li Chaocheng widened his eyes, as if he understood something. He knew his current situation. In just a few minutes, Tang Mo and the others did not tell him any information at all, but with a few details and the slight expressions of Tang Mo and the other two, Li Chaocheng almost realized the truth of the matter. When he knew the truth, he closed his mouth and showed an extremely weird smile on his face. While thinking about the truth just now, Li Chaocheng had been trying hard to untie the rubber rope that bound him. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't untie it. After half a minute, he simply gave up. This short and thin middle-aged man sat on the ground, looking at the 3 humans in front of him, and smiled sinisterly. He just smiled, didn't speak, and this smile was full of malice. Jax couldn't help but said angrily, "What are you looking at?" Li Chaocheng looked at him, sneered, and said nothing. "Jax, you?" Jax was furious. He didn't understand how this man could change so much in just a few minutes. A few minutes ago, he was very frustrated and panicked because he was caught by Tang Mo and the other two, and tied up, unable to escape. But a few minutes later, the expression on his face kept changing, and in the end, he turned into this indifferent look. In the sun, his ugly smile was very dazzling. Tang Mo stared at him for a while, then slowly squatted down, his eyes level with the man. The two looked at each other quietly, and no one spoke. A minute later, Tang Mo raised his lips and said calmly, "So you are called returners. Is that the name given to you by the Black Tower, or do you call yourselves that?" Li Chaocheng was shocked, but he hid his emotions in an instant and asked back, "What returner? I don't know what you are talking about." Qin Shanshan's calm voice sounded at the side, "You are not a fool, and we are not fools either. You said it, the time ranking, the returner, if he was the only one, he might really be fooled by you." The little girl pointed at Jax and continued, "We can think of anything you can think of. Although you know the truth, you are now caught by us. We really want to know one thing. What is the time ranking list?" Li Chaocheng was not very nervous when his words were exposed. He sneered, "Time ranking list? Aren't you very smart? You are not stupid. You still need to ask me about this. You already knew the time ranking list, so you can ask me what place I am on the list. Killing a person will give you 10 minutes of basic time. If the other person has extra time, you can get half of his extra time." Li Chaocheng turned his head and looked at Tang Mo. Tang Mo raised his eyebrows. "These common things, we surviving players, that is, those damn lucky 400 million humans you mentioned, have already known all of them. This is a completely open secret on Earth." Li Chaocheng's eyes narrowed. The surviving players actually knew all about the returnees? But the next second, he reacted, "Impossible, you lied to me. Even I only know now that we are about to return. How could you stupid humans living in the cradle of the Black Tower know?" Tang Mo said lightly, "This is indeed an open secret. You can choose to believe it or not." The voice stopped. Tang Mo smiled and said, "So, do you believe it?" Li Chaocheng, You. The middle-aged man clenched his teeth, and seemed to be so angry with Tang Imo that he lost his mind and his face was red. In fact, his mind was clear, and he was constantly thinking. Those damn 400 million idiots actually discovered the information of the fusion of the two worlds earlier than the returnees? Are these 400 million people so smart? No, after half a year on the Earth, these 400 million people are probably dead, and only tens of millions are left. The remaining tens of millions should have at least passed the first level of the Black Tower, which is considered to be a little bit of strength. Are their strength really that strong, and everyone has discovered the truth? Stronger than him? Li Chuchen's reason told him that this young man must be lying to him. How could the strength of those 400 million people be stronger than his own? But he was not sure of his judgment. If those 400 million players were really that strong, it would be no less than a disaster for them who returned. Li Chaocheng lowered his head, hid his expression, and stopped talking. Seeing that he suddenly became cowardly, Jax was really angry and annoyed. He wanted to say a few words to scold this guy who was so arrogant just now, but Tang Imo stopped him. What's the matter with the time ranking list? Li Chaocheng immediately looked up at Tang Imo. Don't all of you surviving fools know what it is? Tang Imo smiled. I said, we know what it means and how to get time. But how did it appear? Was it given to you directly by the Black Tower, or is it some special prop, or superpower? Tang Imo has seen many strange superpowers, and it is not impossible that the time ranking is a superpower. There was once a boy named Tao Tai who had the superpower to enhance the physical fitness of others. Li Chaocheng taunted, why should I tell you? Tang Imo pointed to the rubber rope that tied him. You are tied by us now. Li Chaocheng laughed. Just because of this? I thought you were the best among the 400 million players, you should be very smart, but it turns out you are just like this. Tang Imo remained calm. I just passed the first level of the Black Tower, which is the bottom among the 400 million players. Hearing this, Jack's eyelids jumped. After all, Qin Shanchen was young. She knew that Tang Imo was putting psychological pressure on this man, but she was not thick-skinned enough, and she couldn't help but look at Tang Imo. Li Chaocheng, I don't believe it. How could you be the last one among those 400 million idiots? Tang Imo smiled slightly. You can choose to believe it or not. So, do you believe it? You? Li Chaocheng was so angry that he was speechless again. Tang Imo asked Li Chaocheng 2 questions in a row. Although Li Chaocheng didn't believe what he said, he was worried that what Tang Imo said was the truth. He closed his mouth and refused to answer Tang Mo's question. Tang Imo asked twice more, but Li Chaocheng still refused to say anything. Time passed by. Tang Imo sighed softly and stood up. You think that you will disappear sooner or later and return to the world where you returnees are, so you can escape without compromising with us. This sentence is an affirmative sentence, without a trace of doubt. Li Chaocheng looked up at Tang Imo in disbelief, and he quickly retorted, I don't understand what you are talking about. Tang Imo, you guessed right. You returnees did suddenly appear on the Earth and suddenly disappeared. It disappeared very quickly, and there was no sign before it disappeared. Li Chaocheng was on the time leaderboard after all, and he could actually guess this himself. At the same time, after knowing this favorable condition, he could still keep his composure and act, which also reflected that this person was deep in mind, which surprised Tang Imo a little. However, don't worry, I will definitely kill you the moment you disappear. Li Chaocheng gritted his teeth and didn't speak. Tang Imo, I'm telling the truth, but you can choose to believe it or not, so, do you believe it? Li Chaocheng didn't want to negotiate with this unfathomable young man anymore. He didn't want to hear this again. He said directly, yes, I am indeed waiting for myself to return to that world. Now we have it completely returned, and the Black Tower 4.0 version has not been updated. I can definitely go back. It doesn't matter whether I believe you or not. I thought you were very smart. Don't you realize that after you said this, I have no reason to tell you the information I know? Tang Imo raised an eyebrow. Li Chaocheng, you said you would kill me before I disappear. I will die anyway, so why should I tell you what I know? Tang Imo pretended to be surprised. I didn't think of this question, I neglected it. Li Chaocheng suddenly realized that something was wrong. His heart trembled suddenly, and an ominous premonition came to his mind. The handsome young man turned his head and looked at the foreign strongman beside him. He raised his right hand and waved at the foreign strongman. On that slender right hand, the index finger was almost completely cut off, with only a layer of skin sticking to it. The fingers are connected to the heart, and Li Chaocheng then remembered that he seemed to have shot through the young man's finger just now, but he didn't show any pain when he spoke just now. Li Chaocheng felt more uneasy. Then, he heard the young man say with a smile, Jex, We can't kill him now, but we still have to pry some useful information out of him. Help me hold down his right hand." As soon as the words fell, Tang Mo moved his fingers, and a silver knife appeared in his palm. He smiled brightly. "I chop off his fingers one by one, maybe he will be willing to talk." Li Qiqing's scalp was numb, and cold sweat ran down. Jax nodded and helped Tang Mo hold down Li Qiqing's right hand. Tang Mo's first choice was Li Qiqing's index finger. Tang Mo's hand had gradually grown a layer of pink flesh, and blood flowed all over his hand, which had already solidified into a blood scar, looking hideous and terrifying. He put the sharp blade against Li Qiqing's index finger. Although Li Qiqing looked pale, he sneered, "Your trick is only this? It turns out that you 400 million idiots have only this much strength. You think it's important to even cut off a few fingers. Isn't it just cutting off my fingers? Just cut them casually. Who said I want to cut off your fingers?" Li Qiqing was stunned. Tang Mo looked up at him. "I want to slice it little by little." As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Mo cut it with a knife, and blood splashed. The knife cut the meat like mud and directly cut off a thin layer of meat. Li Qiqing's body trembled, and a beast-like roar came out of his throat. Tang Mo actually only cut a layer of meat slices 1 millimeter thick. Before Li Qiqing could react from the severe pain, Tang Mo cut the second knife. Ah! Even Jax couldn't bear to watch this scene. Tang Mo lowered his head, pressed Li Qiqing's right index finger expressionlessly, and cut off thin layers of meat slices little by little with the knife. He seemed to be cutting vegetables, concentrating and carefully. There was no extra expression on his face, and only he knew what he was thinking. Jax finally couldn't help it. "No, Tang, I can't stand it anymore." A hand was pressed on Li Qiqing's wrist. Jax looked at it in surprise. Chun Shanshan said calmly, "I do it." Jax, "Okay." Who would have thought that Jax was the first one who couldn't stand it, instead of Chun Shanshan and Tang Mo? One pressed the hand, and the other cut the meat. When Tang Mo reached the middle of Li Qiqing's index finger, the middle-aged man was already sweating coldly. He gasped for breath, his face was pale, and he screamed in pain like a drowning man. I say, I tell you everything." Tang Mo stopped cutting meat, he looked up at Li Qiqing, moved the knife, and this time directly cut off his index finger. "Tang Mo, wouldn't it be better if you did this earlier?" Chun Shanshan nodded, and wiped the blood on her hands. "Wouldn't it be better if you did this earlier?" Jax, Li Qiqing, He now believed that the 400 million players were really that terrifying. Next, Li Qiqing reluctantly told Tang Mo what he knew. 3 months ago, on January 12, 2018, I had just cleared the second floor of the Black Tower, and was resting during my break. I rested until the 8th minute, and the Black Tower suddenly issued an announcement. The voice was a little hoarse, and Li Qiqing seemed to be recalling the scene at that time. Ding! The South Asia District 1 player Daijang Galawa successfully cleared the copy of the back of the Clock of Truth and opened the time ranking list. Ding! The South Asia District 1 player Daijang Galawa. The clear voice of a child rang loudly in the ears of more than 2 billion people. It was repeated 3 times in total. When the voice rang, people's expressions were numb. Their bodies were covered with wounds, their faces were covered with blood, and their clothes were covered with blood. Stains rubbed their entire cheeks, as if they had not taken a bath for 3 months and had a good rest. Their eyes were full of bloodshot. Even if the voice rang, they just heard it, and did not react. After hearing the notification from the Black Tower clearly, they dragged their zombie-like bodies, and walked slowly in the game, lying on the ground with their eyes wide open, looking at the sky, and resting greedily. However, this time, after the 3 broadcasts, the Black Tower's voice did not stop. It sounded a cheerful music. That day, January 12th, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were fighting against 21 Black Tower players on the first floor in the assembly copy of the Circus Surprise Night. That day, January 12th, the more than 100 million players who survived on Earth did not realize that in another world, a reform was about to begin. If it was on Earth, the Black Tower broadcast someone's name 3 times and played a song specifically for him. All players would definitely stop what they were doing and listen carefully to the Black Tower's broadcast. But in that world, the players were still doing their own things indifferently. They seemed to be unable to hear the voice of the Black Tower or the cheerful and joyful music. Half a minute later, the music stopped abruptly, and the loud voice of the Black Tower sounded, "Ding! The rules of the time ranking are as follows. First, as now, each player has 10 minutes of rest time after each round of the game, which is used as the initial test time. Second, if you kill a player who has the initial test time, you can take away the opponent's 10 minutes as extra rest time. Third, the specific number of extra rest time will be displayed on the neck. Fourth, if you kill a player with extra rest time, you can get half of the opponent's extra rest time in addition to the opponent's 10 minutes of initial test time. Fifth, before entering a new game each time, players can view the real-time information of the time ranking list. Sixth, there are a total of 100 places in the time ranking list. Kill the top 100 players to get 50 minutes of rest time. Kill the top 50 players to get 100 minutes of rest time. Kill the top 20 players to get 500 minutes of rest time. Kill the top 10 players to get a fine quality item. Kill the third player to get the privilege of giving up any Black Tower game. Kill the second player to get a rare quality item. Seventh, kill the first player to get a chance to rebirth. This opportunity can revive any player who died in the Black Tower game. Ding! Players, please work hard to attack the tower and return to Earth. This is the time revolution of the returnees. Chapter 145. Li Chaocheng spoke incoherently, and his eyes were evasive. He was obviously still thinking about how he could escape, and didn't want to reveal any information. Tang Mo flicked his finger, and there was a crisp buzzing sound. The sharp blade pierced straight into the soil. The cold knife was close to Li Chaocheng's severed finger, and it was only a fraction away from piercing his flesh. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock. Tang Mo looked up at Chen Shanshan. Shanshan, help me press his hand again. Li Chaocheng immediately said, Wait, I've already said it. What else do you want me to say? This is the time ranking list. It just came out suddenly. Those who don't have extra rest time are pigs. Li Chaocheng said. Seeing Jax's dissatisfied expression, he quickly explained, Hey, this name is not my name. I don't know who was the first to call it that. I just heard it from others, so I followed suit. I've told you everything I know. That's all I really know. Tang Mo and Chen Shanshan looked at each other. Chen Shanshan said calmly, Where is South Asia Zone 1 India? Li Chaocheng, I don't know. There is no one named Daijang Galawa in the top 50 of the time ranking list. Li Chaocheng's face changed. He looked at the knife in Tang Mo's hand, gritted his teeth, and said, Daijang Galawa is dead. He was killed 2 months ago. He was once around 20th. He opened the time ranking list, but this will not affect his ranking. Li Chaocheng looked very unhappy when he said this, but his tone was firm. Tang Mo nodded to Chen Shanshan, and the two confirmed that Li Chaocheng was not lying. In this case, Tang Mo said lightly, What kind of person is Mu Huishue? Li Chaocheng, I don't know. Tang Mo raised an eyebrow. Li Chaocheng hurriedly said, I really don't know. She is from Huaxia District 3, and I have always been in Huaxia District 1. Except in the game, we can't meet at all. I really haven't seen her. I have only seen a returner ranked 36th in the time ranking. Chen Shanshan, among the returnees, how many players have cleared the third floor of the Black Tower? Li Chaocheng hesitated for a few seconds and answered honestly, I don't know how many, but there must be a lot. Last month, I cleared the third floor of the Black Tower, and everyone on the time ranking list has at least cleared the third floor of the Black Tower. Mu Huishue seems to have cleared the fourth floor of the Black Tower. After listening to Li Chaocheng's words, Jax looked at Tang Mo and Chen Shanshan worriedly. However, the two were not surprised at all, as if they had already guessed this result. Jax scratched his head in confusion. After a moment, he put his hand down and understood the reason. The 6 billion players, who disappeared half a year ago, called themselves returnees. The Black Tower required them to work hard to attack the tower. Only in this way could they return to Earth. They participated in countless games. Every day and night, as long as they opened their eyes, they played games. They didn't even have time to rest. As soon as they left a game, they could only rest for 10 minutes before entering the next game. Everything was forced. There was no chance to choose at all. Under such circumstances, humans gradually become numb. They don't know where the future lies, and they don't know how long they can live. Maybe they can survive this game by chance, but they will die in the next game. They have to do more than just pass the game, but also protect themselves from fatal injuries. Because they don't have time to heal every time they get injured. Entering the next instance with an injury almost means death. No matter how powerful a human is, it is impossible for them to survive in such a terrible game. They will definitely die. It's just a matter of how long they can live. It was not until the time ranking list was opened that the returnees found a direction. It turned out that they could survive. Under this ranking list, the powerful returnees gradually had time to rest. They could rest, and they could gain time and even props by hunting players on the time ranking list to become stronger. This is a cycle. The powerful players become stronger and stronger, and the weak players become weaker and weaker. Qin Shanshan asked the returnees about their strength in a straightforward manner. Li Chaocheng's answer shocked Tang Yimo, but he remained calm on the surface and did not let Li Chaocheng see the flaw. Li Chaocheng was also very puzzled. Why are the players on Earth so strong? A human who just passed the first floor of the Black Tower is so strong that he is almost on the top 50 of the time ranking list. If this is true, the so-called return of the returnees seems to be a sheep entering the tiger's mouth. Li Chaocheng rolled his eyes, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. However, he still revealed the information of the returnees, looking very timid. Tang Yimo has a list of the top 50 people in the time ranking list, and Li Chaocheng continued to say the names of the next 50 people. Just when he mentioned the 90th place, a faint light lit up on his body. Li Chaocheng's body trembled, and he instantly understood what it was, with a look of surprise on his face. However, the next second, a sharp knife pierced his heart directly. Li Chaocheng stared straight, raised his head, and looked at Tang Yimo in front of him. Tang Yimo calmly took back the knife and put it in his pocket. Just as Tang Yimo said, he did have the strength to kill Li Chaocheng before he disappeared. Li Chaocheng's eyes were wide open, blood overflowed from the corners of his mouth, and he made a resentful sound from his throat. You. Tang Yimo, oh, there's something I haven't told you. You guessed it right. The rubber rope that's tied to you has the effect of causality, and no one can untie it after being tied up. But its causality lasts only 1 minute, and you can break free after 1 minute. After a pause, Tang Yimo said calmly, I'm telling the truth, of course, you can choose to believe it or not. Li Chaocheng's body trembled violently, and he stared at Tang Yimo with hatred, his eyes full of resentment, as if he wanted to tear him into pieces. But he died after all. He stared at Tang Yimo with his eyes wide open, and the moment his breath stopped, the golden number floating on his neck shattered. Li Chaocheng's body slowly disappeared into the air. After Li Chaocheng disappeared, Qin Shanshan put away the pen, looked at the list on the paper, and said to Tang Yimo, there are only 90 people written in total, and the names of the other 10 people are unknown. Brother Tang Yimo, this list should be true. He didn't have to lie to us deliberately. It's a pity that he's dead. The little girl felt a little regretful. She actually wanted to ask Li Chaocheng some more information, such as whether there were any powerful organizations among the returnees. The little girl guessed that Li Chaocheng might not know these things, because the returnee camp seemed very loose, and there was little cooperation between players, but it was better to ask clearly. Tang Yimo, returnees are different from us. There is no necessary interest relationship between the surviving players on Earth. Except for the crazy stowaways who like to kill people, and the strange superpowers of Tao Tai, normal players will not kill people. Our common enemy is the Black Tower, and the Black Tower game. Strictly speaking, every returnee is an enemy. Killing others can gain time, and killing people on the time leaderboard can gain more. Tang Yimo thought for a moment and said, the stronger the returnee, the harder it should be to cooperate. Jax also understood this. Yes, there are too many benefits to be gained by killing powerful returnees. Killing the first place Mu Huishua can get a chance to revive. It's a pity that Nia and the others did not die in the Black Tower copy, but were killed by humans. Otherwise, I must find a chance to kill Mu Huishua and revive them. Tang Yimo and the other two carefully checked the surroundings. After making sure that no one was ambushing them, they entered the house together. This was indeed Fu Wenxing's home. The nameplate next to the big iron gate at the door read Fu. Tang Yimo pried open the door lock and entered the house. After checking, he found some food and water. He distributed the supplies to Jax and Qin Shanshan. The three of them had not eaten for a long time. They ate a little. Jax went to patrol the surroundings, and Tang Yimo and Qin Shanshan went into the study on the second floor. As soon as they entered the study, the two spread the list of the time rankings on the desk. Tang Yimo took a pen and drew all the Chinese names on it, including Li Chaocheng who had just died, a total of 24 people. All the people on the time rankings have passed the third floor of the Black Tower, but there should be very few people who have passed the fourth floor of the Black Tower. Qin Shanshan's crisp voice sounded, the girl's tone was firm, and she had a maturity that did not match her age. She looked at the three words at the top of the list and said, even Mu Huishua has only passed the fourth floor of the Black Tower. Brother Tang Yimo, according to my and the teacher's speculation, the Black Tower 4.0 version will only be launched when the returnee clears the fourth floor of the Black Tower. The teacher guessed that Mu Huishua had an accident that caused the update to be suspended, but this does not mean that she failed to clear the fourth floor of the Black Tower. Tang Yimo also thought so, and he had another idea. Maybe Mu Huishua is still clearing the fourth floor of the Black Tower. Qin Shanshan was stunned. Still clearing the fourth floor of the Black Tower? Before Tang Mo explained, the little girl frowned, and after thinking for a while, she understood what Tang Mo meant. This is not impossible. The Black Tower often releases side quests and main quests. In every tower attack game, there are almost always more than 2 quests. Mu Huishu probably only completed 1 quest. When she was about to clear the 4th floor of the Black Tower, she triggered a new quest, which caused the Black Tower update to be suspended. Suddenly, Jin Shanshan's voice stopped abruptly. Her pupils trembled slightly, and she looked up at Tang Mo. Tang Mo also looked at this short and thin girl. The two people's eyes met in the air, and Tang Mo sighed softly. It's really a race against time. Shanshan, when will you and Jax go to try the 3rd floor of the Black Tower? With Jax's fighting power and your wisdom, you should be able to pass it smoothly if you join hands. Jin Shanshan nodded. I go in 2 days. The matter of actively challenging the tower attack game was decided. Li Chaocheng thought that Tang Mo was really the bottom of the 400 million surviving humans, and only passed the 1st floor of the Black Tower. But Tang Mo and Jin Shanshan knew that although Tang Mo was not good at fighting, his strength was definitely at the top among the surviving players. It was extremely difficult to kill him, but it was easy to be killed by him. The returnees are veteran players, who have played countless Black Tower games. Tang Mo didn't dare to compare with him, who had played more Black Tower games. Perhaps the Black Tower games he, Fu and Duo, and Jin Shanshan had played together were not even a fraction of Li Chaocheng's. In a world where life is the stakes and one has to play games, the average strength of the returnees is destined to be much stronger than that of the surviving players. And now Mu Huishu is probably still trying to conquer the 4th floor of the Black Tower. As long as she succeeds in the challenge, the Black Tower will be updated to version 4.0, and the 2 worlds will merge. Time is running out. They must seize every moment to improve their strength. The players on the time ranking list must be strong. That Li Chaocheng is actually very strong, but he is too arrogant and treats me and Jax as real pigs, and does not hide the flaws of his ability. Tang Mo analyzed, his ability is those strange steel needles, which are very fast and hard. There is only one disadvantage, which is that the speed will slow down after a long time of casting, and the steel needles cast by both hands will be more in one hand and less in the other hand. This shortcoming was hard to see when all the needles were released together, and Tang Mo also observed for a few minutes before discovering this anomaly. Then he chose to act separately with Jax and attack from both sides. Li Chaocheng's strength is beyond doubt, and what Tang Mo is really worried about is, maybe there are more powerful people who are stronger than Li Chaocheng, but they are not on the time ranking list. After a pause, Tang Mo corrected, there must be more powerful people hiding in the dark. Jin Shanshan was packing up paper and pen, and she paused slightly when she heard this. The little girl lowered her head and said nothing. She tacitly agreed with Tang Mo's statement. But in this case, the situation of the surviving humans will become more difficult. Jin Shanshan packed up her things and went to the next bedroom to rest. Tang Mo just saw the dark circles under Jin Shanshan's eyes. It was a rare opportunity, so he let her have a good rest. Tang Mo was the only one left in the quiet study. He took out a small and exquisite matchbox from his pocket and observed it carefully. He first looked at the matchbox, and then shook it vigorously. Finally, lines of small golden words appeared on the matchbox. Item: Mosaic Magic Matches. Owner: Tang Mo. Quality: excellent. Level: Level 3. Function: light a match to get any desired item. The item must be something the user has seen before. It can be a Black Tower item, but the quality level cannot be higher than Mosaic Magic Matches. The item can be used for 24 hours, and will be automatically destroyed after 24 hours. Restrictions: the match is a one-time item, and will be destroyed after use. Note: Mosaic, it's snowing heavily, others are eating chicken, she is lighting a match. Matches. Tang Mo looked at the last line of notes, and actually hummed in his heart. When he came to his senses, his mouth twitched slightly, and he coughed and put the box of matches back into his pocket. Mosaic's magic matches are an extremely terrifying prop. In terms of its function, Tang Mo even thinks that this should not be a prop of fine quality, but a rare quality. However, there are only 3 matches in total, and the usage time limit is 24 hours. Tang Mo closed his eyes and thought. He began to think about where these 3 magic matches can play a role. Slowly, he raised the corners of his mouth, unable to hide his joy. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the matchbox. Tang Mo reached out again, took out a thin book from the air, and opened it to the last page. Superpower: Light Rain Pear Blossom Needle. Owner: Li Chaocheng. Returner: Type: Atomic type. Function: after raising both hands, You can release 1 to 100 steel needles. The flying speed of the steel needles can reach the speed of sound, and they are very hard. Restriction: the longer the steel needles are used for a long time, the fewer steel needles can be released. The flying speed of the steel needles is inversely proportional to the number of needles. The number of steel needles released by the left hand is always more than 3 times the number of steel needles released by the right hand. Note: hey, you evildoer, look at my Xiao Yu Li Hua needle. Instructions for use of Tang Mo version. The maximum number of steel needles that can be released is 50, the maximum flying speed is 100 meters per second, and it can only be used twice a day. The steel needles are too thin, not suitable for Tang Mo. I think Tang Mo likes thicker ones. Tang Mo calmly looked at the complaints of the supernatural book, his expression unchanged. He was already immune to this level of complaints, and didn't think there was anything unusual. But not being affected didn't mean that Tang Mo liked this trashy book. He raised his hand, and prepared to throw the trashy book back into the air. Just as he raised his hand, Tang Mo's eyes changed. The supernatural book fell to the ground with a clatter. Tang Mo kicked his feet, turned his body back, and ran to the small balcony of the study. As he ran, he pulled out a small parasol, quickly chanted a spell, pierced the curtains, and stabbed the person hiding outside the window. A black figure dodged sideways. Just turning from the dim room to the outside, the dazzling sunlight made Tang Mo subconsciously squint his eyes. After the opponent dodged, Tang Mo reacted quickly and swept his leg over, but was dodged again by the opponent. The small parasol was not easy to use in this kind of close combat. Tang Mo threw it away, supported the ground with one hand, jumped into the air, and punched the opponent. A warm and thick hand caught his fist. The man let out a low laugh, and stepped back half a step. Hearing this voice, Tang Mo's heart trembled. He slowly raised his head, and wanted to stop, but he didn't expect Fu Wenduo to hook his fist and hit Tang Mo's face. As if he had suddenly returned to the afternoons when he was teaching fighting skills, Tang Mo turned his head to avoid it reflexively. Fu Wenduo's fist suddenly opened when it hit Tang Mo's face, and passed through Tang Mo's hair. Tang Mo didn't expect him to change like this, and was shocked for a moment. He was still thinking about how to fight back. At this time, Fu Wenduo had already grabbed the back of his head, and pulled him towards him with force. Tang Mo was caught off guard and bumped into the man's hard chest, which was a bit painful. Before he realized what Fu Wenduo meant by doing this, a strong hand directly grabbed his throat. Tang Mo's body froze, and he looked up at the man in front of him in astonishment. Fu Wenduo held Tang Mo's head with one hand, and strangled his throat with the other. In the close combat without using superpowers, Tang Mo thought that although he was not as good as Fu Wenduo, he was not too far behind. Who would have thought that after the real fight, he was still far behind this man? His slightly rough fingertips rubbed the young man's neck, and Fu Wenduo pursed his lips. It felt good. Tang Mo's Adam's apple moved, and his skin hit Fu Wenduo's fingers, and both of them were stunned. Fu Wenduo did not withdraw his hand. Tang Mo was silent for a moment, then raised his lips helplessly and said, "You didn't seem to teach me this move before?" Fu Wenduo had never mentioned this strange move to Tang Mo before, and even when the two of them fought, he had never seen Fu Wenduo use it. Someone broke the stiff atmosphere, and Fu Wenduo raised his lips calmly, and a low voice sounded, "This move is only taught to familiar people." Tang Mo, were we not familiar with each other 3 months ago? Fu Wenduo raised his eyebrows. Are we familiar with each other? According to common sense, Tang Mo should have taken the man's hand away openly, but he didn't do so. Fu Wenduo actually kept strangling his neck. It was called clamping, but when the two of them actually started chatting in this posture seemed a little weird. More like caressing. Tang Mo smiled and asked back, "Then Major Fu, are we familiar with each other now?" Fu Wenduo didn't answer this sentence. It would be too deliberate to touch him again, so he let go of his hands, and Tang Mo stood up straight, keeping a distance of 10 centimeters between them. Fu Wenduo wanted to say something, but suddenly he caught a glimpse of something in his peripheral vision. His face suddenly sank, and he directly grabbed Tang Mo's wrist. "What's wrong?" Chapter 146. Tang Mo's right hand was almost stained with blood. The two of them fought very fast just now, and the blood had already coagulated. Fu Wenduo didn't see it clearly. Now he realized that Tang Mo's right hand was full of dried blood. His index finger was almost cut off. The new flesh was growing slowly. It would probably take several hours to grow back. After so long, even Tang Mo almost forgot the injury on his hand. Fu Wenduo frowned slightly, without much expression on his face. He took out a chicken coop from his pocket, and took out a bottle of Nongfu Spring. He placed Tang Mo's hand on the balcony fence, opened the bottle with one hand, slowly poured water, and cleaned the blood on Tang Mo's right hand with the other hand. The cold water poured on the wound. Tang Mo pursed his lips and said nothing. When the blood scar on the hand was completely cleaned, the broken wound was exposed, which was even more shocking. Fu Weduo whispered, "Did you meet the Chosen One just now?" Tang Mo immediately realized that he had misunderstood. "It's not the Chosen One, it's a transparent person." After a pause, he added, 89th on the time ranking list. The superpower is quite powerful, but he thought I was a pig and didn't take me seriously, so he was careless for a while. Speaking, Tang Mo stretched out his hand to take the mineral water bottle. "I can do it myself." Fu Weduo poured the last bit of water on Tang Mo's wound, and Tang Mo's hand stopped in midair. Under the bright sunshine, the tall man in black carefully cleaned the wound, moving carefully. Tang Mo looked at Fu Weduo, slowly raised the corner of his lips, and took his hand back. Fu Weduo raised his eyes and looked at him. Their eyes met in the air, looking at each other quietly. No one spoke. After a while, a voice sounded from the side. "Brother Tang Mo?" Fu Weduo paused. Tang Mo immediately looked up and looked behind Fu Weduo. On the small balcony of the next room, the short-haired girl came out at some point and looked at them in surprise. When Fu Weduo turned his head, Chen Shanshan said in surprise, "Major Fu?" Fu Weduo was more surprised than Chen Shanshan. The little girl at least knew that Tang Mo and Fu Weduo were teammates, and they had always been working together. Fu Weduo didn't know that Chen Shanshan had come all the way from Shanghai. Taking this opportunity, Tang Mo took his hand away from Fu Weduo's hand, and the two walked into the study. As soon as Tang Mo entered, he saw the supernatural book on the ground. He woke up instantly, ran over calmly, picked up the book, and threw it back into the air. From beginning to end, Fu Weduo didn't notice his actions. Tang Mo breathed a sigh of relief. If the note that Xiao Jianshu just made was seen, he would never be able to clear himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. 5 minutes later, Jax also came back from outside, and the four of them met in the villa. There was something that Tang Mo was very concerned about, so he asked Fu Weduo, "Have you already cleared the 3rd floor of the Black Tower? If you cleared the difficult mode, you should be the first in China, or even the first in the world, to clear the 3rd floor of the Black Tower in difficult mode. The first player to clear the difficult mode will have his clearance information secretly communicated to all players who have cleared that level." Tang Mo asked curiously, "I didn't hear the Black Tower's announcement?" Tang Mo didn't think he would miss such important information. Even in the tense moment of fighting with Li Chaocheng, he would have noticed this. But the Black Tower didn't say anything. Fu Weduo said, "We didn't pass the difficult mode." Tang Mo, what? Fu Weduo explained, "After entering the dungeon this time, Fu Wensheng and I appeared directly in a dense primeval forest. There was a wooden hut behind us, and there were 2 other players, 1 male and 1 female. Like Xiaosheng, they are all players on the 1st floor of the Black Tower. This time, their mission is to clear the 2nd floor of the Black Tower." Fu Weduo methodically recounted his 4-day tower attack game. Fu Weduo often conducts secret missions in the primeval forest. The trees he describes as abnormally tall show that the trees in this forest are indeed straight and tall. In such a huge forest, there is only 1 empty hut. In fairy tales, a witch usually lives in such a hut. No matter what was inside, it was not good to enter the cabin rashly, so the 4 chose not to enter. Then, they met an underground man who called himself a hunter, and encountered a huge glass mountain. Fu Wensheng saw through the hunter's lies, and attacked the hunter to protect himself. The 2 sides fought, and the hunter was killed by the child. The 3 people's mission was deadlocked. 1 teammate had died. Fu Wensheng had no choice but to use the moon flower to see how to pass the level, and finally found that the hunter was the key to their passing the game. Fu Weduo, since the Black Tower didn't directly announce that we failed the game, there must be a way to pass the game. Chen Shanshan said, "This method should be considered a difficult mode." Fu Weduo glanced at the little girl and shook his head. "I thought so. But in the final main game, the Black Tower gave us 2 choices. One is an obvious difficult mode, and the other is not a normal mode, but it is not a difficult mode either. Under normal circumstances, I will not challenge the difficult mode. No one wants to put themselves in danger. Even Fu Wenduo would not be stupid enough to deliberately choose the difficult mode, so we chose another way, and successfully passed the 3rd floor of the Black Tower in the afternoon." Tang Mo pondered, "There are not necessarily only 2 ways to pass a game. Is it possible to have 3? The voice stopped. Tang Mo looked up at Fu Weduo. "So, does the Black Tower give extra rewards?" Fu Weduo raised the corner of his mouth and asked back, "Why are there extra rewards?" Tang Mo looked at him like this and understood that this man was deliberately keeping things a secret. However, the situation was urgent, and he had no time to joke with the other party. He pushed Fu Wenduo directly. Okay, what reward? Tang Mo didn't plan to talk more, and Fu Wenduo showed a trace of regret. There is an extra reward. But he didn't take out any props. Tang Mo gradually realized that something was wrong. Isn't this reward a prop? Qin Shanshan thought quickly. It's a chance to give up the game, similar to the king's gold coins. Or is it some illusory thing? Who knows when it will play a role in the future? She thought of the mosaic kiss Tang Mo had mentioned before. Only Jax was still confused. He scratched his head. If it's not a prop, what could it be? It's a message. Tang Mo narrowed his eyes. What message? Fu Wenduo's expression gradually became serious. He said word by word, for all the surviving players on the Earth, Black Tower recommends. Immediately attack the 4th floor of Black Tower. 10 minutes later, Fu Wenduo led Fu Xiaodi in from outside. Fu Wenduo's identity was exposed, and Fu Wenqing's identity could not be hidden either. It is very easy for Tian Xian to find out the address of Fu Xiaodi's home. Just go to the government to find the personal information of Fu Xiaodi's father, and you can know where he lives. So this time when Fu Wensheng came out of the tower attack game, he first found a place to hide, and Fu Wenduo came in alone to see if there was an ambush by Tian Xian. If there was really an ambush, Fu Wenduo could easily escape alone. This is how Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo fought without saying a word. Adolescent girls grow much faster than boys and develop earlier. When Fu Xiaodi stood next to Qin Shanshan, Tang Mo realized that the kid was actually half a head shorter than Qin Shanshan. Originally, I thought Shanshan was short enough, but I didn't expect Fu Xiaodi to be even shorter. Tang Mo looked at the two kids meaningfully, and suddenly felt that he had a long way to go. Even if the Earth is online now, the children must have enough nutrition and grow taller. He suddenly remembered the barbecue rack that was kicked over by Lian Yuzhen, but unfortunately it could no longer be found. After the 5 people met, they began to introduce each other. When Jax heard that Fu Xiaodi was actually Fu Wenduo's younger brother, he looked at him with concern. Before you met Major Fu, were you often criticized because of your name? Fu Wensheng, The child quickly turned his head to look at his elder brother, only to see Fu Wenduo leaning against the wall and talking to Tang Mo, seemingly not hearing the noise here. Fu Wensheng breathed a sigh of relief and said righteously, My elder brother is so good, how could anyone say anything about me? As he spoke, the child puffed out his chest, as if he was really proud of having such an elder brother. Even Jax didn't believe this lie. Jax was very thick-skinned, and didn't notice Fu Xiaodi's strong desire to survive. He kept talking to him about Fu Wenduo. Fu Xiaodi couldn't stand it, but he didn't dare to say, Don't talk about my brother. I'm scared. He could only keep talking with him. Next to them, Qin Shanshan suddenly stood up, and walked to Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. Tang Mo was telling Fu Wenduo about the news he had just received about the invisible man. The two stopped talking, and looked at Qin Shanshan. The ordinary-looking little girl looked up, and spoke calmly. I thought about it for a while, and felt that the current situation was more suitable for, well, defeating them one by one. China, Guangzhou. The sunset gradually sank, and a round sunset slowly climbed to the edge of the horizon. The orange-red beams shone on the narrow Pearl River, sparkling. The roads on both sides of the river were empty, and the wind blew through the yellow leaves on the ground, making a rustling sound. Under the towering Guangzhou Tower, a black figure walked out of the air. First, a pair of feet appeared, and then the body. She seemed to have crossed an invisible barrier, and appeared out of thin air on the ground. She kept walking without changing her posture, and did not show any surprise after suddenly appearing, as if she did not know that she appeared out of thin air. This is a tall woman with long black hair tied into a ponytail behind her head. She wore a pair of leather boots, put her hands in her pockets, and walked forward calmly. Halfway through the walk, she whispered, Igagangrila, and unzipped her black leather jacket to open. Just as she walked to the foot of the Guangzhou Tower, and was about to reach the ticket office, suddenly, a silver light shot from her right side. The long-haired woman raised her eyebrows, and moved to the right. The angle of her avoidance was just right, not a point more or less, and the silver dart just brushed her cheek without cutting a single hair. The next moment, 3 figures jumped out from behind the Guangzhou Tower, shouted angrily, and rushed towards the long-haired woman. One of them pressed his hands to the ground, and the ground under the woman's feet suddenly shattered. She laughed, kicked the ground, and jumped more than 10 meters. The 3 people were shocked and rushed towards the woman in 3 directions. 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. As long as she defended one person, she would definitely not be able to withstand the other two. Unexpectedly, when the three people approached, the woman flipped her right hand, and a silver whip suddenly appeared in her hand. She swung her wrist, and her body was as flexible as a silver snake. Every time she whipped, it hit the three people, like a thorn in the bone, and they could not escape no matter what. Suddenly, her eyes turned cold, and she increased her strength, whipping two of them from the Guangzhou Tower to the bank of the Pearl River. The last one turned around and ran away in fear, but the long whip wrapped around his body and pulled him back. The woman kicked the short man in the chest and stepped on his ribs with her leather boots. The man kept begging for mercy, and his eyes occasionally glanced at the golden number floating on the woman's neck. It was a 3-digit number, 864. The man was very depressed. It was only more than 800 minutes, and this invisible man should not even be at the bottom of the time rankings. How could he be so strong? Their organization killed a transparent person ranked 81st 3 days ago, but they had never seen such a strong person. They had no power to fight back. However, the next second, the long-haired woman tilted her head slightly and stretched her muscles. As she turned her head, the 3 numbers hidden behind her neck were also revealed. 261,864. In an instant, the man's eyes opened as wide as possible, and he looked at the young woman who stepped on him with fear. A name was already on the tip of his tongue, but he was trembling and couldn't say it out. Then, he saw the woman curled her lips, poked his neck with a whip, and smiled helplessly. "I don't want to kill anyone, you are targeting me." The man was so scared that he couldn't even speak. Mu Huishue frowned. "Well, not a local, can't understand Cantonese?" The man was still in shock and didn't answer. Mu Huishue took it as his acquiescence and said helplessly, "Okay, I don't want to kill you survivors, go away. Next time, I kill you." Mu Huishue raised her foot, and the man was afraid to move at first. When he saw her turn around and leave, after a few seconds, he got up and ran away. The sun completely sank into the horizon, and the 3 players in Huaxia District 3 ran madly towards the Pearl River, while the tall woman with long hair walked towards the Guangzhou Tower step by step. When she walked less than 50 meters away from the Guangzhou Tower, she slowly disappeared into the air as abruptly as she appeared. Huaxia, Beijing. It was getting dark, and Tang Mo closed the curtains. Jax turned on the low-wattage flashlight, and the 5 of them sat at the table. Qin Shanshan lowered her head and spoke in a low voice. "It is now obvious that the invisible people do not know that the 2 worlds have merged, and their information is equal to ours. There is a fundamental reason for this phenomenon, that is, the world they live in, or rest in, is exactly the same as the Earth we live in." Tang Mo, parallel world? Qin Shanshan nodded. "That may be the case, but I am more inclined to believe that the Black Tower created a new Earth." Chapter 147. The surviving players did not notice the existence of the invisible people at first, because the invisible people looked no different from ordinary players. They appeared very suddenly, and the surviving players were killed by them when they left. Even Tang Mo did not expect that the surviving humans did not know the answer, that the invisible people are the 6 billion humans who once disappeared. Qin Shanshan continued, "But those invisible people are what they call returnees. They didn't notice that the 2 worlds were merging, which only proved that the world they originally lived in was exactly the same as the Earth." The little girl drew 2 circles on the paper and wrote, "Earth A and Earth B." Before the time ranking list appeared, the invisible people had 2 activities. First, participate in the Black Tower game, and second, rest. Every time they complete a Black Tower game, they can get 10 minutes of rest time. You can choose not to rest and go directly to the next game, but I think everyone will choose to rest and recharge their energy. And the place where they rest must look exactly like the Earth. Tang Mo nodded. Even after the time rankings appeared, there are only 2 places where invisible people move around. One is the Black Tower copy, and the other is this resting place. The 2 looked at each other and concluded, that place is exactly the same as the Earth. If it is not exactly the same, the invisible people will definitely notice the changes in the surrounding environment when they enter the Earth. But all the invisible people Tang Mo met, whether they were weaker or Li Chaocheng, who was ranked 89th on the time rankings, no one noticed that the 2 worlds were merging, and they had come to the truth of the Earth. Tang Mo thought for a moment. That's why Mu Huishue is called a player from Huaxia District 3 by the Black Tower, and the one who opened the time ranking is a player from South Asia District 1. Fu Wenduo said, "Durangalawa should be an Indian name, and South Asia District 1 is probably referring to New Delhi, the capital of India. Huaxia District 3 is most likely Guangzhou and Shenzhen." Tang Mo continued Fu Wenduo's words. One is an Indian player, and the other is a Chinese player. Obviously, even in the invisible world, the Black Tower has a clear regional division for players, and what's very interesting is that this regional division is exactly the same as the current global regional division. So they also live on Earth? This time even Jax understood what the three meant. Qin Shanshan shook her head first, then nodded. I don't know either. Maybe there is no new Earth at all, and the invisible people are living next to us now. For example, on my right-hand side, there is a transparent person sleeping here. But the two worlds have not merged, so I can't see him, and he can't see me. Or maybe the Black Tower really created another Earth, and the invisible people are playing games on that Earth. They work hard to attack the tower, and if they pass the 4th level of the Black Tower, they can return to Earth. After a pause, Qin Shanshan said, I didn't say this, it was the Black Tower that told them to return to Earth. Things suddenly came to a stalemate again. However, for the surviving players, it is not important where the invisible people live, and whether there is really a second Earth. The most important things now are two things. First, Fu and Duo just passed the 3rd level of the Black Tower. Because the difficulty is higher than the normal mode, the Black Tower gave extra rewards. The Black Tower recommends that the surviving players clear the 4th floor of the Black Tower as soon as possible. Tang Mo looked at the other 4 people in the room and said word by word, the second is to defeat them one by one. Fu and Duo, you can try to conquer the 4th floor of the Black Tower in a few days. Given the difficulty of the 3rd floor of the Black Tower, it is not impossible to go to the 4th floor of the Black Tower if you insist on going, but you need to be careful, we have a chance to pass it. Jax, what do you mean by defeating them one by one? Tang Mo did not answer, he looked down at the little girl sitting on the chair. Qin Shanshan's hair was messy, and she seemed to have seldom taken care of it. She tucked her hair behind her ears and told her plan. It is undeniable that some of the invisible people must have discovered the truth about the fusion of the two worlds. If the survivors can find it, they can definitely find it too. But what is even more undeniable is that most of the invisible people don't know about it. When dealing with the surviving players on Earth, they will think that they are pigs because there are no numbers on their necks, and thus underestimate the enemy, thinking that they can kill them at will. The voice stopped, and Qin Shanshan said with a little joy, this is our chance. Fu and Sheng listened for a long time and understood immediately. We should kill them when they are not prepared. This was said directly, but there was no problem at all. But as soon as the words were made clear, the room became quiet. After a while, Fu Xiaodi said in a low voice with a gloomy face, I know what you mean, big brother. The invisible people seem to appear alone, and were not on guard against us. Kill them, and every time we kill one, we have one less enemy. If this continues, assuming the two worlds really merge, the situation will be much better for us. But there is obviously no deep hatred between us. Players on the killing time leaderboard can get rewards, and all invisible people may try hard to kill them. But the surviving players on Earth cannot participate in this list at all. Tang Mo killed Li Chaocheng, but he didn't see the golden number on his neck. So why do the humans in the two camps kill each other? It would be great if everyone could live in peace. There was one thing Fu and Sheng didn't say, but he was actually thinking that after the two worlds merged, the living environment of the invisible people would be the same as that of the survivors, and they wouldn't need to kill people for rest time. Then they wouldn't need to go to war. Fu Wuduo looked down at his younger brother, and he felt uneasy when he was looked at by him. He couldn't help but said, Brother, why are you looking at me? Fu Wuduo said indifferently, Why is this person named Fu? Fu Wensheng was stunned. Ah. After a while, the kid came back to his senses, his face turned the color of pig liver. Is he so stupid that he is not qualified to be called Fu? Fu Wensheng felt very wronged, but he dared not resist under the pressure of the tyranny. Tang Mo sighed and prepared to speak. As soon as he opened his mouth, Qin Shanshan's calm voice rang out. The situation you whispered about is not impossible, but the possibility is extremely low. The probability. According to my guess, it is no more than 10%. You didn't see Li Chaocheng. The invisible man ranked 89th on the time ranking list. He thought he was disguised well, but my brother Tang Mo and I can see that he has an unconcealable hostility towards the 400 million surviving humans. Qin Shanshan narrated the facts in a calm tone. He wanted to kill those 400 million people. Or, they are invisible people, and every invisible person who is not a pig can no longer be judged by the three views of ordinary people. To be fair, Xiaosheng, if you were suddenly thrown into an endless survival game, you would only have 10 minutes to rest each time you pass the game. You have no time to eat or sleep, and your spirit is always tense. If you spend 3 months like this, what would your mentality be? Fu Wensheng opened his mouth, but still didn't say anything. He felt that he could not live for 3 months, and even if he did, he might have gone crazy long ago. Qin Shanshan, that's one reason. Second, the time ranking list is open. If it were me, I might really go crazy the moment the Black Tower announced this system. I want to live, I want to rest, and I will also choose to kill people. Hearing this, Tang Mo looked at Qin Shanshan calmly. The short-haired girl looked serious, and did not mean to lie. When she was forced to that moment, she would really kill people. In order to survive, she would kill. She might not kill innocent people, but she would kill anyone who wanted to kill her without blinking an eye. Because she wanted to survive. The first 3 days, when the time rankings were opened, were probably the darkest 3 days in the invisible world. If you don't kill people, there will be many people who will kill you. The golden numbers on some people's necks kept rising, and some people died on the first day. They hadn't rested for 3 months, and were exhausted by the endless Black Tower game. This time they really rested forever. And they experienced such hell on earth, and suffered such cruel treatment. The reason turned out to be just bad luck. Haida said that luck is also a kind of strength. They failed to successfully go online, and this is the price they need to pay. Tang Mo suddenly said, there are 3 types of surviving players: official players, reserve players, and stowaways. Who do you think the invisible man hates the most? Jack scratched his head. Stowaways? Haida hates stowaways the most. Tang Mo looked at Fu Wensheng again, and the child lowered his head and didn't speak. Fu Wen's deep voice sounded, reserves. After a pause, he added, then, there are the official players, and finally the stowaways. Jax was stunned for a moment, slowly came back to his senses, and whispered, yes, it's the reserve. Yes, the invisible man hates the reserve the most. The stowaways entered the game because of killing people, and were troubled by the Black Tower after going online on Earth. The official players were also lucky. They triggered the Black Tower game in those 3 days, and successfully passed it. But the luckiest ones are the reserve forces. The reserve forces, which make up the largest population of the survivors, some of them don't even know what they have done, but they become the reserve forces inexplicably. They survived. They don't have to participate in the endless Black Tower game. They don't have to be hated by the Black Tower. As long as you pass 1 level, you can get superpowers. Maybe there are calm invisible people who don't want to conflict with the surviving players and just want to live well after the 2 worlds merge. But more invisible people have irresistible hostility towards the survivors. What's more fatal is that their strength is much stronger than the surviving players. In their eyes, most of the surviving players are no different from pigs. Once the world merges, the conflict between the 2 camps is inevitable. Jax felt a little uncomfortable. He thought for a long time and said, is there no way? Suddenly, Tang Mo's eyes turned cold, and he turned his head to look out the window. Fu Wenduo moved faster than him. He stood near the balcony, kicked his feet, and flew out like lightning. The next moment, a sharp metal collision sound was heard, and the black weapon collided with a knife. Fu Wenduo supported himself with one hand and landed in the yard. A slender figure took 3 steps back and stabilized his body. Everyone immediately came to the yard. Tang Mo's face immediately sank when he saw the newcomers. He held the handle of the small parasol and looked around with cold eyes, alert to the enemy, who could attack at any time. On the other side, Fu Wensheng's face also changed drastically, and the child pulled out a pistol and approached Qin Shanshan. If the enemy really attacks, he will take Qin Shanshan with him, as they are the weakest. When Jack saw the person clearly, he opened his eyes in surprise. Qin Shanshan asked curiously, Lian Yuzheng? In the dark night, the long-haired woman in a windbreaker was Lian Yuzheng, the most famous female singer in China. There was a light bloody scar on her beautiful face, and her trousers were cut open, revealing her knees. Lian Yuzheng's hair was stained with some splashed blood and dirt. Tang Mo noticed something was wrong. He quickly looked at the black weapon in Fu Wenduo's right hand. When he saw that there was no blood on the sharp weapon, Tang Mo was startled and understood. Fu Wenduo raised his eyes, and looked at the young woman not far away indifferently. He seemed calm, but in fact his body was tense, and he was concentrating on observing the surrounding environment. 3 seconds later, Fu Wenduo said calmly, You are alone. Lian Yuzheng was silent for a while. Yes. Tang Mo stepped forward. 3 times is the limit? It has nothing to do with that. This time I decided to find you, and the boss and the others didn't know. But now they should know. Tang Mo's brain was working fast, and he already had an answer in his mind. He turned to look at Fu Wenduo, who nodded at him. Qin Shanshan also felt that something was wrong, But she didn't know the relationship between the chosen organization and Tangemo, and couldn't guess the truth for a while. Lien Yuzheng took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. She said very calmly, "Qi Heng is dead, killed by the invisible man. The other party has more than 3,000 minutes of rest time, so he should be on the time ranking list. You should know what the time ranking list is, and you also understand what I mean. I came to you today to ask for cooperation." The voice stopped abruptly, and there was no expression on Lien Yuzheng's face, and her tone did not fluctuate. But everyone could see that she seemed very sad. She said expressionlessly, "I want to kill that invisible man." Chapter 148. The night was dark, and under the dim moonlight, 5 figures quickly crossed the alleys and roads and headed east. Beijing Chaoyang District, number 80 Middle School. Lien Yuzheng walked to the iron school gate alone. She squatted down and fiddled with something on the ground. After a few seconds, there was a crisp click sound, as if something was opened. Lien Yuzheng turned around and looked at Fu Wenduo and Tangemo. She nodded, and to show her sincerity, she entered the campus first. Following closely behind were Tangemo, Fu Wenduo, Jax and Chen Shanshan. The next second after the 5 of them stepped into the campus, Tangemo suddenly looked to the left and put his hand on the small parasol. Fu Wenduo also looked to the left with an indifferent look. Under a tall and ancient tree next to the school gate, a pale-faced boy was standing there quietly, and it was unknown how long he had been standing there. There was some blood on the corner of his clothes, and his black eyes stared straight at Tangemo and Fu Wenduo. Ruan Wanshu looked at the unfamiliar Jax and Chen Shanshan again, and finally his eyes fell on Lien Yuzheng. Lien Yuzheng's beautiful face had no expression, and she also looked at the thin boy silently. After a long time, Ruan Wanshu turned and walked towards the teaching building. Lien Yuzheng said, "Let's go." Tangemo raised his eyebrows, followed Lien Yuzheng, and walked in calmly. There are dozens of classes in this middle school. Ruan Wanshu walked to the 3rd floor of the first teaching building and entered one of the classes. After Tangemo walked in, he found that the desks and chairs in this classroom were arranged in a very messy manner. As soon as the 4 of them entered, the people sitting at the table immediately raised their heads and looked at them vigilantly. In addition to Ruan Wanshu and Lien Yuzheng, there were 3 more people. One was the female Dr. Li Miao, and the other 2 were young men Tangemo had never seen before. "Aren't you afraid it's a trap?" Tangemo turned his head and saw Ruan Wanshu walk to the back of the classroom and sat down, looking up at him. Tangemo said indifferently, "So it's a trap?" Ruan Wanshu raised his hand and wiped the blood on his face. There were no wounds on his face, and it was obvious that this was someone else's blood. When Fu Wenduo and Lien Yuzheng fought, Tangemo found that Lien Yuzheng had some freshly made wounds on her body. Fu Wenduo did not hurt her, which could only mean that Lien Yuzheng had fought with others before fighting with Fu Wenduo. A person who has been injured, as long as he is not a fool, he will not come to attack at this time. Tangemo immediately believed that Lien Yuzheng's purpose of coming this time was really not to fight. She wanted to cooperate. In this classroom, except for Lien Yuzheng and Ruan Wanshu, everyone was injured. Among them, Li Miao was the most seriously injured. Her white coat was stained blood red. She lay on a long table made of 2 desks, staring at the ceiling. If her chest was not still moving, Tangemo would even think she was dead. Everyone was already here. Ruan Wanshu went straight to the point and cleared up the doubts of Tangemo and the other 4. 2 days ago, Qi Heng, Li Miao and I challenged the 3rd floor of the Black Tower together. We have witnessed the invisible man together, and you should also understand what it is. Last month, Mu Huishue, who ranked first in the time ranking, almost started the Black Tower 4.0 update. I judged that she had cleared the 4th floor of the Black Tower to trigger the new version update. So I decided to seize the time to attack the tower. Ruan Wanshu said, while applying medicine to the wound on his hand. The 3rd floor of the Black Tower was not particularly difficult for us. We successfully cleared the game this evening. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Qi Heng, Li Miao and I returned to school and were attacked by 2 invisible people at the school gate. Tangemo got to the point directly. 2 invisible people? Ruan Wanshu glanced at him. Yes, 2. It is difficult for players in the invisible camp to trust each other, and it is also difficult for them to form a large organization like us. But this does not mean that they will not form a team. The 2 people appeared suddenly, and their strength was strong. They were at the same level as Yu Zheng in close combat. Because they attacked by surprise, they caught us off guard. When the others came out of the school to support, Qi Heng was no longer breathing. Yu Zheng and I worked together to kill one of the invisible people. Speaking of the death of his companion, Ruan Wanshu showed no grief. In this classroom, All the members of the Chosen One who were sitting just listened quietly, and no one was emotional. Lin Yuzheng said, "The two players, one is Chinese, and the other looks Japanese. The one I killed with my boss was the Japanese, and the number on her neck was 3,241. The number on the other person's neck was less than the Japanese, but he was stronger than her. The number on his neck was 3,012. Tang Mo originally thought there was only one invisible person, but he didn't expect there would be two this time, and one of them was Japanese. His eyes lit up, and he took out the notebook that recorded the time ranking list from his bag, opened it, and flipped through it. Number 61, Sichuan Jing. The Chinese name that is closer to her. After a pause, Tang Mo looked at the name, Su Xiao. Ruan Wanshu glanced at Tang Mo's notebook in surprise, but he didn't say he wanted to see the information on the notebook. Ruan Wanshu had already told Tang Mo the details of what happened, and Tang Mo put away the notebook. He lowered his head, stared at the sickly boy, and said calmly, "Now we know the situation, so if we cooperate, what benefits will you give us?" There was a moment of silence in the spacious classroom. After a long time, Ruan Wanshu smiled and said, "Let's share information with each other first. You know more information than I thought, and there are some things that even we, the Chosen, don't know. Indeed, there are not many members of the Chosen. Apart from the 7 of us, there are only more than 20 members. 4 of them were killed by you last month. But even so, we definitely know more than you. At present, I can provide information about the major organizations in Beijing, several well-known strong men, and 3 players in the time ranking among the invisible people. These 3 people are all in Beijing, excluding Su Xiao." Tang Mo was unmoved when he heard the first part, but he smiled slightly when he heard the last part. "Okay, exchange information." Next, Tang Mo and Ruan Wanshu told all the information they had collected. Tang Mo kept some of Qin Shanshan's personal speculations, and Ruan Wanshu might have kept some things as well. They talked for half an hour, and when they had almost finished talking about the situation, a hoarse voice rang out. "Qi Heng, that bastard." Ruan Wanshu's voice stopped abruptly, and he looked at the female doctor lying on the table. The female doctor didn't know when her body could move. She raised her hand to cover her eyes, and said in a low voice, "Head, how do we find that Su Xiao?" "How? Can we find him?" Lin Yuzheng also looked at Ruan Wanshu expectantly. Ruan Wanshu looked calm. "Our cooperation this time is not to kill Su Xiao." "Head?" Li Miaomia's body stiffened, and she struggled to get up from the table. The other members of the Chosen also looked at Ruan Wanshu in astonishment. Lin Yuzheng was the first to understand. Her face sank, her mouth opened, but she still didn't speak. A low female voice sounded, "Defeat them one by one?" The sickly boy turned his head, and looked at the little girl, who had been standing behind Tang Mo, and had never spoken. After a while, he said calmly, "Yeah. Killing Su Xiao is useless. He should still be in Beijing, but no one knows when and where he will appear. Our biggest enemy at the moment is the Invisible Man. I am not inclined to cooperate with other organizations in Beijing. They have many members, good and bad, and many problems within the organization." Suddenly, Ruan Wanshu seemed to remember something. He looked up and said, "By the way, there is something. A month ago, Mu Huishua almost triggered the update of the new version of the Black Tower. Tang Mo Fuiduo, you should all think that this situation happened because she cleared the 4th floor of the Black Tower, right?" Tang Mo realized what he might say. "Yes, what?" Ruan Wanshu. Logically, Mu Huishua cleared the 4th floor of the Black Tower, and the Black Tower announced that it would update the version. But this update was terminated. Last month, Qi Heng and Li Miaomiu entered a real copy, and they got a message in that copy, which may explain this unexpected update termination. Tang Mo frowned, and didn't know which copy Ruan Wanshu was talking about. Fu Wenduo suddenly understood, and he looked at Tang Mo. After a few seconds, Tang Mo also recovered, his eyes slightly opened, and looked at the female doctor lying on the table in surprise. The female doctor said in a hoarse voice, "The copy is called Wang Zixin's Day Before Death. It seems to be a friend of Tang. Mr. Tang. The copy is actually very simple, not difficult, but Qi Heng and I were trapped in it for several days, because we didn't understand what the copy was trying to do." "What does it want to do?" Tang Mo's tone was rarely hurried. Li Miaomiu did not play tricks. Wang Zixin is considered a semi-official player. During the 3 days when Earth was online, he was lucky enough to enter a Black Tower game, and successfully pass the level and return to Earth. After he came back, he wanted to call a few of his friends and tell them some clues about the Black Tower game, because he realized that Earth was not so simple to go online, and this mysterious game really existed, but he couldn't make a call. When he returned home, he found that the phone and the internet were all unreachable. He couldn't get out of the house either. He was locked in that house. Tang Mo's fingers suddenly tightened, and one hand gently pressed on his tense shoulders. Tang Mo didn't notice Fu Wenduo's movements, and he pursed his lips. Then what? That was one of his best friends for more than 20 years. It was no one else. Li Miaomiu said. The day he returned to the house was the evening of November 17th. The next morning, at 8 a.m. on November 18th, he tried his best to leave the house. But whether it was jumping off the building, smashing the wall, breaking the door, he tried all methods, but none of them worked. In the end, he could only write down what he knew on paper, and put it in the living room. At 8 o'clock, he was erased by the Black Tower like other invisible people and disappeared from this world. Because he didn't pass the Black Tower game. Chapter 149. In the dark room, the clock ticked. It was already dark, so I pulled up a thin veil. The bustling lights of the city shone into the house through the window veil, casting a faint dark light on the floor of the living room. The whole house was eerily quiet. The mobile phone was thrown to the ground, and a mouse also fell to the ground, with several cracks. Obviously it had been dropped. A drop of water slowly dripped from the kitchen faucet. Pa! Hearing this voice, the tall and thin young man curled up in the corner of the bedroom trembled, then he buried his head in his legs and trembled all over. In a classroom of the 80th Middle School in Chaoyang District, Li Miaomiu was lying on the desk, narrating calmly. That copy is the strangest copy that Qi Heng and I have ever seen. There is no boss, nor any other Black Tower monsters. After entering the copy, the Black Tower only told us to find a way to leave this copy, and did not give any other conditions. Li Miaomiu said slowly. At first, Qi Heng and I were very wary of the human who appeared in the dungeon, but gradually we found that he couldn't see us, and we couldn't touch him. He is the official player Wang Zixin. The invisible man may appear again at any time, and maybe the next time he appears, he will be a more powerful invisible man with a higher ranking. Li Miaomiu briefly described the scene she saw in that dungeon. The dim house seemed to be a still time. At first, the player named Wang Zixin wanted to contact the outside world and escape. But he couldn't escape at all. The windows were sealed, and the glass became steel and could not be broken. The door could not be opened. When he made a phone call, he only received a reminder of out-of-service area. There was no network at all, and he could not communicate with the outside world. Li Miaomiu. The time was 7 o'clock in the evening of the 17th, and 7 o'clock in the morning of the next day, which was 7 o'clock on the 18th. This was the first night, and Qi Heng and I did nothing but simply observe the copy from the side. In the morning, the neighbor across the street went out, and Wang Zixin kept knocking on the security door, but the people across the street couldn't hear him. Ruan Wangshu. This copy is equivalent to separating that house from the outside world, and it becomes a separate copy. It is impossible to leave the copy without completing the game. After the voice fell, Ruan Wangshu looked up at Tang Mo. Tang Mo stood in the middle of the classroom, his expression calm. Ruan Wangshu heard Qi Heng say that Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo once wanted to enter Wang Zixin's house. They should know Wang Zixin, and they should even be friends. But now Tang Mo did not show any abnormality. Maybe he hid it well, or maybe he was just an ordinary friend. Tang Mo, at 8 o'clock in the morning on the 18th, he disappeared. Did he enter the world of invisible people? Li Miaomiu shook her head. No. He is not an invisible person, nor a formal player. Because he only completed half of the Black Tower game, so he is really dead. Li Miaomiu knew that this person was Tang Mo's friend, but she did not take into account the emotions of the so-called friend. She said directly, Qi Heng and I stayed in that copy for a total of 5 nights, that is, 60 hours, repeating the last day before Wang Zixin's death. Finally, we found something strange, which was the clock on the living room wall. Tang Mo was stunned. Clock? Li Miaomiu's injury seemed to have healed, and she sat up from the table. There was still blood on her face, and many wounds on her body. When she looked at Tang Mo with her bloodshot eyes, she actually had a sense of gloating. Li Miaomiu said, Beijing time, November 18th, 2017, 8 a.m., the Earth is online. Not a minute more, not a minute less. The moment the Earth went online, the Black Tower issued a global announcement that all humans who failed to successfully load the game disappeared and entered the world of invisible people. This is a fact we already know. Fu Wenduo, so that copy is related to time? Li Miaomiu sat up straight. In order to guess these 2 words, Qi Heng and I stayed in there for 60 hours. I watched Wang Zixin die over and over again, and watched him enter the room over and over again. These 2 words are time. Wang Zixin participated in a Black Tower game before returning to the room. In that Black Tower game, he and another player competed to take the opponent's time. This was what we were told by the Black Tower after the dungeon was cleared. Wang Zixin won 5 seconds of the opponent's time in that game. The opponent was eliminated by him, and then he returned to Earth. Tang Mo's body shook. He slowly raised his head and looked at Li Miaomiu. The people of the chosen organization had long known the truth of this dungeon. Among Tang Mo and the other 4, Qin Shanshan also slowly understood the answer. Li Miaomiu looked at them like this, smiled and shook her head. Yes, you guessed right, Tang Mo, your friend died because of the 5 seconds he got. He won 5 seconds. After he left the game and returned to Earth, he also had 5 more seconds. During those 60 hours, the Black Tower went online 4 times. Qi Heng and I had no idea what the Black Tower wanted us to do, or what it was thinking. Until the 3rd time the Earth went online, when Wang Zixin disappeared, I found that he tried hard to turn his head and look towards the living room when he was dying. I think he also understood at the last moment that he had gained 5 seconds because the clock on the living room wall showed 8:05. At the last moment of his life, when Wang Zixin heard the reminder from the Black Tower, he suddenly realized what he had been missing all along. He was a smart man, otherwise he would not have won the Black Tower game and become a semi-official player. But he lacked information. The second he stepped into the house, he didn't know that his life was 5 seconds longer than the outside world, and he didn't know why he suddenly fell into such a strange place. However, he knew that at 8 o'clock in the morning 3 days ago, the Black Tower made its first sound, announcing that the Earth was online. Now the Black Tower made its sound again, and he watched his body slowly disappear, with countless thoughts flashing through his mind. In an instant, he understood the truth, and turned his head with all his strength, and saw the clock that was 5 seconds faster than the outside world. But it was too late. He only had a head and a pair of eyes left, and it was impossible to adjust that time. So he watched the clock with his eyes, and then died. Tang Mo looked at Li Miaomiu quietly. So as long as we adjust that time back, we will win? Yes, Qi Heng and I took the clock off the wall, and moved the second hand back 5 seconds. Then we cleared the dungeon. Originally I didn't understand why this kind of thing had to be made into a separate dungeon. This Wang Zixin just encountered a very strange dungeon. But later when Mu Huishua's clearance of the 4th floor of the Black Tower was aborted, I realized that the Black Tower was reminding the surviving players that this situation might occur in the Black Tower game. Li Miaomiu concluded, this real-life copy has no meaning. Its only purpose is to warn players to always pay attention to whether they have actually completed the game. After a while, looking at Tang Mo's calm expression, Li Miaomiu deliberately smiled and said, aren't you sad? I thought it was your friend. Tang Mo, sad. Everyone looked at Tang Mo in surprise, wondering why he suddenly expressed his emotions, even though he was very calm. Even Fu Wenduo didn't expect Tang Mo to answer this question. He looked at Tang Mo in surprise, thinking that Tang Mo would ignore Li Miaomiu's words. The female doctor was also stunned. After a while she said, I'm sorry. Tang Mo said calmly, looking at Wan Wanshu, I understand what you mean. Whether the Black Tower game ends or not may affect the reality of the players. And, after a pause, Tang Mo continued, in Wang Zixin's copy, he thought he had completed the mysterious game and returned to Earth, but in fact, the game was not over yet. His time was messed up, so he was locked in that space. He needed to take action to return to the correct timeline before the game would really end. Is it the same for Mu Huishua? Ruan Wanshu, yes, it is very likely that Mu Huishua is the same. This can explain why Black Tower suddenly said that she started the 4.0 version update, and then suddenly stopped. Because the moment after completing a game, she started another game. She didn't really clear the 4th floor of Black Tower. Maybe until now, she is still looking for a way to clear the game. When she completely clears the 4th floor of Black Tower, version 4.0 will be launched. Tang Mo and the other 3 pulled a chair and sat opposite Wan Washu. Qin Shanshan spoke for the second time. So there are 2 things we need to pay attention to at present. First, catch the lone invisible man. While they haven't all known that the 2 worlds are merging yet, and are not taking us lightly, kill as many invisible men as possible. Second, attack the 4th floor of the Black Tower. After a pause, the little girl's eyes swept over the several members of the Chosen in the classroom one by one. The people in this classroom should be the core members of the Chosen? Ruan Wanshu, there were a total of 6 people in the Chosen at the beginning. Lian Yuzheng joined later. Excluding Qi Heng, there are still 6 people now. Qin Shanshan, have you cleared the 3rd floor? Ruan Wanshu nodded. Li Miaomiao is on the second floor. Qin Shanshan turned to look at Tang Yimou and Fu Wenduo, and after getting their agreement, she looked at Ruan Wanshu. There is something we didn't say just now. Major Fu got an extra reward from the Black Tower when he cleared the third floor. The Black Tower suggested that the surviving players should immediately attack the fourth floor of the Black Tower. The Black Tower usually doesn't talk nonsense. At most it is deliberately mysterious and plays word games. This time its suggestion is likely related to the Invisible Man. Unexpectedly, after Qin Shanshan finished speaking, Ruan Wanshu fell into a strange silence. Tang Yimou instantly noticed the other party's strange look, and then heard Lian Yuzhing's voice. We didn't say this just now. When I first cleared the third floor of the Black Tower, I also heard a Black Tower boss say that it would be best to clear the fourth floor of the Black Tower as soon as possible. The other party's original words were, anyway, you are all about to die, and none of you have cleared the fourth floor, so I won't bother with a bunch of dead people. Tang Yimou turned his head and looked at Fu Wenduo, and their eyes met. After a few seconds, Tang Yimou made a quick decision. We can decide to attack the Invisible Man together. As for the fourth floor of the Black Tower, it is our own business. The Invisible Man has no regular appearance, and we can't find Su Xiao, so it is more important to kill the Invisible Man and pass the fourth floor. Ruan Wanshu, Tianxian has an intelligence network in Beijing. Okay, then we can share information. The two parties briefly exchanged their respective information, and Tang Yimou and Fu Wenduo decided to leave here first and meet up with Fu Wensheng. Although they didn't think that Lian Yuzhing's invitation was a trap, they still asked Brother Fu to hide in a safe place and wait for their news just in case. With only Qin Shanshan, they could take the little girl away from the Tianxian base camp safely, but with another Brother Fu, it would be difficult. After confirming the general cooperation plan, Tang Yimou turned around and wanted to leave. At this time, a voice sounded from behind him. Tang Yimou, Fu Wenduo, do you want to directly attack the fourth floor of the Black Tower after returning this time? Tang Yimou stopped and turned to look at the pale boy. Tang Yimou did not deny it. Ruan Wanshu said, you and Major Fu should challenge the fourth floor of the Black Tower together. With your strategy and force, there is no big problem, and you have hope to pass it. There is a boy younger than me in your team. He should have the ability to heal, but it is obvious that he is not strong, otherwise you would not have brought him here today. Fu Wenduo lowered his eyes. What do you want to say? How about adding one more person? Tang Yimou smiled. Add you? The next moment, Ruan Wanshu shook his head gently. Add her. Li Miaomiao, who was pointed at, was also shocked. She asked puzzledly, Head? Ruan Wanshu did not answer. He flipped his palm, and a knife appeared in his hand. No one expected that he would suddenly move and cut his wrist without hesitation. Blood splashed immediately, but Ruan Wanshu did not even blink. The broken hand fell to the ground, and Ruan Wanshu stretched out the still bleeding wrist and handed it to Li Miaomiao. Head? Li Miaomiao's answer was Ruan Wanshu's cold gaze. Li Miaomiao's face changed, and she clenched her teeth. After a few seconds, she stretched out her hand, muttering inaudible words, and pressed her hand on Ruan Wanshu's broken wrist. The thick clouds were blown away by the wind, and the moonlight shone on Ruan Wanshu's broken wrist. At a speed visible to the naked eye, blood vessels and skin were quickly generated, and a brand new hand appeared on the cross-section of the broken wrist. Tang Yimou was shocked, and he looked back at Li Miaomiao. But a hand suddenly disappeared from Li Miaomiao's wrist. No blood flowed out, but her face looked a little ugly, as if she was enduring pain. But after half a minute, her hand gradually grew. 10 minutes later, Li Miaomiao raised her left hand, and everything was the same as before. Tang Yimou and Fu Wenduo looked at each other, and they instantly understood each other's meaning. Fu Wenduo has the ability of gene recombination. After his limbs are broken, he can also quickly grow new limbs. But his speed is definitely not that fast. At the same time, the hand that Li Miaomiao grew out was not her own, but Ruan Wanshu's hand. Ruan Wanshu, this is her ability. You only know the first effect of her ability. Not only can she transfer the pain to others by hurting herself, but she can also transfer others' wounds to herself, and then recover through her own powerful self-healing ability. Li Miaomiao goes, and each of you has an extra life. She is only on the second floor of the Black Tower, and will not increase the difficulty of your copy. Besides, Ruan Wanshu took out a golden coin from his pocket, and threw it to Li Miaomiao. Li Miaomiao quickly caught it. Head? Give me this too? She also has the king's gold coin. Ruan Wanshu said coldly, the Invisible Man is much stronger than us. We must quickly attack the fourth floor of the Black Tower. I am seriously injured, and need to rest for a few days. So I leave it to you. Tang Mo's eyes swept over Wan Wanshu and Li Miaomiao. After a long time, he smiled and nodded. Okay. One day later, ding. The fourth floor of the Black Tower, normal mode, is officially opened, and the team game begins to load. Sandbox generation. Data loading completed. Welcome to Schrodinger's Steel Forest. Chapter 150. Buzz. A rumbling mechanical collision sounded violently. When Tang Mo opened his eyes, his first reaction was to cover his ears. After getting used to the harsh sound, he slowly let go of his hands. He looked around, observing the surrounding environment, and quickly raised his head to look at the red copper-colored moon above his head. This is an extremely strange black steel forest. The pitch-black trees that are tens of meters high rise into the sky, covering the sky, leaving only a small round hole, with a red moon in the center of the small hole. On the black trees around, a layer of sticky liquid kept flowing down the bark. The pungent smell of engine oil made Tang Mo frown. He turned his head, and his eyes quickly met Fu Wenduo's. The two looked at each other, nodded slightly, and turned their eyes to the other three people. Under the dim reddish moonlight, in this black steel forest, three players slowly opened their eyes, and looked at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. One of the players was Li Miaomiao. She stood silently beside Tang Mo. This was Wan Wangshu's instruction to her. The other two were not surprised after seeing the situation clearly, and they had obviously participated in multiplayer games before. Their reaction was the same as Tang Mo's. They immediately observed the surrounding environment. After determining where they were, the five of them gathered together. Tang Mo looked at the two people calmly and carefully. They were a man and a woman. The man looked very calm, and the woman looked a little pale, but still remained calm. After looking for a while, Tang Mo's eyes finally fell on the man in a suit and a hat. At the beginning of the game, everyone carefully examined their teammates and did not speak. After a while, the short-haired woman could not help but speak first, with a relaxed tone. It seems that this time it is a multiplayer tower attack game. I have participated in similar games before, and judging from your expressions, it should be the same. Then we are teammates for the time being. Let's get to know each other first. As she spoke, her vigilant eyes swept across everyone's faces, and when she saw the man in the top hat, she showed a hint of caution in her eyes. Tang Mo raised his eyebrows. This woman and that man don't know each other. Before entering the tower attack game, Wan Wangshu once told Li Miaomiao that in this game, she must listen to Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo throughout the game. Tang Mo did not speak, and Li Miaomiao stood aside with her arms folded coldly, ignoring the short-haired woman. The woman saw that no one answered her, and her expression gradually became ugly. The woman was right, they were indeed teammates now, and they needed to get to know each other. However, just as Tang Mo was about to answer, a pleasant voice sounded, "That makes sense." Everyone turned their heads and looked at the man who was speaking. Under the faint red moonlight, a strange man, with a cane smiled slightly, stretched out his left hand to take off his hat, revealing a head of golden hair. He made a gentleman's salute, then raised his head and chuckled. "My lady, what do you want to know?" Tang Mo narrowed his eyes, and stared at the blond man who suddenly spoke. Even the short-haired woman was startled by his strange reaction. After a while, she said in a strange tone, "Introduce yourself?" The blond man smiled noncommittally, tilting his head and looking at Tang Mo and the others with a smile. The smile on his face seemed to be measured with a ruler, elegant and accurate, and the angle of his lips was just right. His blue eyes were full of smiles, and he said, "According to the lady's words, my name is Greya." Li Miaomiao glanced at the man and whispered, "Foreigner?" Greya's eyes swept towards Li Miaomiao, and Li Miaomiao stood up, coughed, and looked at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. After getting the two's affirmation, she put her hands in her white coat pockets and said lazily, "My name is Li Miaomiao." Fu Wenduo, Victor. Tang Mo, Tang Ji. Li Miaomiao was not surprised by their use of pseudonyms. After all, the two were quite famous in China. In the absence of the Black Tower's announcement of the players' names, using pseudonyms would be more conducive to completing the game. Hearing their answers, the blond man remained calm, and the short-haired woman stared at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo cautiously, obviously knowing that they used pseudonyms. "My name is Zhao Shifei." After getting to know each other, everyone temporarily became teammates. In this case, a temporary captain is needed to decide what everyone should do. Logically, this matter should be handed over to Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. But Li Miaomiao waited for a long time, but the two did not speak. She looked at Tang Mo strangely, but Tang Mo also looked at her. The two looked at each other for a while, and Li Miaomiao's eyes widened. "I will be the captain? Tang Mo nodded. Li Miao Miao, wait, before leaving, the boss told me to listen to you in everything. Tang Mo, so we let you be the captain. Li Miao Miao, Li Miao Miao was very reluctant. In the past, when she entered the dungeon with Ron Washu and others, she didn't need to use her brain, just follow the big group to do things. If the sky fell, Ron Wangshu would be in front to support it, and if it didn't work, there were Lian Yuzheng and Shi Hung. Now, it's her first time to cooperate with someone other than the Chosen One, and she has fallen to the point of selling her brain power. Li Miao Miao was depressed for a while, and when she raised her head again, her face changed slightly, and she said calmly, everyone should have heard what Haida said just now. We are now in Schrodinger's steel forest. Staying here is useless. We might as well try to get out of this forest, and not sit and wait for death. After all, as a core member of the Chosen, Li Miao Miao is not stupid, and her words are agreed by everyone. The forest is dimly lit, with only the red moonlight. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo took out flashlights, ready to stand in front of the team and the other at the back, trying to get out of this forest. Fu Wenduo stood directly at the front of the team, and Tang Mo was about to walk to the back when someone stopped him. How can you let a lady cover the back? Tang Mo paused. I am a man. Greya shook his head. In the eyes of a gentleman, everyone is a lady who needs to be taken care of. Tang Mo ignored him, and stood at the end of the team. Greya smiled when he saw this, and did not stop him. It turned out that this guy was just talking, and did not really intend to cover the rear. After turning on the flashlight, Fu Wenduo began to look for the road. Tang Mo stood at the end of the team, and took in the 4 people in front very well. Fu Wenduo stood in the first place, followed by Zhao Xiaofei, then Li Miao Miao and Greya. In addition to Fu Wenduo and Li Miao Miao, among the other 2 unfamiliar players, the one that Tang Mo found most strange was Greya. Tang Mo had met several foreign players before, such as Jax. After the Earth went online, the Black Tower divided the game into regions according to the region. As long as the human beings who stayed on the land of China before the Earth went online were all Chinese players, and they could be met in the Black Tower game in China. Although Tang Mo had seen several foreign players, this was the first time he had seen someone so strange. Greya was walking gracefully behind Li Miao Miao, leaning on a short black cane in his right hand. His walking posture was very stable, without any limp or broken leg. A few strands of golden hair occasionally popped out of his hat, looming on the back of his head. This man wore a crimson dress, a hat, and a pair of small leather boots. He looked out of place with the other 4 players. But Tang Mo has seen many weirdos. After the Earth went online, many humans were forced to change their personalities by the cruel Black Tower game. There are even man-eating killers, so it is understandable that they like to wear strange clothes. But he wears such clothes to participate in the Black Tower game. Tang Mo stared at the man's hat and short stick cautiously. 2 possibilities. The first one is that this man is a weirdo who likes to play cosplay, so he says some messed up words and behaves so strangely. The second possibility is that this is actually his disguise. Under what circumstances would a human need to disguise himself like this, and wear such strange clothes? The clothes he was wearing and the hat on his head were not suitable for fighting, but he wore such clothes to participate in the tower attack game. Unless this is his prop. Tang Mo looked at Greya's back with a calm expression. The 5 people searched in the steel forest for an hour, and did not find any exit. As time passed, Zhao Shifei said, this won't work. These steel trees look exactly the same, and the light is very dim, so it's hard to mark them. None of us knows how big this forest is, and the Black Tower doesn't give us any clues. Let's split up to find it, otherwise it will be a waste of time. Tang Mo, I only have 2 flashlights. Zhao Shifei, how about splitting into 2 teams? Li Miao Miao got a hint from Tang Mo's eyes. Okay. In this way, I and Tang Ji are in one team, and you are in another team. The 3 of us are in one team. Victor, Greya, well, you are all foreigners, you 2 can form a team. The foreigner Fu Wenduo looked at Tang Mo after hearing this. Tang Mo put one hand in his pocket. It's better for you to keep an eye on him. Fu Wenduo raised his eyebrows. The crowd quickly split into 2 teams and searched for the exit of the forest separately, and agreed to meet at the original place in an hour. Before leaving, Tang Mo looked at Fu Wenduo. Be careful of that man. Fu Wenduo raised the corner of his mouth. Okay. Tang Mo took the flashlight, and led the 2 women to search in the steel forest. The rumbling sound they heard when they first entered the forest was the sound of the wind blowing through the trees. Ordinary trees make rustling sounds when the wind blows through them. Every tree in Schrodinger's steel forest is made of black steel. When the high-altitude hurricane blows up, the steel leaves collide with each other, making a regular metal collision sound. Tang Imo and the other two walked in the forest for a long time. Probably because they were all women, Zhao Xiufei kept a distance from Tang Imo and stood very close to Li Miaomiao. She also wanted to talk to her all the time, hoping that the two of them could form an alliance. But Li Miaomiao was very cold and didn't want to get closer to Zhao Xiufei. Zhao Xiufei tried twice and had to give up. Tang Imo calculated the time in his mind and stopped when he walked between two huge steel trees. Tang Imo, time is almost up, we can turn back. The two women nodded. Just as the three were about to turn back, suddenly, a bunch of sparks shot up into the sky from a distance. Tang Imo was immediately stunned, and the three looked at the flare in surprise. The next second, they walked away and spent 20 minutes to find Fu Wenduo and Greya. Tang Imo asked directly, "Have you found the exit?" He looked around, and everyone was still in the forest, and they didn't see the so-called exit. Fu Wenduo shook his head first, then nodded, and raised his hand to the west. Tang Imo looked in the direction of his finger. At first, he didn't understand what the other party meant. Slowly, his face changed, and he narrowed his eyes, and stared at the distance. After a long time, even Li Miaomiao and Zhao Xiufei saw that thing. Zhao Xiufei asked in surprise, "What is that?" No matter what it is, the 5-person Black Tower game is now in a stalemate, and they must go to see the situation. Everyone approached the strange object cautiously, and when they got closer, they were even more surprised. Zhao Xiufei widened her eyes. "What on earth is this?" "This is a huge round tray." When they looked from a distance just now, everyone only saw a small black round object floating in the air, which looked very much like a UFO. But when they got closer, they found that this thing was not floating in the air. There was a steel rod dozens of meters long and as thick as a wrist underneath it, supporting it and connecting it to the ground. In short, it was like a black plate held up by chopsticks in midair. But the plate was so huge that Tang Imo felt that the thin steel rod could not support it, and should be crushed by it. But it held up, and no matter how strong the hurricane in the forest blew, the steel rod and the tray did not shake at all. At first, everyone stood outside the tray cautiously, looking at the steel rod and the tray. They watched for a long time, but nothing unexpected happened. Tang Imo and Fu Wenduo looked at each other, and Fu Wenduo walked forward, entered the shadow of the tray, and observed the steel rod. When he walked 10 meters to the steel rod, suddenly, a crisp child's voice rang out in the steel forest, "Ding!" Triggering side quest 1, Enter Schrodinger's Steel Fortress. Chapter 151. The mechanical sound of the Black Tower rang in the ears of the 5 people. Fu Wenduo was standing 10 meters away from the steel rod. Hearing this sound, he stopped. Tang Imo and others were also a little surprised. They looked around first, and after making sure there was nothing unusual, they walked towards the thin steel rod together. Tang Imo slowly stretched out his hand and touched the more than 30-meter-long object. After a while, he let go of his hand. "It feels like ordinary steel. It should be an iron rod. The length is about 35 meters. Tang Imo raised his head and measured the length of the steel rod. Li Miaomiao had already gotten used to her captain status. She analyzed. Just now, the Black Tower suddenly issued a side quest, requiring us to enter Schrodinger's Steel Fortress. This forest is called Schrodinger's Steel Forest. We should still be in it, and have not found the exit. Then the Steel Fortress." Li Miaomiao stopped talking and said nothing more. She raised her head and looked at the huge steel tray above her head. Zhao Xiufei also looked carefully at the strange tray above her head that blocked the sky, and swallowed nervously. Greya, with her blonde hair, pressed her hat and smiled slightly. Zhao Xiufei said, "We have been looking for it in the forest for a long time, and only when we got here did we trigger the side quest. Then the steel fortress must be nearby. So, it is above us?" Although it was a question, her tone was very certain. It should be above. "Let's go up." Tang Imo did not deny Zhao Xiufei's point of view. It is obvious that there is a 90% chance that Schrodinger's Steel Fortress is on this strange steel tray above everyone's head. This steel rod is dozens of meters long, and the platform supported by it also covers hundreds of square meters, blocking the red copper moonlight in the sky and casting a huge shadow on the ground. If there is a place where the steel castle is most likely to be, it is above this platform. There is enough space, but it is blocked from seeing the full view above. It can only be here. Without further ado, Li Miaomiao still replaced Tang Imo and Fu Wenduo, and served as the captain to communicate with Zhao Xiufei and Greya. She adapted to the role quickly, touched the steel stick and said, "It's just an ordinary stick. I'm good at climbing trees and poles, so climbing this should be no problem. I'm the first to climb up? Zhao Shufei, I haven't climbed a pole, but my physical fitness is good, so I should be able to do it. She looked at Greya. The handsome mixed-race man raised his head and showed a gentle and elegant smile. He moved his wrist, and the short stick was hung on the wide belt. Of course, if there are ladies who need help, I will also be obliged to help. As he said this, he looked at all the players present, including Tang Emo and Fu Wuduo. Tang Emo said, "No problem for me." Fu Wuduo stood coldly beside him, as if he didn't know Tang Emo and Li Miaomiu at all. He glanced at Greya, who was smiling all the time, and said lightly, "No problem. No one knows what dangers will arise when climbing the pole." Originally, Tang Emo planned to let Fu Wuduo go first, but Li Miaomiu said, "It doesn't matter, it's difficult for normal things to kill me in one blow, and I can escape if there is an accident. And I'm good at climbing trees." Tang Emo understood what she meant, and did not stop her. He had seen Li Miaomiu's powerful self-healing ability. Unless it was a fatal blow at a very fast speed, she would definitely be able to escape. The cold wind blew through the dark steel forest. The female doctor took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. She walked forward, pressed her hands on the shiny steel rod, then raised her right foot, exerted force, and wrapped her body around the steel rod. In just 3 seconds, she climbed up 5 meters at a very fast speed. Seeing that she was not in any danger, another woman in the team also breathed a sigh of relief and walked forward to start climbing the pole. Zhao Shifei had indeed never climbed a pole before. She clumsily held the thin pole tightly, using all 4 limbs to slowly climb up. Her movements were very immature. After seeing her climb more than 10 meters safely, Tang Emo took a step forward and prepared to climb the pole. But just when he was about to touch the pole, he heard a scream from above his head. Tang Emo quickly looked up, and Fu Wenduo also frowned and reached out to catch Zhao Shufei's falling body. Suddenly, a black figure flashed past Tang Emo. Thump, thump! The thin pole trembled slightly under the tread of someone, and a crimson figure climbed up the middle of the pole at a very fast speed under the dim moonlight. Greya quickly reached out and caught the short-haired woman falling down with one hand, holding her waist. Zhao Shufei was also very surprised. As a player who had at least cleared the first floor of the Black Tower, she would not be injured at all if she fell from such a height. She only slipped because she had never climbed a pole before. In the silent and empty steel forest, Li Miaomiu looked down when she heard the voice. "Are you okay?" In the middle of the pole, Greya was holding the pole with one hand and holding the short-haired woman with the other. He looked down at the lady who had not yet reacted, and a gentle smile appeared on his pale face, and his voice was smiling. "My lady, do you need help?" Zhao Shifei gradually reacted. Anyway, she had to go up, so she didn't refuse the other party's help and said directly, "Thank you." In the tense and dangerous tower attack game, no one had the heart to talk about love. Zhao Shifei showed no female shyness at all. She stared at the foreign man holding her vigilantly, not hiding her vigilance. Greya was not angry at her cold reaction, but just smiled more brightly. He climbed the pole much faster than Zhao Shifei. Even if he held a woman in one hand, he climbed to the bottom of Li Miaomiu in a few steps. Gravity completely disappeared under his feet. He did not hold the pole to climb up, but simply stepped on the pole as if walking on flat ground. On the ground, Tang Emo watched this scene, his eyes narrowed slowly. After a moment, Tang Emo looked at Fu Wenduo. The two immediately understood each other's meaning, and Fu Wenduo had already intended this. He walked forward, held the steel pole with one hand, and kicked his feet. The whole person was like a rocket, and whooshed up the pole. Tang Emo watched carefully below. When Fu Wenduo caught up with the main group, Tang Emo pursed his lips slightly. He walked forward calmly, holding the pole and climbing up honestly. Half a minute later, the 5 people arrived safely on top of the tray. When Tang Mo's feet stepped onto the platform, a clear child's voice sounded in their minds. Ding! Completed the side mission 1. Enter Schrodinger's Steel Fortress. Li Miaomiu was surprised. Is this the Steel Fortress? This is a steel castle. On the flat and spacious steel platform, there stood a steel building like a European castle. This dark steel castle stood coldly in front of the 5 people, surrounded by a wall. A steel gate blocked their way, and the red copper moonlight shone on the castle and the gate, reflecting a cold luster. Amid the harsh wind, Tang Emo suddenly heard a rhythmic sound of footsteps. He placed his hand on the small parasol and looked warily at the mysterious and strange castle. With a creak, the castle gate was opened and a figure gradually walked out from behind the door. Everyone immediately took out their weapons and carefully stared at the mysterious man, ready to attack at any time. The mysterious man walked out of the dark castle step by step, crossed the door, and appeared in front of everyone. This was a middle-aged man in a black tuxedo. His hair was combed meticulously, and covered with a thick layer of hair oil, making his head shiny. He held an old-fashioned oil lamp in his hand, and walked towards the steel gate and the 5 humans with an expressionless face. When he walked to a distance of 5 meters from the gate, Tangmo and others saw him clearly, and he also saw the 5 players clearly. The middle-aged man who looked like a butler paused, and after a moment, he continued to move forward. He took out the key and opened the steel gate. The 5 players still stood there, looking at him cautiously, and no one entered the door. The middle-aged man bowed slightly, and his voice was monotonous and without fluctuations. "Welcome to Schrodinger's Steel Fortress." The 5 players stood outside the gate without moving. 3 minutes later, the middle-aged man bowed again, and said word by word in the same tone and voice, "Welcome to Schrodinger's Iron Fortress." Li Miaomio winked at Tangmo, asking him what to do next, but Tangmo seemed to see nothing. She looked at Fu Wenduo depressedly, and Fu Wenduo also ignored her without giving any response. Li Miaomio pouted speechlessly, imitating the 2 people's appearance, looking at the middle-aged man indifferently. 3 minutes later, the middle-aged man bowed again, using the same voice, expression and gesture, and repeated, "Welcome to Schrodinger's Iron Fortress." Li Miaomio suddenly understood. "Wait, are you a robot?" Zhao Xiaofei also found something unusual. Yes, his expression, voice, and even the degree of bending are exactly the same every time he speaks. The middle-aged man's voice was still stiff. "I'm not a robot." "Li Miaomio, then are you an underground person?" The middle-aged man lowered his head, and did not look directly at the player. "This is Schrodinger's Iron Castle, not the underground kingdom." Soon, 3 minutes came again, and the middle-aged man bowed again. "Welcome to Schrodinger's Iron Fortress." Everyone looked at each other. When the middle-aged butler was about to say it for the 5th time, everyone finally raised their feet, and walked into this mysterious castle. Seeing this, the middle-aged butler closed his mouth, stood quietly aside, and bowed. "Sir, please come in." After all 5 people entered, he walked to the front, holding the shabby steel oil lamp and leading the way. 5 people entered the castle gate one by one, and the last one was Tangmo. After he walked in, there was a loud bang, and the door closed behind everyone. "Zhao Xiaofei, what are you doing?" In the dark castle, only the oil lamp in the butler's hand emitted a dim light. Fu Wenduo swung his right hand, and a black weapon appeared on his arm. Tangmo also pulled out his small parasol, and prepared to attack the expressionless middle-aged butler. Before they attacked, they both stopped and slowly turned their heads to look at the dark castle hall. Greya had leaned on his short stick again without knowing when. He supported the short stick with his right hand, and raised his left hand to hold down his hat. Greya blinked his blue eyes and exclaimed sincerely, "Wow, what a cute little baby." In the black castle, a pair of green eyes stared at the 5 humans. Li Miaomio swallowed her saliva at the sight of these eerie eyes, and felt a chill in her heart. She was about to ask Tangmo to turn on the flashlight and shine a little light, but the next moment, her mouth suddenly closed. Swish, swish, swish. In the dead and cold castle, pairs of green eyes appeared out of thin air. The overwhelming green eyes stared at the 5 people who suddenly broke in from every corner of the castle, and hundreds of eyes stared at them in unison. When they moved a little, these eyes would move with them. It was the first time that Li Miaomio felt this tingling sensation on her scalp. She had countless goosebumps on her body, and her hair stood up. She didn't want to meet those green eyes, but when she lowered her head, she felt that they were all looking at her. Li Miaomio pulled out a scalpel, ready to die with those green-eyed creatures at any time. At this time, a stiff voice sounded in everyone's mind. This voice appeared without warning, and Li Miaomio was the most timid. She was so scared that she took a step back and almost knocked over the oil lamp of the middle-aged housekeeper. Then, pop! The light suddenly lit up, and the whole castle was illuminated. In the spacious castle, hundreds of black cats filled every corner of the room, staring coldly at the 5 players standing at the door. Suddenly, the first cat opened its mouth and let out a sharp meow. Then, one black cat after another started meowing. The meows filled the castle one after another, like the sound of nails scratching on glass, causing the players to cover their ears. Only the middle-aged butler seemed to have gotten used to it, and watched it all coldly. After a long time, the meows stopped abruptly. Ding! Trigger Side Quest 2, Find Schrodinger's Cat. Game rules. First, Schrodinger only has 1 cat. Second, Mr. Cat is very clean and not very sociable. Third, every 3 hours, a bowl of cat food will appear in the center of the castle hall. Defeat the greedy underground man guarding the cat food to get the cat food. Schrodinger's cat loves cat food. The great Mr. Schrödinger has angered his cat again today. As a qualified poop shoveler, Mr. Schrödinger is thinking about how to win back his cat's heart. Perhaps, a bowl of delicious cat food is the most powerful prop. Chapter 152. The voice of the Black Tower fell, and with a whoosh, the black cats in the castle seemed to be greatly frightened and scattered in an instant. All this happened too suddenly, and Tang Mo and others had no time to stop it. These cats were like a black torrent, rushing to every corner of the castle. The cats' cries formed a three-dimensional surround in everyone's ears, piercing people's scalps. The robot-like middle-aged butler bowed to the 5 players, then walked to the gate silently, lowered his head and said nothing. Pairs of green eyes quietly looked over from the darkness, sizing up the 5 strange humans. Tang Mo scanned the entire castle, turned around and asked, "Can we find cats anywhere in the castle?" The butler still lowered his head. "You can't enter places that are not allowed to enter." Li Miaomi rolled her eyes, and asked a few more questions in a roundabout way, hoping to learn more about Schrödinger and his cat from the butler. However, the butler only repeated this sentence from beginning to end. Tang Mo glanced at him and said, "Then let's go find the cat now." The castle was dark, and the red copper moonlight shone in through the high ceiling windows, barely illuminating a dim outline of the house. The housekeeper stood at the door without moving, and the 5 of them had 2 flashlights in total. They were divided into 2 groups. One group was Tang Mo and Li Miao, and the other group was Fu Wenduo, Greya and Zhao Xiaofei, and they searched for Schrödinger's cat separately. Tang Mo and his team were responsible for the 2nd floor of the castle, and Fu Wenduo and his team were responsible for the 1st floor. Tang Mo turned on the flashlight and walked up to the 2nd floor calmly. 2 long corridors met at the staircase, forming a 90-degree angle and stretching in both directions. The densely packed doors were symmetrically distributed on both sides of the corridor, and the red moonlight shone on the doors, quiet and eerie. Li Miao walked up and carefully pressed her hand on the door. Tang Mo held the handle of the small parasol, and Li Miao was also ready. She pressed hard, but heard a click, and Li Miao was stunned. "Hey, it's locked?" "Yes, the door is locked." Tang Mo and Li Miao went to open the doors separately. There were 19 doors in the 2 corridors, 10 of which were locked and 9 could be opened. When Li Miao tried to open the door lock violently, the clear voice of the Black Tower rang out in the castle. "Ding! In Schrödinger's iron fortress, the locked room is full of Mr. Schrödinger's treasures, and a key is needed to open it. If the Black Tower said it cannot be opened, this door must not be opened." Li Miao put down her hand in dismay. When the 2 tried to open the door, more than a dozen cats flashed past them. Li Miao tried to catch the cats several times, but Tang Mo stopped her. The female doctor asked puzzledly, "Aren't we looking for Schrödinger's cat? Don't we need to look at these cats?" Tang Mo did not answer. He entered an empty room, searched carefully, and found 2 skinny black cats in the corner. As soon as the 2 cats saw humans, they turned around and ran away. Li Miao's speed was faster than a cat. Her strength was not too strong, but she was also at the level of the 2nd floor of the Black Tower. She caught the 2 cats easily. When she saw the dirt on the cat's paws, she said disappointedly, "Rule 2 of the game, Mr. Cat is very clean. These 2 should not be." Tang Mo looked at her. "These are 2 cats." Li Miao didn't understand what he meant. "What?" "Rule 1 of the game, Schrödinger only has 1 cat. Rule 2, this cat is very clean and not sociable." After a few seconds, Li Miao said, "Huh? You mean, as long as we see more than 1 cat, it is definitely not Schrödinger's cat? But these cats all look exactly the same. Schrödinger only has 1 cat. Could it be that his cat is different from other cats?" No one knows the answer to this. According to Tang Mo's speculation, Schrödinger's cat meets 2 characteristics. First, it is not sociable, and second, it loves cleanliness. In addition, cat food will appear in the castle in 3 hours. Cats love cat food. Li Miao, we can use cat food to lure this cat out. But before that, all they can do is to find this cat as much as possible. Tang Mo bent down and picked up a cat huddled in a corner, carefully observing the cat's fur. When he saw a brown mark on the cat's paw that looked like chocolate sauce, he gently put the cat on the ground and continued to look for the next one. The area of the 2nd floor was half that of the 1st floor. An hour later, Tang Mo and Li Miao had checked all the cats in the room. The next step was more cats hiding in secret corners. Tang Mo walked in the corridor with a flashlight, and suddenly he stopped, reached forward with his right hand, and put it into a high-neck vase. There was only a sharp cry, and a small black cat was caught in Tang Mo's hand. The cat was caught by humans, and kept screaming in fear, and the harsh sound echoed in the castle. After checking the marks on the cat, Tang Mo let it go and continued to move forward. Li Miaomia looked at the tall and thin back of the young man, and after a long while, she couldn't help but say, "I thought you would be in a team with Fu Duo, not with me." With a woman's keen sixth sense, Li Miaomia realized that Tang Mo seemed to have other intentions in doing this. She looked at him warily and said, "What's the problem?" Tang Mo stopped and turned to look at her. Seeing Li Miaomia's alert look, Tang Mo raised his eyebrows. "Do you think I want to get rid of you?" Li Miaomia didn't say anything. Tang Mo and Fu Duo were teammates, but whether it was looking for the exit of the forest or the team looking for Schrodinger's cat, Tang Mo didn't ask to be in the same group with Fu Duo, but was in the same group with her. Li Miaomia couldn't help but be suspicious. She didn't think Tang Mo would take the opportunity to get rid of her, but she couldn't think of any other reason. "What do you think of Greya?" Li Miaomia was thinking about Tang Mo's intention. When she heard this, she didn't react for a moment. After a while, "You mean that mixed-race foreigner? He seems to be a little abnormal. He dresses strangely, speaks strangely, and always says some inexplicable words. For example, what about ladies and gentlemen?" Li Miaomia immediately thought, "Wait, you doubt him?" Tang Mo said, "He is very strong." Li Miaomia pondered for a moment and understood what Tang Mo meant. Greya is indeed very strong. When Zhao Xiufei fell from the steel rod before, even Fu Wenduo didn't arrive to save her. Greya quickly climbed up the rod and hugged Zhao Xiufei. Li Miaomia didn't see the scene, but she saw Greya holding the steel rod with one hand and holding Zhao Xiufei with the other hand, climbing dozens of meters very easily. In some aspects, his strength is not worse than Victor, and may even be stronger. Tang Mo continued to call. "Victor." 3 words, even if there were only 2 people, did not reveal Fu Wenduo's name. Victor is a special forces soldier, very good at climbing poles. After Greya went up, I deliberately followed behind and observed the posture and speed of the 2 of them climbing the pole. Victor climbed up with skills, very easily. But Greya seemed. Tang Mo found a description. He didn't seem to be climbing the pole, he was just walking. Walking? For him, the gravity that binds us doesn't seem to exist. Of course, this may just be his ability. Tang Mo and Li Miaomia have both seen gravity-related abilities, and Wan Wangshu's ability is gravity suppression. Li Miaomia, so you asked Victor to join them to monitor Greya? Tang Mo continued to walk forward with a flashlight, and said calmly, "If the opponent suddenly attacks, Victor will be more likely to subdue him. Killing Greya will give Fu Wenduo a better chance." Li Miaomia's breathing stagnated. She suddenly realized that when the Black Tower game reached this point, the relationship between players became more fragile. Especially in the tower attack game. Each player may not attack the same number of floors, and the tasks of attacking the tower may be different. The same interests can drive players to cooperate, but different interests may lead to players killing each other. Li Miaomia stopped talking and continued to catch black cats. After they confirmed that a cat was not Schrodinger's cat, they would cut a small tuft of hair from the cat's hind legs as a mark. Time passed slowly, and 2 hours later, everyone gathered in the hall on the first floor of the castle. In the silent and empty castle, the regular metal collision sound of the steel forest came from the window. Tang Mo looked at Fu Wenduo, who shook his head at him, and glanced at Greya. In the middle of the hall, a blond man in a crimson suit leaned on a short stick in his right hand and held a small black cat in his left arm. Greya raised his head and smiled slightly when he found that Tang Mo and Li Miaomia were looking at him. "I don't know why this little cutie has been pestering me." As he spoke, he stretched out his finger, and the little black cat immediately opened its mouth and bit it weakly. It was more like licking than biting. The kitten squinted its eyes coquettishly. "As a gentleman, I never refuse an invitation from any lady. Especially such a lovely little lady." Zhao Xiufei ignored such a strange man. She told the situation of her team. "We found about 97 cats, but didn't find Schrodinger's cat." Li Miaomia, "We found 86. Zhao Xiufei's face looked ugly. In 3 hours, they found a total of 183 cats, and none of them was Schrodinger's cat. Just now in the hall, they saw a total of 400 or 500 cats. At this rate, they will have to search for at least another 6 hours. This is still a conservative estimate. The further we go, the harder it will be to find new cats, and the longer this time will be. The Black Tower has not set a time limit for this mission." Zhao Xiufei said seriously, "But I feel that we can't just search casually, we have to hurry up and find the cat." Everyone agreed with her point of view. Tang Mo opened his mouth and was about to speak. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked out the window. At the same time, Fu Wenduo and Greya also raised their heads and stared out the window together. The next second, A strange and rapid metal collision sound was heard from outside the window. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo looked at each other, and the two quickly left the side door of the castle and entered the beautiful garden. Li Miaomu and others followed immediately, and when they saw the person coming from a distance, the five of them stood still. "Oh, did you eat the stowaway today?" The stowaway's heart is especially good with wine. Stowaway liver, stir-fried without being greasy. Stowaway thigh, chewy and strong. "Oh, my respected Mr. Schrödinger, did you eat stowaway today?" A strange and untuned nursery rhyme came from the far side of the platform. A skinny old man in shabby clothes was holding a pot of banana wine, burping and laughing as he walked towards the steel castle. His iron shoes slammed hard on the ground of the steel platform, making that strange and rapid metal collision sound. He walked left and right, his cloudy eyes full of greed and desire. When he entered the garden, he walked directly to the center of the garden and took out a broken bowl from his arms. Then he took out a dirty old plastic bag from his sleeve and poured all the black solids in it into the bowl. In an instant, the feces-like stench filled the whole garden. The smell was so strong that it was disgusting. The feces smell almost condensed into a solid, and a yellow stinky fragrance could be seen in the air. Xiao Xiufei retched, and Greya narrowed his eyes, and the smile on his mouth disappeared. Li Miaomu was fine. She was a doctor, and a surgeon before Earth went online. She was used to these things. The physiological nausea was uncontrollable, and Tang Mo pursed his lips, and slowly clenched his fingers. Suddenly, a warm hand blocked him. Tang Mo's body paused, and he turned to look at Fu Wenduo in astonishment. Fu Wenduo lowered his eyes, and covered Tang Mo's mouth and nose with his right hand. Tang Mo took a light breath, and smelled a faint lemon scent. Before the attack tower game, they found a house to take a shower. The shower gel seemed to be lemon-scented. Somehow, this sentence flashed through Tang Mo's mind. The hot palm tightly covered Tang Mo's face, skin touching. Tang Mo came back to his senses. He moved his fingers, raised his right hand, and put it down, but he didn't pull Fu Wenduo's hand away. Xiao Xiufei and Greya stood in front of them, and couldn't see their movements. For a long time, Tang Mo raised the corner of his lips calmly on his covered face. Fu Wenduo mouthed, "How is it?" Tang Mo shook his head, "Not bad." As time passed, the stench became weaker and weaker. After 3 minutes, everyone had gotten used to the stench. Fu Wenduo took his hand away from Tang Mo's mouth with some regret. The ragged old man sat on the ground with his broken bowl beside him. The beggar sang the song of the stowaway again in a loud voice, in which he ate the stowaway's heart and liver again. After singing, he smiled and moved his nose, sniffing the smell in the air. The old man glanced at Fu Wenduo and Li Miaomu with ill intentions, and shouted, "Fine cat food, certified by the royal family of the underground kingdom, the delicious cat food that Mr. Schrödinger's cat likes the most. Does anyone want to buy it?" Xiao Xiufei shouted, "How to buy it? How to buy it? Oh, my respected Mr. Schrödinger, is there anyone in this world who doesn't know how to buy this bowl of cat food?" The thin old man had an exaggerated expression on his face, and suddenly his expression changed, and he laughed hoarsely twice. "How to buy it? Use stowaways to buy it. 1 stowaway is worth a bowl of cat food." Tang Mo's eyes turned cold, and he said, "What if we don't use stowaways to buy it?" "Don't use stowaways to buy it?" The old man said angrily, "You are a shameless human who doesn't want to pay but still wants to get cat food. Without stowaways, there is not even a bowl of cat food. I tell you, not even a bowl. There are obviously 2 stowaways here, but you don't even want to give me 1 stowaway, and you want to buy a bowl of cat food from me. I tell you, no way. There are actually 2 stowaways." Xiao Xiufei's sharp eyes swept over, and stared at Tang Mo and the other 4. "Tang Mo, is there no other way?" The thin old man got up from the ground and said angrily, "No." "Yes." Everyone looked at Fu Wenduo. Under the red copper moonlight, the tall and handsome man swung his right hand, and a black triangular sharp weapon instantly appeared in his hand. He curled his lips slightly, and said in a low and magnetic voice, "Kill you. This bowl of cat food is also ours." The old man was stunned for a moment. Game Rule 3. Defeat the greedy underground man who guards the cat food to get the cat food. The next moment, Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo kicked the ground and rushed out. Chapter 153. Everything happened very quickly. A sharp black weapon chopped down on his head, and a pink parasol attacked from below. Tang Mo supported himself on the ground with one hand, the tip of the parasol pointed upwards, and stabbed the opponent's throat neatly. The sloppy old man didn't expect Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo to attack suddenly, but the next second, he took out a crooked rottenwood from his arms, first split the parasol, and then rushed towards Fu Wenduo. Tang Mo took 2 steps back, and the old man's rotten wood collided with Fu Wenduo's triangular sharp weapon. The old man was skinny and very thin, but he had great strength hidden in his body. Fu Wenduo took a half step back, but the old man stood firmly in the same place. He said in surprise, "Huh?" and saw a shallow cut on the rotten wood in his hand. He looked up at Fu Wenduo's right hand again, with greed in his eyes. "He, cut off your hand and give it to me. I can also give you this bowl of cat food." Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo didn't give him a chance to speak again, and they attacked him together. In the spacious garden, the sound of fierce fighting continued to ring out. Soon, Zhao Shifei also joined the battle. She took out a palm-sized purple box from her pocket, aimed it at the old man, and shot out multiple purple needles in a row. The old man dodged her needles with ease, and at the same time had enough strength to resist the joint efforts of Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. But gradually, he also fell behind. Seeing that the situation was not good, the old man gritted his teeth and turned around to run. Tang Mo raised his right hand, and dozens of silver steel needles appeared instantly, and the needles turned and flew towards the old man. The old man cursed and dodged the attack, and all the steel needles shot into the soil. The old man was forced to run to the left, and Fu Wenduo attacked directly from the left, leaving him no way to avoid it. The old man roared angrily, and he broke the rotten wood in his hand, and suddenly, a smell that was even stinkier than cat food emanated. This smell exceeded the limit of human imagination, and Tang Mo's throat squirmed, and he almost vomited. Even Fu Wenduo was stopped for a second by the smell. The old man took this opportunity to grab the cat food and ran away, spitting at several humans as he left. "Pooh, you shameless humans." Tang Mo covered his mouth with one hand and raised the other hand again, staring at the old man with red eyes, and shot dozens of needles again. Fu Wenduo also took out a thin rope and stretched it towards the old man. The old man did not dare to be careless, and the 2 players forced themselves to adapt to the terrible smell and chased him again. Fu Wenduo pierced the old man's thigh, and the old man staggered towards the door. Tang Mo simply threw away the small parasol and took out a big match. He shouted angrily, and the match head rubbed against the ground and sparks flew. Just as Tang Mo's big match was about to ignite the old man's clothes, a crimson figure rushed up from behind him. Whoosh! The sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh and blood sounded. Tang Mo's movement stopped for a moment, and then he waved the match to ignite the old man's body. The old man opened his mouth and stared at the 3 humans in front of him in disbelief. Tang Mo retracted the small parasol to his wrist, and Fu Wenduo also stood still. They turned around and saw a tall, thin, and elegant blond man raised his hand and gently covered his hat. Greya smiled slightly and pulled his cane out of the sloppy old man's chest. He complained, "This smell is so unforgettable, my lady. Such a smell should not exist in this world. It is unknown what material Greya's cane is made of." After it pierced the old man's body, the old man stopped breathing. The fire quickly engulfed the body, and Li Miaomia ran up to take the cat food from the old man. The flames gradually died out, leaving a pile of black ashes. Tang Mo looked at the short stick in Greya's hand thoughtfully, then looked at the pile of ashes on the ground, and slowly pursed his lips. "Li Miaomia, will a cat really want to eat something so smelly?" Tang Mo turned his head and looked at her. Zhao Shifei came over to look at the shit-like thing and covered her nose. "It still stinks. This old man is not lying to us. Is this really cat food?" Greya explained very patiently. "He may lie, but the Black Tower will never lie. Defeat the underground man who guards the cat food, and you can get a bowl of cat food. Look, we have it now, a bowl of very delicious cat food." Tang Mo said lightly, "If you really think it's delicious, I can give it to you to eat." Greya, Probably because she didn't want to eat cat food, Greya closed her mouth and stopped talking. Li Miaomia is a surgeon, and has a high acceptance of this kind of dirty and smelly cat food. She took the bowl of cat food and walked into Schrodinger's castle carefully. 5 players followed her, and entered the gate one by one. The middle-aged man who looked like a butler closed the gate at the end. Led by Li Miaomia, the 5 people searched in the castle. "Meow meow, it's time to eat," Li Miaomia shouted while holding cat food. "Meow? Your favorite cat food is here. Meow." The 5 people walked from the first floor of the castle to the second floor with cat food, and finally returned to the first floor. Every black cat turned and ran away when they saw them, even faster than before, with no intention of eating cat food at all. Li Miaomia gave up and said, "Sure enough, I said how could a normal cat eat this kind of thing? Dogs are the ones who can't stop eating shit. Now dogs don't eat shit, so how can cats eat it?" Zhao Shifei, "Then what should we do? Haida said that Schrodinger's cat will eat this bowl of cat food." If it doesn't come out to eat cat food, how can we find it? Things suddenly fell into a deadlock again. Suddenly, a stiff male voice sounded from behind Li Miaomiao. Guest, this kind of smelly thing cannot be placed in the castle. If you don't plan to get rid of it, I can do it for you. Li Miaomiao was stunned. This is cat food. Schrodinger's cat has always eaten it. Cat food can't be placed in the castle? The middle-aged butler did not answer, but lowered his head and repeated, Guest, this kind of smelly thing. Everyone said a few more words, and the butler seemed to have heard nothing, just kept repeating this sentence. Wherever Li Miaomiao went, he followed her and kept reminding her. Fu Wenduo, give it to him. Li Miaomiao looked at Fu Wenduo in astonishment. But this is the cat food we managed to snatch. Fu Wenduo, a bowl of cat food will appear every 3 hours. It is useless for us to keep this bowl of cat food now, so we can give it to him. He said he has a way to deal with it. Zhao Shifei, but... Li Miaomiao remembered Wan Wangshu's instructions before leaving and said, Okay, I don't want to take this thing anyway. As she said that, she quickly stuffed the cat food into the middle-aged housekeeper's hands. The middle-aged housekeeper seemed to be unable to smell the stink of the shit in his hand, and walked into the kitchen with cat food expressionlessly. Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo looked at each other and followed. Li Miaomiao also understood what they meant. Hey, can we follow this housekeeper to find Schrodinger's cat? The housekeeper walked slowly to the kitchen with cat food in his hand. He put the cat food in the cupboard, locked the door, and left again. 5 players waited in the kitchen. The kitchen had the worst smell, and not even a black cat would come in. After waiting for half an hour, they had to give up and search for cats in the same way as before. This time, everyone changed floors. Tang Mo and Li Miaomiao searched the first floor, while Fu Wenduo and the other 2 searched the second floor. Li Miaomiao caught a kitten, checked it, and marked its hind legs. The 2 quickly searched 10 rooms, but found nothing. And as Tang Mo said, their efficiency in finding cats was greatly reduced. Among the cats they caught, only 8 out of 10 had been marked and had been found before. After an hour and a half, the 2 had only found more than 20 cats. Li Miaomiao let go of a dirty little black cat and squatted on the ground, his mind in a mess. Do we really have to keep searching like this for this dungeon? We should have found more than 200 cats in total, and there are still more than 100. If the cat is not here at all, wouldn't we have worked in vain? It must be here, Tang Mo said. Li Miaomiao turned to look at him. The remaining black cats were smarter than each other, and the kittens ran away before the player even approached them. Tang Mo pretended to be indifferent, staring at the front, and walked past a kitten hiding behind a vase. While the kitten was not paying attention, he suddenly made a move and caught the cat. Meow! The little black cat cried angrily and scratched Tang Mo's hand with its claws. Unfortunately, its little claws could not leave any marks on Tang Mo's hard skin, so it simply bit it with its teeth. Tang Mo checked it, put the cat down, and looked up at Li Miaomiao. The cat must be here. Any game given by the Black Tower can be completed. If the cat is not here, we will never find it, and cannot pass the level. Therefore, Schrodinger's cat must be in this castle. Li Miaomiao actually understood this truth. She gritted her teeth and said, if it doesn't work, we can look for every cat once, and we will definitely find it by the method of elimination. Tang Mo did not comment. The 2 continued to search. What kind of game is this? How can a cat like to eat that kind of cat food? Li Miaomiao complained. Before the Earth went online, she had a cat. It was not a rare breed, but let alone feces. Her cat didn't even like to eat fish. It was very picky. There may be cats that don't eat fish, but there won't be cats that love to eat shit. Is Schrodinger's cat so different? It's different from other normal cats? Tang Mo's footsteps suddenly stopped. Li Miaomiao took a few steps and turned to look at him. Tang Mo? Tang Mo opened his eyes slightly, thinking quickly. He closed his eyes, and the next moment, he said, a unique cat. Schrodinger's cat. Maybe it's not a cat? Li Miaomiao was stunned. Ah? Tang Mo, do you know Schrodinger's theory? Li Miaomiao, of course I know. I'm a science student. Schrodinger's cat is an experiment he proposed. Put a cat in a box containing radioactive material. There is a 50% chance that the material will decay, the cat will die, and a 50% chance that it will not decay, the cat will not die. Before opening the box, no one knows whether the cat is alive or dead. It is in a state of both life and death. After a pause, she asked, but what does this have to do with this game? Is Schrodinger's cat a cat? Li Miaomiao, if it's not a cat, then what is it? Tang Mo frowned, but the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. He whispered the 3 game rules given by the Black Tower. Just when Li Miaomiao was about to ask again, with a confused look on her face, He raised his head. Until we find the cat and complete the game, no one knows whether the cat is a cat or what it is. This cat may be an ordinary cat, or it may not be a cat at all. Your name is Li Miaomiao. Li Miaomiao vaguely realized what Tang Imo meant, but she still didn't understand. My name is Li Miaomiao. What does this have to do with the game? Yes, your name is Li Miao. A cat suddenly threw itself into Tang Mo's arms, and Tang Imo stopped talking. He checked the little black cat that had jumped into his arms, saw the mark on its hind legs, and then let the kitten go. He raised his head and continued, your name is Li Miaomiao, so you can't be a cat. But what if your name is Cat? Li Miaomiao opened her eyes wide, and she was surprised. You mean, anything could be that cat? Schrodinger's cat is not necessarily a real cat. The 3 rules of the game given by the Black Tower. Schrodinger has only one cat. It is not sociable. It likes to be clean. It likes to eat cat food. Can it be like this? Buzz. An hour later, the pendulum clock in the center of the castle hall chimed on the hour, making a loud sound. The 5 players gathered downstairs, exchanged information with each other, and counted the number of black cats they had checked this time. After confirming that no one had found Schrodinger's cat, the 5 people, led by the housekeeper, walked out of the gate and into the garden, waiting for the cat food to appear. Tang Imo and Fu Wenduo walked at the back. Tang Imo lowered his voice. How is it? Fu Wenduo lowered his eyes and looked at Tang Imo steadily. Nothing unusual. It looks like a very ordinary short stick. It should be a prop, no weaker than your big match. It can kill a very powerful underground man in an instant. The quality of this prop is at least excellent. Tang Imo pondered for a moment. Where is the bowl of cat food? Fu Wenduo. It's still in the cabinet. After a pause, he added, the cabinet is locked. Hearing this, Tang Mo's steps suddenly stopped. He looked up at Fu Wenduo in surprise, and his eyes fell into the other's dark eyes. The two looked at each other quietly, and Tang Imo understood what Fu Wenduo meant. He thought very quickly, and overturned some of his previous ideas in a few seconds. However, before he could speak, a familiar and unpleasant singing voice sounded from a distance. Oh, did you eat stowaways today? Stowaways' hearts are especially good with wine. Stowaways' livers are not greasy when stir-fried. The thigh of the stowaway is chewy and strong. Oh, my respected Lord Schrodinger, did you eat the stowaway today? Hearing this song, Li Miaomiao was shocked. She grabbed her weapon, and saw a black shadow slowly approaching from a distance. This was a short, thin, and dirty old man. He was wearing ragged gray clothes. His face and body were covered with dust, as if he had not taken a bath for many days. He walked to the center of the garden and sat down, and took out a bowl of black stuff from his dirty chest. The next second, a familiar stench hit them. This time, the players were well prepared. Seeing everyone's calm reaction, the sloppy old man spat in disappointment. Soon, he sniffed and smelled a delicious aroma. Oh, what do I smell? Stowaways, 2 stowaways at that. Delicious cat food, the most famous top-grade royal cat food in the underground kingdom. Do you want to get it? 1 stowaway for 1 bowl of cat food? This deal is really worth it. Zhao Xiufei hesitated a little, and she glanced at Tang Imo and others casually. Zhao Xiufei was able to enter this game, so she had at least cleared the first level of the Black Tower, and she was not a fool. She observed that Tang Imo was not a stowaway, and Fu Wenduo was not like that either. Then the most likely stowaways were Li Miaomiao and the inexplicable Greya. Zhao Xiufei agreed with sending Greya away in exchange for cat food. This person was a little different, and seemed to have a secret. Such a teammate in the team might be a time bomb. But they couldn't do that. Zhao Xiufei held the purple box tightly, ready to attack at any time. However, what she didn't expect was that Li Miaomiao suddenly said, Does Schrodinger's cat really like to eat your cat food? The old man seemed to have been poked in the sore spot, and jumped up from the ground. What do you know, you shameless human? Mr. Schrodinger's cat only eats my cat food, it likes it very much. Li Miaomiao. But he didn't eat the bowl of cat food you sent last time. The old man immediately roared, Impossible. Li Miaomiao saw his reaction, and knew he was not lying. Schrodinger's cat really likes to eat that bowl of cat food. In this case, Schrodinger's cat must be in this fortress. He is not sociable and very clean. Theoretically, he likes to eat shit. Eat that bowl of cat food. But he didn't eat it. There is only one possibility. Li Miaomiao's eyes swept over everyone present, and finally, she paused and fixed her eyes on that person, who said Schrodinger's cat must be a cat. He didn't eat the cat food because he didn't have the chance to eat it. He was with us all the time. Right, Mr. Greya? Under the bright sunshine, the man in a crimson suit was lowering his head to play with the little black cat in his arms. Suddenly being watched by so many people, Greya looked at everyone with a little surprise, as if it was incredible. Looking at Li Miaomiu's determined expression, Greya blinked. Me? Schrodinger's cat? My lady, do you think I am Schrodinger's cat? He laughed and asked, Dear lady, may I ask what made you make such a judgment? If I am a cat, why are he him, and she not cats? Greya pointed at Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo, and Zhao Shufei one by one. Li Miaomiu certainly couldn't say that she knew Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, so she knew they were definitely not cats. As for not thinking Zhao Shufei was a cat, Li Miaomiu remained calm. Women's intuition. So to you, I look like a cat? Greya raised his eyebrows, nodded and pondered for a long time. He seemed to have figured something out, grabbed the kitten's paw in his arms, imitated the lucky cat and gently scratched the air, making a soft sound, like this. Meow. The air froze for a moment. Such a reaction did not need to be proved by the Black Tower. Li Miaomiu also found that she seemed to have guessed wrong. How is it possible? Being able to eat cat food means it must be a living thing with life. There are only a few of us humans, and those hundreds of cats in this castle. Those hundreds of cats don't eat cat food at all, because they are not Schrodinger's cats, and normal cats don't eat cat food. Then it can only be us. Li Miaomiu turned her head and looked at Zhao Shufei. Zhao Shufei's eyes were red. You are sick. How can I be a cat? I am a human. A hoarse and unpleasant laugh sounded. Ha ha, look at what I heard. You actually said he was Schrodinger's cat? How could the real Schrodinger's cat be like this? This is really the funniest joke in the Underground Kingdom this year. I will sell it to Peter Pan's gossip tabloid, and I will definitely get a king's gold coin. I have thought of a name. It's called Weird. The old man suddenly shut up and blinked. Then I won't say it. Comply with the rules of the Black Tower. So? Hee hee. Do you want to buy my cat food now? Chapter 154. The underground old man stared at the two stowaways with greedy eyes. His eyes were naked and exposed, and he smiled sinisterly, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. He looked exactly like the old beggar who appeared 3 hours ago, and now he looked at Fu Wenduo and Li Miaomiu with the same eyes. One stowaway can be exchanged for a bowl of cat food. It's a good deal. His answer was the sudden attack of the players. There were 5 players in the field, 2 of whom were stowaways. There is no doubt that these 2 stowaways would never take the initiative to stand up and exchange themselves for cat food. Even if the 5 of them didn't know each other, it would not necessarily be successful to catch 2 stowaways with 3 against 2. Moreover, Zhao Shufei vaguely realized that the strong and silent man seemed to be one of the stowaways. Between catching the stowaway companion and killing the underground old man, the 5 people unanimously chose the latter. However, none of them expected that this time, the sloppy old man was much stronger than before. Moving even faster, the old man pulled out a thicker wooden stick from his chest covered in dirt. He smashed the black weapon in Fu Wenduo's right hand with the stick. Fu Wenduo took a step back, and his shoulder was numb from the shock. Tang Mo immediately understood. He has become stronger. Everyone was even more cautious. This time, it took them 10 minutes to subdue the strange old man. The old man was stabbed through the heart by Fu Wenduo, and fell to the ground in a very funny posture, twitching twice, and no longer moving. Soon, his body turned into a handful of ashes, which were scattered in the air when the wind blew. Zhao Shufei was surprised. He turned into ashes by himself? Yes, this time Tang Mo did not set the beggar old man on fire, and the old man turned into ashes by himself. Tang Mo stared at the pool of black ashes on the ground. His eyes narrowed slightly. He walked forward and picked up the cat food left by the old man from the ground. Tang Mo covered his nose expressionlessly, and handed the cat food to Li Miaomiu. Li Miaomiu was stunned. After a moment, you obviously took it all. Why are you giving it back to me? Tang Mo nodded, walked between Fu Wenduo and Greya, and became a passerby again. Li Miaomiu, is he still a man? Li Miaomiu walked into the castle with a depressed look on her face, holding the cat food that looked like shit. There are actually 2 reasons why Tang Mo gave the cat food to Li Miaomiu again. First, Li Miaomiu is more accustomed to this taste. Last time, she also took the cat food into the castle to find the cat. Second, this team is implicitly led by Li Miaomiu. Tang Mo didn't want to destroy this relationship that was hard to form. The 5 people entered Schrodinger's castle in order, and the butler walked in at the end, slamming the door shut. In the dark castle, the red moonlight projected into the house through the stained glass windows on the 2nd floor, barely illuminating a little light. Li Miaomiu was holding cat food and planned to check the 1st floor first, and then go to the 2nd floor to find the cat. Before she entered the corridor, she was stopped by Tang Mo. Go from here. Li Miaomio stopped and turned to look in the direction of Tang Mo's finger. This is a dark path. Compared with other corridors, this one is more like a passage for servants, without too many gold decorations. Li Miaomio glanced at Tang Mo and understood, whatever. As she said that, she walked into the corridor with cat food. The two female players called the kitten softly, trying to attract the mysterious cat. At the end of the corridor, Li Miaomio was about to turn back. She turned halfway and looked up to see a small wooden door in front of her. Li Miaomio paused, and she instantly understood what Tang Mo meant. The female doctor looked at Tang Mo calmly, then at Fu Wenduo. Neither of them responded to her. Li Miaomio muttered, "It's better to be with the boss and Sister Zheng," and then said, "Is this the kitchen? Let's go into the kitchen and take a look." The middle-aged housekeeper slowly raised his head and stared at Li Miaomio. "Li Miaomio, can't we go in and find the cat?" The housekeeper said mechanically, "Yes." The housekeeper took out the key and opened the kitchen door. A bowl of hot soup was cooking on the kitchen stove, and the aroma was fragrant. This smell blended with the black cat food in Li Miaomio's hand, and even Fu Wenduo raised his eyebrows, feeling that things were a bit disgusting. Li Miaomio's mouth twitched, and she searched around the kitchen with the cat food in her hand. Everyone finally stopped in front of a locked cabinet. Zhao Xiufei, "Hey, the bowl of cat food was placed in this cabinet before, right? Can you open it and take a look?" The middle-aged housekeeper lowered his head and did not speak. "Li Miaomio, can't open it?" The middle-aged housekeeper still lowered his head and did not speak. Both female players noticed something was wrong and asked the butler to open the cabinet. But the butler seemed to have pressed the mute button and heard nothing. It was as if he would not react unless the two female players mentioned a certain keyword. "Tang Mo, can I force the cabinet to open?" The butler still didn't say anything. Tang Mo raised his lips. "Since you don't say anything, it seems that you have agreed." Li Miaomio opened her eyes wide. "Wait, you want to force the cabinet to open?" When she said this, Fu Wenduo had already walked forward, and his right index finger moved slightly, turning into a thin wire. Seeing this, Grea's eyes moved and he showed a strange smile. Fu Wenduo held the lock with one hand, and put the wire into the keyhole with the other hand, and turned it a few times. With a crisp click, Fu Wenduo took the open lock away. The cabinet creaked open, and after everyone saw what was in the cabinet, Li Miaomio turned her head and looked at the housekeeper. "Where is the cat food in it?" The housekeeper actually raised his head and replied, "Poured it out." After this was said, everyone couldn't refute it. The butler had said long ago that such smelly things should not be placed in the castle, and he would deal with the cat food. It is not impossible to throw away the cat food. But the two women always felt that something was wrong. With women's intuition, they realized that things were not that simple. Zhao Xiufei asked tentatively, "Where did you pour it?" The butler repeated again, "It was poured out." "Li Miaomio, when did you pour it out?" "The cat food has a strong odor." The butler took it out of the cupboard and poured it out, which should be discovered by the players. The housekeeper still said, "It's poured out." Everyone was helpless. Li Miaomio simply imitated Tang Mo and angrily said, "Can I force you to tell the truth by beating you?" Unexpectedly, this time the housekeeper actually raised his head and stared at Li Miaomio silently. "It is forbidden to beat Schrodinger's possessions." Li Miaomio, Damn, why don't you acquiesce this time? Are you Schrodinger's possessions? A clear male voice sounded from behind Li Miaomio. Tang Mo stood beside Fu Wenduo, even half a body behind Greya, and asked with a smile. The middle-aged butler replied, "Yes. Except for the 5 guests, everything in this fortress belongs to the respected Mr. Schrodinger, including the old underground man who just appeared." The middle-aged butler paused and bowed, "Yes." Zhao Xiufei's eyes widened, and she thought of Li Miaomio's speculation just now. Schrodinger's cat may not really be a cat, it may be a person, or it may be something else. Could it be that? The cat is actually the underground man. The underground man is not a real underground man at all. He can be resurrected from the dead, and can turn himself into ashes. He is Schrodinger's cat. He is not. Fu Wenduo said in a low voice, "Schrodinger's cat likes to eat cat food. Cats will not exchange cat food for stowaways, because they don't need stowaways, they need cat food. Tang Mo, and Schrodinger's cat is very clean. The old man from the underground is not clean." Greya looked at the two of them singing the same tune, laughed, and stroked the fur of the little black cat in his arms, and said, "Now it's my turn to speak. Schrodinger only has one cat. Although the little cutie who came back from the dead may still be the same person, it may not be considered a cat. My lady, to sum up, that kid is definitely not Schrodinger's cat." Tang Mo glanced at Greya and said calmly, eliminate all impossible answers, and the one left at the end, no matter how impossible it is, must be the correct answer. Li Miaomu pondered over Tang Mo's words. After a few seconds, she suddenly looked up and looked at the middle-aged housekeeper with a poker face. Tang Mo, Schrödinger only has one cat, and he is the only one in this fortress. Fu Wenduo lowered his eyes and looked at Tang Mo. Schrödinger's cat likes to be clean. Greya held the little black cat and raised his cat's paw to scratch the air. He is the only one who has the key to this cabinet. The middle-aged housekeeper remained calm under the cold stares of the 5 players, as if he had not been exposed. He still lowered his head, looking like he knew nothing. Tang Mo, if it was really stolen by the cat, or if someone else secretly opened the cabinet and ate, he didn't need to deliberately lock it after opening the lock. Schrödinger's cat loves cat food. I think even if we take this second bowl of cat food and look around the castle, no cat will come up to eat it. In the end, you will remind us again that there must be no odor in the castle, and then take this bowl of cat food away. In other words, no matter what, in the end, this bowl of cat food will belong to you. You love to eat it. Fu Wenduo took the cat food from Li Miaomu and handed it to the middle-aged housekeeper. His dark eyes were deep and bottomless, and he whispered, "Do you want to eat it?" The middle-aged housekeeper took the cat food, held it in both hands, and slowly raised his head to look at the 5 players in front of him. After a long time, he opened his mouth and shouted in a stiff and unpleasant voice, "Meow." Ding! Successfully completed the side quest 1. Find Schrödinger's cat. Trigger the main quest Schrödinger's hide-and-seek game. The crisp child's voice rang throughout the castle, but it only said this sentence and suddenly stopped. The players were still waiting for the next words from the Black Tower, and suddenly there was no sound. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo looked at each other strangely. Zhao Xiufei said blankly, "Trigger the main quest." And then nothing? Tang Mo waited for a long time. He looked at the butler. What should we do now? In this castle, the middle-aged butler seems to be the boss of the Black Tower, and can start the Black Tower game. If nothing unexpected happens, the middle-aged butler should be the boss of this tower attack game. However, this time the middle-aged butler did answer. He held the stinking cat food, stared at Tang Mo with his dead eyes, and said in a mechanical voice, "Meow, meow, meow." Tang Mo, Everyone, If you tell them this thing is a cat, even Jax won't believe it. No matter how the players ask, the middle-aged butler's answer is only meow. The 2 female players searched in the castle. Since it was a hide-and-seek game, they must be looking for something. Greya didn't seem to want to move. He stayed in the kitchen with the little black cat in his arms. He poured himself a glass of water very familiarly and stood elegantly by the window, admiring the steel forest towering into the sky outside the fortress. Tang Mo walked over. "Mr. Greya." Greya turned around and looked at Tang Mo steadily. After a while, he smiled and said, "My lady, how can I help you?" "Where are you from?" Greya asked back. "Where are you from?" Tang Mo looked calm. "Before the earth went online, where did you live? Which district of China?" Greya stared at Tang Mo closely, and after a few seconds, he answered seriously, "I live in your heart." Tang Mo, If I were to ask you, where do you live, Mr. Greya? A deep and magnetic male voice sounded from the side. Fu Wenduo leaned against the wall and looked calmly at the tall, thin, pale, blonde mixed-race boy. Although he was smiling, his eyes were very cold. He asked, "So, do you live in my heart too?" Greya smiled. "No, I only live in the heart of this lady. Or rather, this lady has always lived in my heart, and I am fascinated by her. If my heart can be divided into 3 parts, then one of them must belong to you. Unfortunately, I always choose the more important things, so..." He touched the little black cat and looked at Tang Mo. "My lady, you have always lived in my heart." Fu Wenduo stared at the blonde man in front of him quietly, and he slowly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a deep smile. Zhao Xiufei and Li Miaomu walked into the kitchen. I didn't find anything strange. Li Miaomu came over. You can also look for it in the castle. This is the first time I have encountered such a strange tower attack game. They only told us the name, but not any game rules, nor any hints to tell us what to do. Fu Wenduo, the Black Tower gave a hint. The game of hide-and-seek is divided into 2 main parts. One is the person hiding, and the other is the person looking for someone. In this game, it is obvious that we belong to the person looking for someone. So what we need to find now is the person hiding. It was the first time that Li Miaomu heard Fu Wenduo say so much, and she looked at Fu Wenduo in surprise. In the chosen organization, all members knew the name Fu Wenduo. Or in other words, there was no one in Beijing, the whole of China, and even the players all over the world who didn't know this name. But they have never had contact with Fu Wenduo. Heaven's Choice has. Half a year ago, Fu Wenduo was about to leave Beijing. Li Miaomia followed Ruan Wanshu, and Qi Heng stopped Fu Wenduo and wanted to take him into the organization. This man is silent and powerful, and his moves are deadly. His fights are never for victory, but for taking lives. This is a different player from them. They are all stowaways, but they don't have the smell of murder on Fu Wenduo. Ruan Wanshu said that Fu Wenduo may have killed many more people than them combined. Li Miaomia originally thought that Fu Wenduo was the type of person who didn't like to talk and followed orders in the team, just like Lien Yuzhen. Every time they challenged the Black Tower game, Lien Yuzhen said very little. Usually Ruan Wanshu made the strategy, and Lien Yuzhen silently executed it. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were also like this. Why did Fu Wenduo suddenly start talking now? Li Miaomia looked at Tang Mo in confusion, only to see that Tang Mo looked calm, as if he knew something. Maybe it was their strategy. Li Miaomia thought to herself. In fact, she didn't know that although Tang Mo was calm on the surface, he was confused in his heart. Tang Mo had long discovered that this game of hide-and-seek was for them to find someone, but countless guesses flashed through his mind. It seemed that he was about to figure out the truth, but he had not caught the light. Fu Wenduo already knew? Fu Wenduo continued. As long as we know who the hiding person is, the game should start normally. In addition, maybe we can just catch the hiding person, and the game can end immediately. After a pause, he looked at Tang Mo, and his tone softened a little. The game of hide-and-seek has a nickname, called hide-and-seek. Fu Wenduo's tone was so soft that no one noticed his change. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo looked at each other, and in an instant, Tang Mo understood what Fu Wenduo meant. This answer surprised him very much, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was reasonable, even a little. Funny. Tang Mo had long known that his thinking had always been very rational. He liked to guess the conclusion based on clues, follow the clues, and everything made sense. Fu Wenduo always says a lot of seemingly whimsical things. His thinking is very flexible, but he doesn't make assumptions out of thin air. He can guess correctly most of the time. But this time, the answer really made Tang Mo laugh and cry. Fu Wenduo turned around and faced Greya, who was standing by the window, holding a cup and drinking tea with a smile. He said lightly, Schrodinger's cat is not a cat, but a person. In Schrodinger's hide-and-seek game, the person who is looking is the player, and the person who hides can only be Schrodinger. The cat is not a cat, it is a person. So who is Schrodinger? After a few seconds, Li Miaomia said in surprise, So you are not Schrodinger's cat, you are Schrodinger. Li Miaomia had long guessed that Greya was Schrodinger's cat, but unfortunately she guessed wrong. Now it is Greya who is Schrodinger, which is not unreasonable. It turns out that her female intuition detected not Schrodinger's cat, but Schrodinger himself. Hearing Li Miaomia's words, even the middle-aged housekeeper, who was squatting in the corner of the kitchen and licking cat food, raised his head and looked at Greya. Greya was stared at by 4 players and the middle-aged butler. He was stunned for a few seconds, then he blinked and pointed at himself with a smile. So now I am Schrodinger? Zhao Xiafei thought, Are you Greya Schrodinger? Or Schrodinger Greya? Greya, my name is Greya Sex. Neither of the 2 female players believed him. Li Miaomia asked the butler, Is he Schrodinger? The middle-aged butler, Meow. Greya was very innocent. My ladies, I am really not Schrodinger. Li Miaomia looked at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo's calm expressions and chose to believe them. She said firmly, You are not Schrodinger, but there are only 5 of us players and Schrodinger's cat in the whole castle. Who else is there besides you? Li Miaomia glanced at Zhao Xiafei quietly, but turned her head away. Compared with Zhao Xiafei, she felt that Greya was Schrodinger more. Because Greya inexplicably had a strange temperament that was different from other players. This temperament was very strange, but it really existed. To put it more simply, they felt that Greya was different from other players the first time they saw him. I don't know what's different, but it must be different. Greya raised his hand and tapped the ground with his short stick, making a rhythmic tapping sound. He was about to refute again when a voice rang out. Victor didn't say he was Schrodinger. Li Miaomia was stunned. Greya smiled and turned his head to look at Tang Mo. Tang Mo stared at Greya. He leaned forward slightly and looked at Schrodinger steadily. Dear Mr. Schrodinger, can you tell us now how to start the main game Schrodinger's hide and seek? Or, if we catch you now, the game will be over? Then this is the simplest tower attack game I have ever experienced. Chapter 155. Under the copper-red moonlight, a small black cat lay on Greya's shoulder, raised its transparent green eyes, and looked at the human in front of it. The kitchen was dead silent. Li Miao Miao slowly opened her mouth, and Zhao Xiafei also looked at the small black cat that lay on Greya, or had been entangled with Greya for 4 hours, in disbelief. Greya smiled and said, Schrodinger's cat is a person, so Schrodinger is a cat. This theory seems to make sense. Tang Mo, since you are not Schrodinger, it doesn't matter if we catch you now. After the words fell, Tang Mo did not give the little black cat a chance to answer, and grabbed it directly. In a flash, the little black cat kicked its hind legs and jumped from Greya's shoulder. A black shadow flashed, and the little black cat flew to the middle-aged housekeeper's head. Its movements were very fast, faster than Tang Mo's speed, and even Fu Wenduo could not catch it. This little black cat, which was only the size of a palm, sat on the housekeeper's head, overlooking the 5 players in the kitchen. The pink nose moved, and Schrodinger snorted softly. He opened his mouth and said, Humph, you stupid humans. Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo, everyone, Schrodinger didn't notice the strange expressions of the players. He wagged his tail and continued, You greedy, shameless and hateful humans, you entered my steel forest without permission, and even dared to break into my steel fortress. Humans are like this, without my permission, coveting my treasures, always coming in groups to steal things. This little black cat was so small that it could even walk in circles on the head of the middle-aged housekeeper. It walked with its short legs and muttered a curse that all the underground people who stole the treasure would turn into big bugs. After talking for a full 5 minutes, Schrodinger stopped. The little black cat stared at the group of players with strange faces with round green eyes. What are you doing? A low laugh sounded. Greya couldn't help laughing. Everyone in the kitchen looked at him in unison, and the pale-faced blonde foreigner smiled very brightly, without restraint. Schrodinger immediately got angry. Don't laugh. The soft and sticky voice echoed in the kitchen for a long time. Tang Mo didn't think it was funny, but just felt it was very weird. A proud little Schrodinger, speaking in such a sweet and soft voice. Tang Mo has never raised a cat, nor has he had much contact with cats. The cat's meow in his memory is the cat's estrus meow that often sounded downstairs of the university dormitory every spring. It does sound a bit like a baby's cry, but it's not as sweet and sticky as Schrodinger's voice. Using this voice to say, Stupid humans and curse all humans to death, the players really couldn't empathize with it, but instead found it very funny. Greya laughed for a while. Well, no more. Schrodinger, Ha ha ha. Schrodinger, you're still laughing. The little black cat was furious. Damn Black Tower, why did you send this bastard here? I can never communicate with species with low IQ. This is an insult to my intelligence. What kind of damn game did Black Tower release? The middle-aged housekeeper licked the cat food. Meow meow. Schrodinger was a little surprised. Hide-and-seek game? After a moment, it jumped twice happily. Oh yes, it's my favorite hide-and-seek game. It raised its head. Okay, you damn humans. Let's start our hide-and-seek game quickly. As long as you find me, you can take one of my inventions. If you still haven't found me after 3 rounds of the game. A huge dark cloud floated from the horizon, covering half of the moon. The red copper moonlight shines through the window, illuminating half of the black cat's face. The big green eyes flashed with strange red light, and Schrodinger said angrily in a sweet voice, I want you to become my collection. Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo, everyone, Schrodinger, you are not allowed to laugh. Greya laughed again without giving face. The black cat was very angry. It was angry at Greya, and kept scolding him. But any words that come out of its mouth become coquetry. When they were arguing, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo looked at each other, and instantly jumped up. The two of them attacked from the left and right, grabbing the little black cat squatting on the butler's head. However, the little black cat was prepared. The middle-aged butler suddenly threw cat food and jumped back to avoid the attack of Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. When Tang Mo and the others were about to rush over again, Schrodinger stood up and slapped the kitchen wall with one claw. Boom boom. The violent sound resounded throughout the steel forest. The ground trembled, as if there was an earthquake, the ceiling was shaking, the floor was shaking. The bowls and pans in the kitchen all fell out of the cupboards, and scattered all over the floor. Then, mechanical arms stretched out from every corner of the wall, and swept the waste into the trash can. Countless steel plates were hidden inside the wall. They folded out and wrapped around the walls, the floor, and the ceiling. In the blink of an eye, the kitchen turned into a pure steel fortress. The middle-aged butler held the little black cat in one hand, stood at the door of the kitchen, and looked at the 5 humans in front of him expressionlessly. The little black cat's sweet voice mixed with malicious laughter. hitting back and forth between the steel walls, forming an echo. "You stupid humans, wait to become my collection, ha ha ha." Before the voice fell, the middle-aged butler turned around and hugged the little black cat and jumped into a dark steel slide. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo wanted to chase them again, but after they ran in, the steel slide was closed. The ground was still shaking, the kitchen seemed to be moved by something, and there was a creaking sound of steel friction in the castle. 5 minutes later, everything was finally over. Tang Mo and the other 5 stood in the iron room with copper walls and looked at each other. They waited for a while, but there was no movement. Fu Wenduo nodded and walked to the door of the kitchen very lightly. He pressed the door handle with one hand and moved the other hand slightly, and a black dagger appeared in his palm. With a click, the door was opened. Everyone grabbed their weapons and guarded against enemies that might appear at any time. However, the next second, a crisp nursery rhyme sounded in everyone's ears. "La la la, Schrödinger has a steel forest. La la la, Schrödinger has a steel fortress. La la la, Schrödinger and his cat live in Schrödinger's castle. La la la, another poor underground person has become Schrödinger's collection. Ding, start the main quest Schrödinger's hide-and-seek game. Game rules. First, there are 108 rooms in Schrödinger's iron fortress, and Schrödinger is hiding in one of the rooms. Second, the iron fortress is divided into 2 floors. All rooms are open to players, and players can freely search for Schrödinger. Third, the doors of the rooms are distributed on both sides of the corridor, and each player can only walk in the same corridor once. When a player walks through a corridor, human footprints will be left on the corridor, and corridors with human footprints are prohibited from entering again. Fourth, there will be no human footprints in the room. Fifth, players have 3 chances to find Schrödinger. After each game failure, you can rest for 10 minutes. Sixth, Schrödinger's room may contain Schrödinger's inventions. There are successful inventions and failed inventions. Seventh, if you search all the rooms, you will definitely find Schrödinger. Eighth, if the player does not find Schrödinger after 3 rounds of games, Schrödinger wins and all players become Schrödinger's collection. The player finds Schrödinger, the game ends, and the player wins. The player can make a request to Schrödinger, which cannot be refused within Schrödinger's ability. Ninth, Schrödinger's iron fortress is located in the cracks of time, and cannot use any props with time effects. The great Mr. Schrödinger wants to catch a child to stew soup today. Which child is so lucky? In the dark iron fortress, the loud voice of the black tower ended, and the aftermath continued to echo between the steel walls. Tang Mo walked to the kitchen door, stood beside Fu Wenduo, and looked outside. This castle was completely different from what they had just seen. It had truly become a steel fortress, not a castle. The paintings hanging on the walls, and the gold foil on the pillars had all disappeared, and the furniture was nowhere to be seen. A dark corridor ran through both sides. There was no light, and Tang Mo's vision range was only 5 meters with the help of the dim red moonlight. He turned on the flashlight to illuminate the corridor, and when his sight reached the opposite side of the kitchen door, he stopped. Li Miao and the other 2 also came up and stood at the kitchen door. They saw the place illuminated by Tang Mo's flashlight. "What is this?" "This is a strange corridor with 4 forks. Like the refraction of light on the water, the corridor on Tang Mo's side is a horizontal straight line, like a horizontal plane. A beam of light shines from the upper left and then refracts out. The trajectory of this beam of light becomes 2 corridors. If Tang Mo and the other 5 want to start from the kitchen door and look for Schrödinger, they have a total of 4 ways to go. Left, right, or the 2 strange corridors in front of him." Tang Mo looked down at the ground. They were currently standing in the kitchen, which was the room. This castle had completely changed, and the layout was completely different from before. If they took a step forward, they would enter the corridor. Entering the corridor would leave human footprints, and they could not look back. Tang Mo thought about it, took a step forward, and stood in the middle of the 4 forks. The game was about to start, and the other 4 also stepped forward and entered the corridor together. Fu Wenduo raised his foot, and a glowing blue footprint appeared under his feet. "Li Miao, this is a human footprint. As long as we walk through a place, we can't walk again." Everyone raised their feet, and sure enough, there were blue footprints under their feet. Li Miao was thinking about which way to go forward, and at this time, a voice sounded, "Wait, I found a way to pass this game." Zhao Xiufei couldn't hide her excitement. "It's very simple. Black Tower said that we can't go back to where we've been, which means we can't go back. So when we look for Schrödinger, we may miss some rooms and can't find them. But we can split up. There are 5 of us in total. For example, at this fork in the road, There are 4 corridors in total. Each of us chooses a corridor. Anyway, corridors that have been walked by people will leave footprints. We try to find as many rooms as possible. If there is really no place to go, we will stop where we are and wait for our teammates to finish. This way, we will definitely find Schrödinger. Hearing this, Li Miaomi said, that makes sense. Then we will divide into 4 groups and each look for Schrödinger. The game rules say that there may be Schrödinger's invention in the room, and it is estimated that there will be penalties in some rooms. In this way, our weakest and strongest players stay in the same group, and the other players choose a path? While speaking, Li Miaomi quietly looked at Tang Mo, wanting to ask Tang Mo's opinion. Tang Mo frowned and lowered his head without saying anything. Li Miaomi gestured to him for a long time, but Tang Mo didn't respond. She was a little anxious and was about to say something else, but Tang Mo looked up and said, "You can try first, but it shouldn't be that easy. I'm in the same group with him." Greya smiled and raised his hand, pointing at Tang Mo. "Li Miaomi, you?" Greya blinked. "I'm the weakest, he's the strongest." Li Miaomi, The weakest should be her and Zhao Xiaofei, and Fu Wenduo is the strongest. Before Li Miaomi could speak, a deep male voice sounded, "I'm weaker." As he said that, Fu Wenduo calmly stood beside Tang Mo, and deliberately pulled his collar, looking very fragile. Li Miaomi, who knew Fu Wenduo's identity, Zhao Xiaofei, who was still blind, Can men nowadays be more responsible? Tang Mo had no objection to the grouping, and he naturally wanted to be in the same group with Fu Wenduo. However, they did not dwell on this matter for too long, because when the 5 people were about to go their separate ways, they took a step in 4 directions together, and all 5 of them were blocked by an invisible wall. "You shameless humans." The soft voice echoed in the castle, "Shameless, shameless, 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 shameless. Shameless, I, the Honorable Schrödinger, lowered myself to play games with you, and you actually wanted to come to me separately. Shameless, shameless, a group of you bully Schrödinger." The 5 people returned to the starting point. "Humph, shameless humans, if you really want to go separately, I will not stop you. But I will release my most powerful invention. Humph, come find me, you will definitely die in the room first." "Die in the room? I swear, all of you." Tang Mo had long felt that this method would not work. Because in the game rules given by the Black Tower, it seems that the players have always been regarded as a whole. This game is a game between humans and Schrödinger. If it is that simple, it would be too unfair to Schrödinger. So the 5 players can only advance and retreat together, and cannot act separately. In the corridor, Schrödinger kept repeating "shameless." 3 words. The kitten's sticky voice lingered in everyone's ears. Li Miaomi pretended not to hear it and said, "So we can't go separately, we have to choose one way." "Which way?" she was asking Tang Mo. Tang Mo used the flashlight to illuminate the corridors on both sides, and then shone it towards the 2 strange corridors. The corridors on both sides should be a straight line, very long. Judging from the reflection of light, each is at least 100 meters long. The 2 corridors in front of us are not long, about 10 meters each. Straight corridors are usually simpler, and won't have too many changes. Let's go through the other 2 first. Choose one. The voice stopped, and Tang Mo looked at Fu Wenduo. When it comes to luck, Tang Mo never believes in himself. Fu Wenduo took the flashlight and walked towards the diagonal corridor on the right. This one. The 5 people entered the diagonal corridor on the right one by one. Accompanied by the background sound of "shameless," the 5 players walked into the long corridor one after another. The red copper moonlight shone on this cold steel fortress, reflecting a cold light. Chapter 156. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo walked in the front of the team with flashlights, and the other 3 followed closely behind them. Schrödinger's steel fortress is composed of uniform steel corridors. The silver copper wall is condensed into one, and there is no gap. On both sides of these corridors, 1 or 2 imperceptible small doors appear from time to time. The door and the wall are integrated, and the door handle is not conspicuous. The 5 people walked very slowly to avoid missing any door. When the first door was opened, Tang Mo stood behind and Fu Wenduo walked to the door. Game Rule 6. Schrödinger's room may contain Schrödinger's inventions. There are successful inventions and failed inventions. Tang Mo, be careful. Fu Wenduo nodded. At this time, the 2 no longer hid the fact that they knew each other. The tacit cooperation when attacking the underground old man, and the consistent actions when facing Schrödinger, the relationship between Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo is obvious. The 2 definitely know each other, and should be teammates. Tang Mo chose to expose his relationship with Fu Wenduo as teammates. In fact, He was also hiding Li Miaomia's identity. Sure enough, Zhao Xiufei and Greya were not surprised by the relationship between Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, but they did not think of Li Miaomia. Fu Wenduo prepared himself and quickly opened the door. The door was empty, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. When they walked into the room, the blue footprints began to disappear from the edge of the door. There was no place to hide in this room, so they immediately walked out, returned to the corridor, and continued to look for other rooms. Soon Tang Mo discovered that all the rooms in Schrödinger looked exactly the same. No furniture, no extra layout, just a room made of steel. The 6 sides were all made of silver steel, and there were no windows. Basically, everything in the room could be seen at a glance. Zhao Xiufei, there is nothing in these rooms. We have found 4 rooms. Schrödinger has a total of 108 rooms. If nothing unexpected happens, I think the other rooms are like this. You can tell at a glance whether there is Schrödinger in the room. If we really encounter a room with Schrödinger's invention, we just need to close the door quickly, and there should be no problem. Li Miaomia nodded and said, so what we really have to do in this game is to simply find Schrödinger and find more rooms? When saying this, Li Miaomia secretly glanced at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. The two did not respond to her. Li Miaomia pouted depressedly, and after repeating the good things of Wan Wanshu and Lian Yuzhing in her heart, she said, there are 3 chances to find Schrödinger in total. This is the first time. Let's get familiar with the terrain and find as many rooms as possible. Li Miaomia's suggestion was unanimously agreed by everyone. After leaving the kitchen, the 5 people chose to enter the oblique corridor. When they walked to the end of this corridor, they found another very similar oblique corridor. This time, Tang Mo pondered for a moment and chose an oblique corridor again. Next, every 10 meters, they would find 1 or 3 oblique corridors, each with 1 to 3 rooms. The 5 players were like walking in a winding serpentine corridor, swaying left and right. When they finally reached the end of the corridor, they hit a wall. At this time, there were 3 corridors in front of the players, left, right, or another diagonal corridor. Zhao Xiufei looked at the wall in front of her strangely, and then looked at the 3 corridors next to it. She said, do you think the scene is very familiar? The player's memory has improved a lot compared to before the Earth went online. Every corridor in the Iron Fortress looks exactly the same, except for the length and direction of the corridor. It is difficult to find the difference. However, everyone has seen the scene. Li Miaomia looked down at the footprints on the ground, and after confirming that there were no blue footprints on the ground, she said, this place is very similar to the kitchen where we first entered the corridor. Yes, these 3 corridors in front of us, plus the 4th corridor where the player is staying, together with the kitchen formed. Water and refraction. The corridors are exactly the same. They are all horizontal straight corridors, and 2 diagonal corridors come in from the left and right directions. The 4 corridors converge into a point, forming a 4-way intersection. The only difference is that there are no doors on the walls of the straight corridors this time, just 4 corridors. Zhao Xiufei suddenly opened her eyes wide. Wait, in fact, every corridor we just walked is very similar to this one. When we walked just now, we always encountered a combination of a straight corridor and 2 diagonal corridors, and we chose to walk through the diagonal corridor every time. If we draw the route we just walked on a map, it would probably be like this. Zhao Xiufei took out a lipstick from her bosom. No one expected that she would carry such a thing with her at this time. She first drew a rectangle on the ground, and then drew a curved line from one vertex of the rectangle. This line was like an electrocardiogram, filling the entire rectangle. Countless corridors appeared in this figure, which were exactly the same as the route they had just taken. After the drawing was finished, Li Miaomia also suddenly realized it. However, she soon thought, no, this broken line does not start from the vertex of the rectangle. There will be 2 corridors, or 4 corridors at each intersection of the corridors. I have never seen 3 corridors. If the broken line starts from the vertex of the rectangle, it will create a scene of 3 corridors intersecting. Zhao Xiufei was stunned. Tang Mo said calmly, flip this picture and put it together. Zhao Xiufei rolled her eyes and understood what Tang Mo meant. She drew a mirror symmetrical rectangle with lipstick next to the rectangle she had just drawn. When the rectangle was finished, Tang Mo squatted down, stretched out his hand, and erased the straight line between the 2 rectangles. When Tang Mo finished all this, the 5 people looked down. This was a regular and neat rectangle, with a diamond pattern in the blank space in the center of the rectangle. Like a pattern woven by a weaver, the diamond patterns were closely connected one by one, laid out in a row, filling the entire rectangle. Looking at this map, all the players instantly understood the map of this level of the Iron Fortress. Li Miaomia said in surprise, if the corridor is really like this, we can easily find out which rooms we have searched and which rooms we have not searched. Greya smiled. My lady, it's not that simple. First of all, you don't know whether this map is correct. Secondly, where do we start from? Which point on the map is the kitchen located? Do you know? Li Miaomia was speechless for a moment. We just walked a total of 21 rhombuses. A deep male voice sounded. Greya was slightly stunned and turned to look. Fu Wenduo put his hands in his pockets and looked at the map on the ground calmly. He raised his eyes and glanced at Greya indifferently. Greya smiled innocently and said, Okay, that's 21 rhombuses. So where are we on this map now? Tang Mo pointed to the ground with a small parasol. Here, or here. He was referring to the intersection of the two short sides of the corridor. Greya's eyes moved around Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, and the corners of his mouth curled up, but he didn't say anything else. Li Miaomia, although I don't know if this map is correct, our top priority is to determine the distribution of corridors and rooms on this floor. So, where should we go now? After a moment, Tang Mo said, Go this way. Tang Mo pointed to the other side of the diamond-shaped corridor. Li Miaomia glanced at everyone. Okay, I also think we should walk through these diamonds again and finish the other side of the diamond. This can also confirm the correctness of the map. The 5 players turned back again and entered the diagonal corridor. Everything was as shown on the map, and they entered a curved zigzag corridor again. And at the intersection of the 4 diagonal corridors, Tang Mo used a flashlight to illuminate the other 2 corridors and found blue footprints. They had walked through the diagonal corridor on the other side. All the scenes confirmed Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo's speculation. The map of this level is a rectangle with neatly arranged diamond-shaped corridors in the center. Everything went according to their guesses, and the 2 female players were a little happy. But Tang Mo frowned slightly. When he opened a door and found another empty room inside, his expression became more solemn. Li Miaomia also noticed. We seem to have found nearly 50 rooms, but every room is empty. Black Tower said that there might be Schrodinger's invention in the room. There are 108 rooms in total, and we haven't encountered one yet. After a pause, Li Miaomia thought, Is it that Schrodinger's inventions are rare? Haida only said that there might be Schrodinger's inventions in the room, but did not say how many inventions Schrodinger had, nor did he say that there would definitely be inventions. This probability does not necessarily exist. Before opening the door, no one knows whether there are inventions inside. Maybe all 108 rooms have inventions, or maybe none of the 108 rooms have inventions. Tang Mo lowered his head, always feeling that something was wrong. Schrodinger has a personality that is completely different from his appearance. With its bad character of hating humans and wanting to turn all humans into collections, it is impossible for it to be so kind as not to put the invention in the room. However, Tang Mo did not show this worry, because the people who opened the door were him and Fu Wenduo. Tang Mo looked up and exchanged glances with Fu Wenduo, and the 2 walked to the next room. Sure enough, there was nothing inside after opening the door. Zhao Xiaofei also muttered, Is it true that Schrodinger's inventions are so few? The 5 walked through 2 more corridors, and when they found the 61st room, Fu Wenduo walked to the door and gently placed his hand on the handle. With a creak, the steel door was pushed open. Fu Wenduo walked into the room cautiously without any abnormality, and the other 3 followed him in. But just after the last person entered, countless black rays of light shot out from one side of the room. Tang Mo reacted very quickly and dodged sideways and escaped from the room. Greya also dodged quickly. Fu Wenduo was the last person to come out, and he and Li Miaomia were scratched by the light. The sizzling sound of burning came from the place where they were exposed to the light. When the black light touched the skin, it immediately turned into a black wound, and the flesh was corroded and expanded. Fu Wenduo immediately took out a dagger and cut off the flesh that was touched by the light. Li Miaomia also cut off a piece of thigh flesh. Zhao Xiaofei was the most seriously injured, with 4 wounds on her body, one of which was on her chest. When she found that the wound was actually corroding the flesh around it, the young woman gritted her teeth, took out a knife, and cut off 4 pieces of her flesh. The door had been closed, but the horrific scene just now was still lingering in everyone's eyes. La 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 la, la 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 la. Suddenly, a joyful and cheerful humming sounded in the empty steel corridor. The soft voice of a kitten was humming a tune without lyrics. Everyone was stunned. Tang Mo reached out to wipe the thin sweat on his forehead, then he raised his head and looked coldly at the little black cat hiding in the steel fortress through the cold steel walls. After Zhao Xiaofei stopped bleeding, everyone continued to look for the next room. Schrodinger continued to sing. After a long time, Seeing that no one paid attention to his singing, he couldn't help but said, "Hey, you shameless bad humans, don't you have anything to say to the Honorable Mr. Schrodinger?" Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo walked in the front of the team, opened a door calmly, and turned to leave when they saw nothing in the door. Greya followed them gracefully with a short stick. Zhao Shufei looked very unhappy because the piece of meat she cut off was one side of her chest. It was not just physical pain, she was even more angry. But none of the 4 teammates spoke, and she didn't speak either. This was the first time that Zhao Shufei hated cats so much. She wanted to chop Schrodinger into 4 pieces, just like she had just cut off her own meat. But she did not speak because of Tang Mo and others' influence. Anger and complaints are meaningless, and will only make Schrodinger more proud. You stupid bad humans. The little kitten angrily complained that the humans of this class were not qualified at all. No one died under its invention number 315, and it was not angry at all. Tang Mo suddenly stopped, and Schrodinger seemed to have seen this scene, and said in surprise, "Hey, are you going to scold the Honorable Mr. Schrodinger? You are very angry. Are you going to scold the Honorable Mr. Schrodinger?" The answer was Tang Mo's raised flashlight, lighting up the road ahead. "Tang Mo, there is a staircase here." Everyone gathered around immediately. "Li Miao Miao, is this the staircase leading to another floor? Black Tower said that the Iron Fortress has 2 floors. Can we go to the other floor through this staircase?" "Zhao Shufei, it must be this one. So should we go down now, or continue to look for a room on this floor?" "Schrodinger, A soft voice said angrily, "Don't you have anything to say to the Honorable Mr. Schrodinger?" "Tang Mo, let's continue to search this floor." "Okay." The completely ignored Schrodinger, "You are the worst class of humans I have ever seen." The little black cat's complaint stopped abruptly. Tang Mo seemed to completely ignore Schrodinger's existence, but in fact, he was secretly thinking in his heart, Schrodinger can observe all their situations here and know their whereabouts. This little black cat might have been in a room, observing their every move. With the lesson of the Black Ray room, everyone was more cautious when entering the room again. But it is often hard to guard against. Before all 5 people enter the room, there will be no abnormality in the room. Sometimes even when only Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo enter the room alone, accidents will occur. But before they go in, nothing will happen. Only when they enter the room will accidents happen. On this floor, they found a total of 86 rooms. When they were about to reach the end of the diamond-shaped corridor, Tang Mo suddenly stopped and raised his flashlight. Li Miaomi looked in the direction of Tang Mo's finger and said in surprise, Is there another staircase here?" A dark staircase appeared in front of everyone. This staircase was already at the end of the corridor. After Tang Mo and the other 5 checked the rooms next to it, they unanimously decided to go down this staircase to have a look. Following this spiral staircase, the 5 people came to another floor. As soon as they stood firm, they saw a small door. Tang Mo walked to the door and pressed the door handle. A smiling male voice sounded, "Don't always let the ladies work hard." Tang Mo turned to look at the blonde man. The tall, thin blonde mixed-race man took off his hat and smiled at Tang Mo. Greya stepped forward and said, "We're on another floor. Let me, a gentleman, do this hard work." Tang Mo didn't let go. Greya looked at him in surprise. Tang Mo, "No, Mr. Greya." Seeing Tang Mo's guarded look, Greya blinked in grievance and walked back with his short stick. Tang Mo held the small parasol tightly and opened the door with a click. It was empty again, but Tang Mo did not relax his vigilance. He walked into the room alone, ready to observe what was inside. Just as his foot stepped in, a familiar yet unfamiliar tapping sound rang out. Tang Mo reacted very quickly. He pulled the door with one hand and quickly pulled his foot out, trying to close the door. However, time seemed to stand still, and the dazzling blue light instantly illuminated the entire room and corridor. This light enveloped all the players, including Fu Wenduo and the other 4 standing outside the door, at an absolute speed. When Tang Mo opened his eyes again, he turned his head and saw that all 5 players had entered the room. Tang Mo pulled out his small parasol and was ready to attack at any time. He observed all the items in the room, and when he saw the thing in front of him, his eyes suddenly widened. Tang Mo looked at the thing in disbelief, his pupils trembling slightly. It was a huge blue clock. The blue light formed every number of the clock and its hour hand, minute hand, and second hand. Its second hand was moving, and the sound of the second hand that Tang Mo heard just now was the sound of the second hand moving. Tang Mo was very familiar with every number on this clock, because he had once stood on this clock and played a life and death game with another player. Other players also saw this clock. Zhao Shifei turned around and wanted to run out of the room, but she found that her feet were nailed to the ground and she couldn't move. The terrifying pressure was like a small mountain, hitting the shoulders of the 5 players heavily. Zhao Shifei and Li Miao, who were weaker, even had heavier breathing and were suffocated by the pressure. On the clock of truth, the second hand was still moving. When the 3 pointers converged to the same point and pointed to 12 together, dong, a loud bell suddenly sounded. Dong, dong, dong. After the 12 loud and deafening bells, a calm and powerful female voice rang in the room. Welcome to the world of the truth clock. I am the great truth clock, accurately reporting the time for the great Mr. Schrödinger. In Schrödinger's time crack, the 3156th year, the 134th day, midnight, the Black Tower intruders Fu Wuduo, Tang Imo, Zhao Xiaofei, Li Miao, and Greya Sex entered the world of the truth clock. Respect all truths. Follow all truths. Become the truth, or defeat the truth. 5 Black Tower intruders. What is your choice? Chapter 157. Tang Imo tried to move his feet, but they were firmly nailed to the ground. He turned around to observe the surroundings, and found that everyone was like him, and could only stand still. Fu Wuduo nodded to Tang Imo, and Tang Imo immediately understood what he meant. All 5 players were stuck in this room, and no one could leave. This kind of stickiness was indiscriminate. Even a strong player like Fu Wuduo could not break free, and even the weakest players, like Li Miao and Zhao Xiaofei, could not move. Tang Imo took the small parasol from his waist without changing his expression and gently pressed it on the ground. His action was very natural, and no one noticed his action. When the tip of the parasol touched the ground, Tang Imo quietly pulled it upwards. As expected, it could not be moved. All the objects that entered this room were stuck to the ground as soon as they came in. The 5 people tried it each, and gave up the possibility of leaving the room. On the clock of truth, the seconds ticked. This huge clock had no eyes, but everyone felt as if they were being watched by something. A calm female voice said calmly, 5 intruders of the Black Tower, do you choose to become the truth or defeat the truth? Zhao Shifei, what is the truth clock? The truth clock said, I am the great truth clock. I am the only truth clock in the Black Tower world, and the entire universe. I was made by the great Mr. Schrödinger, born in the cracks of Schrödinger's time, and serve the Black Tower. Every word I say is the truth. Truth is everything that cannot be refuted and dialectically proven within the scope of known scientific theories. Truth does exist, and is absolutely correct. Li Miao said, what do you mean, do you want to kill us? When Tang Imo opened the door, the clock of truth had not yet appeared. The next second it stopped time, and pulled all the players into this room, which is the world of the clock of truth. Its strength is hard to estimate. If it really wanted to kill the players, it could have done it just now. There was no need to lock them up in this room. This shows that the clock of truth did not want to kill them, and had other purposes. The clock of truth will only negate and destroy fallacies. Li Miao breathed a sigh of relief. So what do you want to do? The eyes of the clock of truth scanned every player present. Its gaze was cold and emotionless. It said calmly in a voice without fluctuations, every object that enters the world of the clock of truth must choose to become the truth or defeat the truth. 5 intruders from the Black Tower, you are not fallacies at the moment, but you are not the truth either. Next, each of you needs to ask a question. I will judge whether the question you ask is the truth. The cold female voice said word by word, the great clock of truth can give an answer to every question you ask. If I cannot answer the question you ask, then it is the new truth. You have become the truth. Greya smiled and said, what about your answer? The clock of truth, if the answer I give is correct, it means that this question is meaningless, and you have not become the truth. If you are wrong, it means you have defeated the truth. Become the truth, or defeat the truth. Black Tower intruder, you only have these 2 options. The great truth clock knows all the truths in the universe. Only by surpassing the truth clock can you leave the world of the truth clock. The truth clock follows all truths. So now, Black Tower intruder, ask questions. You have 10 minutes to ask questions. The next second after this sentence fell, the hour hand, minute hand, and second hand of the truth clock suddenly began to spin wildly, and soon, all 3 hands pointed to 12. Then, there was a crisp click, and the long second hand slid 1 tick clockwise. All players were caught off guard, and the countdown had begun. Everyone looked at the huge clock in astonishment. Tang Imo had been quietly observing the clock of truth. He had stood on this clock for several hours and experienced a life-and-death duel. This clock was indeed the clock of truth, and it was exactly the same as the clock of truth in both size and color. He also took truth as a criterion and acted in accordance with the truth. There is no doubt that if the 5 players fail to ask a suitable truth question after 10 minutes, the clock of truth will definitely do something terrible. Tang Mo does not know how powerful this clock is. But in this world, it is an absolute law. Its power surpasses all military forces. I am afraid that even 10 Fu Duo and Tang Mo combined are not its opponents. Zhao Xiufei said anxiously. How did it start? What questions should we ask? A steady female voice suddenly sounded. Answer, you can ask any question. From the birth of the universe to the destruction of the universe, all questions can be used to ask questions to the great clock of truth. Zhao Xiufei was completely dumbfounded, and her body trembled as she looked at the blue clock floating in the air. Her eyes were red with anger, and she cursed subconsciously. I didn't ask any questions, how could you? Her voice stopped abruptly, and Zhao Xiufei immediately realized something, and covered her mouth, and dared not speak. Each player can only ask one question, and Zhao Xiufei has already asked a question and got the answer. No one knows what the result will be if the same player asks a second question, and Zhao Xiufei dare not try. After Zhao Xiufei's accident, the other players slowly darkened their faces, and dared not speak casually. If their words were identified as questions by the truth clock and answered, it would be a waste of an opportunity. Tang Mo's hand tightly grasped the handle of the small parasol. After a long time, he looked up at Li Miaomiao and lip-synced. Li Miaomiao had already had this idea and said directly, my question is, how can we find Schrödinger? This question was raised when Tang Mo heard the truth clock say it will give the correct answer to any question. After that, I wanted to ask. If the truth clock does not answer this question, they will win. If the truth clock answers, they must give the correct answer, otherwise the player will still win. As long as the truth clock gives the correct answer, they can at least get the method to pass the tower attack game, and they will never suffer a loss. The truth clock did not hesitate at all and said directly, the answer, there is only one way to find Schrödinger. Schrödinger's iron fortress has a total of 108 rooms. As long as the player, beep, all players please work hard to attack the tower, then, beep, all players please work hard to attack the tower, and finally, beep, all players please work hard to attack the tower, you can find Schrödinger. This is the correct answer to Schrödinger's puzzle. All players were waiting for the answer to the clock of truth, when suddenly they heard a series of beeps, and the air froze instantly. Ding! After testing by the Black Tower, the answer is correct. The Black Tower game follows the principle of fairness and justice. All answers that exceed the current range allowed by players will be blocked by the Black Tower. 3 iron laws of the Black Tower. Please all players work hard to attack the tower. Everyone, fuck you. Please all players work hard to attack the tower. Even Tang Mo didn't expect that the Black Tower would be so shameless as to directly interfere with the answer of the truth clock and block the words of the truth clock. If the Black Tower has the ability to block the words of the truth clock, it has the ability to tell the players about it in advance. Why didn't it tell the players about this rule before they asked questions? There is no doubt that the Black Tower had ulterior motives and deliberately made the players waste a chance to ask questions. But this was also Tang Mo's inconsiderateness. He didn't expect the Black Tower to play this trick. Tang Mo gritted his teeth and cursed the Black Tower, and the clock of truth 10 times in his heart. Finally, he thought about it, and cursed the Black Tower again. The Black Tower is more shameless than the clock of truth. After this accident, only Tang Mo, Fu Duo, and Greya did not ask questions about the clock of truth. Tang Mo had 2 questions in his mind, and he was thinking about which one to ask. His eyes met Fu Duo's, and Tang Mo was slightly stunned, and understood what the other party meant. He looked up at the clock of truth. My question is, what is on the back of the clock of truth? Li Miaomiao looked at Tang Mo in surprise. She was a core member of the Chosen Ones, and was very familiar with the information of the Invisible Man, and also knew the relationship between the back of the clock of truth and the time ranking. But she didn't expect Tang Mo to ask this question. Tang Mo pondered for a long time before asking this question. First of all, he had to ensure that the question he asked was valuable. A worthless question would only waste opportunities. Secondly, he had to ensure that this question would not be blocked by the Black Tower. When Li Chaocheng was caught by Tang Mo, he told him the origin of the time ranking. The Black Tower allowed Li Chaocheng to reveal this information, so now it is likely that the truth clock will also allow the information on the back of it. The invisible people are obviously in 2 camps with the surviving humans. If you directly ask for their information, there is a high probability that they will be blocked by the Black Tower. Because the Black Tower follows the principle of fairness, it is unfair to the transparent people camp to get the other party's information in this way. Tang Mo could only hope to ask the time rankings to get some information. The voice of the truth clock sounded. The answer is that the back of the truth clock is the fallacy compass. Every word of the fallacy compass is a lie. The fallacy compass denies all truths, denies the time and space that develops forever and constantly, and denies the birth and destruction of the universe. The fallacy compass starts with the destruction of the universe and ends with the birth of the universe, and searches for fallacies that transcend the truth in a counterclockwise direction. After a pause, the truth clock suddenly said, "I hate the fallacy compass." Tang Mo was stunned and looked at the truth clock. At this point, only Fu Wenduo and Greya had not asked questions. Greya turned slightly and smiled at Fu Wenduo. "My lady, please." Fu Wenduo, who was not shorter than Greya, glanced at him lightly. "You first." Greya tried to be humble several times, but Lady Fu Wenduo did not appreciate it. Greya shrugged helplessly and turned to look at the clock of truth. "Great clock of truth, there is a question I have kept in my heart for a long time and never told anyone. Today, I saw the great clock of truth, and my dream may finally be answered." "Thank you, my respected clock of truth." The clock of truth probably didn't expect that this player would praise it first. It gave a rare sentence for free. "You're welcome, Black Tower intruder, ask your questions. The great clock of truth knows all the answers." "Then I ask." Greya took a deep breath, his eyes sincere. "Great clock of truth, I want to know. How can I make a lot of money?" Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo, Li Miaomu, Zhao Xiufei, Clock of truth, Even though the clock of truth has no face and cannot make any expression, Tang Mo can feel its rare fucking taste. Making a lot of money. Making a lot of money. The clock of truth was silent for a few seconds before giving the answer. "Black Tower intruder Greya Sykes, as long as you want to make money, you can make money, and no one can stop you. Maybe someone can influence you, but what they can do is very limited and can't really shake you, and they won't waste time trying to stop you. You can still make a lot of money. You already know how to make money, and what you need now is to put aside all unnecessary anger, do what you should do, and you will succeed. This is how you can." Pause. The correct answer to making a lot of money. Chapter 158. "Greya you are? What do you mean?" Li Miaomu closed her mouth suddenly without saying the rest of the sentence. Any sentence that can be a question may be answered by the clock of truth as a question. She looked at the blue clock floating in the air with fear, and said with gritted teeth, "The question you asked is useless." Greya took off his hat with one hand, and said seriously, "My lady, this is a question that has troubled me for many years." After a pause, he looked sincere. "I'm asking questions from the bottom of my heart." Li Miaomu, Fuck you. I'm asking from the bottom of my heart. If Li Miaomu could move her feet now, or if she could beat Greya, she would have no doubt that she would beat this bastard who wasted the opportunity to ask questions to the ground. They only had 5 chances in total. The first question was calculated by the clock of truth, and wasted in vain. The second question was tricked by the Black Tower again, and it was the same as not asking. The third question was answered very subtly by the truth clock. It did explain what the fallacy compass was, but it did not reveal any information about the invisible man. There were only 2 questions left. Greya actually asked the truth clock how he could make a lot of money. Why didn't you just ask the truth clock how to get rich overnight? Not only Li Miaomu, but other players also stared at Greya coldly. The gentleman in the crimson dress felt very innocent. He smiled helplessly. Everyone thought he was going to say something to explain, but no one expected that he actually turned around and bowed to the truth clock. "Thank you for answering my question, the great truth clock." Everyone, Truth clock, After a while, truth clock, "You're welcome." Tang Mo's eyes moved back and forth between Greya and truth clock. He slowly raised his eyebrows and pursed his lips. He kept thinking about what truth clock had just said. Tang Mo's reaction was not as big as Li Miaomu's, because he could probably guess what kind of questions Li Miaomu and Zhao Xiufei wanted to ask. Li Miaomu muttered softly, "It's a waste of this opportunity." Now, there is only one question left. Li Miaomu still has an attitude of not completely trusting Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. After all, she is a member of the Chosen. She trusts Ruan Wanshu unconditionally, but she can't trust Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo, even though they have more experience in conquering the Black Tower. The current situation makes her very worried, but she tries not to show it. Li Miaomu just complained quietly, but she didn't expect Greya to hear it. "My lady, do you want me to ask some questions that seem to have no correct answers?" Greya suddenly asked a question, and all the players in the room tensed up instantly. The question in his mind disappeared immediately, and Tang Mo looked at the clock of truth with caution. But this time the clock of truth did not react at all. Maybe it was speechless about a weirdo like Greya, and no longer used it to plot against the players. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Li Miaomia held it in for a long time and uttered one word. Yes. She didn't dare to speak casually like Greya. Greya smiled and said, for example, how do you feel about me? What color of flowers do you prefer? If you end the Black Tower game now and leave Schrodinger's Steel Forest, what would you choose to eat if you want to eat? Li Miaomia was a little surprised and didn't speak. Greya guessed right. Li Miaomia wanted to ask two types of questions. The first type was to directly ask what the method was to pass the game of the clock of truth, and the second type was to ask for some subjective answers. There is no correct answer to any question related to emotions. At this moment, Li Miaomia likes blue flowers, and a year later, she may like red flowers. In the past, when Shi Hung asked her what she wanted to eat, she always said whatever, and that was really whatever. Because she didn't really want to eat something, she was too entangled and wanted everything. Even Li Miaomia couldn't answer this question, and she believed that the clock of truth couldn't give the correct answer. Because if it said anyone, Li Miaomia could find the shortcomings that she didn't like, didn't want to eat it, and deny the answer. Greya, you think the great clock of truth is too simple. Such a question is just a meaningless one among the endless truths for it. Zhao Xiaofei couldn't help but say, then I shouldn't ask you such a question and waste an opportunity. Greya looked ashamed. Are you angry? Zhao Xiaofei didn't react for a moment. Ah. It is my biggest fault to make a lady angry. Although I don't think that asking some questions that humans can't solve can stump the clock of truth. My dear lady, does anyone know what the Black Tower is? Without waiting for the other party to answer, Greya said, no human knows. You can ask some difficult questions that humans can't solve at present, but this clock must know them all. It knows much more than you can imagine. Because it is the great clock of truth, instead of wasting time on these unnecessary questions, it is better to ask. How can I make a lot of money? Don't you think so, the great clock of truth? The clock of truth blushed at the praise, and had nothing to say to this strange human. Zhao Xiaofei's face flushed. Because her thoughts were all guessed by Greya. Li Miaomia thought of asking some subjective questions, while Zhao Xiaofei thought of asking some famous unsolved problems or paradoxes of mankind. For example, asking the clock of truth how to solve the Goldbach conjecture, whether the grand unified equation of the universe really exists, and what it is. But Zhao Xiaofei ignored that humans could not even explain the Black Tower, so why did she think that the clock of truth's understanding of the universe was within the scope of humans? The existence of the Black Tower has long exceeded the limit of human civilization's understanding, and the same is true for the clock of truth. She thought that the questions that were impossible to answer were child's play for the clock of truth. Tang Mo looked at Zhao Xiaofei's depressed expression. His idea was the same as Greya's. The clock of truth might be able to answer these problems that humans could not solve. However, it was likely to be blocked by the Black Tower when it gave the answer. In any case, they only had one chance left. Li Miaomia anxiously winked at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, but the two did not look at her at all. Everyone's eyes were focused on Fu Wenduo. This tall and handsome man stood straight, looking straight at the huge clock in front of him. His eyes were firm, and his expression was calm. The two female players racked their brains to think about what questions to ask that would make the clock of truth unable to answer, or answer incorrectly. Greya leaned on a short stick, looking like she was watching the fun. Tang Mo, on the other hand, did not look panicked at all. In the silent room, they heard a deep male voice. My question is, how can you become the clock of truth? Click. On the huge blue clock face, the long second hand suddenly stopped moving. The two female players froze in their places for a moment, looking at Fu Wenduo in astonishment. Tang Mo slowly raised the corners of his mouth. Fu Wenduo stared calmly at the huge clock in front of him. A bell rang like a roar, and the female voice that had been calm all the time suddenly burst into an angry roar. Black Tower intruder, I don't know what you are talking about. I am the great clock of truth. Your question is meaningless, you are deceiving me. Fu Wenduo, is this your answer? The clock of truth was speechless. You. Ding. After the Black Tower detection, the answer is wrong. For the first time, the Black Tower did not cheat the player, and refuted the words of the clock of truth. Everyone was delighted when they heard the Black Tower's voice. Compared to this so-called clock of truth, the players were more willing to believe in the Black Tower. This world is the Black Tower world. Even as Schrödinger was forced by the Black Tower to play games with the players. So, Li Miaomu said decisively, you are not the clock of truth at all. The female voice shouted angrily, I am the great clock of truth. In the 138th era, the great Mr. Schrödinger accepted the commission of the Queen of Hearts and made me, the great clock of truth, as a gift for the Queen of Hearts' 100th birthday. I am the clock of truth, the only clock of truth in the Black Tower world. I represent all the truths in the world. If you are a gift to the Queen of Hearts, then why are you here? The voice of the clock of truth stopped abruptly, and it looked at Tang Yimo. Tang Yimo stood behind Fu Wenduo and said word by word, if you are a gift from the Queen of Hearts, you should be in the jewel castle of the Queen of Hearts now, not in Schrödinger's steel forest. Schrödinger's 108 rooms contain his inventions. You should know that among these inventions, there are successful inventions and failed inventions. The voice stopped. Tang Yimo looked up at the clock in front of him that was no longer moving. You are the clock of truth, but you are a failed clock of truth. When I first saw you, I didn't find anything wrong with you, because you were too similar to the clock of truth. I have seen it. Except for Fu Wenduo. No one else knew that Tang Yimo had seen the real clock of truth. Tang Yimo, that clock looks exactly like you. Every number and every pointer on the clock are exactly the same. The tone of voice and attitude towards truth are all the same. But I always feel that there seems to be something different between you, but I can't find it for a while. You are really too similar. The clock of truth can no longer control itself and roars. I am the clock of truth. Fu Wenduo, truth refers to something that exists objectively and is absolutely correct. You said this. Truth clock, yes, this is what I said, every word I said is the truth. Fu Wenduo laughed softly. But the first time you saw us, the first word you said, that was no longer the truth. The pointer of the truth clock trembled violently. It was trying to recall what it had said. On the other side, Li Miaomu was also trying hard to think. Suddenly, Zhao Xiufei shouted, welcome to the world of the truth clock. I am the great truth clock, accurately telling time for the great Mr. Schrödinger. What does it say? This sentence. Zhao Xiufei was surprised. Ah, this sentence is not the truth at all. Chapter 159. Comparable appearance, almost identical attitude towards truth. When Tang Yimo saw this clock of truth, although he had a little doubt, because Mr. Rabbit said that he would present the clock of truth to the Queen of Hearts, this clock should not be here, he really couldn't find any flaws in this clock. This should really be the clock of truth, but Tang Yimo always felt that something was wrong. Tang Yimo, if you are a failed invention, then you are infinitely close to the real clock of truth. You two really look alike. They look so alike that no one can tell the difference between them at a glance. The clock of truth roared, I am the clock of truth. It's a pity, great and pitiful clock of truth, even the Black Tower doesn't recognize your identity. Greya said in a respectful tone, but in this situation, this sentence sounded ironic. He smiled and said, maybe you are really not the clock of truth. The clock of truth, you. Tang Yimo glanced at Greya indifferently, turned to the clock of truth and said, when we first entered this room, you said that you were the great clock of truth, telling the time accurately for the great Mr. Schrödinger. When you said this, you could no longer be the clock of truth. In fact, I didn't notice this mistake at first, but later, you kept repeating this sentence, and at the same time you said another sentence. Tang Yimo paused, looked up and said, you said that you hate the fallacy compass. The clock of truth said puzzledly, I really hate the compass of fallacy. That damn compass is the most disgusting thing in the world. It denies all truths and seeks fallacies beyond the truth. What's wrong with this sentence? Tang Yimo, there is nothing wrong with this sentence, but the mistake is that it came from your mouth. The clock of truth was angry and anxious, and it refused to admit that it was not the clock of truth. You shameless intruder in the Black Tower, you are lying to me. Don't use your clumsy lies to deceive the great clock of truth. You still say you are the great clock of truth? Tang Yimo suddenly said. The clock of truth was stunned. Tang Mo's eyes were calm. If every word you say means truth, then your greatness is proved by which truth? Hearing this, the clock of truth suddenly shut up and stopped talking. Zhao Xiufei nodded and said, yes, whether it is the great clock of truth or the great Schrödinger, this is not the truth. Truth is something that exists objectively and is absolutely correct. Any words that contain subjective emotions cannot be the truth. Li Miaomu also suddenly realized, yes, you say you are great, but there is nothing that can prove your greatness. For example, I say I am beautiful, but in my eyes I am beautiful, but in the eyes of others I may be ugly. Such words that contain subjective emotions can never be the truth. Li Miaomu became excited. All subjective judgments are not objective, and none of them are the truth, So you are not the clock of truth at all. It is the clock of truth. A deep voice sounded. Schrodinger's room was filled with his inventions, some of which were successful, and some were failed. Fu Wenduo looked calm. It is a failed clock of truth. I will kill you. The always steady female voice suddenly became extremely irritable, like a crazy jealous woman. She screamed and released 5 long blue tentacles from the clock face, grabbing the 5 players in the room. However, before its tentacles touched Tang Mo's clothes, Tang Mo dodged sideways and grabbed the tentacle. Li Miao and others also fled back in surprise. Can our feet move? The truth was broken, and the players were no longer restricted by this room. The truth clock roared and waved more blue tentacles, attacking the players in the room. Li Miao and Zhao Shufei's first reaction was to turn around and run out of the door. Since they could walk, of course they chose to leave. Greya jumped to avoid the attack of the clock of truth, and had no intention of fighting back. He picked up the short staff and followed. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo looked at each other, and the two rushed forward one after the other. Tang Mo opened his small parasol, and countless blue tentacles bounced off the umbrella. Fu Wenduo supported Tang Mo's shoulders and jumped up. The black triangular sharp weapon chopped down from the top of his head, splitting the blue giant clock in half. The beautiful blue clock scattered into countless light points, shaking in the room. Soon, these light points gathered together again and turned into a clock. But this time its light was much dimmer. Tang Mo grabbed the blue tentacles that were still wriggling with both hands, and Fu Wenduo took out a black dagger and planned to attack again. The clock of truth quickly begged for mercy. Let me go, Black Tower intruder. You have nothing to lose, and I have told you some information. Let me go. What good will it do you to kill me? What I said to you just now is true. I didn't cause any harm to you at all. Tang Mo still held the tentacles tightly, and Fu Wenduo put the dagger into his pocket. He turned to look at Tang Mo, and the two nodded. Tang Mo squeezed the tentacles tightly and said coldly, What benefit do we get? Truth Clock, You all beat me up. What benefit do you want? Truth Clock has probably never seen such a human being who is so greedy that he would negotiate with the Black Tower monster. Li Miao and others did not expect that this seemingly powerful clock was so vulnerable. In terms of strength, Li Miao complained, Why do I feel like I can beat it? Greya, because it has lost the protection of the rules of truth, my lady. In the world of truth, it is invincible. However, we just asked a question that it cannot answer, becoming the truth or defeating the truth, and we defeated its truth. Therefore, it is now just a very ordinary, failed invention created by Schrödinger. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo held the clock of truth tightly. The clock of truth trembled and cursed these weird humans in its heart for a long time. In the end, it had to suppress its anger and said, I am just an ordinary clock. I am not the Black Tower. I can't give you any rewards. But I know most of the truths in the world, and this is true. I can tell you a clue about Schrödinger's 108 rooms to help you pass this hide-and-seek game. You damn, stinky broken clock. The soft and sweet sound of a kitten suddenly rang out in the room, as if someone stepped on its tail. Schrödinger roared angrily, You are not allowed to say it, you are not allowed to say it, you are not allowed to say it. If you dare to say it, I will make you into a stinky toilet and give it to Santa Claus. You know how big and smelly Santa Claus is, but I will really make you into a stinky toilet. After hearing this, the blue body of the truth clock trembled violently, more miserable than when it was chopped just now, and almost fell apart. This sentence is more effective than Fu Wenduo's knife. However, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo are now holding the life of the truth clock. This poor clock said flatteringly to the air, Great Mr. Schrödinger, you also heard it just now, the Black Tower blocked my words. What I said was within the scope of what the Black Tower allowed, and I would not really tell them how to pass the level. Schrödinger snorted angrily, and the clock of truth was so brave that he said quickly, 5 Black Tower intruders, the clue I gave you is that you have 3 rounds of hide-and-seek games. So far, in this first round of hide-and-seek games, unfortunately, you are doomed to fail. Schrödinger was instantly furious. Rubbish clock. The clock of truth was shaking with fear. Leaving the room, where the clock of truth was, Tang Mo and the other 5 returned to the dark corridor. When they left the room, the fake clock hid itself in the corner, as if it had foreseen its own miserable future. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo turned on the flashlight, and pointed it at the dark corridor. There were 2 roads in front of them, go left or go right. Just now, the 5 of them came down the stairs from the 2nd floor and walked directly into the room of the clock of truth, which was directly opposite the stairs. Schrödinger's mumbling complaints echoed in the steel fortress. In its mouth, it decided to divide the clock of truth into 3 parts, One part was made into a stinky toilet for Santa Claus. One part was made into a mirror for Grandma Wolf. And one part was made into a fire ring for the head of the weird circus. I will never give you to the Queen of Hearts in my lifetime. You are a failed invention, and you are not qualified to be collected by the Queen of Hearts together with the real clock of truth. The vicious and angry words of the little black cat echoed in the corridor. Tangamo winked at Fuwaduo, who raised a flashlight and said calmly, "Let's go from here." There were only 2 roads in total, and Fuwaduo chose the road to the left. The crowd found 2 more rooms along the corridor, which were empty and had nothing in them. Zhao Xiaofei couldn't help but say, "Just now the clock of truth said that our game of hide-and-seek has failed." Judging from Schrodinger's reaction, it is true. Li Miaomiu, there are 3 rounds of opportunities to find. We didn't plan to find Schrodinger in the first round. Isn't it normal that we can't find him? Tang Mo, that's not what she meant. Li Miaomiu was stunned. This round of hide-and-seek has not ended yet. We just came down from the 2nd floor and entered the 1st floor. We haven't searched most of the rooms on the 1st floor, but the fake clock said with certainty that we have failed. There are only 2 possibilities. Tang Mo analyzed calmly. The first possibility is that Schrodinger is in the room we have already searched. It is well hidden, and we didn't find it. Li Miaomiu immediately said, "This is impossible. We have carefully searched every room. We even checked the room with the terrifying rays that we encountered for the first time, and there was no Schrodinger." Tang Mo, so there is only the second possibility. What? We will never have a chance to enter the room where Schrodinger is. Chapter 160. Before, Zhao Xiaofei used lipstick to draw a map of the corridors and rooms on the 2nd floor. Before leaving, she took off her coat and drew a rough map on it. This calm female player decisively spread her coat on the ground and carefully counted every corridor she had just walked through. Finally, she looked up and said, "We probably have only these corridors that we haven't been to, and we won't be able to go there in the future. Is Schrodinger in these corridors?" Game Rule 3. The doors of the rooms are distributed on both sides of the corridor, and each player can only walk in the same corridor once. When a player walks through a corridor, human footprints will be left on the corridor, and the corridor with human footprints will be prohibited from entering again. This rule seems complicated, but it actually restricts players from going back. A corridor that has been walked cannot be walked a second time, so every choice made by the player may lead to a dead end in the future. There are footprints on all the roads. This is only the first round of the game, and everyone is not clear about the map of this steel fortress. On the 2nd floor, it is inevitable that they took a few wrong roads, and some rooms will never be reached again. Li Miaomiu agreed. It must be in these rooms. We just arrived at the 1st floor. On the 1st floor, we walked in a straight line, and did not encounter any forks in the road. In other words, we did not make any choices on the 1st floor, let alone make the wrong choice. Since the clock of truth said that we would definitely not find Schrodinger, it means that Schrodinger is hiding in the corridors upstairs. But there is still a problem. Zhao Xiaofei's face looked ugly. In fact, I don't remember the road we just walked very clearly. After the words fell, the other people also looked embarrassed. Tang Mo also pursed his lips, and he turned to look at Fu Wenduo. When his eyes met those dark eyes, Tang Mo's heart immediately calmed down. Fu Wenduo looked at him, and said in a low voice, "I remember." Everyone turned their heads to look at Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo took the lipstick from Zhao Xiaofei, and smoothly drew a curved route on the map on the 2nd floor. He started drawing from the vertex of the 6th rhombus, which was the kitchen. Then, he calmly connected every corridor that the 5 people walked through upstairs, and even marked the locations of the more than 80 rooms they had entered, and put a small red dot on the door of each room. Zhao Xiaofei was stunned. When Fu Wenduo drew to the place where they were currently standing, she took the lipstick handed over by Fu Wenduo, was silent for a while, and asked doubtfully, "Are you sure you didn't draw it wrong?" Fu Wenduo raised his eyebrows. Tang Mo, he drew it right. Zhao Xiaofei looked at them doubtfully. Zhao Xiaofei didn't know that Fu Wenduo had modified the places on the map she drew, making this rough map much more accurate. In a dark room, a middle-aged housekeeper squatted in the corner and licked cat food. Schrodinger stared at the map in Zhao Xiaofei's hand, his eyes widened with anger, and he snorted sweetly. This map is simply a smaller version of Schrodinger's Iron Fortress. Even Schrodinger himself might not have drawn it so accurately. After the Earth went online, the physical fitness of each player has gradually improved. However, remembering what kind of road you have walked is one thing. To draw a map in such a confined space, what is more important is the keen ability of space and distance. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo walked at the end of the team. Tang Mo whispered, Are there really only 4 corridors on the second floor that we haven't walked through? Fu Wenduo lowered his head and looked at him. Tang Mo just said very confidently that what he drew was correct, and now he asked him about his correctness. A barely perceptible smile flashed across Fu Wenduo's eyes. Yes, there are only 4. Tang Mo explained. I believe you, but if there are only those 4, I think something is wrong. What's wrong? Tang Mo, do you think Schrödinger is hiding in those 4 corridors? Fu Wenduo stopped, and the 3 people in front were still walking. He looked at Tang Mo steadily and said softly, I don't think so. Tang Mo suddenly smiled. I don't think so either. Tang Mo never doubted whether Fu Wenduo's map was accurate, and he had absolute trust in this person. Fu Wenduo did not disappoint him. This kind of map was not a challenge for him at all. Even without the improvement in physical fitness after the Earth went online, he could draw it. When Fu Wenduo was on a mission before, he once entered a very complicated secret military base alone. After just walking around inside, Fu Wenduo drew a detailed map of the base and marked the exact location of the laboratory and control room. The map was accurate to meters. However, if the map was really drawn by Fu Wenduo, everything became even stranger. Tang Mo followed behind Zhao Xufei and the other 2, looking down in deep thought. The corridor on the first floor was much simpler than the second floor, without too many turns and forks, and was almost a neat rectangle. The rooms were distributed on both sides of the corridor. The 5 players walked half a circle along the corridor and found 11 more rooms. Zhao Xufei, who was walking in the front, stopped and asked, Is there another staircase here? Everyone took out the map and compared the positions of the 2 floors. Li Miamia concluded, This staircase is the one we saw for the first time before. On the second floor, the 5 players saw 2 staircases leading to the first floor. Tang Mo made a decision and did not choose the first staircase. Everyone went down the second staircase, walked into the first floor, and entered the room of the Clock of Truth. Zhao Xufei, it's useless for us to go up. The corridor above is full of footprints. If we go up, this round of the game will be over. The corridor on the first floor has not been completed yet. Let's finish the first floor first. Everyone followed and walked a few steps. Tang Mo turned his head and asked strangely, Victor? In the dark steel corridor, the tall man stood between the walls with his back straight. Fu Wenduo looked at the wall on the left, then at the wall on the right. His brows furrowed tighter and tighter, and suddenly he raised his head and walked to Tang Mo. Tang Mo was stunned for a moment, not understanding what he wanted to do. Fu Wenduo had already lowered his head, put his lips to his ear, and whispered a word in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. Tang Mo's body suddenly froze. 10 minutes later, the 5 players walked along the corridor on the first floor and were about to reach the room of the Clock of Truth. Zhao Xufei used lipstick to complete the map of the first floor and said, The first floor is really much simpler than the second floor. It is just an ordinary rectangular corridor. There are 29 rooms in total. We have looked at all of them, but we didn't find Schrödinger. Schrödinger must be on the second floor, in the corridors we couldn't enter. Greya smiled and said, My lady, I don't think it's that simple. Not to mention Greya, even Zhao Xufei herself felt that this answer was too simple. Would the tower attack game be so simple? Of course it is not impossible. Without Fu Wenduo's powerful reconnaissance ability, and the clue revealed by the Clock of Truth that it is impossible for you to find Schrödinger, they would never have the current information. In addition, they encountered very dangerous inventions in several rooms. If they were a little weaker, they would be killed by those inventions. Moreover, the second floor map of this fortress is really complicated. Normal people may not be able to walk to the first floor, and a round of game opportunities will be wasted. Zhao Xufei thought for a moment. Anyway, we have already found more than 100 rooms, and there are still a few rooms left. We still have 2 chances. In the second round, we can just look at the rooms we haven't found. There is always a third round, so don't worry about failure. This suggestion is very reasonable, and Li Miami nodded. She wanted to agree with Zhao Xufei, but she suddenly remembered Wan Wangshu's instructions and looked at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo quietly. This look made Li Miami stunned. Tang Mo shook his head at her. Li Miami was confused. Tang Mo sighed. Li Miami was not Fu Wenduo. It was impossible for Li Miami to understand what he meant by just a few glances. Zhao Xufei, then let's go back to the second floor and check the rooms we haven't been to. I want to look for the Clock of Truth again. Zhao Xufei looked at Tang Mo strangely and asked in surprise, You want to find the Clock of Truth? What are you looking for it for? Tang Mo looked calm. The door of the Clock of Truth is facing the stairs. Since we have decided to start the second round of the game, we can use this room as the starting point. You can also go directly to the second floor from this room. Not impossible. Li Miaomio made the final decision. Let's go. This round of the game is doomed to fail. It doesn't seem to make any difference where to start the second round. Tang Mo stood in front of the team with a flashlight in his hand, holding the steel door handle in his right hand. He pressed it lightly, and in an instant, a blue light lit up from the room, covering the 5 players. When they opened their eyes, they were already fixed to the ground, unable to move their feet. A calm female voice sounded calmly. Welcome to the world of the Truth Clock. I am Wei. Wei. Great. Truth Clock, eh? Why are you here again? Truth Clock never expected that this group of toxic humans would come to it again before the second round of hide-and-seek. The corridor cannot be entered repeatedly, but the room can. Truth Clock looked at the 5 players in front of it silently, and the 5 players also raised their heads and stared at it with wide eyes. The 5 people and the clock looked at each other in silence. Clock of Truth, eh? It made the clock's head grow louder. After a while, the Clock of Truth tried to make its voice sound very calm. Black Tower intruders, what do you want to do now? I have told you everything I know. I am going to be made into various things by the great Mr. Schrödinger and sent to other ministers. Do you have to kill them all? Why does this tone sound a bit like a grudge? Li Miaomio said, we just decided to end this round of the game with your room as the end point. Let's start the second round of the game from here. Who is looking for trouble to beat you again? The Clock of Truth was very depressed. Yes, the moment you walked into this room again, you have indeed lost this round of the game. The Black Tower prompt sounded at the right time. Ding! The first round of Schrödinger's hide-and-seek game is over. The second round of the game begins. The sweet cat's cry mixed with the laughter of gloating echoed proudly in the steel room. Ha ha ha, you stupid players. You will never find me. You will all become my collection. Trash Clock, drive these shameless humans out. I can't wait to put them in my warehouse. I want to make them all into stinky toilets and send them to Santa Claus. The 2 female players' faces turned black. Li Miaomio clenched her fingers, intending to leave this room and go upstairs directly, rushing into the rooms they had not entered. The Truth Clock said obediently, yes, the great Mr. Schrödinger, I will drive these humans out right away. However, the next second, a voice sounded, who said we are going out? The Clock of Truth froze. In the dark room, the little black cat also blinked blankly, looking at the human blankly. In the closed steel room, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo stood at the front of the 5 people. Tang Mo raised his head slightly, looked at the huge clock calmly, and asked decisively, now that we have entered your world, can we start another game of the Clock of Truth? Become the truth, or defeat the truth? Truth Clock, but you already know the answer, Black Tower intruders. Tang Mo asked again, can we play another game? Truth Clock didn't understand what he wanted to do at all. Okay. Not only Truth Clock, Li Miaomio, Zhao Xiufei also didn't understand why Tang Mo was wasting time in this place. Greya looked at Tang Mo's back thoughtfully. The little black cat dragged his head with his paws, staring at the back of Tang Mo's head in a room, as if trying to see what he was thinking. Suddenly, Schrödinger caught sight of Fu Wenduo's slightly raised mouth. The little black cat's green eyes suddenly widened, and it quickly said, Clock of Truth, you should drive them out quickly and stop them from asking questions. My question is, the second round of the game has started, and as of now, Tang Mo's voice and the little black cat's voice sounded together, and he stared at the big clock in front of him calmly. Clock of Truth. Have we lost this round of the game? The air was quiet in an instant. In the room of the Clock of Truth, Zhao Xiufei and Li Miaomio looked at Tang Mo's back in astonishment. Greya was also a little surprised. He held a short stick and tapped the ground lightly. No one noticed that his short stick was magically not restricted by this room and could move freely on the ground. But this time, the Clock of Truth did not answer. This was the first time that the clock was silent for so long. Its blue clock body trembled slightly with an amplitude that was difficult to detect with the naked eye, and the little black cat roared with a heart-wrenching roar. Don't answer him. You failed garbage clock. You are not allowed to answer him. I don't allow you to answer him. If it had eyes, the Clock of Truth would be looking at the sky at this moment. It would see Schrödinger, the greatest inventor in the Black Tower world, through the heavy steel walls. 3 seconds later, the Clock of Truth said word by word in a calm and level female voice. Great Sir Schrödinger, I am a failure, but my failure is not because I don't understand all the truths in the world, but because I have feelings that are not in line with the truth. As long as someone asks me a question, I will definitely answer it. I can't lie, and he asked a yes-no question. If I lied, these intruders from the Black Tower would defeat the truth, and they would still know the correct answer. You know, they asked this question, which means they already know how to pass the game. The little black cat roared, "You useless garbage clock." On the huge dial of the truth clock, the hour hand, minute hand, and second hand began to tick again. It seemed not to hear Schrodinger's roar, and said word by word in a steady and emotionless voice, "Welcome to the world of the truth clock. I am the great clock of truth, telling the time accurately for the great Mr. Schrodinger. Black Tower intruders, you have a total of 5 questions. Become the truth, or defeat the truth. For your question just now, the clock of truth seemed to look at Tang Mo, and it answered coldly, my answer is yes. At this moment, up to now, Black Tower intruders, you have lost the second round of hide-and-seek game. Chapter 161. In the dark steel room, the surroundings were sealed. A huge blue clock emitted a faint light, becoming a light source. After the truth clock finished speaking, Fu and Duo asked the same question as in the previous round, unlocking the suppression of the truth world on the players. After gaining freedom, Tang Mo walked step by step to the front of the truth clock, and he stood under this huge clock. The next moment, Tang Mo stretched out his hand and passed through this round of blue light clock. His hand touched something steadily. Tang Mo closed his eyes and sighed softly. He raised the corners of his lips and opened the door with a click. The crisp sound of the door opening rang out in the room. At this moment, Zhao Shufei and Li Miaomu were still standing there in confusion. Even though they could move their feet freely, they stared at Tang Mo's back in a daze. They hadn't recovered from the huge change just now. What do you mean the second round of hide-and-seek game is over? They hadn't even started the game of hide-and-seek, hadn't entered any corridors, and hadn't left any footprints. How could the second round of the game be over? But the clock of truth didn't lie. They definitely couldn't win this round of the game. Zhao Shufei and Li Miaomu bit their lips tightly, racking their brains to figure out what was going on. Tang Mo said, "Sure enough, there's this staircase right across from us." Everyone immediately came to their senses and hurried over. No one expected that there was a small door behind the clock of truth that was hidden extremely tightly. After opening this door, Li Miaomu looked at the scene outside the door and said in surprise, "Is this another staircase?" After the voice fell, Li Miaomu seemed to remember something. She quickly ran to the door on the other side, which was the door they just came in, and opened the door. The two doors are opposite to each other. Going down one staircase, you can directly enter the room of the clock of truth. Don't look back, walk forward along this room, pass through another door, and you can walk into the second staircase and go upstairs to the second floor. The room of the clock of truth became a middle passage, connecting the two staircases. Zhao Xiaofei felt as if she had grasped the key. If you want to pass the game of hide-and-seek and find Schrodinger, you must find this door? Judging from Tang Mo's reaction, it should be so. But she still didn't understand. Why have we lost now? We haven't even started our second round of hide-and-seek. Tang Mo, because when we stand in this room, it means that we can no longer find all the rooms. Zhao Shufei was stunned. The two doors were opened together, and two dark staircases appeared in the players' eyes. Schrodinger stopped talking, but everyone knew that this angry little black cat must be staring at every player in the room with his big green eyes, staring at the silent blue clock. Everything is actually very simple. In the last round of the game, I asked Li Miaomu to ask the clock of truth a question. Li Miaomu recalled, I asked how we can pass this hide-and-seek game. Tang Mo nodded, yes, this is your question. But after the truth clock gave the answer, Black Tower blocked the answer for the fairness of the game. We didn't hear any answer. Black Tower told us that the answer of the truth clock was correct, and it didn't lie. This question ended like this. Everyone still remembers this incident. At that time, they were so angry that they wanted to smear Black Tower's face with Schrodinger's cat food. Li Miao, so what? The answers were blocked by the Black Tower. So what's the point of this question? Tang Mo smiled and said, the Black Tower blocked the answers, but before it blocked the answers, the clock of truth said something. Everyone began to think about what the clock of truth said at that time. At this time, a steady male voice sounded. It said that there is only one way to pass this game. Tang Mo looked up and looked at Fu Wenduo. After a moment he said, yes, it said that there is only one way to find Schrodinger. Li Miaomu was still a little confused. There is only one way, then what? Then, the Black Tower has already told us this method. After a while, Li Miaomu and Zhao Xiaofei said in unison, Game Rule 7, search all the rooms, you will definitely find Schrodinger. Yes. Tang Mo said, Schrodinger can lie, the clock of truth can lie. But the Black Tower never lies. It only conceals conditions, lays traps, reduces the amount of information for players, and even misleads players. But it will never lie. So there is only one way to pass this game: search all the rooms, and you will definitely find Schrödinger. Then this problem is simple, it is a one-stroke problem. But this problem is a bit complicated, because this castle can never be walked through in one stroke. For hours ago, when Tang Mo listened to Haida's explanation of the rules of the game and confirmed that each corridor can only be walked once, he remembered a graphic problem he encountered when he took the civil service exam after graduating from college. Librarians in Suzhou are civil servants and need to take exams. The graphic question looked extremely complicated, with lines interlaced in each of the 4 options. It required selecting the graphic that could not be drawn in one stroke from the following 4 pictures. It took Tang Mo 5 minutes to choose the correct answer, and at that time he vaguely realized in his heart that there must be some theorem for the one-stroke drawing problem. Tang Mo suddenly thought that if Qin Shanshan had come to join the tower attack game this time, I'm afraid the game would have ended long ago. When they started the tower attack game, Tang Mo didn't know what this theorem was. When they walked out of the kitchen, looking for Schrödinger and understanding the map of the Iron Fortress, Tang Mo drew various patterns in his mind while walking, looking for the theorem. After the 5 players finished the second floor, Tang Mo also discovered this theorem, and proved it himself. But the problem suddenly came. This fortress can never be completed in one stroke, because it has 2 stairs. Any closed figure, if you want to complete it in one stroke, you need a prerequisite. Among its intersections, there can only be 0 or 2 odd intersections. In addition, any figure that does not meet this condition can never be drawn in one stroke. An odd intersection refers to an intersection with an odd number of lines. Take Schrödinger's Iron Fortress as an example. Before Tang Mo found the second door hidden in the room of the Clock of Truth, this was an odd intersection. There are 3 ways to go from this point: go up the stairs, go left into the corridor, and go right into the corridor. After the Earth went online, the player's thinking speed was improved. Although Zhao Xufei and Li Miaomio could not prove this theorem at once, they thought of several figures in their minds, and found that all of them met this theorem. Zhao Xufei said, "If this is true, there are 2 staircases in this castle. There is an odd point on both sides of each staircase, a total of 4 odd points. It is impossible to walk through all the corridors without turning back. So, there are 2 odd points, which can definitely become even points." After a pause, Tang Mo glanced at Fu Wenduo. 10 minutes ago, when they walked to the bottom of the second staircase, Fu Wenduo said something in Tang Mo's ear. He said that at this location, the room of the Clock of Truth is on their left, right to the left. The conditions for finding this hidden door are actually extremely demanding. First of all, players must clearly know that there is only one way to find Schrödinger, and that is to search all the rooms. Searching all the rooms means that players have to play a simple one-stroke drawing game. Secondly, they have to figure out the basic map of the 2 floors in the first round of the game, know the theorem of the one-stroke drawing problem, and discover the truth in the second round of the game, find this hidden door, and turn this steel fortress into a feasible one-stroke drawing figure. Finally, players, like Fu Wenduo, who have strong spatial thinking ability and memory are needed. Tang Mo has been thinking about how to turn 4 odd points into 2. He would not realize that the 2 corridors are actually corresponding, and the room of the Clock of Truth is sandwiched in the middle. All the above conditions are indispensable. Even if the player does not ask the Clock of Truth any questions when facing it, but simply wins the question and leaves the room, he cannot find the truth. Tang Mo, the odd points are 0 or 2, which is only the first condition to complete the one-stroke painting problem. The second condition is that our starting point must be an odd number. We can't just walk around randomly in the second round, because in the third round, we must start the game from a fixed point. Otherwise, even if we find the truth, we won't find Schrödinger as long as we don't start from an odd number. Tang Mo chose to enter the room of the Clock of Truth at the beginning in order to determine the real odd number. The room of the Clock of Truth is located at an odd number. This odd number is not the real odd number, so even if they haven't started the second round of the game, they can't win the game. This is the truth that Tang Mo wants to know from the Clock of Truth. Grea's voice with a smile sounded. This is Schrödinger's fortress. Of course, it can move freely in every room. So it doesn't search all the rooms, it can hide in any room that the player has not entered. Only by searching all the rooms will it dare not cheat. This game is really interesting, great Mr. Schrödinger. You shameless humans. The little black cat roared. But no one will give it face. Having already known how to pass the level, they also found this hidden small door. The 5 players left the room one by one through this door, and prepared for the next round of the game. Before leaving the room, Tang Mo turned his head and glanced at the clock of truth. On the huge blue clock, the seconds ticked. This clock seemed like an ordinary clock. As it said at the beginning, it accurately told the time for the great Mr. Schrödinger. Schrödinger only needed it to tell the time accurately, but maybe he didn't need it now. It is not a coincidence that the clock of truth is placed in this special room. Tang Mo walked out of the room, smiled, and shook his head. The Black Tower turned a blind eye and allowed Schrödinger to cheat, allowing it to move freely in 108 rooms. The Black Tower will also give players hints. The clock of truth is a hint. If it was not the clock of truth placed here, the difficulty of this game would increase significantly. Tang Mo would not know the real way to pass the level, and Fu Wenduo would not be so impressed that he determined that the stairs on the left and right sides corresponded to each other. The 5 players walked to the top of the corridor. Li Miaomiao wanted to walk a little further, but Tang Mo stopped her. Tang Mo raised his head and said, "Haida, can we just give up the second round of the game and start the third round of hide and seek?" The little black cat roared, "You bastard." Haida said in an emotionless voice, "Yes. Please confirm to give up the second round of the game." Tang Mo, "We give up." Ding! The second round of hide and seek game is over and the player fails. After a 10-minute break, the third round of hide and seek game will be forced to start. Chapter 162. In the dark and deep steel corridor, Fu Wenduo walked in front with a flashlight, and Tang Mo followed behind him. The 5 players started from the top of another staircase and searched on the second floor first. They walked quickly and found the first door quickly. Knowing how to pass the level, Li Miaomiao felt much more relaxed. Fu Wenduo lowered his head and looked calmly at the steel door handle. The next moment, he swung his right hand, which turned into a sharp and cold triangular weapon, and pressed the door handle with his left hand. Instantly, blazing flames shot out from the door, and Li Miaomiao screamed, "What is this? Hurry to avoid it." Fu Wenduo waved his hand to knock away the flames, which were extremely hot and horrifyingly milky white. Tang Mo's eyes turned cold, and he looked inside the door, only to see a giant beaker with a distorted shape standing on the inside of the door. It shook the cup left and right, and balls of flames kept spraying out of its mouth and smashing out of the door. Tang Mo immediately said, "Close the door." Fu Wenduo stretched out his hand to close the door, but another ball of fire came crashing over, and he had to dodge. Tang Mo turned over to avoid the 2 balls of fire, and with one hand he supported himself on the ground, and with the other hand he pulled out his small parasol, with the handle facing forward, trying to hook the door handle. At this time, the beaker in the room made a buzzing noise. It paused for half a second, and then fired a waterfall of white flames at a faster speed. Just as the flames were about to burst out of the door, at the last second, Tang Mo hooked the door handle with his small parasol and closed the door with a bang. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and calmed down. Everything happened in just 3 seconds, but the terrible flames burned the player's skin, making a sizzling sound. Fu Wenduo's right hand returned to its original state, and the back of his hand was burned black. He took out a dagger without changing his expression, and cut off his scorched skin. Seeing this, Li Miaomiao and others changed their expressions, and soon they found that the wounds on their skin where they were burned were still expanding. The 2 female players gritted their teeth and cut off the skin touched by the flames. Li Miaomiao asked, "What was that just now? We have walked through this room before, and there was nothing in it. How could a strange beaker suddenly appear? Did I remember it wrong?" Zhao Xiufei remembered the scene in the first round of the game, when she was forced to cut off a few pieces of meat. She gritted her teeth and stared at the door in front of her with hatred. "You remember it right. When the flame suddenly sprayed out, I don't know if it was a coincidence. Fu Wenduo happened to block Tang Mo, and Tang Mo only burned a little hair. He cut off some of his hair and said, 'There really shouldn't be anything in this room.' It can even be said that the room is not in this location at all." Everyone was shocked. Tang Mo took out the map drawn by Fu Wenduo. "Just now we went up the stairs and walked 5 meters to this side before we saw this door. However, according to the map, the door should be about 8 meters away from the stairs." Speaking, Tang Mo looked at Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo nodded. "It is indeed 8 meters. Zhao Xiufei immediately thought, "Wait, are you saying these rooms will change?" Tang Mo, "Not only the location of the room has changed, but also the things inside. So, this is Schrödinger's iron castle." Tang Mo raised his head and looked at the dark ceiling. As early as when the middle-aged housekeeper took Schrödinger out of the kitchen through the circular pipe, Tang Mo vaguely realized that this iron fortress was completely owned by Schrödinger. The little black cat has absolute supreme control in the fortress. Schrödinger is a great inventor. A low male voice sounded. Tangemo turned his head, and his eyes met Fu Wenduo's. Fu Wenduo looked at him, and said, "This is its fortress. It can completely change the layout of the room, and the things in the room. But in the second round of the game we just played, it did not change the location of the room where the truth clock is located. When I went upstairs, I took a look, and it did not change the location of other doors." After a pause, Fu Wenduo said, "It only made changes in the third round." Tangemo smiled. He understood what Fu Wenduo meant. "Yes. Why did you only change it in the third round?" Fu Wenduo raised his lips. "I also want to know why you only changed it in the third round, and at the same time put an extremely dangerous invention in a room that should not have any inventions." The two of them sang in unison, and they understood each other very well. Li Miaomio didn't understand what Fu Wenduo and Tangemo were talking about. She was about to ask clearly, but Tangemo had already given the answer. He deliberately prolonged the tone and smiled. "Maybe it's because you feel guilty?" I don't feel guilty. You feel guilty. Your whole family feels guilty. Your entire Black Tower feels guilty." A sweet and angry roar suddenly sounded in the steel corridor, which scared the two female players. After thinking about it, they suddenly understood the intention of Tangemo and Fu Wenduo's previous conversation. Tangemo blinked innocently. "It's just a guess, great Mr. Schrödinger. There's no need to be so excited." When he said this, the little black cat became even more furious. The soft voice kept cursing Tangemo, and sometimes cursed the damn truth clock a few words. It was not until the little black cat cursed Tangemo again that he was a shameless ugly human being, and Fu Wenduo said lightly, "You look more like a guilty thief," that Schrödinger's voice suddenly stopped. 5 seconds later, the little black cat became even more angry. "You are a bunch of shameless humans." Now even Li Miaomio understood that they really found the right way to pass the game. Schrödinger can change the position of the room, and the things in the room at will. But what it cannot change is the corridor. This is the way to pass the game given by the Black Tower, and it has no right to change it. But it can put more dangerous failed inventions into the room. Tangemo and his 5 companions must search all the rooms to win the game. As long as they die in one of the rooms, it will be considered a game failure. Thinking of this, Li Miaomio's face became even uglier. The 5 people carefully found the next room. Before Fu Wenduo opened the door, Tangemo suddenly said, "Take turns to open the door." Everyone turned their heads and looked at him. Tangemo said calmly, "It's not fair if he opens the door in every room of the 108 rooms." Li Miaomio's scalp tingled. She also felt that this was not fair. No one had mentioned it before, so she pretended not to know. But now that everyone was about to pass the level, Schrödinger might have placed more dangerous things in each room. She was weak and really didn't want to open the door. But Tangemo was right. Both female players were a little embarrassed. At this time, a smiling voice sounded, "How can you let a lady do this?" Tangemo looked at Greya with a smile on his face. "So what should we do?" The smile on Greya's face paused slightly, and he looked at Tangemo with deep eyes. After a moment, he asked back, "A gentleman will do it?" Tangemo quickly said, "Then you do it." Greya, who had no chance to regret at all, For the first time, Li Miaomio and Zhao Xiufei felt that this strange hybrid was really pleasing to the eye. Schrödinger was not really so crazy as to place dangerous failed inventions in every room. Tangemo, Fu Wenduo and Greya took turns to open the door. Since Greya opened the door the most times, he had the most chances to encounter dangerous inventions. But often in a flash, he would pull up the short stick with his backhand, hook the door handle and close the door. Tangemo looked at Greya and his short stick steadily, frowning slightly. "My lady?" Tangemo looked up and looked at Greya. He turned on the flashlight, turned around and walked to the next room. An hour later, the player finished searching the second floor and went down to the first floor through the stairs. They had found 71 rooms. As they searched for more and more rooms, Schrödinger's curses became more and more frequent. The most dangerous time, Tangemo opened a door, and a dazzling white light instantly enveloped the 5 people. When Tangemo came to his senses, he was surprised to find that his body could not move at all, only his eyes could move. This is more restrictive than the world of truth. Schrödinger's terrifying and mysterious inventions appeared in front of the players one by one, and Tangemo even found a familiar pocket watch in the middle of a room. He walked forward calmly to observe the pocket watch and was the last one to leave the room. The next door was just across the corridor. It was Greya's turn to open the door, and he walked over with his short stick. The short stick hit the ground, making a rhythmic tapping sound. Tangemo took out a small and exquisite pocket watch from his pocket, took a look at it, and quickly put it back. His movements were so fast that Greya and the other 2 didn't notice. Fu Duo and Tang Mo stood at the end of the team, and their eyes met. Tang Mo shook his head slightly, and Fu Duo frowned. When the players found the 107th room, the little black cat's voice stopped abruptly. Tang Mo pointed the flashlight at the last staircase and walked up step by step. As soon as his foot stepped on the first step, a gloating voice sounded, "Ha ha ha, do you really think you have one?" Tang Mo's footsteps stopped immediately. Schrödinger laughed crazily and said proudly, "You have already lost. Do you think the great Schrödinger will really be caught by you stupid humans? Human, you are so naive. You lose if you walk up this staircase. Come up quickly, I can't wait to make you my collection." Meow. The middle-aged man's deep voice followed Schrödinger's voice, and floated out gently. Zhao Xiufei and Li Miaomiao heard this, and looked doubtful and undecided. Fu Duo didn't have any expression. He put his hands in his pockets and looked calm. Gray's expression was very interesting. He looked at the ceiling with a strange look, and then looked at the stairs under his feet. Finally, he sighed softly, and tapped the ground with his short stick, as if this could block out Schrödinger's voice. Tang Mo raised the flashlight. "Let's go." Schrödinger, You didn't even give a little reaction. Stop, humans, you will really lose. As long as you come up, you will fall into the trap set by me and the fake clock. Tang Mo walked up a step and took a second step. If you lose, I will make you into a stinky toilet and give it to Santa Claus. I really will. Tang Mo walked up a few more floors, and the five of them reached the center of the stairs. Ha ha ha, forget it, then you guys hurry up. I can't wait to see you become a stinky toilet. Tang Mo walked to the top of the stairs step by step. When he took the last step and reached the second floor, Tang Mo searched carefully for a while, and finally found a very small door on the side of the stairs. The door was only half a meter high and half a meter wide. Tang Mo leaned down, and held the door handle with one hand. You damned human beings. Click. The door was opened. The weak flashlight shone in from outside the door, illuminating the person and cat in the room. The tall middle-aged housekeeper was holding a bowl of stinking cat food, squatting in the corner and licking it happily. A small black cat squatted in the middle of the room, staring at the five players outside the door with big green eyes. The emerald green eyes seemed to be washed with water, soaked in water, and seemed to be so angry that it was about to cry. At this moment, the clear voice of a child rang out from the black tower. Ding. The third round of the game is over. Congratulations to the player for finding Schrödinger, and successfully completing the main task Schrödinger's hide-and-seek game. Outside a small door, five players bent over and looked at the little black cat inside. The little black cat sat on the ground, angry and annoyed. After the black tower's reminder sounded, Greya thought for a moment, broke the silence, and said with a smile, I found you, the great Mr. Schrödinger. Unexpectedly, the next second, a sharp and soft voice roared, Asshole, what are you waiting for? Come on. As soon as the words fell, everyone was stunned. At the same time, a black shadow swooshed through the air and stabbed Tang Mo, who was standing at the top of the stairs. Tang Mo reacted quickly and dodged sideways, but the black shadow turned a corner and cut a cut on Tang Mo's face. Blood flowed down instantly. Half a month ago, the elf grassland was burned into a charred black by the fire. The charred black earth that filled the field of vision spread to the horizon. Even after a day, the smell of smoke from the fire did not diminish at all. Many small animals crawled out of the dry soil, complaining and crying while silently cleaning up their homes that had been burned to charcoal. Suddenly, the ears of a long-eared rabbit stood up, and a black-haired gopher stood up and moved its nose. The next second, the faces of the two black tower animals changed drastically, and they buried their heads and began to dig the ground. They dug out a tunnel in a few strokes and burrowed into the soil to escape. After a few seconds, other small animals also discovered the abnormality. They stared with horror and ran away. At this moment, on the distant horizon, a small black dot slowly approached. It was an extremely luxurious pumpkin carriage. Wang Xiaotian, wearing a blue dress, sat on one side of the carriage. She seemed to be amused, covering her mouth and laughing non-stop. The carriage swayed and drove to a green meadow. It was amazing that there was a circular meadow with a diameter of 10 meters on this charcoal-burned grassland. Wang Xiaotian opened her eyes wide and leaned against the window curiously. What is that? On the other side of the carriage sat a blond man in a crimson suit. Hearing Wang Xiaotian's words, he turned his head and glanced at the strange circular lawn. The next second, he raised the corners of his lips elegantly, tapped the ground lightly with his short stick, and a pleasant voice rang out, My lady, this is why I took your lovely carriage. Wang Xiaoyan smiled sweetly and deliberately said, "Great sir, aren't you here for me? I'm so sad." The handsome, pale blonde man took off his hat and saluted Wang Xiaoyan like a gentleman. He opened the door of the pumpkin carriage, and his boots creaked on the scorched earth. He walked 10 meters away, bent down, and picked up 2 dirty boots from the ground. No one expected that this handsome and elegant man would suddenly put the boots in front of his nose and sniff them pervertedly. What was even more strange was that Wang Xiaoyan didn't think it was wrong when she saw his action. Instead, she licked her 2 small canine teeth with a greedy look. Under the bright sunshine, Greya turned around and smiled at Wang Xiaoyan in the carriage. "My lady, this disgusting smell is really unforgettable to me." Chapter 163. The black short stick was in front of him instantly, and Tang Mo jumped to avoid it immediately. The short stick turned in the air and returned to the hands of the blonde mixed-race boy. Greya caught the short stick and knocked it to the ground with a clatter. He held down his hat with his left hand, and the wide brim of the hat covered the upper half of his face, revealing a half-smile on his lips. The change was too sudden, and Zhao Xufei and Li Miaomio didn't react. Greya laughed softly. "Hey, it seems that I have been discovered." The next second, he rushed out with a whoosh, and in an instant, he was in front of Tang Mo. His blue eyes stared straight at Tang Mo. The two were very close, and even though Tang Mo was prepared, he was hit on the knee by the short stick. He was knocked back 3 steps, staggering on the ground with one hand. On the other side, Fu Wenduo's eyes turned cold, and he attacked directly. No one expected that under the siege of Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, Greya was still at ease. He was wearing a crimson dress, like a flexible fish, swimming in the attack of Tang Mo and the others. Fu Wenduo swept his right leg, forcing Greya to jump back a few steps. Tang Mo took the opportunity to take out a big match from his wrist, shouted angrily, rubbed the ground to ignite the flame, and smashed Greya's head. There was a crisp collision sound, and the black short stick was raised to block the huge match. This scene looked a bit funny. Greya's cane was thin and short. Tang Mo tried his best to smash the thick big match on it, but the short stick did not move at all, and caught it very steadily. However, Tang Mo's goal had been achieved. He narrowed his eyes, and saw the flame on the big match touching Greya's short stick. Just when the flame was about to ignite the short stick, Tang Mo was stunned and said in surprise, "Not ignited." A laugh sounded. "Mosaic's big match, it's really a good thing. As long as it is ignited, the law of cause and effect will work, and it will be burned out." Tang Mo's face turned cold. Greya took back the short stick, knocked it heavily on the ground, and looked up and said, "My lady, Mosaic's little girl's matches are very good, and it is really delicious to roast a big turkey. But its premise is to be ignited, as long as it is not ignited." The voice was stretched out, and the moment he spoke, Greya attacked again. "It is a waste." Tang Mo opened his small parasol with a snap, blocking the attack, and was knocked away. Greya's laughter echoed in the steel fortress. Each of his attacks seemed slow and elegant, but judging from the performance of Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, each attack was extremely terrifying. Taking advantage of the force to jump to the platform in the middle of the stairs, Tang Mo finally had time to catch his breath. He looked stern, and turned to look at Fu Wenduo. The two reached a consensus. Greya Sykes was probably the most dangerous Black Tower monster they had encountered so far. Yes, not a human, he was a Black Tower monster. In the narrow steel fortress, Schrödinger and his cat had been hiding in the small room on the stairs. Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo fought with Greya, and Li Miaomio and Zhao Xufei did not dodge. It was not because they did not want to dodge or want to help, but because the terrifying air pressure hit their shoulders heavily, and beads of sweat rolled down their foreheads. The two could not even take a step to escape. The black short staff pierced into the steel wall, and Greya hooked it hard, leaving a huge gap in the wall. Fu Wenduo took the opportunity to stab Greya's left arm, and the crimson dress was cut open. A trace of blood oozed out of Greya's arm. Greya was slightly stunned, and looked curiously at Fu Wenduo's arm that had turned into a black weapon. He laughed and was about to speak, but a scream suddenly rang out. "Bastard Greya, you can take revenge if you want, but why destroy my fortress?" Greya pulled out the short staff and turned to look at the little black cat. "Mr. Schrödinger, your castle is too small, and I can't use it. If it was bigger, maybe I would have caught that cute kid a long time ago." The little black cat was furious and said, "You bastard, you ran into my fortress and did whatever you want, and you even blamed me. Without me, they can still find you, and I didn't say anything. It's you, the respected Mr. Schrödinger, your acting is the worst I've ever seen. 10,000 times worse than that of the wolf grandmother. Schrödinger, you." In the dark corridor, the two female players were pale, and their lips couldn't stop trembling. Watching the quarrel between Greya and Schrödinger, Zhao Xiaofei could see that Greya was not a player at all. He was a monster in the Black Tower. She frantically wondered who this person was, why she was just participating in her Black Tower second floor attack game and encountered so many terrifying monsters. The second floor of the Black Tower should not be so difficult unless... Zhao Xiaofei turned her head sharply and looked at Tang Imo and Fu Wenduo. Tang Imo wiped the blood from his lips, and while Greya was talking, he took out mineral water and poured it on the wound. Tang Imo had already guessed what Zhao Xiaofei had guessed. Greya came for them, or rather for him. Greya seemed to be teasing them. His strength was so strong that even if Tang Imo and Fu Wenduo joined forces, they could not get any benefit from him. But he was never in a hurry. He gave Tang Imo and Fu Wenduo a chance to breathe, and quarreled with Schrödinger on his own. When Li Miaomiao wanted to go over and help Tang Imo and the others heal their wounds, another short stick came out of nowhere and pierced into the wall in front of Li Miaomiao. Li Miaomiao swallowed her saliva and dared not move. Schrödinger roared, "Bastard Greya, if you damage my wall again, I will report your shabby circus's tax evasion to the king." Greya blinked innocently and muttered softly, "It seems like I'm afraid of him." After the voice fell, Greya raised his hand to retract the short stick and looked down at Tang Imo and the others at the bottom of the stairs. After staring for a moment, he raised the corners of his lips. "Ladies, when did you find out?" Tang Imo pursed his lips. After a moment, Greya smiled. He turned to look at Li Miaomiao. "Your human intuition?" He remembered what Li Miaomiao had said. Although she had the same smile as before, Li Miaomiao was stiff at this moment and couldn't even say a word. Schrödinger licked his paw and said unhappily, "It's the balance made by the Black Tower. It's really unfair to let you perfectly integrate into the group of these shameless humans." Yes, from the beginning, when the players saw Greya, they felt a strange sense of incompatibility in their hearts. In addition to the other party's special appearance and speech and behavior, there is also an inexplicable feeling of difference. This is the convenience that the Black Tower provides to players. Tang Imo doesn't know how Greya let the Black Tower mix him into the player group and participate in the tower attack game together. But Greya is different. However, this is not the answer Greya wants. He raised his short stick and pointed at Tang Imo. "He is not because of the Black Tower." Schrödinger was startled. "Ah, it's not the Black Tower's doing?" The middle-aged housekeeper also raised his head in cooperation. "Meow." Zhao Xiaofei's pupils trembled violently. She was standing behind Greya, very close to her. A question popped up in her mind frantically. She was eager to know who this terrible underground man was, why he was here, and what he wanted to do. But her throat was blocked, and she couldn't speak at all. A qualified gentleman will answer all the questions of a lady. Greya took off his politeness, and turned to wink at Zhao Xiaofei. He discovered Zhao Xiaofei's question, "My lady, you are wondering who I am." Zhao Xiaofei opened her lips, but made no sound. "Greya, I am a poor man." His voice was very aggrieved, with a hint of crying, but he was still smiling. "Half a year ago, I caught 3 very interesting monsters. I transported them back to the underground kingdom, did a lot of advertising, and prepared to start a night of surprise. All the tickets were sold out, but just before the night of surprise began, one of my monsters was stolen by a bad-hearted human. I lost a lot of money, and almost went bankrupt." As he said that, Greya wiped away the non-existent tears. Schrödinger complained in a sweet voice, "Why are you pretending to cry? If the wolf grandmother hadn't also watched your surprise night, you wouldn't have paid a dime." Greya pretended not to hear and continued, 3 months later, I caught the little guy who escaped at the beginning. This time, in order to recover the loss, I decided to dissect it on the spot. The audiences from the underground kingdom and the monster world came. It was a perfect show that I carefully prepared. I also specially hired the 2 best detectives in the underground kingdom, and paid them a large sum of money to help me take care of the little monster. But they actually let the little guy go in front of me, all the underground people, and the monsters in the Black Tower. Greya was so upset that his voice became hoarse. Then I went bankrupt. Schrödinger, it was you who refused to pay for the tickets and deliberately filed for bankruptcy. Greya continued, "My heart is divided into 3 parts, because there are 3 people who made me lose money and go bankrupt. But gradually I found that 2 of them were the same person. My lady, how can he be so cruel? I am so innocent. I just want to make money, live my life, and run the best circus in the Black Tower world. But he shattered my dream and ruthlessly trampled on my money." Zhao Xiaofei felt that the latter reason was the key point. "You said, can I let him go?" The head of the weird circus, Greya sex. Tang Mo's voice sounded from behind Greya. Greya turned around and looked at him. After a while he smiled and said, "So, Tang Mo, when did you find out that it was mine, when I asked the Clock of Truth how to make a lot of money?" Tang Mo shook his head. Greya thought, "When I said my heart was divided into 3 parts, 2 for you, and the last one for Fu Wuduo, the most popular stowaway in the Black Tower world." "No." Greya narrowed his eyes. "When was that?" Tang Mo clenched the small parasol in his hand and took a deep breath, after the Black Tower released the main task. No one expected this answer. Schrödinger said directly, "How is it possible?" Indeed, how could it be possible? Main quest. Schrödinger's hide and seek game. The rules of the game did not mention the word strange circus. How could Tang Mo guess it? Greya laughed. His voice was very cold. "My lady, lying is not the behavior of a good child. Even Santa Claus doesn't like children who lie. Are you trying to conquer the 2nd floor of the Black Tower?" A deep male voice sounded, and Fu Wenduo looked at Zhao Xiaofei. Zhao Xiaofei was stunned and nodded stiffly. Fu Wenduo looked at Greya calmly, and calmly pulled out a seemingly simple knife. He said lightly, "She is on the 2nd floor of the Black Tower, and Li Miaomiu is on the 3rd floor of the Black Tower. The main tasks of the 2 of them should be different. If she doesn't tell us, we don't know. But we know what Li Miaomiu's tasks and game rules are." Greya looked at Fu Wenduo. "Fu Wenduo, after the game rules were announced, I found Li Miaomiu privately and learned her game rules and tasks. Exactly the same as ours." Greya, "So what?" Tang Mo, "The missions on the 4th and 3rd floors of the Black Tower are exactly the same. This is not the style of the Black Tower. Fu Wenduo and I should have other difficulties." Schrödinger, "Does this mean that Greya, the bastard, is the leader of that shabby circus? The difficulty is not just this big. First of all, Fu Wenduo and I are attacking the 4th floor of the Black Tower, which is the first difficulty. Secondly, we entered the tower attack game as a team, and the Black Tower will increase the difficulty. And I couldn't imagine what this difficulty would be like for a while." A teammate who looked very unlike a human, dressed strangely, and said some strange words. Tang Mo said calmly, "He wants to make a lot of money, and his heart is divided into 3 parts, 2 for me, and 1 for Fu Wenduo." Tang Mo raised his head. "In the world of Black Tower, there is only one person who hates me so much." Greya smiled. Tang Mo looked at him coldly. "So what do you want to do?" Greya smiled and said, "I just want to recover my losses." "My lady, you bankrupted me." Schrödinger whispered, "You are not bankrupt at all." Greya turned a deaf ear. "I have suffered a lot of grievances these days. I just wanted to catch one, but I didn't expect that you would come with me for the buy one get one free offer." Greya stroked the smooth handle of the short stick, smiling, but there was no warmth in his smile. He looked at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo at the bottom of the stairs indifferently. 2 powerful human players, one of whom is Fu Wenduo, the most popular stowaway in the Black Tower world. "If I sell you to the Banana Tavern and make banana wine, well, how much will it be worth?" Tang Mo did not answer. Greya began to fantasize again. "It's okay to sell you to the monster world. Those ugly monsters want to eat you very much. They will definitely pay a good price." Tang Mo, "Do you think we will definitely be caught by you?" Greya smiled gently. "My lady, you know the answer. Can you escape from my hands?" Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo together are not a match for Greya. This is the fact. The wound on his arm has slowly scarred, and Tang Mo's hand gradually tightened. Greya had a smile on his face all the time, and he was very relaxed because he was telling the truth. Tang Mo could feel that Greya had not used his full strength yet. The strength of the head of the strange circus was no less than that of Grandma Wolf and Santa Claus. Because of his strong strength, he was so arrogant, and was not in a hurry to catch Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. "But I'm stalling for time." Greya raised his eyebrows. "I know. This is a meaningless struggle. Tang Mo, don't you want to know why I'm stalling for time?" Greya smiled and said, "In the face of absolute strength, any method of delaying time will not work. Unless you ask the wolf grandmother to come, well, you have her little parasol, I saw it. But she will definitely not meddle in other people's business. She likes to eat humans very much, especially the strong ones. Fu Wenduo, you are right. In the face of absolute strength, any delay is just a way to survive. But we delay time not to escape." Greya asked curiously, "Then to beg for mercy, you too, compensate me for all my losses, and I will not let you go. You made me lose face. Even Mr. Schrödinger knew that I was fooled by 2 human players twice, and I foolishly paid you silver coins. Please take care of that damned little monster. Little black cat, Hey, I am the great Schrödinger. Isn't it normal for me to know this kind of gossip? Tang Mo's right hand clenched the small parasol. He seemed to hear the sound of a clock in his ears. This sound was not the second hand of the clock of truth, nor the second hand of the fake clock. The sound was very strange. According to common sense, the second hand should keep moving forward, but this second hand seemed to be broken. It kept stopping in place and shaking left and right. Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard, and the second hand clicked and moved forward. Tang Mo suddenly opened his eyes wide and showed joy. Schrödinger was arguing with Greya, and he suddenly stopped in the middle of the conversation. The little black cat sat up straight and said a second later, "How could she come here?" Greya was stunned. The next moment, before he could ask about the situation, a violent kick on the door was heard. Bang! The gate of the steel fortress was kicked open, and the red copper moonlight shone into the castle. A long shadow flowed in from the door. Looking up along the shadow, everyone was stunned. This was a short red-haired lowly. She had her hands on her waist, and was wearing a beautiful dress. Her eyes glared at everyone on the stairs fiercely, and finally fixed on Greya. "Greya Sykes, you damn shameless thief, greedy ghost, give me back my gem moon flower." Under the moonlight, a small and exquisite crown was worn diagonally on the head of the red-haired lowly. Tang Mo took out the infinite improbability pocket watch. This pocket watch that never kept running started running. Tang Mo fu duo. Greya understood the truth at the first moment. He looked down and saw Tang Mo and the infinite improbability pocket watch in his hand. The next second, he used all his strength and rushed out like a rocket. At the door of the steel fortress, the Queen of Hearts also rushed up angrily. Her speed was almost as fast as Greya's, but the door was still some distance from the stairs, and Greya had already swung his cane to stab Tang Mo's heart. An arm quickly blocked Tang Mo's body, and the short cane was extremely sharp, piercing through the black weapon. Fu Duo groaned, and the short cane pierced through his arm, and also pierced half a centimeter into Tang Mo's chest. Tang Mo's eyes turned cold when he saw this. He endured the pain, opened the small parasol, and knocked Greya away. Greya waved his short cane, and his cold eyes were full of murderous intent. Greya/Queen of Hearts, I'm going to kill you. Chapter 164. Blood was flowing down the black short staff. Greya's eyes were fierce, and his golden hair was flying in the air. He kicked his feet, and stabbed Tang Mo with the short staff again. The angle was very tricky. Schrödinger's steel fortress was indeed very narrow. Tang Mo had no way to avoid it. His back was pressed against the steel wall. He could only turn his head, and let the short staff pass by his face, and pierce into the wall. Without giving Tang Mo a chance to breathe, Greya smiled very coldly, pulled out the short staff from the wall, and attacked again. The black short staff was waving in the air. Tang Mo and Fu Duo fought back, one on the left and one on the right. However, the power of the short staff was so strong that it was frightening. The two were defeated by Greya's attack, and their wounds were increasing. Greya waved the short staff, and stabbed Fu Duo's head to the left. Fu Duo blocked his arms in front of him, turning into black metal to block the attack. Who would have thought that this was a fake move? Greya faked it, and said with a smile, "It's not a big loss to kill one first." The next second, he turned his eyes to Tang Mo. Tang Mo was shocked and immediately opened his small parasol, but the short stick went straight through the pink parasol and sank into Tang Mo's abdomen. Greya held the handle of the short stick and gave Tang Mo an elegant smile. He seemed to want to stir the small stick in Tang Mo's body. At this moment, an angry roar came from behind Tang Mo. Greya's face turned cold, and he moved sideways to avoid the fist. "Greya, you shameless thief." The red figure kicked the wall, and the Queen of Hearts raised her fist again and hit the blonde hybrid hard. Greya didn't dare to be careless. He pulled out his short staff directly. Tang Mo spat out a mouthful of blood, and a lot of blood gushed out of his abdomen. The Queen of Hearts entangled Greya, and Li Miaomu took the opportunity to run over. Fu Duo's injuries were also serious, but much better than Tang Mo's. After checking, Li Miaomu found, there is a problem with his short staff, and the bleeding can't be stopped at all. After the Earth went online, the physical fitness of players has been greatly improved, especially for high-level players like Tang Mo. Being stabbed in the abdomen by a sharp blade is not a fatal injury at all. But the wound pierced by the circus leader's short stick could not heal at all. Blood kept flowing out of Tang Mo's mouth. Tang Mo endured the pain and said calmly, "That is a very powerful prop. It cannot be ignited by Mosaic's big match, and can be unrestricted in the room of the Clock of Truth." He should have known that the strength of the leader of the strange circus is definitely at the level of Grandma Wolf, and his weapon can never be that simple. Fu Wenqing's mineral water can't heal this wound at all. Li Miaomio gritted her teeth, and her eyes kept changing. No one knew what she was thinking. 5 seconds later, she put her hands on the bloody wound on Tang Mo's abdomen, and a white light appeared in her pupils. Soon, Tang Mo found that his pain was getting lighter and lighter. He looked up, and saw that Li Miaomio's face was instantly pale. When Tang Mo's abdominal wound healed, Li Miaomio spit out a mouthful of blood. As a doctor, when the wound was on her body, she knew exactly what was going on. The place touched by the crutch is corroding. It's probably corroded by concentrated acid, so the wound can't heal. As the blood flowed, Li Miaomio's face became paler and paler. Fu Wenduo took out 5 bottles of mineral water from the chicken coop and handed them all to her. Li Miaomio understood that this was some kind of prop, so she opened the mineral water bottle and poured all of it on the wound on her abdomen. After the 4th bottle of mineral water was poured, Li Miaomio took a breath, steady. Although I am weak, my ability allows me to have a stronger self-healing ability than all of you. Last time, my head was bitten off by a mole, and 2 hands and a leg were also regrown by me after transferring the wound. Even so, Li Miaomio's condition was still horrible. Zhao Shifei was also helping. After Tang Mo confirmed that Li Miaomio was fine, he suddenly remembered something and immediately turned to Fu Wenduo and said, "You were also pierced in the arm by that cane." "It's okay, not everything pierced by that short cane will be corroded." The hole on Fu Wenduo's arm had not healed yet, but the bleeding had stopped. Tang Mo calmed down. On the other side, the Queen of Hearts and Greya had turned the iron fortress into an iron ruin. "Ah, you bastard, villain, greedy ghost, give me back my gem moon flower." The red figure kicked hard and cracked Schrodinger's steel wall. The little black cat meowed angrily, but the 2 people who were fighting didn't give it any face at all. Greya held the cane and kept resisting the fist of the Queen of Hearts. The red-haired lowly was very irritable and attacked faster and faster. The 2 fought evenly. Suddenly, the Queen of Hearts' fist cracked a wall, and Greya's cane also split the wall on the other side. The steel fortress made a strange creaking sound, and Schrödinger, who had been cursing, suddenly stopped talking. The next second, "My fortress is about to collapse, run." Tang Mo reacted very quickly, holding the seriously injured Li Miaomio with one hand, and ran away. Fu Wenduo also carried another female player, who had not yet reacted on his shoulders without hesitation, and ran out of the steel fortress in 2 steps. After the 4 people and the cat, and the middle-aged housekeeper, ran out of the door, there was a loud bang, and Schrödinger's steel fortress was completely reduced to ruins. The Queen of Hearts and Greya were all buried in the heavy ruins. Zhao Shifei. "They won't die in there, will they?" The little black cat was very distressed, crying and circling the steel ruins. Hearing Zhao Shifei's words, it glanced at her. "If those 2 perverts are really that easy to die, it doesn't matter if one of my steel fortresses collapses, I will give them another one for free." As if to respond to Schrödinger's words, a big stone in the center of the ruins was kicked away by someone. Dust was raised all over the sky, and when everyone saw the situation in the center of the ruins clearly, they were all stunned. The short and violent lowly rode on Greya's body, wrapped her short legs around his waist, and raised her fist to hit the pale and handsome face. "I beat you to death, you shameless thief. You're not a ladylike child." It was like a fight between children. They fought without any rules, and it became a simple fight. Apart from the terrifying strength, it looked like a fight between chickens. The 2 were equally strong and destroyed the iron fortress without any injuries. But because of this completely unrefined and skillless fight, the Queen of Hearts' fist finally hit Greya's eye, leaving a black eye. Greya's cane also knocked the little girl away. After the Queen of Hearts fell to the ground and was about to attack again, Greya immediately raised his hand to make a pause gesture. "Wait a minute, little kid, you can fight me, anyway, I have already sold your gem moon flower to the Banana Tavern as a base for making wine. But let me kill them first, and I allow you to eat their meat." The Queen of Hearts stopped moving and turned to look at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. Everyone was shocked. Tang Mo held the small parasol tightly, and stared at the red-haired lowly with the messy hair. Seeing the hope of a truce, Greya said, "That is Fu Wenduo. You know, the most popular stowaway in the underground kingdom, and he has always been ranked first in the list of human players I want to eat the most. That person over there is also a powerful human. If we eat them, the strength of both of us will be improved." The Queen of Hearts licked her little tiger teeth. "What you said seems to make some sense." Li Miaomio became nervous and whispered, "No way, isn't it all right?" She thought Tang Mo was stalling for time just to wait for the Queen of Hearts to help. However, in fact, Tang Mo didn't know the Queen of Hearts at all, and he didn't even know how to solve the problem. After discovering that Li Miao's main quest was no different from his own, Tang Mo used the infinite non-probability pocket watch to test his probability of passing this tower attack game. The answer is infinitely close to 0. This is also one of the reasons why Tang Mo doubted Grea's identity. From that moment on, Tang Mo has been trying to use the infinite improbability pocket watch, hoping to find a way to pass the level through this weird and disobedient pocket watch. Fortunately, his luck was not so bad this time. With the blessing of the Draw a Circle and Curse You ability, the infinite improbability pocket watch was triggered, and the Queen of Hearts suddenly appeared and confronted Grea. But now, the Queen of Hearts seems to be on the same front with Grea. Tang Mo's brain was working rapidly, with all kinds of thoughts in his mind, but he was still very calm on the surface. This is not right. The event triggered by the infinite improbability pocket watches. Tang Mo, Fu and Duo can pass the levels smoothly. This event has been triggered, and there should be no surprises. Will there be other Black Tower monsters? Tang Mo couldn't think of which Black Tower monster would come out to help him. But the next second, the Queen of Hearts gave him the answer. The little red-haired lowly straightened her hair that was messed up by Grea, and snorted, "I can indeed become stronger by eating them, but..." "Trash Grea, why should I listen to you?" Grea narrowed his eyes. "You don't want to eat them. This does not affect the grudge between you and me." The Queen of Hearts suddenly stretched out her hand, and pointed at Tang Mo. "He has 3 smells." When this was said, everyone in the audience, even Schrödinger who thought he knew everything in the Black Tower world, was stunned. The little black cat moved his nose. "What smell? Why don't I smell it?" The Queen of Hearts, "First, he smells like Mosaic. My good friend Mosaic. Every year when the beautiful season of mating of animals in the Elf Prairie comes, Mosaic and I will go on an autumn outing together. She set the fire, I ate barbecue, we were best friends. He smelled like Mosaic Kiss, he was Mosaic's friend, and that meant my friend." Tang Mo never expected that the inexplicable Mosaic Kiss would work at this time. But then, the Queen of Hearts' eyes became vicious. She glared at Tang Mo. "But, he also smelled like my gem moon flower. You are also a damn thief. You actually stole my gem moon flower. I let you off the hook because you're Mosaic's friend, but don't expect me to help you. You're a shameless thief, you're not my friend." Li Miaomu and Zhao Shufei immediately became nervous, but Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo remained calm. They knew that the Queen of Hearts hadn't finished talking. "Tang Mo, what about the third flavor?" The red-haired Lolita crossed her arms, and a suspicious blush rose on her face. She coughed hard and said in a hoarse voice, "As the noble Queen of Hearts, the owner of the Gem Castle, I kicked Grea and punched the wolf grandmother. Even Santa Claus has to say the noble Queen of Hearts when he sees me." Schrödinger whispered, "How shameless." The Queen of Hearts blushed more and more. "I am so noble, I am not a brat. So I absolutely do not like to eat candy. I hate eating candy the most, I don't like it at all. Eating candy is impossible, not in this life." After hearing this, everyone present was stunned. For the first time, Schrödinger doubted his intelligence network. It didn't even know that the Queen of Hearts liked to eat candy. Grea's face also changed slightly. He noticed something wrong. On the other side, Tang Mo understood what the Queen of Hearts meant. He carefully recalled what smell on his body could make the Queen of Hearts say this. The next moment, his eyes widened, and with a strange expression, he took out an ordinary golden candy from his pocket. When the Queen of Hearts saw the candy, she immediately turned her head away. I don't like candy, Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo, Grea, Schrödinger, 2 female players, Item, a very ordinary golden candy. Owner, Tang Mo. Quality, trash. Level 1. Function, a candy that Mr. Rabbit has treasured for 36 years. Maybe someone would like to eat it. Of course, it is more likely to have been moldy. Restrictions, none. You can't kill people with a candy. Note, Tang Mo thought he had made a profit, but he never expected that your rabbit daddy is still your rabbit daddy. Thank you, Rabbit Daddy, Mr. Rabbit, Bah! Chapter 165. Tang Mo walked forward and handed the golden candy in his hand to the red-haired lowly. The Queen of Hearts was nervous and turned her face away, showing with her body that she absolutely did not like to eat candy. Tang Mo pondered for a moment and put the candy directly in front of the Queen of Hearts. The violent lowly swallowed her saliva and said in a hoarse voice, "What are you doing?" Tang Mo said sincerely, "Dear Queen of Hearts, I don't know what to do with this candy. I got this candy from Mr. Rabbit, and it seems to be related to you. Can you help me deal with it?" The Queen of Hearts was stunned. Rabbit? She thought for a moment. Is it the little rabbit that always wanders around my gem castle? Tang Mo nodded. The Queen of Hearts was happy in her heart, but she looked impatient. Okay, since you are so sincere in asking for help, I will help you reluctantly. As she said that, the Queen of Hearts took the golden candy from Tang Mo's palm. She moved so quickly that Tang Mo's dynamic vision did not catch her movements. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo looked at each other warily, not daring to look down on this seemingly short and thin girl. Greya stood aside, and when he saw the Queen of Hearts accept Tang Mo's golden candy, his eyes moved and slowly raised the corners of his lips. He looked at the scene of the players, and the Black Tower boss living in harmony in front of him with a smile, holding the short stick and gently tapping the ground. Hearing the sound of da-da, everyone turned to look at him. Greya, you took his candy, so you plan to help him, brat? The Queen of Hearts said confidently. Whoever wants to help him wants the candy. I just hate you. You stinky thief. You dared to sell my gem moonflower to the Banana Tavern. If I don't beat you to death today, I won't be called the Queen of Hearts. After the words fell, the Queen of Hearts licked her little tiger teeth and rushed forward again. Schrödinger hurriedly said, You are not allowed to fight in my territory. Get out, get out. Greya's deep gaze stayed on the Queen of Hearts for a while. Then, he turned to look at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. The two looked at him calmly, and Greya smiled and said, I'm not afraid of her. If she could really beat me to death, I wouldn't steal the moonflower. The Queen of Hearts waved her fist, signaling Greya to be careful with her words. Greya watched this scene for a long time, and then he laughed from his throat. The next second, he turned around and left. No one expected that the circus leader would turn around and run away so decisively. Not even the Queen of Hearts expected it. By the time she realized what was happening, the little girl was so angry that her face turned red. She yelled, Stop right there, you thief Greya. She put the golden candy into her pocket and chased after him angrily. Two figures jumped down from the platform and ran on the towering black steel tree. In a few seconds, they disappeared in the copper-colored moonlight and left everyone's sight. Schrödinger was still wailing about his unlucky steel fortress that was demolished, and kept cursing the two perverts who were fighting. On the other side, when the figures of Greya and the Queen of Hearts completely disappeared from everyone's sight, the two female players seemed to have no strength left, and collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily to relieve the pressure. Tang Mo closed his eyes, and pinched his fingers. Even Greya didn't notice that Tang Mo's fingers had been trembling slightly before he left. Tang Mo didn't dare to gamble. The infinite improbability pocket watch of the Black Tower can ignore the probability of any small event with extremely low probability, and change its probability to 50%. For example, if Tang Mo is a woman, the probability of this event is infinitely close to zero, but as long as the infinite improbability pocket watch works, the possibility of this event becomes 50%. There is nothing 100% in the world. There is number 0 probability event, nor is there a 100% probability event. So the effect of this pocket watch is quite terrifying, but it is difficult to trigger, has autonomy, and is not completely controlled by Tang Mo. And after being triggered, it is not 100% effective, only 50% probability. If Tang Mo triggers the other 50% this time, the arrival of the Queen of Hearts has nothing to do with the infinite non-probability pocket watch, and she will not help the player get rid of Greya. Then what Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo need to do is to do their best to leave this tower attack game. Fortunately, the infinite improbability pocket watch really worked this time. Greya didn't fight with the players much, but his absolutely powerful strength made all the players like defenseless babies in front of him, and they were also seriously injured. Li Miamia lay on the ground, breathing heavily, and the wound on her abdomen was hideous and terrifying. Tang Mo took mineral water and poured it on Fu Wenduo's arm. The terrible blood hole healed very slowly. Tang Mo patiently cleaned the wound. He raised his head, and his eyes met Fu Wenduo's. Tang Mo was slightly stunned. Pain? Fu Wenduo raised his lips and shook his head. How are your injuries? Tang Mo, Li Miamio transferred all the serious injuries to her, and the other injuries are not a big deal. Fu Wenduo only answered at this time, It doesn't hurt. But Tang Mo saw the white flesh at the wound, pursed his lips, and moved more gently. If it hurts, tell me. Okay. This kind of pain is not simple for Fu Wenduo. He has suffered many injuries before, and his tolerance for pain is definitely better than Tang Mo. However, the wound caused by the circus leader was hundreds of times more painful than a normal wound. No matter how lightly Tang Mo moved, the pain was like a piercing pain that climbed up to Fu Wenduo's brain along the nerves, making Fu Wenduo's hair stand on end. But he didn't want Tang Mo to worry too much. Fu Wenduo, how is your chest wound? After Greya's short stick pierced Fu Wenduo's arm, It also pierced Tang Mo's chest. Tang Mo, it's just a superficial wound. Under the red copper moonlight, one of the two big men lowered his head to clean the wound. Looking at the terrible injury, his brows became more and more furrowed, and the other also lowered his head to look at the young man who helped him clean the wound, his eyes deep and calm. Zhao Xiaofei was helping Li Miaomiu treat her wound when she accidentally looked up and saw this scene. She was stunned for a moment and muttered to herself, no wonder these two high-level players teamed up. They have this kind of relationship. After treating the wound, Tang Mo found Schrödinger. The little black cat lay on the head of the middle-aged housekeeper, sobbing, my steel fortress has been broken again, broken again. Suddenly noticing the approach of humans, the little black cat raised its head and looked at Tang Mo with its moist green eyes. After confirming that the person coming was not dangerous, the little black cat blinked his eyes in grievance and continued to howl, my iron fortress. Tang Mo, we have completed the game. What is the reward? The little black cat froze. After a moment, it was surprised. You actually came to me just for the reward, not to comfort me? Tang Mo raised his eyebrows and asked back, comfort you? Why should I comfort you? Schrödinger, Didn't the Underground magazine say that humans like cats the most? Why do these humans have no sympathy for it? Not even a little bit. The great Lord Schrödinger once again doubted his intelligence network. Although he was extremely reluctant, Schrödinger still had to obey the rules of the game of the Black Tower. It sat up straight. You found me and passed my hide-and-seek game. According to the rules of the game of the Black Tower, each of you can make a request to me, and I cannot refuse it as long as it is within my ability. Everyone's eyes lit up. Tang Mo thought for a while, raised his head, and said with certainty, I want that fake truth clock. Schrödinger was stunned. The two female players didn't understand what he wanted to do, only Fu Wenduo laughed knowingly. However, to everyone's surprise, Schrödinger snorted, no. Hey, you greedy and shameless stinking human, don't look at me like that. Of course, my great Mr. Schrödinger can make 100 or 1,000 of those rotten clocks, but I can't give them to you. Ask the Black Tower yourself if it allows you to have such a thing. A clear child's voice sounded at the right time. Ding! Friendly reminder, players please choose the appropriate reward that matches the number of tower levels they have attacked. The implication is that you want to have the Clock of Truth when you are only on the 4th floor of the Black Tower. It's really wishful thinking. Tang Mo felt a little regretful. He thought about it again, took off the tattered pink parasol from his waist, and handed it to the little black cat. If I remember correctly, you are a world-famous inventor in the Black Tower. This is Grandma Wolf's pink parasol, you should recognize it. Schrödinger curled his lips. Grandma Wolf has 100 of these useless parasols. Tang Mo narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, the high-quality prop parasol was nothing in Schrödinger's eyes. Tang Mo said calmly, I want you to repair it and improve it. Do your best to repair it into a better weapon within the scope allowed by the Black Tower. Schrödinger slowly opened his mouth. Behind Tang Mo, Zhao Xiaofei also looked surprised. Is it still possible? The answer is of course. Schrödinger roared, how can you, a human being, be so shameless? Schrödinger cursed Tang Mo and accepted the small parasol. Zhao Xiaofei also came over at this time, and she glanced at Tang Mo cautiously. Tang Mo walked back to Fu Wenduo calmly, not interested in listening to her reward request. Zhao Xiaofei leaned over to the little black cat's ear and whispered something. Although the little black cat was very angry, his expression was better than when he faced Tang Mo. Obviously, Zhao Xiaofei's request was simpler than Tang Mo's. Then it was Li Miaomiu. Li Miaomiu spoke without thinking. Are you the greatest inventor in the Black Tower world? Schrödinger raised his chin. The greatest, no doubt about it. I am the respected Mr. Schrödinger. Li Miaomiu, can you revive a person? Schrödinger was stunned for a moment, and the little black cat opened his mouth. Ah! Li Miaomiu said expressionlessly, I want to revive a human. With your ability, can you do it? Schrödinger, are you human sick? You actually ask such useless questions. Why should I study how to revive you humans? And ask the Black Tower. Even if I can do it, with your level of clearing the 3rd floor of the Black Tower, will it allow me to do it for you? But don't you know that if you kill someone, you can revive any human who died in the Black Tower game? Li Miaomiu certainly knew that killing the first place in the time ranking list could revive a player, but that player must have died in the Black Tower game. Li Miaomiu gritted her teeth, and could only choose another reward. Finally, it was Fu Wenduo's turn. Fu Wenduo said calmly, I want to ask the Clock of Truth a question. Schrödinger was surprised. You are really the strangest human beings I have ever seen. Having said that, the little black cat slapped the middle-aged butler on the head. The middle-aged butler stood up, and walked into the steel ruins. After searching for a long time, he found a blue clock covered with bruises from the garbage dump and dragged it in front of everyone. Schrödinger said unhappily, "Ask any questions quickly. Although its answer is definitely correct, don't blame me, the great Mr. Schrödinger, for not reminding you that it will not answer questions that the Black Tower does not allow." Fu Wenduo walked forward and looked at the tattered blue clock. The steady female voice of the truth clock seemed a little tired at this time. "Human, since Mr. Schrödinger has asked so, you can ask, as long as I answer, it must be correct." The truth clock thought that Fu Wenduo would think for a while, but unexpectedly, this human looked at it steadily and asked without hesitation, "My question is, what exactly is my ability?" The truth clock was silent for a moment. "Black Tower intruder, if you just want to ask me a question, why didn't you ask it the second time you entered my room? Instead, you wasted this reward opportunity. Fu Wenduo, when asked in your room, you will indeed give me an answer, but you can also be vague. When the circus leader asked you how he made a lot of money, you did answer him, and that answer was also recognized by the Black Tower, and it was not a wrong answer. However, from beginning to end, you did not reveal his identity, you were hiding his identity for him. The Clock of Truth, he is the great leader of the weird circus. If I dare to reveal his identity, he will tear me to pieces on the spot. Fu Wenduo, so in that room, even if what you said was the correct answer, it might not be valuable, and you could hide it. The Clock of Truth cannot deny it." Tang Mo's voice sounded, "This time our questions require you to say the answer word for word, without any mistakes or omissions. For example." The voice stopped. Tang Mo had already walked to Fu Wenduo's side, he raised his head, and smiled slightly. "What does the note about his ability mean?" In the dark steel forest, Zhao Xiaofei and Li Miaomiao were both confused, not understanding what Tang Mo meant by this. However, Schrödinger and the Clock of Truth felt their scalps go numb instantly. The little black cat looked up, looked at the sky and swallowed. The blue body of the Clock of Truth trembled, and its voice trembled. "Black Tower intruder, I can't answer this question. If you want, I can tell you the name of your ability, how to use it, what are the limitations, and even how you can strengthen it faster." "Tang Mo, can't you tell me that remark?" The fearful reaction of the truth clock was the answer. Tang Mo sighed. Sure enough, even with this roundabout way, he couldn't hide it from the Black Tower, and couldn't know what the sentence "the last person with this ability" meant. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo had long noticed that Fu Wenduo's ability was very special, and his remark on his ability might have a slight connection with the truth of the Black Tower world. If he asked the truth clock what the Black Tower was, the truth clock would definitely not answer. So they decided to ask Fu Wenduo about his ability to find out the truth about the Black Tower. But they still failed. It was not feasible to let the Clock of Truth tell the remark directly. Tang Mo wanted Fu Wenduo to change a reward. He could choose a strengthening item, or let Schrödinger give him a very good item. Unexpectedly, Fu Wenduo suddenly said, "Then let me change the question, how can he get my ability?" Tang Mo looked at Fu Wenduo in astonishment. Fu Wenduo smiled at him, and Tang Mo reacted quickly. Yes, as long as they know how he can get Fu Wenduo's ability, they can know what the note of Fu Wenduo's ability is. At the same time, by getting Fu Wenduo's ability, Tang Mo can do the same and get almost all other players' abilities. There should be few people in this world whose abilities are harder to get than Fu Wenduo. This is a great question. Tang Mo looked at the Clock of Truth in surprise. The giant blue clock did not tremble this time, and it seemed that it could answer this question. The Black Tower restricted it from directly revealing Fu Wenduo's ability, but did not restrict it from telling Tang Mo how to obtain Fu Wenduo's ability. However, the Clock of Truth was silent for a long time. Just when Fu Wenduo was about to ask again, the Clock of Truth asked faintly, "Black Tower intruder, do you really want to know?" Fu Wenduo, ? Tang Mo, ? Two female players, ? It seems that something is wrong. Fu Wenduo raised his eyebrows. Please tell me the answer to this question. The Clock of Truth sighed. Okay, then I tell you. This involves the secret of your two superpowers. If you want, I can tell you the answer directly in your brains without letting other players know. The Clock of Truth was so considerate. Tang Mo nodded, but he had a subtle feeling in his heart. There won't be any problems, right? The calm and emotionless voice of the Clock of Truth sounded in Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo's brains at the same time. The first method is to kill you, and he can get your superpowers. The second method is to take everything without paying. Because the Black Tower intruder Fu Wenduo's ability level is too high and the quality is extremely good, it is one of the many abilities recognized by the Black Tower. If you want to take everything without paying, You can only take away everything from the other party. After the Earth is online, humans generally no longer have too many properties and other resources. Taking away all of Fu Wenduo's props, and never letting Fu Wenduo use them can get his abilities. There is only one other way. The truth clock paused for a while. Mating can get the other party's abilities. Tang Mo, shock. Fu Wenduo, fuck you mating. Chapter 166. Under the red copper moonlight, Zhao Xiaofei was helping Li Miaomia clean her wounds, while secretly glancing at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. Suddenly, she found that the expressions of the two people suddenly became very strange. First they were stunned, then complicated, and finally they were a little angry. Angry? Zhao Xiaofei looked at them a few more times in surprise. Are all high-level players so strange? Zhao Xiaofei didn't know how many thoughts flashed through Tang Mo's mind in this short second. All these thoughts turned into a simple thought in Tang Mo's mind. Who can kick this fake clock back into the steel ruins? Embarrassment was inevitable, but Tang Mo calmed himself down as quickly as possible. He gritted his teeth and didn't look at Fu Wenduo. He looked coldly at the giant clock in front of him and asked in his heart, "What do you mean by taking away all of Fu Wenduo's props and not allowing him to continue using them? If I took away all his props and then gave them back to him after I got his superpowers, what will be the result?" Tang Mo knew that the Clock of Truth would definitely hear him, so he didn't say anything. According to the Clock of Truth, it was enough to take away Fu Wenduo's props, and there was no need to destroy them. Then if Tang Mo returned the props to Fu Wenduo after getting the superpower, wouldn't Fu Wenduo be able to continue using them? Or would he lose Fu Wenduo's superpowers because he didn't take them all without paying? If that's the case, then it doesn't matter. Fu Wenduo's ability is certainly important, but what they want to know more now is what the note means. The Great Clock of Truth guessed Tang Mo's guess. You will not lose his ability because you already have it. But the moment you take away all his props and gain the ability, the law of cause and effect will take effect, and these props will no longer belong to the intruder Fu Wenduo in the Black Tower. Even if you return them to him, he can't use them. Only you can use these props. It really couldn't be that simple. Fu Wenduo had been standing quietly beside him, but Tang Mo couldn't ignore his presence at all. So he didn't know that Fu Wenduo was looking at the Clock of Truth expressionlessly at this moment, and he didn't even look at Tang Mo. His eyes were a little wandering, and I don't know what he was thinking. Tang Mo didn't know if Fu Wenduo would hear what he said in his heart. He hesitated for a long time, but still couldn't ask the question, what does mating mean? He said, take away all his props, and I can get his superpowers. Does it apply to other people as well? This is the second question, and the Clock of Truth doesn't need to answer it. Perhaps because it knows that it will be made into a stinking toilet and sent to Santa Claus, the Clock of Truth gave up and answered for free, not applicable. It applies to the intruder Fu Wenduo in the Black Tower, because he has multiple props of rare quality. Tang Mo suddenly felt that he had guessed the correct way to use his superpowers, but he was still a little confused. The Clock of Truth did not answer his question. Even Schrödinger cursed, Hey, you humans are greedy and shameless. You have asked several questions, no more. Get out of here, leave my steel forest. The Clock of Truth did not say anything, just like an ordinary clock, quietly ticking the seconds. Tang Mo turned around and prepared to go back, just as Fu Wenduo turned around. The two of them looked at each other in the air, and were both stunned. The next second, Tang Mo suppressed the complex and strange emotions in his heart with absolute rationality, which could not be described in words. Both of them were silent for a moment, and Tang Mo said first, "It should be time to go." After a while, Fu Wenduo nodded and said, "Yeah." Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo, Damn, what is going on? Li Miaomia and Zhao Xiaofei didn't understand what happened between Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. The four of them stood on the wide platform, waiting for the Black Tower to end the game. Li Miaomia's injury was caused by herself. Tang Mo squatted down to help apply medicine and check. Fu Wenduo stood aside, looking down at the back of Tang Mo's head. Slowly, he frowned, as if thinking about something. The powerful and strange associative ability reminded Fu Wenduo of one thing, but he quickly denied it. He shouldn't know my birthday. 5 minutes later, Tang Mo stood up. Compared with the embarrassing suggestion of the Clock of Truth, he was more concerned at this moment. We haven't left the game yet. Everyone also felt strange. Zhao Xiaofei, hasn't the game been completed? Schrödinger directed the middle-aged butler to move the steel materials and ignored them. The four players waited on the platform for another 5 minutes, and a pungent stench came from a distance. This familiar smell made all the players look forward vigilantly, and saw a shabby old man in ragged clothes stumbling over from a distance. Smelling this smell, The middle-aged butler ran over excitedly. When the old man approached, Schrödinger jumped on his head with a proud look. The old man lowered his head obediently, and woofed at Schrödinger. Before everyone could come to their senses, the old man handed a small pink lace parasol to Schrödinger. No one noticed when Schrödinger handed the small parasol to the old man. Schrödinger threw the parasol to Tang Mo. Tang Mo took the parasol, weighed it, and found that there was no change at all. The only change was, Tang Mo, why is there a big gem on the umbrella handle? Schrödinger snorted. If it weren't for the game rewards stipulated by the Black Tower, a shameless human like you would never get the props made by my great Lord Schrödinger in your next life. I know you are very moved now, so moved that you want to cry, but for the great Lord Schrödinger, making a small broken umbrella like yours is simply a disgrace to my reputation as an inventor. Get out of here, and never appear in front of me again. A crisp child's voice sounded at the right time. Ding! Players Fu and Duo and Tang Mo successfully completed Schrödinger's hide-and-seek game, and successfully cleared the 4th floor of the Black Tower, normal mode. Ding! Player Li Miaomiu successfully cleared the 3rd floor of the Black Tower, normal mode. Ding! Player Zhao Xiaofei successfully cleared the 2nd floor of the Black Tower, normal mode. The next second, a dazzling white light lit up in front of everyone. When Tang Mo opened his eyes again, the three of them had returned to the bottom of the Black Tower next to the Forbidden City in Beijing. The three of them did not hesitate. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo each held the seriously injured and weakly Miao Miao on one side, and prepared to leave this eye-catching place. But this time, Tang Mo had just taken 2 steps, when he suddenly stopped. Fu Wenduo also stopped and turned to look at the huge Black Tower behind him in surprise. Li Miaomia's body froze, and she turned her head to look at the black giant tower that was flashing colorful light, and her pupils trembled. Successfully cleared the 4th floor of the Black Tower. Ding! Huaxia District 3 player Mu Huaxiu successfully cleared the 4th floor of the Black Tower. Ding! Huaxia District 3 player Mu Huaxiu successfully cleared the 4th floor of the Black Tower. After the global broadcast 3 times, the colorful light did not stop, because immediately afterwards, no one expected that the Black Tower would broadcast 2 more pieces of news in a row. Ding! Huaxia District 1 stowaway Fu Wenduo, official player Tang Mo successfully cleared the 4th floor of the Black Tower. Ding! European District 1 official players Lena Chapahos, Tongda Visek successfully cleared the 4th floor of the Black Tower. 2 pieces of news in a row caught global players off guard. However, after this, it is the real beginning. Ding! Version update notification. On May 18, 2018, Black Tower 4.0 will be launched soon. Everything ended unexpectedly. As soon as the voice fell, the flashing Black Tower returned to calm. But then, the whole world was boiling instantly. Ordinary players, who didn't know the truth, were nervous about the new version. Players who knew the existence of the Invisible Man, and even knew the time rankings, looked at the Black Tower silently. Shanghai, Moscow, New York, Tokyo, London. The cities have long been deserted, and there are very few surviving humans. However, they knew that the human population would soon experience a huge increase. After a short period of growth, the population would drop sharply again or settle down. No one knew. Russia, Moscow Red Square. A burly man in a thick coat smashed a handsome young man with gray hair against the wall. A huge hole was instantly smashed into the wall by the man. The young man's face was full of fear. He was so scared that he used his hands and feet to crawl back. The big man, like a black bear, walked towards him step by step. A golden number was suspended on the neck of the young man, a 5-digit number. 93,134. Impossible. Why are there such powerful humans on Earth? Aren't you all pigs? The burly man grabbed the collar of the gray-haired young man roughly, and smashed him against the wall again. Soon he was ready to hit him again, but the huge gap in strength made the young man no longer have the idea of fighting back. He threw away the sharp poison knife in his hand, hugged the big man's legs, and cried for mercy. The big man stopped punching, and he was silent for a long time. A hoarse and dull voice came from the thick coat. You said that if you kill the Chinese woman ranked first on the list, you can revive a person? The gray-haired young man cried. Yes, if you kill the player ranked first in the time ranking, you can revive anyone who died in the dungeon. I told you everything I know. Please spare my life. Please. The tall and strong man did not move again. After half a minute, he turned and left. But just when the gray-haired young man was relieved, a violent fist hit him in the face. The handsome young man opened his beautiful eyes wide, and before the lucky expression on his face faded, his head was smashed into blood by the fist. The big man wiped the blood off on his clothes and slowly walked out of the small building. There were 3 bodies in the alley next to the small building, and it seemed that they had just died not long ago. They opened their eyes blankly and looked at the sky, with a green wound on their necks. One knife killed him. Beijing, Forbidden City. Tang Mo's eyes darkened. In order to save time, Fu Wenduo carried Li Miao, and the 3 of them found a hidden place to stop. Li Miao, my injury is almost healed, and I will be able to move freely in half an hour. I want to go back to the base and find the leader. Tang Mo nodded. We will go to Tianxian tomorrow. Li Miao, okay. The 3 of them parted ways in this small building. Soon, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo found Chen Shanshan and Jax, who were hiding. Chen Shanshan said as soon as they met, "How are you? Are you not injured?" The girl carefully observed Tang Mo and the others, and found that they did not seem to be seriously injured. She breathed a sigh of relief, and then her expression became serious again. Mu Huishua has cleared the 4th floor of the Black Tower. The 4.0 version in 7 days is likely to be related to the Invisible Man. Brother Tang, Major Fu, how was your tower attack game this time? Did you collect any useful information? Tang Mo opened his mouth and planned to tell Chen Shanshan in detail what he had encountered this time. However, he suddenly stopped, and a sentence rang in his mind. Tang Mo's face flushed instantly, and he suppressed this embarrassment very rationally, and said calmly, "This tower attack game is a 4-person copy, but we encountered a Black Tower monster in it, and he disguised himself as a player and mixed in with us. He is the leader of the weird circus, Greya Sex." Chen Shanshan was shocked. The leader of the weird circus? Tang Mo nodded and said, "Yes, the leader of the weird circus. His name is Greya, and his strength is very terrifying." Next, Tang Mo carefully recounted the dungeon they encountered this time. The 2 people in front of him were both trustworthy, so Tang Mo did not hide anything. He needed Chen Shanshan to help him with some matters. With the existence of the super intelligence thinking ability, maybe Chen Shanshan could guess something from the details. After listening, Chen Shanshan asked, "Major Fu's ability is indeed very important, Brother Tang. It would be best if you could know that note." What did the Clock of Truth answer? Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo, Chen Shanshan noticed something was wrong. Jax, who was very nervous, said, "Hurry up. Tang, your ability is so great. Don't worry, I will never tell anyone, not even Dr. Luo. Hurry up and take Fu's ability, it's too important." How did this person, who couldn't read the atmosphere, survive until now? Chapter 167. Tang Mo said calmly, "The last method is not feasible." His expression was very calm, and he did not show the embarrassment he felt when he was asked by Jax. Among the 4 people present, only Jax did not notice Tang Mo's meaning. Chen Shanshan was silent for a moment, and tried to ask, "Not feasible?" Fu Wenduo, "Yes, not feasible." Chen Shanshan said, "Okay, then, there is only the second method, taking away all the props and not giving them to Major Fu to use. But I don't recommend this method. For us now, it is more useful to get the actual items than to understand the meaning of the uncertain supernatural power note. If it was just 1 or 2 items, it would be fine, but what was taken away were all of Fu Wenduo's items, and there were several rare quality items among them." The little girl said without hesitation, "Brother Tang, what do you think?" Chen Shanshan didn't know the existence of turkey egg Momo. If Tang Mo took away Fu Wenduo's archiver, he couldn't guarantee whether the turkey egg could be used again in the future. The role of the archiver is too great. Tang Mo can't take risks with it. Tang Mo, well, we don't need to consider this issue for the time being. Fu Wenduo's eyes drifted to Tang Mo, and quickly retracted. The way to learn the truth about the Black Tower world from Fu Wenduo's supernatural power is almost cut off. Tang Mo can't kill Fu Wenduo, nor can he take away all his props. Fu Wenduo will have more props in the future, and he is even less likely to do so. The Clock of Truth will not lie, so there is only the third way left. Tang Mo thought for a long time. He closed his eyes and sighed softly. When we returned to Earth, the Black Tower announced that a new version would be launched on May 18th, which is 7 days later. The matter of taking away Fu Wen's supernatural power was put aside for the time being, and everyone became serious and began to talk about the new version update of the Black Tower next week. Chen Shanshan, the new version must be related to the Invisible Man. The chosen people got the news from the monsters in the Black Tower, and the monsters in the Black Tower recommended that we should attack the tower. This time, in addition to Brother Tang and Major Fu, there are also players in Europe who have conquered the 4th floor of the Black Tower. But unfortunately, our speed is slower than Mu Huishua. After a pause, she said, although Brother Tang was delayed a little because he asked Schrödinger to help him make new props. Mu Huixiu had almost cleared the 4th floor of the Black Tower last month, and she was delayed longer. And more importantly, will it affect us if the Invisible Man clears the 4th floor of the Black Tower first? The warning of the Black Tower boss cannot be groundless. The 4th floor of the Black Tower seems to be a very important floor. If you clear it first, you may get some special treatment. Unfortunately, the survivors on Earth can no longer know. Tang Yimou thought for a while. There are still 7 days. You will return to Shanghai tomorrow night. Jax was stunned. Return to Shanghai? Tang Yimou, yes. Tomorrow we will go to Tianxian and exchange the intelligence we have. Tianxian is the largest smuggling organization in Beijing. They must have more intelligence information than us. The new version is coming soon. Now no one knows the attitude of the Invisible Man towards the survivors. Before we are sure of the other party's attitude, Tianxian will not turn against us. Ruan Wanshu can let Li Miaomiu follow Tang Yimou and the others to attack the tower. Li Miaomiu took the initiative to stand up at the critical moment and risked her life to help Tang Yimou transfer his wounds. The people in this organization can be trusted for the time being. After you get the information, take this information back to Shanghai and communicate with Luofeng City. There are many organizations in Shanghai, but none of them are as powerful as Tianxian. Luofeng City may be very dangerous. Jax nodded lightly, but he said, Shanshan will not go with me. Tang Yimou was slightly startled. What? Jax touched the back of his head. It had been almost half a month since he came to Beijing, and this big fool just remembered one thing. He actually forgot what Luo Fengcheng had specifically told him before he left. Dr. Luo said that Shanshan will team up with you and won't have to go back to attack. Her abilities can only be put to good use with you. Hey, didn't I say that? As he said that, he turned his head and looked at the short-haired girl who was kept in the dark and looked confused. Shanshan, didn't I say that? Oh, I tell you now. Shin Shanshan, Tang Yimou, Is it really okay to be so casual? After summarizing the current situation, everyone took a rest and prepared to go to Tianxian the next day. It was just in time to pick up Brother Fu. Tang Yimou had just turned around and hadn't taken a few steps when Shin Shanshan called him, Brother Tang. Tang Yimou turned around and looked down at the thin girl. Shin Shanshan looked calm. She was only 15 years old, but she was as calm as an adult. Your ability is to copy other people's abilities, so... Do you have my ability? Tang Yimou was silent for a moment, and said, Sorry, I got your ability when I was in the City University of Science and Technology, but I didn't tell you. Shin Shanshan, what are the limitations of my ability? Tang Yimou, it's called super intelligence thinking, which can improve your wisdom. For anything, your judgment will be more accurate, with an upper limit of 50%. That is to say, any speculation you make has a maximum probability of being correct of 50%. This is a very powerful ability, but as a price, your physical strength will not be improved at all. Shin Shanshan was not surprised at all. She smiled helplessly and said, No wonder I passed 2 levels of the Black Tower and went through many copies. I felt that my mind was more agile, but my physical strength never increased. The little girl did not blame Tang Yimou for secretly copying her ability. Instead, she blinked and said, Brother Tang, if you told me earlier, the teacher would not force me to do hellish training. Although Luo Fengcheng later found that these exercises were useless to Shin Shanshan, the little girl didn't even grow a muscle. Tang Yimou smiled. Only at this time can you see that she is still a child. Shin Shanshan suddenly said, Before Jax leaves, copy his superpowers. Tang Yimou, ? Shin Shanshan was very serious. She was Jax's teammate 5 minutes ago, but now she has become Tang Yimou's teammate. The little girl unceremoniously helped Tang Yimou to dig a hole for Jax. Yes, Brother Tang, don't forget that good things should be kept within the family. His superpowers are also very powerful. Jax, who was running to a small store to find food, suddenly shuddered, not knowing that he had been calculated by the former brain of the attack organization. The night was dark, and because of the sudden update notification of the Black Tower, the calm surface of Beijing was turbulent. Tang Yimou did not rest. He took the newly made small parasol to an open space to test the new weapon. The sound of breaking wind sounded again, and the small parasol opened with a click, and then its owner silently chanted a spell, and closed it over and over again. This umbrella is lighter and more convenient than before. The round umbrella head is like a sharp blade, splitting everything in front of it, cutting iron like mud, and the wide umbrella surface is very tough. Tang Yimou tried a few times, and his eyes were focused on the huge red gem on the umbrella handle. Tang Mo stroked the strange gem, and after a few seconds, lines of small words appeared on the small umbrella. Props, Grandma Wolf's small umbrella, Schrödinger upgraded version. Owner, Tang Mo. Quality, rare fake. Level, level 3. Attack power, extremely strong. Function, super strong defense, super hard umbrella surface, extremely sharp umbrella tip. Open the small umbrella can be used as a defensive object. Close the small umbrella can be used as an offensive object. Because it is inlaid with the tears of the Little Mermaid, it has a certain mysterious effect. This effect is automatically triggered after the owner discovers its principle. Restriction. When using the small parasol, you must shout. Little Red Riding Hood energy, magic girl transformation. Note. The girlish heart of the wolf grandmother, crossed out. Shameless. Your Excellency Schrödinger will never make props for you in the next life. Ah, the great Excellency Schrödinger will leave. Tang Mo, This is the first time Tang Mo has seen this kind of Black Tower prop with hidden functions. All Black Tower props will explain their functions and limitations in detail. He thought about it, and guessed that Schrödinger deliberately concealed the new effect of this small parasol as revenge. Touching the smooth red gem on the umbrella handle, Tang Mo muttered, "Is this the tears of the Little Mermaid? Every tear shed by the Little Mermaid will turn into pearls." A low and pleasant male voice suddenly sounded from behind. Tang Mo turned his head in surprise. Fu Wenduo completed the next sentence. But in the world of the Black Tower, Schrödinger is a little black cat, so it is not impossible that the tears of the Little Mermaid are rubies. The two of them looked at each other in the air. Tang Mo put the small parasol on his waist with his backhand and asked calmly, "Xiaosheng has been in Tianxian all the time. Is he okay?" Fu Wenduo frowned. He was a little dissatisfied with the image of his brother in Tang Mo's mind that he was simple and easy to bully. He decided to reveal the truth and hinted, "He is not as obedient as you think. He went to Tianxian, and Li Miaomio attacked the tower with us." It seemed to be an exchange, but in fact, he was also taking the opportunity to observe the situation inside Tianxian. If there is a problem, he will escape by himself. Tang Mo didn't notice Fu Wenduo's hint, and nodded. "Ron Wangshu doesn't look like that kind of person. I remember when we first met, you were also testing a certain item." Tang Mo instantly understood what Fu Wenduo meant, and his face turned black. Mario's stinky hat. When they first met, face to face, he was so stupid that he didn't notice that there was someone hiding next to him, and he bumped into the wall 3 times in front of Fu Wenduo. Tang Mo pulled out a small parasol, and said lightly, "New weapon, help me test it." Fu Wenduo noticed the change in Tang Mo's attitude and raised his eyebrows. "Okay." The next second, the pink parasol split the air with a swish and stabbed straight at Fu Wenduo's face. Tang Mo's attack was not restrained at all, it was strong and violent, and the parasol stabbed Fu Wenduo's vital points every time. Fu Wenduo did not dare to be careless, and slid a black knife from his sleeve. The sharp blade hit the tip of the parasol, making a metallic collision sound. Tang Mo took a look and found that the tip of the parasol was not cut, only a white mark appeared. He looked up and asked, "A rare item?" Fu Wenduo, "An item that can pierce a hole in the circus leader." The two laughed together, and attacked again. In terms of fighting skills alone, Tang Mo is really no match for Fu Wenduo. But Fu Wenduo needs to be careful when using the dagger, and not touch Tang Mo. Because this dagger will definitely leave a serious injury if it pierces Tang Mo, so he seems a little timid. The two fought back and forth, and there was a piece of gravel on the ground. A cold knife light pierced Tang Mo's eyes, and Fu Wenduo's dagger came straight at him. Tang Mo subconsciously opened his small parasol, and blocked the attack with the umbrella. Fu Wenduo quickly retracted his attack, and stopped the blade when it was about to pierce the small parasol. Fu Wenduo, "I'm not sure if it will pierce this umbrella." Tang Mo also put away the small parasol, and stopped fighting. He asked, "What props do you have?" Tang Mo's tone was very natural when he asked this question. With their personalities, even if they are teammates, they will be reserved and will not tell everything. For example, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo knew each other before, but they had kept it a secret from Fu Xiaodi until now, and they subconsciously didn't say anything. But Tang Mo asked this question as a matter of course, and didn't think there was anything wrong, as if there shouldn't be any secrets between the two of them. Fu Wenduo noticed this and curled his lips. 3 rare quality props, 6 excellent ones, and some others. The rare ones are the turkey egg Momo, this dagger, and a pass to the underground kingdom. Tang Mo, I also have 3 turkey egg Momo, King's gold coin, and Black Tower's infinite improbability pocket watch. What's the use of the underground kingdom pass? Fu Wenduo, clear any 3 non-attack tower games. Tang Mo, 3 games. 3 games. Black Tower. Open your eyes, and see clearly, this is a stowaway, and the world's largest stowaway leader. Is it really okay for you to give him such an awesome prop? Tang Mo suddenly felt that compared with this amazing pass, his gold coins were really weak. Seeing Tang Mo's changing expression, Fu Wenduo kindly added, but the props obtained by completing the game are of excellent quality at most, and there is only one. Tang Mo, Okay, stop talking. After this, the strange atmosphere between the two people caused by the words of the Clock of Truth disappeared completely. Tang Mo took the small parasol, and the two walked back together. After the earth went online, without the dazzling lights of the city, the stars in the sky gradually increased. Tang Mo looked up at the Milky Way that he hadn't seen for a long time, paused for a moment, and said softly, even if there is no Momo, the pass is very important. He would not take the pass away, because it was something Fu Wenduo had experienced life and death to get. But if so, he might not be able to get Fu Wenduo's ability. Tang Mo calmed down and made up his mind. I should not be able to get your ability. We should check the truth of the Black Tower from other places, and there is no need to rush now. Why can't I get it? Tang Mo stopped for a moment, and looked at the man beside him in astonishment. Fu Wenduo put his hands in his pockets, smiled at him, and said calmly, aren't there 3 ways? You can't kill me, because Momo is here, and the second way won't work either. But there is a third way. Make love. These 2 words rang in the minds of the 2 people at the same time. But neither of them said it out loud. Tang Mo's eyes were fixed on Fu Wenduo's face, as if he wanted to see what this person was thinking from his expression. They are both homosexuals and like men. Tang Mo knew this when he and Fu Wenduo were hiding in the warehouse, and Tang Mo touched Fu Wenduo's abdominal muscles. Since there is no problem with sexual orientation, there is no essential contradiction. The Clock of Truth will not lie. As long as they do it once, Tang Mo can get Fu Wenduo's ability and improve his own strength. They may also know some information about the Black Tower. But, Tang Mo smiled, there is no need to sell yourself for the Black Tower. As he said, he turned his head, and continued to walk forward. Fu Wenduo's solemn voice sounded behind him. What if it is not selling yourself? Chapter 168. The rustling sound of the wind passed through the tall buildings, swaying the trees on both sides of the open space. Tang Mo's body froze. He slowly turned around and looked at the man who was standing there without moving. Fu Wenduo smiled at him. His eyes were calm, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. The two looked at each other from a distance, and no one spoke. Suddenly, grinding sugar. The deep male voice made Tang Mo's heart tremble suddenly. He raised his eyes, and looked at the tall man. The next second, he seemed to realize something. His eyes slightly widened, and something suddenly exploded in his heart. Countless scenes flashed before his eyes. The first time they met in the underground parking lot in Shanghai, the first time they entered the dungeon together, started the tower attack game, and now they are teaming up. Wait, is it earlier? Tang Mo was startled and suddenly looked at Fu Wenduo in surprise. Was it the whack-a-mole game with Grandma Wolf, or the first time they talked through the turkey egg Momo? Or, when exactly was it? Fu Wenduo stared at Tang Mo steadily, looking at the black-haired young man's surprised and thoughtful expression. Fu Wenduo pursed his lips. He moved his body and wanted to move forward, but before he took this step, he had already withdrawn his movement involuntarily. He was actually a little unable to move. Tang Mo closed his eyes and twisted his long eyebrows. After a long time, he smiled softly. When he opened his eyes and looked at Fu Wenduo again, Tang Mo's eyes were open and his expression was calm. He heard himself laughing and asking back, if it's not selling my body, then what is it? If you want to get Fu Wenduo's ability and get the full meaning of that note, you have to go to bed. But if having sex is not for getting the ability, then what is it for? Tang Mo stared at Fu Wenduo closely. This question made Fu Wenduo quiet down instantly, and he couldn't answer for a while. The moonlight gently enveloped Tang Mo's body. This tall and thin young man was wearing a thin white t-shirt and smiled at himself. Those eyes seemed to speak, and seemed to be examining him. As long as he spoke, Tang Mo could get some clues and discover something. What is he looking for? This sentence suddenly flashed through Fu Wenduo's mind. The strong tacit understanding and the understanding of this person almost close to the bones and blood made Fu Wenduo put himself in Tang Mo's perspective in an instant and think about the problem Tang Mo was thinking about now. It was like really touching this person's thinking. Every tremor in the soul was very familiar, and every breath understood the other party's intention. Then suddenly, Fu Wenduo was stunned. His dark eyes slowly widened, and in the cold night wind, Fu Wenduo's voice was full of laughter. He asked, yes, It's not selling yourself. What is it for? The next morning, Qin Shanshan led the confused Jax to Tang Imo and said calmly, Brother Tang, we will go to Tianxian in a while, and then Jax will part ways with us there. Try first to see if you can take away Jax's ability. His ability is a physical enhancement type, which greatly improves his strength, speed, and reaction ability. Jax didn't think too much about it. He learned about Tang Mo's ability yesterday. He and Tang Imo are friends. After Tang Imo copied his ability, it would not have any effect on him, so he didn't care. Yes, Tang, you try it. My ability may not be as strong as Major Fu in Shanshan, but it is still good in our attack in Shanghai. Tang Imo and Fu Wenduo practiced outside the small building all night, and did not come back. At this moment, the two stood together, and Tang Imo thought, Okay, Jax, do you have any props to show us? If it is an important prop that needs to be kept secret, you don't have to take it out. For example, for rare props like the turkey egg Momo that can kill people at a critical moment, it is reasonable for Jax to keep some. Your superpower is quite strong. If I take away a little of your stuff, I may not be able to copy your superpower. So I think I need to take away one of your props. Jax nodded, took his backpack over, and poured out everything inside. Looking at the things on the ground, the tall and sturdy foreign man scratched his head and laughed dryly. I came to Beijing in a hurry this time. So, I didn't bring anything, only a few more important weapons. Yes, I only brought the important ones. But Tang, I usually fight with my fists, rarely with props, so I don't have many props. Tang Imo, Fu Wenduo, Qin Shanshan, This is not just not many, this is only two. Compared with ordinary players, Jack's props are already very few, not to mention Tang Imo. Who would have thought that a high-level player, who has passed the second floor of the Black Tower, and is about to challenge the third floor of the Black Tower only has two props? Tang Imo picked up a small golden axe from the ground. This was a golden axe that looked very valuable, but Tang Imo soon discovered that it was not made of gold. He weighed it, felt the texture, and looked at Jax in surprise. Is it made of glass? Jax nodded. Tang Imo knocked on the axe handle twice, and lines of small words appeared on the axe. Item: I am not a golden axe, glass axe. Owner: Jax. Quality: trash. Level: level 2. Attack power: very weak / very strong. Function: a golden lay glass axe that looks very valuable, but is actually very shabby. It seems that it can't cut anything at all, and it can only be cut by anything. However, when facing something that seems impossible to cut, it may play an unexpected role. The law of causality works. It can't cut things that can be cut theoretically, but it can cut things that can't be cut theoretically. Limitations: it is extremely unstable. Sometimes it can't cut things that can't be cut theoretically. After failing to cut things 10 times in a row, the axe will break by itself. Note: ha ha ha, I didn't expect it. The river god showed a wicked smile. Compared to this strange axe, Jax's other prop looked much more ordinary. It was 5-pointed feather darts. The white feathers were inserted diagonally on the sharp darts, and Qin Shanshan checked the functional descriptions of the 5 darts. Props: 5 dipides darts. Owner: Jax. Quality: excellent. Level: level 3. Attack power: strong. Function: the object shot by the dart will start running and must run 40.2 kilometers before it can stop. Restrictions: as long as it is in the running state, it is okay, and the running route of the object is not restricted. Note: produced by the great Mr. Schrödinger, it is similar to the red dancing shoes that Little Red Riding Hood wanted to buy the most. After checking the properties of the two props, everyone fell into deep thought. Tang Imo looked at Jax strangely, and Jax didn't understand why. Jax's props were indeed pitifully few. In addition to the fact that he was born without props luck and always couldn't get good props, there was another reason: that he didn't like to rely on props. Jax believed in his fists. He always fought with his hands. He would give some unimportant props to Luo Fengcheng and let the organization keep them. Tang Imo, Luo Fengcheng refused to accept these two props, and asked you to use them yourself? Jax was surprised. Tang, how did you know? Did Dr. Luo even tell you this? Of course Luo Fengcheng didn't tell Tang Imo about this, but they could guess it. Qin Shanshan pondered. These two props look a bit strange, but once they are used well, they will produce unexpected effects. Especially the first prop. Each causal prop is very unnatural, not controlled by anything. Even the Black Tower can't reverse the causal law. Jax, no, you think too much. It's just a rotten axe. I used it to chop things 4 times, and it couldn't cut anything. Tang Imo showed a dull expression for the first time, You said you used it to chop 4 times? Jax: Yes, my Black Tower level 2 game was in a big forest with a lot of trees. I couldn't walk at all, so I wanted to chop trees with an axe. Ah, why are you looking at me like this? Is there anything wrong? Everyone: Luofeng City shouldn't have given you this prop, Tang Mo said seriously. Jax, I have to tell you, now I want to take one of your props. I tend to take this junk quality axe. I think it's more likely that I get your superpowers if I take it. Tang Mo looked at Chen Shanshan, who nodded in agreement. Jax: Okay, take it. I give it to you. Tang Mo was about to tell Jax that this axe was actually a very powerful item. If used properly, it was no less than a rare item. Unexpectedly, Jax suddenly spoke, and Tang Mo was stunned. He looked down at the axe. The small golden words on the axe slowly changed. Props. I am not the glass axe of the golden axe. Owner: Tang Mo. After a moment: Jex, this is a very important prop. Jex said without thinking, but it is useless in my hand. Tang Mo was speechless for a moment. He could not refute. Jex looked at Tang Mo's face, and asked Chen Shanshan strangely if he had said something wrong. The little girl did not know how to answer. Tang Mo smiled, shook his head, and prepared to find a good quality prop to return to Jax. Before he stretched out his hand, he saw a hand sliding in front of him. Tang Mo looked along the slender hand, and saw Fu Wenduo handing a large kitchen knife to Jax. Jax looked at him in confusion. Fu Wenduo said calmly, Bluebeard's kitchen knife, excellent quality. It's very simple to use. Just use it to chop people. Its function is extremely sharp. Jax was surprised and said, This knife is tailor-made for me, thank you, Fu. Fu Wenduo looked down at Tang Mo. Did you get his superpowers? Tang Mo stared at Fu Wenduo in a daze. Fu Wenduo raised his lips. Tang Mo? Tang Mo took out the supernatural book from the air and opened it. He smiled and said, Yes, I got it. The most important thing has been done. Tang Mo and his 4 friends set off for the base of the chosen organization. Along the way, Jax was very excited to chop with a big kitchen knife to try the feel. He was very happy. This kind of prop is the most useful. This is the first time I have seen such a useful weapon. The kitchen knife seems to be really good with Jax. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo walked in front, while Chen Shanshan and Jax walked behind. Jax, who was a bit nervous, was fascinated by his newly acquired top quality props and didn't think anything was unusual. The short-haired girl looked at the 2 men walking in front and slowly narrowed her eyes. Tang Mo also had high-quality props, and there were quite a few. He also had weapons, which might not be as suitable for Jax as this kitchen knife, but they could definitely be used by Jax. But Tang Mo took away Jax's props, and Fu Wenduo returned them. It's not impossible. We are all teammates, so there is really no need to distinguish between us. But these 2 people took it for granted. Chen Shanshan touched her ear. Is she too sensitive? Well, I think I'm overthinking. At noon, the 4 arrived at the 80th middle school. Lien Yuzhen leaned against the school gate and looked down at the ground. Seeing them coming, the beautiful long-haired actress glanced at them lightly and said in a low voice, Let's go, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Tang Mo immediately noticed. Is there something wrong? Lien Yuzhen paused. Yeah. We caught a transparent man this morning. He wanted to attack Fu Wensheng, but we caught him. Perhaps because the Black Tower preview was updated to version 4.0, the invisible man has not disappeared until now. He was tied up in the classroom and tortured, and he said a lot of new information. Fu Wenduo raised his eyes. How is Fu Wensheng? Lien Yuzhen said unhappily. He is not dead, he is alive and kicking. Fu Wenduo keenly noticed a hint of abnormality in Lien Yuzhen's tone, and he raised his eyebrows. What happened to Fu Wensheng? Lien Yuzhen, we know when we get there. The invisible man said some useful information. You guys are too slow. Tang Mo did waste some time to get Jax's ability. The 5 of them continued to move forward. Suddenly, Fu Wenduo stopped and looked back. At the same time, Tang Mo suddenly reached into Jax's pocket. Jax was so shocked that he didn't react at all. Tang Mo had already taken out the dart that Jax had just put in his pocket. With a whoosh, he flicked his wrist and threw it towards a sycamore tree. Buzz, the sharp dart penetrated the tree trunk, making a sound of piercing flesh. Everyone immediately came to their senses. The man behind the tree paused for half a second, then took a step and started running on the spot. A gnashing sound came from behind the tree. The baby-faced young man in a white jacket was so angry that his face turned red. He didn't expect that he would appear again in this posture. He trotted under the tree, and the disgusting smile on his face disappeared for the first time. Bai Ruoyao stared at Tang Yimou intently. The next second, he simply kicked his feet and rushed straight towards Tang Yimou. Tang Yimou, I will kill you. Next time we meet, I will definitely kill you. Chapter 169. Bai Dipai's darts will cause the target to run uncontrollably for 40.2 kilometers. This is a causal prop, which looks very powerful, but is actually a bit useless. When used in a real fight, the enemy is already in a state of dodging and running. As long as the state is adjusted in time, it will be useless. Bai Ruoyao obviously adapted to this strange prop in an instant. The silver butterfly knife was like a flying leaf, stabbing Tang Mo's vitals with each strike, and the movement was extremely fast. Tang Yimou didn't dare to be careless. After not seeing each other for half a month, Bai Ruoyao's strength has improved again. He is faster and stronger. Tang Yimou opened the small parasol with a click, and heard the slender butterfly knife making a metal collision and friction sound on the umbrella's surface. These two butterfly knives actually left a white scratch on the reinforced small parasol. Bai Ruoyao raised the corner of his lips. Tang Tang, your umbrella is not bad. A black shadow flashed by, and Bai Ruoyao immediately blocked the attack with a butterfly knife. He slid back several meters, raised his head, and stared at Fu Wenduo. From Tang Yimou shooting the dart to Bai Ruoyao attacking, all this happened in just 3 seconds. Although Bai Ruoyao was a psychopath, he was not a fool. With a smile on his face, he looked at Tang Yimou and Fu Wenduo, then at Qin Shanshan and the other two. There was a faint light in his eyes, looking at the deathly aura of the 5 people. He chuckled, you have so many people, bullying me alone. Lian Yuzhen crossed her arms. I won't interfere with your business. But besides Lian Yuzhen, there are 4 others. Fu Wenduo and Jax couldn't watch Bai Ruoyao attack Tang Yimou casually. Especially Jax, he glared at Bai Ruoyao viciously. The baby-faced young man noticed his angry gaze and blinked. Do I know you, the big guy over there? Don't look at me with such passionate eyes, I'm not gay. Jax gritted his teeth. Bai Ruoyao. Bai Ruoyao raised his eyebrows. Do you know me? Jax certainly knew Bai Ruoyao, but Bai Ruoyao didn't know him. Bai Ruoyao had countless enemies in Shanghai. In that unforgettable gathering copy by Shanghai players, although Jax didn't lose the game because of Bai Ruoyao, he also suffered a lot indirectly. Only a madman would do something that hurts others, and does not benefit himself. Jax didn't hate Bai Ruoyao, but he hated him very much. Bai Ruoyao muttered, I'm so popular, and the smile on his face became even brighter. You didn't come here to kill me this time. Bai Ruoyao paused and looked at Tang Yimou. Don't want to kill you. Tang Yimou put away his small parasol, not worried about Bai Ruoyao's sudden attack. Although you have a weird personality, you are not a fool and will not die. You attacked me when I was alone, and we fought alone, you had a chance of winning. But there are so many people now, even if you really kill me, you can't leave alive. Bai Ruoyao deliberately exaggerated. Wow, so I thought so. And this is the first time I know it, Tang Tang. Tang Yimou ignored the man's crazy act and said coldly, Bai Ruoyao, what do you want to do here? Bai Ruoyao, I'm taking a walk. No one believed his lies. Bai Ruoyao said seriously and smiled. I was taking a walk and accidentally saw Tang Tang and Major Fu. We are old friends. It's been a long time since we last met. Of course, I wanted to come up and say hello when I saw you. Bai Ruoyao pulled the dart off his shoulder without changing his expression. He didn't return it to Tang Yimou, but put it in his pocket very naturally. However, this item will become an ordinary dart after being used once, so Tang Yimou did not stop him. A deep male voice sounded. Yesterday, Black Tower announced that a new version will be updated soon. Bai Ruoyao turned his head and looked at the calm man. Fu Wenduo glanced at the baby-faced young man and said firmly, You are worried about this update. Bai Ruoyao paused for half a second and suddenly laughed. Ah, so that's what I thought. This is the first time I know it. Thank you, Major Fu. Any confrontation seemed to be useless in front of this baby-faced young man who pretended to be stupid. Tang Yimou narrowed his eyes and stared at Bai Ruoyao. After a moment, he looked up at Fu Wenduo. The two looked at each other. Fu Wenduo shook his head at him. Tang Yimou pursed his lips, then turned around and walked away, not intending to waste time on this person. Bai Ruoyao saw this and shouted, Hey Tang Tang, don't you want to kill me? Tang Yimou continued to walk without looking back. If there was a chance to kill this person, Tang Yimou would certainly not be soft-hearted. But he and Fu Wenduo agreed that Bai Ruoyao's strength had grown again. No one knew where this person had improved his strength from. But if they really wanted to kill him by force, Bai Ruoyao might be able to escape, and they would also expose a lot of their cards. This is the base camp of Tianxian, and Lian Yuzhen is next to it. There are many opportunities to kill Bai Ruoyao, but now is not the time. The crowd walked a little further, and a helpless voice with a smile sounded from behind. What if I say that I have information about Mu Huishue? Tang Mo stopped and turned his head in surprise. The butterfly knife swung a beautiful knife flower in the air, and was put into the sleeve in the blink of an eye. The baby-faced young man, with a bright smile, blinked at Tang Mo. I said, I know Mu Huishue. Fu Wensheng heard that he would meet Tang Mo and his eldest brother today, and his mood was very complicated. These days, he replaced Li Miaomu in the Tianxian organization and helped Wan Washu and others to heal their wounds. He was a little afraid of the Tianquan stowaways, but he had to live under someone else's roof. However, leaving Tianxian would see Fu Wenduo. Just out of the tiger's den, into the wolf's den. The kid muttered to himself in frustration. Maybe his brother is even more cruel than the chosen one. There was a knock on the door, outside the classroom, and Fu Wensheng was startled, subconsciously looking at Wan Wanshu, who was sitting at the end of the classroom. The sickly pale boy nodded at him, and Fu Wensheng walked over silently to open the door. When he saw Tang Mo and others, he was happy and nervous, and timidly called out, Big brother. After Fu Wenduo nodded, Fu's eyes turned and suddenly saw the smiling psychopath standing at the back of the crowd. Fu Wensheng was surprised. Ah, why is it you? This kid in Tang Mo's team was always bullied by Bai Ruoyu. The baby-faced young man imitated Fu's stunned look and exaggeratedly acted. Ah, why is it me? He guess. Fu Wensheng snorted, and was about to turn around and enter the classroom, when he suddenly realized. Why are you running in place? Bai Ruoyu's smile froze. None of Tang Mo's people are good. Lian Yuzheng told Wan Wanshu about Bai Ruoyu. Wan Wanshu looked at Bai Ruoyu warily, and allowed him to exchange information. Wan Wanshu, yes, you can. You tell me first, who is Mu Huishue? Bai Ruoyu narrowed his eyes. Why should I tell you first? Wan Wanshu said calmly, because you need us. Bai Ruoyu made an exaggerated expression, and Wan Wanshu repeated, if you don't want to cooperate, you can leave here, Mr. Bai. Bai Ruoyu laughed and said to Tang Mo, Tang, you see he bullies me. Tang Mo was too lazy to look at him. Bai Ruoyu was still smiling, but his cold eyes were fixed on the pale boy. After a moment, he spread his hands. Who made me have a good temper? Mu Huishue, 25 years old this year, from Guangzhou. She just returned to China 2 years ago. She is very good at martial arts, and is quite famous in the circle. I met her in Moscow. She is a very beautiful woman. Tang Mo, then what? That's it. Everyone, Wan Wanshu said coldly. Mr. Bai, if this is the information you want to exchange with us, I think you can leave now. Bai Ruoyu, what I said is true. Wan Wanshu, so what if it's true? What does it mean to us? Bai Ruoyu said confidently. At least you now know whether Mu Huishue is a man or a woman, how old she is, and where she lives. With a flash of knife light, Lian Yuzheng pulled out a dagger. She was so fast that the dagger was immediately placed on Bai Ruoyu's neck, and he didn't even dodge, but looked at Lian Yuzheng with a smile. No one expected that this time it was Tang Mo who stopped Lian Yuzheng. He looked at Bai Ruoyu carefully, and after a while, he said, your information is indeed meaningful. Wan Washu frowned, but he chose to believe Tang Mo. Lian Yuzheng retracted the dagger. Bai Ruoyu actually knew Mu Huishue. This matter itself has meaning. Without further delay, putting Bai Ruoyu's matter aside, Wan Wanshu told the intelligence collected by the Tianxian organization these days. Because of the existence of the time ranking list, we all know that it is difficult for transparent people to trust each other, and there is no organization. But it's not that there aren't any. The invisible man we caught this morning half an hour ago disappeared, and I killed him before he disappeared. He ranks 98th on the time list. Wan Wanshu looked serious. According to him, there are 2 relatively famous invisible man teams in Beijing. Tang Mo, what kind of teams? Wan Washu. The first one is a pair of twin brothers and sisters, and the elder brother ranks 71st on the time list. One of these 2 is in the light, and the other is in the dark. No one has ever seen them appear together. Whenever you fight with one of them, you must be on guard against the other person's sneak attack from the dark. They are very strong. Fu Wenduo, what about the other team? Wan Wanshu was silent for a moment, but did not say it directly. Instead, he said, maybe because Beijing is the capital of China, it is densely populated and has rich urban resources. As we guessed before, after the Earth went online on November 18th, all of us survivors stayed on Earth, and the invisible people went to a place very similar to Earth. That place is almost the same as the Earth. The only difference may be that there is no moon. Tang Mo, no moon. Wan Washu, this is my guess. The chosen ones have captured a total of 9 invisible people, and from their descriptions, they have never seen the moon. In addition to killing people to get extra rest time, the invisible people can only rest on Earth for 10 minutes after completing each game. I don't rule out that because 10 minutes is a short time, these people just happen not to have seen the moon, but it's too coincidental that none of the 9 people have seen the moon in half a year. So I guess that Earth has no moon, only the sun. The moon symbolizes the night, and the night symbolizes rest. The invisible man does not need to rest, so the Black Tower did not give that world a moon. Ruan Wanshu looked at Qin Shanshan, and the little girl looked calm. This speculation is not impossible. Everyone did not dwell on this topic, and Ruan Wanshu continued. The second organization is more difficult than the twin brother and sister. Tang Imo, you said before that you met a middle-aged man who was ranked 89th on the time ranking list. Tang Imo nodded. Yes, his name is Li Chaocheng. Ruan Wanshu, there are 4 people in Beijing on the time ranking list. Tang Imo was stunned, and Fu Wenduo asked, including Li Chaocheng? Ruan Wanshu, yes, including him. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but heard Ruan Wanshu say again, but the 7th on the time ranking list is in Beijing. Ruan Wanshu's voice gradually became solemn. The invisible man said that the 7th on the time ranking list is a 16-year-old girl. Her name is Su Yunsheng. Next, Ruan Wanshu introduced this 3-person team with a very young average age in detail. Kill the top 10 players on the time ranking list to get a high-quality item. However, in the past 6 months, Su Yunsheng's name has steadily climbed from more than 90 to 7th place. In addition to Mu Huixue, she is the 2nd person in China on the time ranking list. Players who are not on the time ranking list are not necessarily not strong, but those who can enter this ranking list must be resolute and powerful. Ruan Wanshu, Su Yunsheng's team only kills pigs. They only kill invisible people who don't have extra rest time. Unless a player wants to kill Su Yunsheng to get props, they will kill him. Such a team is extremely rare among invisible people. There are many invisible people who only dare to kill pigs, but there are few players on the time rankings who only kill pigs. But this does not mean that Su Yunsheng is not strong. Ruan Wanshu looked up at Tang Imo and Fu Wenduo. A month ago, there were 5 players on the time rankings in Beijing. The invisible person ranked 36 heard that Su Yunsheng's team only killed pigs, and thought that she was not strong, so he took the initiative to kill her. The next day, his name disappeared from the time rankings, and Su Yunsheng climbed from the 10th place to the 8th place. Ruan Wanshu didn't know much information. Among the 9 invisible people caught by Tian Xian, only 1 was a player on the time rankings. Su Yunsheng's team had a bad reputation in Beijing. Any lone player they encountered would be killed. Others could not know their information, and no one even knew what Su Yunsheng's ability was. Tang Imo lowered his eyes, and thought about the information of the 2 teams in his heart. Ruan Wanshu also gave some other information, and mentioned that although Shanghai did not have any players in the top 50 of the time rankings, it also had 4 players in the bottom 50. Qin Shanshan, the regional division of the invisible people, is the same as ours. Beijing is Huaxia District 1, Shanghai is District 2. Mu Huixue is District 3, if she is in Guangzhou, then Guangzhou is Huaxia District 3. The situation in Beijing is more complicated than other places. In addition to the 2 most famous teams, there are dozens of invisible teams in Beijing. These teams are usually composed of only 2 people. After finding the prey, they will share the results equally. Most of the information Ruan Wanshu received was from Beijing, but he reminded, many strong people are not on the time rankings, so we can't be careless. As far as I know, there seem to be 2 teams composed of foreigners in Suzhou. They are not on the time rankings, but they are very famous, or notorious. They are not on the time rankings because they like to rest very much, and they will choose to rest once they have time to rest. But they are very strong and have cleared the 3rd floor of the Black Tower a long time ago. They like to raise pigs, and their killing methods are also very cruel. Hearing the word Suzhou, Tang Imo paid a little attention, but did not think too much. All the information was collected, and everyone made a decision quickly. Tang Imo, there are still 7 days before the Black Tower is updated. We have to collect more information. Compared to Su Yunsheng's team, I care more about the twins. The brother is 71st in the time ranking, but the sister is not. After a pause, Tang Imo looked down at Qin Shanshan. Shanshan, what do you think? Qin Shanshan, I think they are a little weirder. Bai Rui's grinning voice sounded at this time. Wow, women's intuition? Such a young child also has a woman's 6th sense. Fu Wenduo said lightly, have you finished running? Bai Ruiyao, who was still running in place, After Tang Imo and Ruan Wanshu agreed, the chosen organization and Tang Mo decided to use these 7 days to capture as many invisible people as possible. Ruan Wangshu. Since the Black Tower announced the new version update, the invisible people have stayed on the Earth longer. If you catch a transparent person, you will have more time to dig out information from him. The core of the chosen is 6 powerful players, but they have many members. The average strength of the invisible people is definitely stronger than that of the survivors, but the strength of the chosen members is also far superior to that of ordinary players. Bai Royale ran for a whole hour and finally stopped. He smiled and listened to all of Ruan Wangshu's arrangements. When everyone focused their attention on him, they found that he had disappeared without a trace. Even Fu Wenduo didn't notice his disappearance. Tang Mo became more alert. In the next 7 days, Tang Mo accidentally entered a copy. They spent more time carefully looking for the traces of the invisible man. When May 18th came, Tang Mo had obtained a complete time ranking list. The first place was still Mu Huishua. Su Yunxing's name dropped from 7th to 9th, and the twin brothers' name advanced to 62nd. Ruan Wangshu seemed to have negotiated with the leaders of other organizations in Beijing, but the two sides did not reach any contract. They are all waiting for the new version to arrive, waiting for a new situation. May 18th, 2018, 6 p.m. The warm red sunset slowly slid towards the horizon, and a translucent moon rose from the east. The warm sunlight shone on the dark giant tower, making it look softer. However, when the second hand pointed to 6 o'clock, a tolerant and warm song sounded, followed by a female chorus that came from all directions like a flood. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo hid in a small building on Chang'an Street, staring at the Black Tower from a distance. The Black Tower has never been as gentle as it is today. This is a song called Ave Maria. The female voice hummed softly, and the Black Tower was shining with a warm light red glow. However, in the dead silent city of Beijing, this originally very gentle song sounded strange and weird. The earth was silent, and there was no one on the city roads. Countless pairs of eyes hid in the buildings, looking at the Black Tower with fear and hatred. When the singing stopped, the light on the tower was also annihilated. Everything became cold again, but this was the Black Tower. A small white light spot flickered at the top of the tower. This time many people noticed this light spot. They counted quickly, but after a few seconds their expressions became ugly. Tang Mo tried his best to open his eyes and count the number of times this spot jumped, but with his dynamic vision, he couldn't even catch the number of times the light spot jumped. The light spot jumped crazily, maybe 100,000 times, maybe 1,000,000 times. Then, there was the second light spot. It jumped more than 30,000 times. The third light spot jumped 6,923 times. The fourth light spot jumped only 11 times. Tang Mo waited patiently, but the fifth light spot did not light up again. Tang Mo suddenly realized something, and his upper body straightened. The next moment, a crisp and emotionless child's voice sounded, "Ding! Black Tower 4.0 version new rules. First, the last place copy is officially closed. Second, the returner game is opened. Returners are players without identities. The way to obtain identities for returners is announced. Eliminate 1 stowaway to obtain the stowaway identity, and eliminate 10 official players to obtain the official player identity. Elimination methods include, but are not limited to game methods. Third, returnees who have obtained status will no longer be affected by rest time. The time ranking list will always exist, and the ranking will end at 1800 hours on May 18th, 2018, and will no longer be updated. Fourth, the option of turning stowaways into regular players is enabled. Stowaways who pass the 5th floor of the Black Tower will automatically become reserve players, and reserve players who pass the 6th floor of the Black Tower will officially become regular players. Returnees can directly become regular players by eliminating reserve players. The announcement was made 3 times in a row, and the indifferent voice of a child echoed over every city in the world. This may be the quietest moment in the world. No one spoke, no one moved. They were like leopards lying in the grass, staring at their prey, waiting for their enemies to appear. Ding! 5,630,000 players successfully loaded into the game. 320,000 players successfully loaded into the game. Saving the game. Loading player data. Loading game data. Save successfully. Load successfully. Return game updated. Ding! On May 18th, 2018, Black Tower 4.0 version was officially launched, and players are welcome to enter the game. Tang Mo hid in this small building, waiting for the last sentence. Please work hard to attack the tower. But his eyes were not fixed on the Black Tower, but on Chang'an Street in front of him. In the world of the Invisible Man, the Black Tower also floated above the Forbidden City. When the Invisible Man returns to the Earth and the two worlds merge, perhaps they will suddenly appear nearby. But 3 seconds later, Tang Mo suddenly raised his head and looked at the Black Tower in astonishment. Qin Shanshan was surprised and asked, "Where is the sentence 'Please work hard to attack the tower'?" Fu Xiaodi also reacted, "Yes, at the end of each update, the Black Tower will say 'Please work hard to attack the tower', but it didn't this time? Doesn't it want us to attack the tower?" Tang Mo had an ominous premonition in his heart, and Fu Wenduo's face gradually darkened. The next second, a cheerful child's voice sounded over the world, "Ding! Mu Huishua, a returnee from Huaxia District 3, was the first to clear the 4th floor of the Black Tower, triggering the Black Tower 4.0 version update. The returnee received a reward, Eve's Game. Game rules. First, from May 18th to May 24th, 2018, within 7 days, the game time is from 1800 hours every night to 6 o'clock the next morning. This game does not affect the Black Tower game. Second, during the game time, the returnee will receive an additional Eve's reward prop. This prop is a one-time prop, and the player is requested to find out how to use the prop by himself. Third, if a returnee fails to use an item at the end of the game will be considered lost. Fourth, an Earth player who kills a returnee on the time leaderboard can obtain Eve's reward from that returnee. If the returnee does not use Eve's reward, the Earth player can find a way to use the item. Fifth, an Earth player who kills Mu Huishua, a returnee from Huaxia District 3, can obtain Eve's reward and the rare item Fallacy Compass. Sixth, if the returnee kills Fu Wenduo, the stowaway from Huaxia District 1, he can directly unlock Eve's reward and gain the respect of the underground people. Seventh, if the returnee kills Lina Chapaos, the official player from Europe District 1, he can directly unlock. 13th, if the returnee kills Tang Mo, the official player from Huaxia District 1, he can directly unlock Eve's reward and gain the respect of the head of the strange circus. 14th, if the returnee kills Wan Wangshu, the stowaway from Huaxia District 1, he can. 15th, the returnee kills Lian Yuzheng, a regular player in Huaxia District 1. 49th, the returnee kills James Holland, a stowaway in Europe District 18, and can directly unlock Eve's reward. All over the world, in every corner, all players opened their eyes wide, and stood in place to listen to Black Tower finish talking about these 49 rules one by one. There has never been a Black Tower game with so many rules, but every name that Black Tower said has been heard by Earth players. Fu Wenduo, Lina Chapaos, Andrei Ivan Petrov, Tang Mo. Each of these names has been announced by Black Tower globally in the past 6 months, and only a few names are not known to global players. And now, Black Tower said their names again in the same mechanical tone, repeating them over and over again. The sun sank into the earth, the moon rose, and the moonlight shone on the Black Tower. The Black Tower's voice, so calm that it was almost indifferent, sounded faintly, "Do you know Eve? Find her, she is hope." Chapter 170. The cold child's voice suddenly stopped in the wind. On the distant horizon, as if it was an illusion, a crescent moon appeared in the dazzling sunlight. Looking closely, the sun returned to normal. However, the next moment after the notification from the Black Tower ended, there was a crisp click, and a string of bright red numbers suddenly appeared on the pitch-black tower. 12 hours. The bright red numbers looked like blood, leaving a hideous gash on the Black Tower. Around the world, everyone was watching this scene in astonishment. This was a countdown. As time passed, the countdown slowly decreased. Nanjing Road, Shanghai. When the red countdown numbers appeared, 2 black figures slowly emerged from the air in a dark alley. They were a man and a woman, both of whom looked very young. They appeared completely out of thin air, and when they appeared, they were still looking up at the Black Tower. They were hiding in an excellent location, with dim light and very hidden. It was difficult for others to find their location, but they could clearly see the Black Tower. When the two saw a countdown on the Black Tower, they were also stunned. Then, the young man turned his head, and saw the setting sun that was about to sink below the horizon. His eyes widened and his voice was hoarse. "Back?" The young woman seemed much calmer. She squinted her eyes, and looked at the setting sun, and then saw the moon in the east sky. "Moon, we are really back this time." No matter how calm they seemed on the surface, their rapid breathing also revealed the excitement in their hearts that was difficult to suppress at the moment. The young man and woman looked at the sun with almost greedy eyes, as if they wanted to remember it in their bones. But after a few seconds, they seemed to have seen enough, and they looked away and looked at each other. The woman smiled meaningfully. "I'm back." The man stroked a sharp and slender ice cone. "Eve's Game, I like this name of the game. The woman, so let's start the game. Ah, I seem to hear a child breathing. A strange low laugh came out of the two people's throats. The next second, their figures suddenly disappeared in the alley. When they reappeared, they had entered a 3-story residential building next to the alley. In the bedroom of this building, a middle-aged fat man stared at the two young men and women who suddenly appeared in front of him with wide eyes. He had too many questions to ask. He wanted to know where these two people came from and who they were. However, he could no longer ask. There was a black bloody hole on the middle-aged fat man's forehead. In just 1 second, he didn't even say a word before an ice pick pierced his head. With a bang, the fat man fell to the ground. The young woman squatted down and rummaged through his body, finding a few props. She snorted in disdain and threw the props into the trash can. The man was also helpless. He touched his neck. A golden 4-digit number was floating next to his neck, and he sighed. Bad luck, it seems like he is a formal player. What a pity, I wanted to try what it feels like to be a stowaway. The woman mocked him. Didn't Haida mention the names of several stowaways? There was one called Fuwaduo, who seemed to be the strongest among the pigs. Just go and kill him. The man became interested and laughed excitedly. Killing Fuwaduo feels great. The man and woman searched the hut and took a bottle of water from the cabinet. When they went out, the sky was completely dark and the moon was hanging high. The two seemed to have not seen the moon for a long time. They stood in front of the small building, staring at the moon hanging on the top of the black tower. After a while, the two walked towards the bund. For them, it seemed that walking on Nanjing Road at night was not dangerous at all. They walked calmly on this commercial street. The woman stopped by a shop and smiled with her hands covering her lips. She smashed the window glass of the shop with a punch and took out a diamond necklace inside, but she did not wear it around her neck. She tore the necklace into pieces, took the diamonds, and threw them one by one for fun. On the deserted Nanjing Road, the figure of a man and a woman walking together was very eye-catching. When they walked to the bottom of the black tower, the woman had thrown away all the diamonds, leaving only the largest pink diamond. She narrowed one eye, aimed at the top of the black tower, and smashed the diamond up. Unfortunately, the black tower was too high, and the diamond fell to the ground halfway through its flight, leaving a straight pink line in the moonlight. At the moment when the diamond touched the ground, buzz, a noise so subtle that it was almost inaudible sounded, the young woman's face changed slightly, and the man turned his head. In the dark night, several shadows suddenly jumped out from various corners. At the same time, a large red net appeared under the feet of the young man and woman. Like a tangled spider web, the young man was entangled in the center of the net. The woman tried to pull her feet but found it difficult to move. The tall and strong foreign man held a large kitchen knife and threw it at the man and woman. The young man calmly dodged backwards and raised his hand to hit the kitchen knife back with an ice pick. Jax grabbed the kitchen knife, and the others who were hiding in the dark came out one by one. More than 50 players walked to the bottom of the black tower, staring at the young man and woman who were trapped in the center. Although the other party had been trapped by the big net, and they were outnumbered, the 50 players did not relax at all, and were always on guard against the attacks of the young man and woman. Surrounded by so many people, the young man and woman did not look nervous at all. The young woman picked up the pink diamond that fell on the ground. Her eyes flashed, and she quickly hid them. The young woman looked around in the crowd, and finally fixed her sight on a young man in a white robe. She smiled tenderly. Are you the leader of this organization? Luo Fengcheng pushed his eyes. You should have collected intelligence a long time ago, and know that there are many organizations in Shanghai, but there is no particularly large organization. More than 50 high-level players, who have passed at least the second level of the Black Tower cannot belong to the same organization. Her tricks were discovered by the other party. The young woman was not embarrassed, but innocently cast a coquettish eye at Luo Fengcheng. Hearing what you said, handsome boy, do you know who we are? Luo Fengcheng raised his lips. The Leihard team often appears on Nanjing Road. The team has 2 members. They cleared the 3rd floor of the Black Tower a month ago. Every time they clear the tower game, they like to have a bloody party on Nanjing Road to celebrate. On January 14, 2018, they slaughtered more than 2,000 ordinary players on Nanjing Road, and the two jumped into the time rankings. After a pause, Luo Fengcheng was still smiling, but his eyes were extremely cold. Invisible Man, no. In the world of returnees, the most powerful and most disgusting member of the Leihard team in Shanghai, Lu Xiao ranked 53rd on the time rankings. Lu Yuan ranked 59th. Luo Fengcheng smiled slightly. Welcome back to Earth. Things like this happen all over the world. But not every region has arrogant returnees. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo patiently hid in an office building on Chang'an Street, guarding against possible enemies. But half an hour later, there was no one on the narrow street. Tang Mo did not relax his vigilance. He and Fu Wenduo looked at each other. Fu Wenduo nodded and continued to stay by the window, closing his eyes and listening to the movements around him. Tang Mo looked at Qin Shanshan. Although I was prepared, I never thought. There were only 320,000 invisible people left. Half a year ago, 6 billion humans disappeared, and they were the first invisible people. There are a total of 6 billion people, and 7 months later, there are only 320,000 people left. This is only 1/10 of the players on Earth. It's not just Tang Mo. When Fu Wenduo and Qin Shanshan heard that Black Tower announced that more than 5 million players had successfully loaded into the game, they also subconsciously thought that this was the number of invisible people. However, when Black Tower announced that 320,000 players had loaded into the game the next second, they instantly understood who was the real minority. The remaining 320,000 are not Earth players, but invisible people. Tang Mo closed his eyes and thought, this number is not impossible. They have been forced to participate in the game since November last year, and there is only a 10-minute break between every 2 games. The time ranking list only appeared in January, so they have more rest time. If there is no time ranking list, even a strong person like Mu Huishua is likely to die in a certain game. So before the time ranking list appears, most of the returnees have been eliminated. 6,320,000. A probability of 1 in 20,000. Tang Mo fell silent and stopped talking. In the room, Qin Shanshan and Fu Wensheng also looked down at the ground and did not speak. This probability was so low that they realized that the possibility of their relatives surviving in it was close to 0. A deep voice sounded, breaking the silence. The Black Tower has announced our names globally. Tang Mo looked up at him. Well, the Black Tower reported a total of 45 names. Except for Mu Huishua, who is in the returner camp, the other 44 people are all Earth players, and they have been announced globally by the Black Tower. The first player in each region to clear the new tower attack game will receive a global announcement from the Black Tower. If someone clears the difficult mode of the tower attack game, the Black Tower will only privately announce this information to players around the world who have cleared that level. So some names are unheard of by ordinary players, but Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo both know them. Tang Mo pondered for a moment and made a decision: go to the Chosen One. This update was completely beyond Tang Mo's expectations. He originally imagined that the Black Tower would give special rewards to returnees because they were the first to clear the 4th level. But I didn't expect that the Black Tower would open an additional game for the returnees, and also announce the coordinates and names of these Earth players globally. Qin Shanshan, the Chosen Ones should choose to cooperate with us. A total of 4 people in Beijing were announced by the Black Tower, including the 2 Chosen Ones. The EVE game has a total of 7 days, and now is the first day. Although we don't know how to open EVE's rewards, and what the attitude of the Beijing area towards the Earth survivors is, they are still in a state of restricted rest time. Tang Mo nodded and said, well, the time ranking list is no longer updated, but they are still returnees and are subject to rest time restrictions. If you want to get rid of the time limit and truly gain freedom, you can only eliminate the Earth players, including but not limited to the game method. This familiar statement made Tang Mo frown. Fu Wenduo, although they only have 320,000 people left, we can't be careless. The 4 discussed future countermeasures again, and Tang Mo directly asked Qin Shanshan what she thought of Eve's game. The little girl calmly told the Bible stories, the story of Adam and Eve, and all the information she could think of about Eve. None of the 4 found anything that matched the Eve reward. Qin Shanshan, Eve appears in different Western mythological books, and her image is different. The descriptions of Eve in the Old Testament and the New Testament are different. Putting aside the mythology, there is also the Eve hypothesis. Brother Fu thought, will the reward be an apple? Eve gained wisdom by eating the forbidden fruit, and the forbidden fruit was the apple. Qin Shanshan, it doesn't matter what the reward carrier is, what matters is the nature of the reward. The night was as dark as water, and the invisible man hid in the dark without a trace. The 4 decided to wait in this building for 1 night, and wait until the game time ended at 6 o'clock the next morning, and then they would go to the chosen base. Suddenly, a sharp gunshot sounded on the silent street. Fu Wen's eyes turned cold, and he looked down through the window. I saw a middle-aged woman lying on the ground with her eyes wide open, looking at the sky, blood gushing out from under her body, and soon dyed the road red. On the other side of the street, a black shadow flashed past and jumped into the bushes. Tang Mo held the handle of his small parasol tightly, and stared at the jumping back of the man from the tall building. The man shuttled back and forth among the dense trees on the roadside, like a black ghost. The moonlight shone through the gaps between the leaves on his body, illuminating half of his chin and a line of golden numbers suspended on his neck. 341. Bang! Another gunshot. The bullet penetrated the wall, making a sound of sinking into the flesh. No one knew how this man saw the enemy through the wall. The numbers on the black shadow's neck changed from 341. It became 351. He laughed hoarsely, and the laughter was drowned in the whistling wind. The man ran farther and farther. He fired 3 bullets along the way, and each bullet hit someone, increasing the number suspended on his neck. Just as he was about to leave Tang Mo's sight, the man suddenly raised his head, and his eyes met with Tang Mo and the other 4 on the roof. The next moment, the black muzzle pointed directly at Fu Duo, who was closest to the window, and the man pressed the trigger without hesitation. Fu Duo reacted very quickly and dodged the bullet sideways. Then, there were 3 consecutive gunshots. Only Tang Mo and Fu Duo showed their heads at the window, but when Tang Mo and Fu Duo saw the 3 bullets, their faces changed. One of them picked up Chen Shan, and the other picked up Fu Sheng, and left the room quickly. At the same time they left the room, bullets were shot into the wall. One of the bullets was shot at Tang Mo, and the other 2 were shot at Chen Shan and Fu Sheng, who had never shown their faces. This ability was very strange. Tang Mo breathed slightly with Chen Shan on his back. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, another sharp gunshot rang out.